The story begins in Gansu province, the Murim Alliance, where life went on as usual, and people looked up to the great palace. In this palace, a plump man was walking down the corridor, joyfully humming a song he had heard a long time ago. He made his way to the dining room where the tables were filled with a variety of food, because this was his favorite daily routine. The leader of the alliance, Harry, sat down on a chair, which immediately shook and cracked under him, but the man only smiled, asking him to be quiet. Taking his chopsticks in one hand and his spoon in the other, he licked his lips, deciding where to begin his meal. Just as he was about to take a piece of meat, he heard a voice calling out to him, saying that Helen was bothering him. Taking a break from his food, Harry asked with displeasure what had happened, to which he received the answer that the girl had an urgent report. However, the leader of the alliance said that he was busy, asking her to return in 2 hours. Helen immediately understood the order. However, she opened the door to the dining room and walked in, greeting the leader. She was the alliance's strategist, and therefore wanted to convey the news faster. The man said that he knew she wouldn't leave, but he was even glad, after which he invited her to sit down and eat with him. But Helen replied that she didn't want to get fat. Harry said that she needed to eat more to look more appetizing, asking her to look at him because he was handsome. The girl, a little hesitant, agreed with him, saying that he looked great, but her look said otherwise. But Harry didn't stop, putting his hands to his face, asking with innocent eyes if what she was saying was true. At first, this made Helen feel displeased, but the next second she burst out laughing as she looked at the expression on the alliance leader's face. The man said that she was finally behaving normally, to which the girl replied that she had come with very important news. Harry replied that she never left after saying that, and Helen said that there was 2 pieces of news, bad and good. The news was that the king of the Green Forest reported that he had succeeded in raising a herd of cows. The quality of the beef was excellent, and the man bit off a piece of meat, replying that he had finally found his calling. However, the girl said that it was too early to rejoice. After clearing his throat, the head of the alliance asked what the second piece of news was. The secret branch of the alliance writes that the holy swordsman has set out on a journey and has been on the road for several days now. Judging by the departure time and route, his arrival time in their city was tomorrow by noon. Harry was surprised that he would arrive so soon. People thought that he would never return, but unexpectedly for everyone, he challenged the head of the alliance to a duel. Having told this, Helen asked what Harry intended to do, since there was no way to get out of the duel one way or another. There was a pause during which the man ate his food, thinking seriously about the question, not rushing to answer. As soon as he finished his meal, he began to slap his stomach with his palm, hinting that he really liked the food, after which he raised his head and smiled, declaring that he would run, because he had no other choice. A stunned Helen asked him if he was laughing, but was told that it was better to give up his position than to be chopped into pieces. He was confident that the holy swordsman had enough nobility and wisdom to become the next head of the alliance. But the girl asked why he didn't accept his challenge, since she really wanted to see his martial arts, and she had never seen them. She knew that it was he who sent such villains as the blood priest of the demon cult, the ghost emperor, and the demon king of assassins to hell. The man said that he was just lucky then, but the girl asked again that he killed them by accident, to which she received an affirmative answer. But he looked guiltily at Helen, asking her to look at him. Lately, he was out of breath even from a light walk. He needs to get out of town by midnight. He'll leave the alliance to her to deal with the consequences. He hasn't decided yet where to go. Maybe he'll become a farmer on the Royal Bull Mountain or go towards the Northern Sea. The girl said that wherever he went, in 6 months she would follow him, but he wanted the old man to be left alone. Helen replied that she didn't care, when suddenly the man sensed something was wrong, his eyes widening. The alliance strategist asked if the man was really so reluctant to fight, but he only asked her to keep quiet. As soon as she turned her head in his direction, her gaze immediately changed, after which she hesitantly turned to her uncle. However, the man raised his hand, hinting that she should remain silent, and the man himself no longer looked like a cheerful and carefree old man. He saw 2 soldiers turning to the wounded man, asking what had happened, to which they received the answer that the unit had fallen at the hands of the enemy. The holy swordsman cut everyone down. He didn't even spare the townspeople. Everyone is dead. The monks of Shaolin and Wudong will try to stop him. However, it was unknown whether they would succeed. The head of the alliance should immediately find out about this, but the man had already seen everything. The Saint Swordsman was known for his nobility and honesty. If he did such a thing, it was only for one reason: energy corruption. Harry concentrated all his energy to find out where the holy swordsman was now, because now everything had changed radically. Lightning flashed across the city, and Helen was addressing her uncle while a man outside was shouting that the chief was practicing. But he could see a man with a sword in his hand asking if this was a squad of 108 Shaolin Arhats. The swordsman, laughing loudly, declared that he would cut through their ranks like a knife through butter and stain Shaolin with blood. As soon as Harry woke up from the vision, the furniture in the dining room was overturned, and Helen was asking her uncle what he had just done. He replied that the holy swordsman had suffered energy corruption and was possessed, but the girl did not understand how this was possible. However, the old man did not listen to her, mentally addressing the holy swordsman, asking how he could have fallen so low. Continuing to concentrate his energy, Harry stated that he had to find him immediately, while Helen tried to stop him. However, the girl was disturbed by the bright light, from which she immediately covered her eyes with her hands, unable to get closer to her uncle. As the light dimmed a little, she removed her hands from her face, watching the column of light fly off in an unknown direction. At this time, in a completely different place, a voice loudly addressed the holy swordsman, asking him to come to his senses and wake up. Why did he, so revered throughout the continent, commit such atrocities when his nobility was the greatest in the world? Walking past dozens of corpses stepping on pools of blood, the swordsman replied that he had spoken the pure truth. Smiling, he placed the bloody katana over his heart, adding that he was gentle and kind. He had always been like that. But at the same time, this pathetic fat man, Harry, did not deny himself anything, and all this time lived only for his own pleasure. Despite this, he was still considered the strongest warrior, looked down on everyone, and triumphed when he sent him into exile. It's funny that someone who is not worthy of being even his servant is called a flower swordsman. That's what he said. He was obliged to acquire meekness in himself, because that is what he was, constantly and eternally, but until recently, everything changed. One day he heard people say that he had to be like this because he was not worthy of his title. But is it true because his talents, abilities, muscles, stature, knowledge, wisdom, politeness? What is there in Harry that is not there? He, the holy swordsman, will teach this pig Harry meekness, for he's obliged to kneel before him. Now he is the strongest warrior, and they will all bow before him and idolize him. He will make everyone respect his patience and meekness. One of the elders said that the holy swordsman was not himself, after which he asked how he could have become so immersed in his pride and madness. The swordsman loudly and not threateningly asked the old fool to shut up because he did not intend to listen to him, a herbivorous rabbit. In desperation, the man grabbed the hand that was tightly held around his throat, squeezing tighter and tighter and not allowing him to breathe. However, the swordsman was not sure that he was crazy, after which he threw the old man away, breaking the wall with him. The servant ran up to the old man and asked if the abbot was alive, while the swordsman declared that no one would stop him. Looking at his bloody katana and smiling widely, he declared that no one would escape death from his sword. Everyone inside the room watched in horror as the possessed man said that destructive power was pouring out of him. It is she who makes him the strongest warrior in the world, after which he raised his head up and laughed very loudly. Suddenly a beam of light landed on him from the sky, which managed to catch him off guard, thereby silencing him. Without understanding anything, the angry swordsman asked who dared to do something like this after he showed his strength. Suddenly his gaze turned to the side, and he noticed how his hands separated from his body with an unpleasant sound, falling to the floor. A sharp pain immediately pierced the man, who screamed loudly, not noticing the man who was heading towards him, hovering in the air. Raising his head, he saw the culprit who had caused him to lose his hands, only being able to name his name. At this time, the old man, who was holding 3 swords in the air next to him, only silently looked into the eyes of his old comrade. However, this did not cause a fit of anger and hatred. The swordsman only smiled and laughed quietly without taking his eyes off Harry. Then he lowered his head, saying that he felt like no matter what he did, he still couldn't keep up with him. Looking at his severed arms and katana that was stained with blood, he wondered if it had all been in vain. However, Harry will not be able to maintain his strength for long because he had a vision in the darkness that he would lose everything and would be very weak. He wanted to say something else, but the old man raised his hand, asking him to stop this absurd chatter. With a wave of his hand, the energy bound the swordsman, who knew that right now the end would come for him. The next second, the possessed man's body was torn into several pieces, making it clear that the fight was over. Harry watched the swordsman's body for a while longer, not daring to put his swords away, wanting to make sure it was all over. The old man felt sad about this outcome of events, but he only closed his eyes, regretting that he had to kill such a strong warrior. Suddenly, the man was overcome with fatigue and began to slowly lose consciousness, after which his eyes hesitantly opened. He decided that it was probably a dream, but looking at the ceiling, he realized that he was not at home. Getting out of bed, the man clearly realized that this was not his bedroom, after which he decided that he had been moved somewhere while he was sleeping. The thin body slowly made its way towards the table, swaying and clinging to any surface to keep its balance. Starting to choke, the man did not understand what they had done to him, because he had only taken a couple of steps and was exhausted. After which he looked in the mirror and saw there not a plump old man, but a shabby, long-haired guy who was on the verge of death. His hands immediately rushed to the mirror because he did not believe that he was looking at himself now and wanted to dispel this illusion. Looking at his new self, he asked in amazement when he became like this, because he looked completely different in his youth. Harry didn't understand who he had entered into because there was no other soul in this body except his, which meant only one thing could happen. Soul swapping, which caused him to swap souls with someone else, but it's not immediately clear who it was. He was interested in why he was left with a body on its last legs. Its energy and physical state were simply terrifying. Suddenly, he remembered the words of the great swordsman, who said that he would not be able to maintain his strength for long. Everything really turned out as he said. It turns out that it was not a dying delirium, but a real warning. The problem was that he had been dead for 6 months, and if it wasn't him, then who had moved his soul into someone else's body, and for what purpose was unclear. But if he was their target, then his body now belonged to another person, and he didn't know how exactly it would be used. Harry guessed that the owner of this body had entered into him, but absolutely nothing was known about him. I decided to look at my hands, noticing that my entire forearm was wrapped in bandages on both hands. He decided to remove the bandages to see what was underneath, finding only a bunch of cuts, of which there were an incredible number. As the man pulled the bandages from his neck, he realized that his body was completely mutilated with a variety of wounds. Looking in the mirror again, Harry asked himself who this weakling was that he had possessed. He didn't understand how they dared to dispose of his soul and body, but he didn't know who exactly. He didn't even have any enemies. Having looked around the room, the man realized that, judging by the furnishings, the family was not poor. On the contrary, everything was furnished in the best possible way. But it was unclear why this young man's body was so emaciated. He also hoped that nothing would happen to his own body. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching behind the door, which made him a little scared, not knowing who might enter. He didn't know what to do, first deciding to pretend to be asleep, then thinking about staying put. However, there was no time, and he remained standing where he was when an old man entered the room, saying that it was wonderful that the child was not sleeping. Harry didn't notice that he didn't call him by his name, and did that mean he didn't know what happened to him in the end? Suddenly, the skinny guy froze, recognizing the old man standing in front of him, because he had seen him before and more than once. It was the chief librarian of the great heavenly library, Ben, who stood in front of him with a small red bag in her hands. The great celestial library is led by a family of scholars, and is one of the 3 great libraries in the Central Plain. The learned men know everything about ancient texts and artifacts, and Ben himself is a scientist of such caliber that today's specialists pale in comparison. He met him about 4 years ago. He looks exactly the same as when we last met, which means he is in the same time. Suddenly, the old man spoke up, saying that he had decided to do what he so desired, and then he called the boy closer to him. Harry didn't know what the guy wanted or what was going on here, but the old man clearly took him for his grandson. Very slowly, the guy walked forward, after which he sat down on the bed next to Ben, trying to catch his breath and even out his breathing. Opening the pouch, the library owner slowly handed the boy a black pill, telling him to eat it. Harry first thought it was medicine because he was very weak. Maybe it was medicine to heal him. However, there was something that stopped him from taking this pill and putting it in his mouth, which caused him to look closely at the old man. He didn't understand why Ben was looking at him so sadly, and besides, he was talking about some kind of desire. The scratches on the young man are definitely traces of suicide attempts, which ended in failure time and again. This means that what he brought him could only be poison, and this is exactly what the boy asked the old man, who was frightened by his grandson's gaze. There was a silence for a few seconds, during which no one dared to say even a word to each other. Harry sighed uncertainly, thinking that his grandson shouldn't talk to his grandfather like that, and then decided to change tactics. He had to speak to him as if he were an elder, after which he asked his grandfather if he was offering him the poison that was in this pill. But Ben only asked him to eat it, and the guy realized that he didn't even deny the presence of poison in this pill. Raising his hands, the wounded boy asked if he could ask one question before he ate. He was interested in who was currently the head of the Muram Alliance, to which the old man asked why he was interested in this. But he should have known if he was involved in the soul exchange and in what time he was incarnated, but Ben only yelled at his grandson. Grandfather screamed that he had constantly tried to commit suicide and begged him to kill him again, and now he was asking such questions about the head of the alliance. I didn't know why he was so angry. I had to calm him down. Harry started saying that he didn't know what he had done to make him so angry. However, he added that he did not want to die, after which he asked to leave him, suggesting that his grandfather discuss everything in the morning. He decided to find out everything as he went along, when suddenly he noticed a trembling old man who lowered his head, trying to say something. Suddenly the old man pounced on him, shouting that he was a bastard, but Harry did not expect such agility from Ben, who seemed like a helpless old man. In a panic, Harry decided that he would not allow himself to be treated like this, deciding to measure him with this technique of a gust of wind from his fingers. Putting his hand out in front of him, the guy realized that the move wasn't working, so he would have to run, even though he had almost no strength left. However, the old man quickly caught up with him, and the guy realized that they were slow snails, which is why his body trembled from powerlessness. Having thrown his grandson to the floor, the old man pinned him to the ground, trying to make sure that he could not break free. I was taking a deep breath. The guy said that the grandfather would crush him, and then asked me to get off him. However, the old man had other plans, after which he took the pill in his hands and opened his grandson's mouth, stuffing the pill there. The man angrily declared that he would follow him as soon as he died, but the boy did not listen to him, trying to spit out the pill. The guy panicked and thought that the pill was dissolving. He should spit it out immediately. If it were his old body, he would be able to eat it. Overcoming himself, the boy turned around, pushing the old man away with his hand, managing to hit him in the neck, thereby disorienting him. While Ben was busy with his sore neck, the boy spat out what was left of the pill, continuing to cough. Looking ahead, he realized that the poison had already begun to act, because his head immediately began to spin and his consciousness began to fade. Having fallen to the floor, the boy clearly realized that he was poisoned, but the old man only looked at him, doing nothing. Eyes wide, Harry wondered if he was really going to die like this, hearing the old man's voice asking him to finally die. After all, this was all he dreamed of. He said that he didn't care about the pain, as long as they let him die in peace. Staring motionless at his grandfather, the boy mentally screamed that he was not his grandson, but the head of the Muram Alliance. But he did not hear him. The old man stood up and declared that even though he had helped him fulfill his wish, he was still his grandson, and it was hard for him to watch him suffer. However, Harry couldn't answer him, realizing that he was slowly losing consciousness and would now die like this in someone else's body. There are so many normal people around, and he moved into a mentally ill boy who is obsessed with suicide. He can't believe that he's going to die without even knowing who transferred him into this body, but he shouldn't die under such stupid circumstances. But he himself cannot save himself. He has one last secret remedy that can help him. He decided to gather all his remaining strength to get up and try to reach his grandfather. In a very weak voice, he addressed his grandfather, who slowly and questioningly turned his head towards his grandson. The guy really didn't want to do this, but there was simply no other way out now, which is why he extended a trembling hand to the old man. This picture seriously frightened the owner of the library, who found it painful to watch his grandson suffer. With a suffering expression on his face, the young man asked for help because he did not want to die, constantly turning to his grandfather. The last of his strength left him, after which he lowered his head face down to the floor, leaving the burden of choice to the old man. He looked at his grandson's body in surprise, not knowing what to do or what decision to make, since this was the first time something like this had happened. After which realization and trembling passed through his body, and the man began to stutter, not taking his eyes off his grandson. Looking at the lifeless body of the young man, Ben loudly called for the doctor, wishing with all his heart that he would arrive in time. At the same time, the one who was in Harry's body woke up in his bed, examining the body he had moved into. After which the man looked around the richly furnished room in surprise, realizing that he was no longer in the body of a skinny guy. Getting out of bed, he looked at the decor and swords that hung on the wall. It was they that caught his attention. In an uncertain old voice, the man asked if Sonia was there, but there was no answer. The man smiled slyly, reaching for the hilt of his sword, saying that she would not come, or rather she could not. Slowly drawing his sword, he summed up out loud that they had exchanged souls after all, which meant his plan had succeeded. The guy in the body of the Alliance leader rejoiced, declaring that this was not a dream, and then put a small sword to his throat. The only thought that was in the man's head was that he was finally able to do what he had wanted for so long. A little while later, a strange guy ran towards Helen. It was clear that he was carrying rather unpleasant news. Without wasting any time, he told her what had happened, after which the girl's face froze in horror and incomprehension of the situation. She was told that her uncle's body was found in his room, his throat pierced by his own sword, and it could not have been murder. Oh, the poison is very strong. If even a small dose reached his brain, he could be mentally damaged. There are also known cases of memory loss. There could also have been increased aggression, but all of this was before the poison touched his tongue. The doctor looked at the owner of the library with sadness and pity because he understood that he was having a very hard time now. He thought that Mr. Ben was afraid of losing hope, even though it was so fragile, but it seemed that the old man's heart opened to his grandson. He bowed, saying that he hoped that the black streak in his family's life would end and prosperity would begin. As soon as morning came, the library was already quite noisy, while the guy declared that he could get there on his own. The other guy replied that he asked him not to drink so much wine, to which he was asked if the bastard was really alive. After examining the wounded man, they concluded that he was sleeping, and they did not know that he could sleep at all. It seemed to them that he would outlive them all. One of the guys called him Big Brother, to which the second one asked him to shut his mouth, because he was his only big brother, and this guy was a monster. After which one of the guys cursed, saying that by coming here, he only got upset, while his younger brother followed him. Closer to sunset, the wounded guy continued to sleep, but now only a worried Ben was sitting over him. Lying with his eyes closed, Harry mentally asked himself if no one else would come to visit this guy. The eldest heir barely survived the poisoning. Only 3 people visited him, but he already understood something. The owner of this body is named Bruno. He is the eldest heir of the great heavenly library. He was obsessed with the desire to commit suicide. He has brothers. One of them is a drunkard. After his drunk brother, no one came for a long time, and he thinks no one will come. The parents most likely passed away long ago. Otherwise, they would have come to visit their son first. But this did not happen. Perhaps the death of his parents was the cause of his grief and madness, and because of this, the whole family suffered, which is not surprising. But what was even worse was his attempts to commit suicide. The head of the family tried to kill his own grandson. No one in the house came to the screams and noise. Judging by those he saw today, mental illness had affected everyone in this family. Some kind of decline reigns in the family of the custodians of the great heavenly library, but this should not concern him. First of all, he had to find out how his soul got into this body, but to do this, he had to stay alive. He wanted to investigate right now, but just like the holy swordsman said, he had lost everything, even his thickness. So the first thing to do is to get Bruno's body in order so that he can at least move freely. Then he will start looking for the solution, find out what happened to his own body. I hope that everything is okay with him. However, the mere thought that someone so impudent could encroach on his body and soul without asking permission angered him. The most important question was who was behind all this, because in this way, he was deprived of the title of head of the Alliance. But first it would be nice to eat, because he still hasn't eaten anything at all, and it feels like his life is stuck to his spine. As soon as the guy opened his eyes, he discovered a young girl's face a few centimeters away from him, staring at him. Frightened, she immediately ran away, apologizing to the young master, saying that he had something on his chin, and she tried to remove it. Bruno just grabbed his chest, weakly asking why she came so close to him, thinking that she had bad eyesight. He was surprised that he could not hear and feel how the man entered and approached his nose, because before he could even hear the movement of insects. He decided to ask her name, to which he heard the question that the poison had damaged his head so much that he did not remember anything, as the doctor said. She said her name was Sonia. She was well built and had a lively look, not like an ordinary maid, as if she had been trained in martial arts. The guy said that he really was injured, he felt bad, and he didn't remember anything, asking to make him some porridge. He wanted to eat and talk to her, ask her about his life, but the girl interrupted him with a question about why he was doing this. Not understanding anything, he looked in surprise at the girl, who seemed to be shaking with anger, constantly asking questions. She wondered why he wanted to eat and regain his strength, and she also asked what he intended to do once he regained his strength. He will try to kill himself again as soon as he can walk, because he only needs to eat for that, and because of his weakness, he cannot harm himself. Looking at the girl's behavior, Harry clearly understood that she too was leaking, just like everyone else here. But the girl said that the librarian and the other gentlemen were so tormented because of him that each of them was ready to commit suicide with him. She asked not to commit suicide so that she could experience the joy of life and never look back again. The guy tried to smile, answering that she was right, but he would like to start with a good and filling meal. However, Sonia said that he would not deceive her, to which he said that he would have to die of hunger, but the girl protested again. Most likely her physical strength was needed to stop Bruno when he tried to commit suicide again. However, rather than arguing with her about food, he should have asked her about what was really bothering him at the moment. After a short pause, he decided to turn to Sonia, who turned her head in his direction questioningly, covering one eye. He asked who the current head of the alliance was, to which the girl became angry, asking why he was interested and why he was asking. Bruno said that he loved listening to her tell him things and looking at her beautiful lips. The girl was touched by such speeches, noting that since he was interested in it, she would tell him, which made the young man happy. Smiling, Sonia said that the head of the alliance is a fat boar. He is a huge fat pig. Such an answer stunned the guy. They say he has such a fat face that his eyes cannot open, and he has the audacity to boast that he is the strongest warrior in the world. Someone started a stupid rumor that it was he who killed the holy swordsman with his pig-like build because all he does is eat. The guy stopped her, saying that it didn't matter, and Sonia said that her master turned pale, but he said that he was always like that, but the girl didn't believe him. He said that she lacked politeness. How could she say such a thing about a person she didn't know well? But the girl stood her ground. Slowly turning his head, Bruno said that he thought the leader of the alliance was a great man, but Sonia disagreed. To which the guy suddenly jerked and shouted that the leader was truly great, no matter what anyone said about him. He is an amazing and great man. Peace and prosperity rest only on his mighty and well-built shoulders. The girl can't even imagine the scale of this person. The guy lowered his head in despair, and Sonia asked if he was feeling bad. He told her that she didn't understand how charming being overweight made a person, and the girl only asked again in surprise. She decided that the gentleman was joking, after which the guy confidently stated that the head of the alliance was an example for him, and he wanted to become like him. The girl froze for a second, thinking about the words she had just heard, then ran to the exit, declaring that she would cook him something to eat. Waving goodbye to her, Bruno realized from her words that he had not traveled through time, which made things easier. There was simply an exchange of souls, and Bruno is now going crazy in his body and does not understand what happened, but that's the best-case scenario. Looking at his bandaged hands, he thought that everything could be completely the opposite. He wanted to hope that this was not so. 10 days later, for the first time in a long time, Bruno could stand without assistance. No one expected that he would recover so quickly. He took all the extracts prescribed by the doctor, ate only porridge, but 2 or more cups a day, after which the pain stopped. 2 men stood over the bed in which Bruno was sleeping. The old man said that it was incredible, because he did not look like himself at all. The doctor said that there was no reason to worry. He was eating enough and taking his medication on schedule. But the grandfather is afraid to hope too much because he can only become like this for a while, and then he will become the same again. But he really hopes that the doctor is right, because life is truly unpredictable. Because no one could have imagined that the head of the alliance would commit suicide. This did not escape the ears of Bruno, who was not actually asleep, listening to the conversation between the 2 men, and was shocked by what he heard. The doctor agreed because it was unthinkable that he would kill himself and not die a heroic death in battle with a demonic cult or other enemies. While he was saying this, he turned his attention to the sleeping boy, after which he loudly declared that the young gentleman was grinding his teeth. He had assumed that Bruno might commit suicide immediately after the soul exchange, but now everything fell into place. His soul was exchanged with Bruno, but at the same time the old man took him by the hand, saying that it was just a dream and that nothing threatened him. To everyone's surprise, the guy jumped up and then loudly and angrily declared that he would kill the damn psycho who dared to die. Not noticing the men who stood next to him, he asked what kind of person the guy was who couldn't ask him at first. After which he again declared that he would kill him even if he died himself. But at that very second, his tirade was interrupted by pain that pierced his body. He fell back on the pillow again, experiencing a spasm, and foam came from his mouth. The men standing nearby froze in horror. The old man said that his grandson did not say that he wanted to kill himself, although up until that moment he had lived only because he was not allowed to kill himself. The stunned doctor agreed, saying that the boy had definitely said he wanted to kill someone else. After which they cried together, thinking that finally he wanted to kill someone. They had never heard more beautiful words than these. The next day, Sonia watched the gentleman, who was lying in bed and quietly, incessantly laughing. It was hysterical laughter, justified by the fact that the man would never be able to return to his former body. But he couldn't allow himself to just give in, and so he abruptly rose from the bed, calling Sonia to him. The girl was frightened by such a sudden change, but the guy did not pay attention to it, and tearfully invited her to do physical education. The girl was seriously surprised by this proposal and asked the gentleman again if she had heard everything correctly. The guards who were sitting unnoticed in the trees watched with surprise what was happening in the heirs' room. After some time, Ben asked again in shock that Bruno was now doing push-ups on his own. One of the guards said that it was true. The young gentleman had been doing physical exercise diligently for 2 days already. At first his hands shook and he fell over and over again, but now he can do 7 push-ups and continues to train every day. The old man asked why he had not been told about this before, but the man believed that he would soon give up training. However, he hasn't given up. He does squats, and recently he even started doing the horse stance without falling. But what surprised the man most was that the young gentleman began to stretch, albeit with great difficulty. Ben replied that he knew his physical condition better than anyone. He even had difficulty breathing, and it didn't fit in his head. The man continued, saying that the boy asked to cook him a variety of food. He eats large portions and drinks a bucket of water a day. After a moment's pause, they both concluded that this was similar to last year's case. When Bruno showed positive changes, his mood improved. He began to eat normally, and even walked around smiling at those he met, as if he had started a new life. We were all very happy for him, but as soon as he realized that surveillance had been relaxed, he immediately tried to hang himself. Luckily, they managed to remove him before he suffocated. He was saved. Many looked at him with tears in their eyes. Everyone present also remembered with horror his insane, chilling laughter and the absent look in his bloodshot eyes. The guard said that he was behaving much more skillfully now than last time, so it was suspicious. He couldn't be allowed to become stronger. They had to stop him, but the old man really wanted to believe his grandson. He remembered his request for help and did not know what his motives were, but he sincerely asked to spare him. And then there was that time when his whole body was shaking from the tension of rage, when he screamed in his sleep that he was going to kill someone. He should not interfere with his recovery just because he was afraid for him, after which he decided to talk to him, asking to bring him. After some time, the old man asked how his grandson's memory was and whether he remembered anything, to which he received a negative answer. The old man continued to interrogate him about his memories, which made the boy tremble, continuing to insist that he didn't remember anything. Looking at his grandson, Ben noticed that the boy was shaking, while at the same time asking what had happened, that he had been called. The grandfather asked if he was trying to stretch right now, to which he received the answer that there was not a second to lose. The old man was surprised. Bruno said that his body was soft as porridge, that he couldn't live like that. And Ben thought that it wasn't a stretch. He just spread his legs shoulder-width apart. However, the old man looked in surprise at the guy, who pursed his lips. It was clear that he was trying very hard, even though it was hard for him. He asked what his grandson's plans were, to which he received the answer that he would study and improve his condition little by little. There was so much he didn't know and so much he needed to do. The old man was interested in what he was going to do. After all, his aspirations have always been limited to the desire to kill himself, but the guy knows that people don't think the best of him. Continuing to watch Bruno, the man noticed with surprise that his grandson could already do 7 push-ups. After which the owner of the library even jumped up when he noticed that his grandson was doing squat jumps, albeit with great difficulty. He would never have thought that Bruno could jump so high, but why show him? He can practice in his chambers. It was as if it was important for him to show him that he had changed, when suddenly the boy said that he wanted to tell his grandfather something. The old man looked at the guy in surprise, having no idea what he wanted to tell him, because now you could expect anything from him. The boy declared that Bruno was dead, a statement that caused shock on the old man's face, who asked him what he meant by that. The youth replied that the eldest heir of the great heavenly library was dead, so he no longer needed to worry about him dying. Rising from his chair, the old man tried to understand the meaning of his words, not finding what to answer to such a serious statement. Looking at his grandson, who at that moment straightened up, the man asked who he was, afraid to receive an answer. Raising his head and smiling, Harry and Bruno's body declared that he was the strongest man in the world, after which the boy's legs began to tremble from the strain, while the old man thought with surprise that his grandson had gone crazy. That same evening, in one of the establishments, a guy, pouring into a glass, declared that he had to finish the whole bottle. And the third heir to the heavenly library, Brian, told his brother that it was already late, asking him to finish his drink and go home. And the second heir, Eugene, asked why he followed him, but his brother prevents him from enjoying the taste of wine. The elder brother lowered his head and asked the younger one to answer one question, while his interlocutor listened attentively. Eugene asked where his brother went every morning. The question caught the boy off guard, causing him to flinch. The elder added that he was wasting his time if he thought that this parent had lost his memory and was doing physical exercise to get better. He reminded the younger one how Bruno had laughed like hell, declaring that he was trying to trick them again and would still stab them all in the back. Brian really thought that Bruno had changed. Grandpa thought so too. He thought that Rad should become different for the sake of their father. Eugene lowered his head again. declaring that he had long since turned into a demon, and that he would never change, even if the heavens opened. He also reminded his brother not to forget that because of him they almost lost their grandfather, and peace would only come when he died. After which the elder rose from the table and put his hand on his brother's shoulder, telling him not to be sad, inviting him to drink in another place. But suddenly Brian grabbed the older brother by the sleeve, asking him not to gossip about his older brother behind his back, but to come up and talk to him. The younger one stated that he really had become different, and for the first time in a long time, he felt happy in his presence. Brian tried to convince his brother for some time, but he could not stand it and threw the jug at the wall, gripping the table tightly, trying to contain his anger and fury. He asked what made the younger one feel happy. After which he asked a question that he addressed Bruno as an older brother, after which he completely turned the table. He then grabbed the younger one by the lapels, shouting that he would kill him with his own hands if he called him that even once more. All the guests who were in the establishment, of whom there was quite a large number, were now watching the family squabble. One of the visitors approached Eugene, put his hand on his shoulder and addressed him politely. But the guy did not like it. Turning his head, the second heir asked the stranger with displeasure what he wanted from him, since he was not in the mood right now. The huge man looked at the guy with displeasure, asking him to drink silently, since they were disturbing the other visitors. Suddenly his expression changed dramatically, pointing his fist towards Eugene, declaring that they were making too much noise. Removing his hand from the floor, the man did not find the person his fist was aimed at underneath him, noticing Eugene somewhere above. He asked the man what he thought, that he wouldn't come back because he was drunk, after which he asked him not to interfere in their conversation and get lost, and struck him. This was enough for the huge man to fall with a dull thud onto the wooden floor, completely losing consciousness. Rubbing his hand, Eugene asked the prone body if he was weak, then why was he picking a fight he wouldn't win? With his head down, Brian asked how long he intended to hide, while the second heir did not understand the question. More confidently, the younger one asked that he was afraid of his older brother, and he did not want to go to him for fear of being deceived. Getting angry again, Eugene grabbed the younger man by the chest, pointing his fist in his direction, insulting him along the way. He took his time with the blow, asking again about his fear of him, after which he called their older brother a pathetic worm. Not wanting to hit his younger brother, he simply pushed him away, dropping him on the floor, asking him not to make fun of him anymore. As he was leaving the establishment, he said that he would go to him just to show him who he really was. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the forest, Sonia's loud voice could be heard, counting down the 25 push-ups in one sitting that Bruno had completed. She thought about what he was like now and what he was like before. It was like heaven and earth, before he even walked with great difficulty. And now he could do 20 sit-ups, also 20 squat jumps. He's becoming more and more mobile every day. He can now even maintain a horseman's stance for 8 minutes, but he is still far from perfect. Suddenly, the girl took the stick that was presented to the fence, declaring that they would now increase the height of his jump. At first, her expression was joyful, but seconds later it changed to a very stern one, after which she asked him to get ready. She started counting, at the same time swinging the stick quite quickly and sharply, but the guy managed to react and jumped up. With each new countdown, it became more and more difficult for the guy. His breathing became ragged, and his legs hurt more and more. After 5, she declared that he was doing great, and decided to do 2 more sets of 10 reps. Without stopping jumping, Bruno declared that 10 was enough for him. Otherwise, it would be too difficult. He could hardly answer. However, the girl burst into tears, asking if he really cared about her. She was touched, but asked him not to worry. However, the guy was not at all worried. He was so tired that he could barely stand on his feet, pressing his lips together. The guy looked at the girl with anger. After 10 times, he suggested that Sonia take a rest, and he himself fell to the ground, incoherently saying that he was very tired. The guy, getting down on all fours, trembled and thought that he shouldn't hang around, but Sonia decided that he wanted to stand on his hands. Without asking permission, the girl grabbed the gentleman by the legs, putting him in a vertical position. Suddenly, the guy forgot about the pain, sensing something, after which he turned to the girl who was holding his legs. Smiling, she asked if he wanted to rest, but Bruno replied that someone was coming, asking to let him go. Sonia helped the gentleman to his feet, after which he thanked her, and at that moment a man came out from behind the trees. Eugene asked what was going on, deciding to joke that some couple was causing mischief in the night forest. He recognized his brother, because who else could afford to insult the first heir to the heavenly library? It's great that he came himself. His rowdiness has been bothering him for a long time. He'll teach him a lesson. And Sonia whispered that this is his middle brother. The guy screamed loudly, asking that this was not his brother, after which he asked why he was then behaving like a drunken pig and insulting him. This worked very well because Eugene became noticeably angry, asking why he called him a drunken pig. Bruno crossed his arms and replied that if he hadn't been so drunk, he wouldn't have called him that. The brother replied that this was someone speaking here who had tried to commit suicide so many times that the scythe had probably already become his friend, pointing his finger at the elder. The second heir declared that he could not be fooled, because he knew that he had not lost his memory. This is just another one of his attempts to die, after which he stated that everyone wants him to kill himself quickly. Eugene continued to add fuel to the fire as he watched his older brother's face sink lower and lower. But he froze, noticing that Bruno raised his head, smiling at his middle brother, saying that he knew nothing about him. Sonia thought irritably that he was insulting the gentleman again, when suddenly the guy asked her to hand him a stick. She looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding why he needed a training stick. But his face expressed a clear order that the girl could not disobey or contradict. Slightly frightened, she immediately turned around and ran to carry out the order so as not to anger her master. A few seconds later, the guy was waving the improvised sword, checking how it fit in his hand. It looks like a simple wooden stick, but in the hands of the strongest warrior in the world, it is like a sword or an iron club. Now he realized that he had not forgotten his techniques and could use them thanks to diligent practice. Surprised, Eugene pointed his finger at him and with an undisguised laugh asked what he was going to hit him with. Bruno replied that he had just gotten into a fight like that, so he didn't mind teaching him a lesson for the future. There was a dark aura around the second heir, foreshadowing an imminent fight between the brothers. Looking at the two of them, Sonia began to worry about the gentleman, who was just beginning to get back to normal. She asked why he was asking for trouble, since the second heir also studied martial arts. But the guy asked her to move away, and also decided to loudly address the four guards hiding in the shadows. The surprised men sitting in the tree heard the order not to interfere, even though they were guarding him. However, he asked not to anger him. His speech was interrupted by Sonia, who explained that they were on the other side. Eugene, enraged, began to flex his fist, declaring that his epileptic brother had put on a magnificent circus, adding that if he managed to land even one blow, he would call him Big Brother, but so that he wouldn't complain later. Rushing forward, Eugene wanted to knock his brother out with one blow of his fist, but he reacted instantly. Not wanting to let his brother get too close, the boy swung his stick, intending to deliver a vertical blow. The improvised sword passed within a few centimeters of Eugene's body, which he easily returned from. Suddenly, Bruno's hand abruptly changed trajectory, and the blow from the stick landed squarely on the middle brother's shoulder. The wooden weapon broke immediately after a fairly strong blow, throwing Eugene back several meters. Screaming loudly while still in flight, the middle brother asked himself what that was, not expecting it. After hitting a tree and falling to the ground, the drunk guy kept asking himself how he did it. Approaching him, Bruno asked if he had sobered up at least a little, after which he asked to call him Big Brother. Smiling sarcastically, Eugene replied that of course he would, addressing him in a rather offensive tone, after which he said that it was not difficult to say because that is who he is, and therefore he is not ashamed, after which he shouted that he would rather die than treat him with respect, like a real older brother. Smiling, Bruno replied that he still hadn't sobered up, and so they would have to continue beating him up. The first blow landed on my brother's hand, and then dozens of blows began to fly into different parts of the body. A stunned Eugene thought that this couldn't be happening, hoping that he was accidentally hitting them, and Sonia tried to stop him. But the first blow, and all the subsequent ones, could not have been an accident. Brian also asked his brother not to hit so hard. Eugene wondered how this was even possible if it wasn't an accident. He was just a walking corpse not long ago. It was hard to believe that he could become so strong in such a short time, just by doing exercises. He remembered Brian's words about how he had really changed and that he felt happy for the first time in a long time. But this only angered the middle brother even more, who understood that he would not change and would definitely show his true face. After all, he wouldn't deceive him a second time, after which he began to concentrate energy around himself, deciding to use magic. Bruno watched his brother's manipulations in surprise, recognizing the ability he wanted to use. Energy began to concentrate around Eugene's hand, and the guy himself declared that he would never trust him again. Calling his brother a demon, he charged forward, deciding to use a spinning kick to end this once and for all. He will make sure that Bruno finally rests in peace, after which he will direct his hand straight into his older brother's chest. However, he only smiled, causing Eugene to become confused and stupefied, causing him to tense up unconsciously. With a deft but smooth movement, Bruno stepped to the side, easily avoiding his brother's hand, letting him pass forward. The elder brother tisked, saying that it was a pitiful sight, but nothing could be done since the middle brother was so stubborn. Smiling wickedly, Bruno raised his stick upward, happily declaring that he would have to use a different method. While trying to dodge the sudden attack, Eugene mentally asked what method was being discussed and what he was going to do. While the guy was asking himself these questions, he didn't notice the stick, whose edge was quickly moving towards his groin. It was a mistake for which Eugene paid a very high and painful price by not paying attention to the attack. There was a silent pause during which Sonia and Brian looked at the brothers in shock without saying any words. The next second, the younger brother realized what had happened, after which he began to loudly call out to his middle brother. Brian rushed forward to help the second heir, but was immediately stopped by a wooden stick. While Eugene lay on the floor, doubled over in pain, Bruno, smiling slightly, asked the younger one not to come closer. After all, he hadn't finished yet, and what he had done was clearly not enough for prevention. Hearing this, Eugene became scared. While the drunk brother was enduring the blows, he thought that he couldn't even tell him to stop because he was screaming in pain. Suddenly, Sonia grabbed the gentleman's hands, begging him to stop because he was without help from the blow he had inflicted on him. Suddenly, the middle brother sat down on his knees, turning to the elder brother because he does not want to die. He admitted that he was wrong, but he couldn't believe that he had to beg him for mercy. Bruno asked loudly what he was thinking and who taught him to talk like that to his older brother. Eugene didn't know what to say to that, thinking that his brother never acted like that, which was very strange. He remembered his grandfather's words, who said that Bruno thought he was the strongest warrior in the world and decided that he was mentally damaged. Then the old man asked him to be gentle with him, and right then the middle brother declared that Bruno was the strongest warrior in the world. There was an awkward pause during which Eugene hoped that this phrase could save his life. But suddenly both brothers laughed, and the eldest declared that the middle one had not lost anything at all, and that he needed to be beaten up some more. After which he asked him to get on all fours. Still smiling, Eugene began to sweat, not understanding the request. For the fact that the middle one decided to be sarcastic, he will now show him, because he does not take his words seriously. Obeying the order, Eugene stood in a pose, and Bruno asked how many strokes, to which he received the answer 5. Smiling, the elder replied that 7 was just right, and that each beat would be carved into his heart. Eugene didn't understand why he had asked then, but Bruno had already swung for a backspin. He decided to use a 25x power strike, which was enough to make his brother scream. When the sober brother returned home, he immediately collapsed on the bed, saying that there was not a single living place left on him. His body was burning, but he didn't understand why his older brother allowed himself to beat people like some kind of dogs. The image of him calling him Big Brother flashed before his eyes, but it was for his own survival. He remembered how many years had passed since he swore he would never call him that again. Once he was little, he ran after him everywhere and called him Big Brother. He was widely known as a genius and a scientist. But when, because of him, the life of the whole family turned into hell, he felt this betrayal like no one else. Deep down, he believed that Bruno would return to his former self, but time after time he killed his hope. He couldn't believe that his older brother, who had been in a vegetable state for many years, beat him, because that was impossible. And he is so agile and strong that even Eugene, who was engaged in martial arts, could not resist him. He became curious about how he knew how to fight and how he had reached such a high level in such a short time. Suddenly, Brian came into his room with tears in his eyes and said that he didn't realize what a kind person his brother was. Wiping away tears, the younger brother said he let his older brother beat him to help him feel strong. The guy kept saying that he let him hit him on the back over and over again, but that wasn't the point. Eugene grabbed Brian by the shoulders, asking him what he was talking about, and he honestly thought he would do it, and he said yes. He was surprised because from the outside his blows looked insignificant, because this meant that he was not just stronger than him. Brian wondered what was wrong with his groin, because tears had started to flow from his eyes when he saw him hit him there. Eugene immediately realized that this meant that Bruno's abilities were simply beyond even his capabilities. The middle brother decided that he was indeed a genius of the great heavenly library, and he was finally able to wait. Brian asked again that he let him hit him there in the hopes that he would lose consciousness, but he can't put it that way. Turning around, the younger brother looked at the middle ones with eyes full of anger and declared that he would take revenge. The next morning, Sonia said that the gentleman was at his best when he knocked down his brother, and he could do nothing. Bruno thought he had managed to significantly increase his endurance, but the movement was far from perfect. His soul has not yet achieved complete unity with Bruno's body, which means his spirit, energy, and consciousness do not fully interact. He could develop the spirit and chi through his own efforts, but unfortunately, with consciousness, things were different. Bruno's soul is now dead. His life experiences and memories have died with it, and that's the problem. However, it would be nice to somehow restore his memories if such an option is even possible. Sonia said that his younger brother would not come to wish him good morning today, but he was sure that he would come. The guy said that Brian was a good boy, polite and reasonable. He had never met such a person before. Suddenly, the girl asked him how many people he had met in his life, since he rarely left the library. He immediately decided to somehow get out of it, but at that very second, the gates opened loudly, and his younger brother entered. The boy and girl fell silent, watching Brian's loud and sudden appearance, not knowing what to say. Pointing his finger at Bruno, the boy called him a villain, and Bruno didn't understand why this good boy was behaving like that. The younger brother asked how he, the older brother, could do this, since the middle brother allowed him to beat him. Suddenly, Brian pulled out his nunchucks, saying that he should know what happens when you act recklessly. Bruno remarked that this was the first time he had seen anyone seriously use this weapon. I didn't know he knew how to handle them. Sonia worriedly asked how the gentleman would respond to such behavior of his younger brother, at which time the middle one arrived. Without thinking, he punched the younger man in the head, asking him who was using nunchucks at a time like this. Now Sonia was seriously frightened, noticing the second heir, thinking that they wanted to attack her master together. But Eugene only bowed, saying that he had come to wish his older brother good morning, asking if he had slept well. Smiling, Bruno thought that yesterday's beating had finally brought his middle brother to his senses. Then he replied that he had slept well, while the bags under the eyes of the second heir also did not escape his gaze, but he happily replied that it was all his work. After which Eugene said that he would like to go somewhere with him. Then they headed to the sick man's chambers. They were met by Ben, who was surprised by their arrival. Eugene immediately said hello, and Bruno noticed a man lying on the bed. Harold, Eugene and Brian's father, said he hadn't seen Bruno for a long time, but he heard he was doing much better. The boy bowed and agreed, thinking that he had not come to visit him because he himself was bedridden. Suddenly the man grabbed his nephew by the hand, saying that he was happy and didn't think he would see him like this. Bruno replied that he was glad too, also noticing that his arms were very weak and his grip was barely felt. After which he decided to ask what illness he suffered from, after which he apologized for the question, explaining that he had lost his memory. Harold turned away, said that it was not a physical ailment but rather a spiritual one, and the guy noticed that he was avoiding looking him in the eye. He realized that the man was afraid of Bruno, but he decided to shift the blame, saying that it was probably because of Eugene. Harold smiled and said that it was true something had come over him one day, and since then he had been getting drunk every day. Then they said goodbye, and on the way out, Eugene asked if his brother was going to his chambers, offering to go together. For some time they walked and chatted carefree about everything and nothing, as if there was no enmity between them. Bruno thought that after meeting Harold, he was only convinced that the troubles of the Heavenly Library family began with him. He understood this because his uncle was afraid to look him in the eye. And not only his uncle, literally everyone was afraid of Bruno. Most of the estate's residents react to him in exactly this way. If he reveals the secret of the family's misfortune, he will be able to return their memories. Lost in his thoughts, Bruno didn't immediately notice that Eugene was calling him, asking if he could hear. When the elder brother turned his head, he asked what he was thinking about so hard, becoming so focused and gloomy. Bruno replied that nothing special, and Eugene asked if he remembered their childhood, but received a negative answer. The second heir said that when he was deep in thought, he usually retired to the library, but when he changed, he stopped leaving his room at all, and he no longer went into the library. Eugene wanted to add something else, but Bruno suddenly cried out that he could find the key to his memories in the library, after which he thanked his brother and said that they would see each other later, but Bruno's sharp desire made Eugene nervous. At this time, Ben asked Harold if he would be his now, to which the man replied that Bruno was unrecognizable. He cried, said that he could finally breathe deeply, and hoped that the memories would not return to him. At that very moment, Eugene burst into the room, telling his grandfather that something bad had happened. It was clear from his eyes that he was not lying. Gasping for breath, the boy said in one breath that his older brother went to the library. He wants to restore his memory. The men immediately became alarmed, realizing that their deepest fear was about to come true. Entering the huge room, Bruno immediately realized that this was the library where he spent a lot of time. He hoped to find clues here to restore his memory, but the men decided to stop him. Having looked around the rather spacious room, the guy noticed that this was Bruno's personal room in the library. Walking along the shelves, the guy turned his head, asking how long it had been since they cleaned here, because everything was covered in dust. Suddenly he noticed one book sticking out from among a row of others, neatly folded. With an uncertain movement, he took the book by the spine, seeing that it had the quite ordinary title of Winter. There were noticeably fewer on this book, which means that someone read it relatively recently, and maybe it's not by chance that it's turned upside down. As he turned the pages, he noticed that several sheets of paper had fallen out of the book, slowly falling to the floor. He bent down and began to pick up the unknown notes, but wanted to find out what it was and how it ended up in the book. The guy noticed the handwriting, immediately realizing that these were letters that he had only managed to glance at. Yes, you are all different, but they were addressed to the same person. The sender was a certain Julie, whom he did not remember. He was surprised that Bruno was corresponding with someone. Maybe this person was involved in his transfer into his body. However, he decided to read the letters later. Turning around, he wanted to put the book back in its original place. Suddenly, the whole shelf tilted and began to fall on him, wanting to crush the guy with all its weight, not allowing him to get out. Bruno didn't understand what was happening. He had no choice but to cover himself, but he squeezed neatly between the shelves. Raising his head and looking around in surprise, he immediately realized that this was all an illusion that had appeared out of nowhere. It seems that by placing the book there, he activated a spatial trap that he foolishly fell into. The next second, he found himself on the street. During a snowy winter, I understand why the book is called that way. He felt himself beginning to freeze, saying that this illusion was too realistic and hard to believe. Looking at his hands, the guy noticed that his fingers were red from the cold, which he immediately tried to rub. A gentle female voice was heard asking if he was cold, and the little boy turned his head in surprise. He also saw a beautiful woman who looked like him. It was his mother, who asked him to give her his hand. She was surprised at how they blushed, that he would freeze so much, but young Bruno asked her not to worry, because for a man it was a trifle. The woman laughed, saying that men get cold too, and she knew very well that he was a homeboy. The boy didn't respond to this, while the mother pulled off her mittens and handed them to her son. The guy said that she would freeze if he put them on, but the woman replied that he would not go home until they finished making snowmen. If he was worried about her, then they needed to hurry. Then she asked why he made 3 snowmen. Not receiving an answer, she asked again what their family was, because these snowmen looked very happy. The woman smiled at how similar they were and then offered to show them to her dad, to which the boy was surprised. Mom started shouting to her husband that Bruno had molded them out of snow, but the boy tried to stop her, asking her not to tell his father yet. At this time, Bruno, who found himself in an illusion, approached the snowman, smiling slightly, looking at his creations. The blushing boy smiled, realizing that this must have been a happy memory he wanted to remember. He was then transported to another time when he heard a woman he knew ask if he had seen the plum blossoms. The man replied that of course he saw it, and immediately remembered her. Bruno looked at this picture in surprise. The worried husband asked his beloved how she was feeling, to which the woman lying in bed replied that everything was fine. She smiled painfully, saying that she was happy because she could look at the spring blossoms with her husband. Smiling back, the man suggested that they go together to see the blossoms when spring came. The woman agreed, then turned her head and beckoned her son to her, holding out her hand. The boy approached his mother hesitantly, looking at her sickly appearance, worrying about her with all his heart. Reaching out to his face, she asked why he was crying, but the boy didn't answer, unable to hold back his tears. But despite her condition, the woman smiled. I wish that her son would remember her as happy, after which she said that she loved him. When suddenly Bruno, who was watching all this, involuntarily shed a tear. Wiping a salty drop from the corner of his eye, the guy wondered where the tears came from, because this wasn't his life. Looking at the tear that remained on his finger, he realized that Bruno's memories remaining in this body had awakened. If he continues to be in this illusion, he will remember everything. It seems that this is another very important memory. He saw Ben, who was sitting on his knees and crying, asking someone why he just died and left them. Now the boy began to remember, because 10 days had passed since Bruno's mother died, and now everyone was in mourning. Looking at his father, he noticed that he had aged in a matter of days. The death of his wife had broken his heart and his desire to live. Now he understood how Bruno had been left on the ground, after which he turned around, looking at the doorway in surprise. There stood a young guy who did not dare to enter the room, only silently watching what was happening. At that very moment, Harold and young Eugene and Brian came running from the street, anxiously following their father. The boys turned hesitantly to their brother, trying to look into his face, which he did not want to show. Eugene wanted to ask if he was okay, but then he stopped short and looked fearfully into his older brother's face. The black-haired boy smiled slightly, but his eyes were completely empty, not expressing any emotion. Looking at himself from the outside, Bruno Sr. cried openly, realizing how hard it was for the child at that moment. Sometime later, the boy headed towards a lonely tree that was covered with red leaves. Unnoticed, Eugene and Bruno Sr. were watching him from behind a tree, hearing the boy calling for his parents. But they didn't tell him that together they would watch the plum trees bloom when spring came. They were already blooming, but they were gone. In a trembling voice, he asked where they were, why he decided that they were watching the flowering from another place. Taking out a dagger and putting it to his throat, the guy smiled and said that then he himself would go to them. But at that very second, Eugene pounced on him from behind, loudly asking him to stop what he was doing. The weapon, which I did not have time to reach the boy's throat, sank into the ground a few meters away from them. The tearful second heir looked in horror at his brother, who asked why he was making such a fuss. Bruno smiled despite the fact that his throat was slightly cut, and then said that he was simply going where he belonged. At that moment, the guy who fell into the trap realized that he finally remembered everything. Somewhere in the distance, he heard voices calling him. As soon as he opened his eyes, he could not at first understand where he was. There were 4 people hovering over him, looking at him with concern, and Sonia was asking if the gentleman was okay. Bruno rose from the floor and sighed heavily, causing even more concern on the part of his relatives. Rubbing the back of his head, the guy smiled, asking if they had finally come to read books, trying to joke. Brian immediately supported his brother, said that it was a great joke, and Eugene said that he fainted and they were worried. However, the most worried one was the old man who was clutching a book to his chest, asking if the boy was okay. Rising to his feet, Bruno replied that he had merely activated a trap and been in a snowfield, but that was what Ben was interested in. The boy caught the train of his thoughts, continuing the old man's question whether he could restore his memories. At that moment, all 4 froze. Very suddenly and abruptly, Bruno grabbed his head and began to complain of pain. Everyone immediately jumped up. But the guy calmed down just as abruptly asked, "This always happens when memories return." None of the 4 appreciated this joke, only looking at the first heir in shock, not daring to say anything. Sonia was the first to speak out, loudly declaring that his jokes had gone too far and were not funny. Suddenly he called out to the girl, also not forgetting to draw the attention of the 2 brothers, who were listening to him attentively. Lastly, he turned to his grandfather, who already knew in advance what his grandson wanted to tell them all. With his head down, Bruno quietly stated that he was fine, and therefore they shouldn't worry, but it didn't sound convincing. But the next second he raised his head, smiled, and said that he would not faint anymore. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and then they unconsciously burst into tears, realizing that Bruno's previous desire had not returned to him. Brian and Sonia immediately ran to hug their brother while the old man said that he could finally die in peace. The next day, when Bruno woke up, he thought it was the first morning after all his memories had returned. It's so invigorating. It's as if he slept for several days. His body is so light and his mind is clear, as if he were born again. He smiled, because now he could do what he had been waiting for so long, and what he had been diligently preparing for in recent days. He opened the window and called over a guard, who landed on a tree branch at the first call, listening to the order. Leaning on the windowsill, the guy said that he wanted to meditate and asked not to let anyone into the room until he came out himself. Bruno specified that the grandfather should not enter either. Let them mean it. The man immediately accepted the order. The first heir smiled awkwardly and thought that this was not a very good answer. It seemed that they were still worried. Having closed the window, he understood that he could not help in any way, only slowly and gradually win their trust. But now it is more important to circulate energy. Now that he has restored his memories, the soul has completely merged with the body. The energy core opened up to him. The internal energy took shape, and he realized one important thing while studying the memories. Bruno is absolutely not involved in the exchange of souls. There is no information about it, not even a fleeting one, in his memories. There are many problems with the letters he exchanged with a certain Julie, but Bruno has nothing to do with the exchange of souls. It is possible that someone else did this, but then it will be difficult to identify the person who could have been capable of this. Therefore, he needs to focus on returning to his previous level, because he has done it before and will do it now. Another 5, maximum 10 years, and he will be able to return to his previous level with the help of elixirs, herbs, and mystical creatures. Fortunately, this place has a very beneficial effect on development. The Great Celestial Library is famous for its impregnable fortress. It is comparable in height to a mountain. Traps are built into the wall, even into the arches, and there are also traps in each zone. Besides, it is an ancient family with a long history, so if Bruno wanted, he would buy mountain ginseng or fleece flower root. Harry will make use of everything he can get his hands on. He doesn't want to be just the eldest son of the Great Celestial Library. No matter what anyone says, he is Harry, not Bruno, and no amount of memories can change that fact. However, there was something that was currently bothering the guy, namely the 4 people who were watching him. Two brothers, an old man and an uncle, who kept an eye on the first heir, and he in turn did not understand what they were doing here. At this time, the men looked at the smiling guy, and the old man asked in surprise why his face was shining so much. Bruno's skin was dull and rough, but now his skin tone was so light and even better than many girls. Ben said that it was all fine, of course, but he was still worried about him. Brian whispered that he was speaking too loudly. The old man began to speak more quietly, when suddenly Eugene sneezed very loudly, which caused discontent among the relatives standing nearby. The second heir laughed awkwardly, trying to apologize, but received only reproachful looks in response. Suddenly, a window opened in front of them, and Bruno looked out, catching everyone by surprise. Also, unexpectedly, the guy smiled, saying that grandfather had come. And uncle was here too. Everyone was no less surprised. The old man said that he had missed breakfast because he was meditating, and then asked if something was bothering him. Despite what he told him yesterday, he still doesn't believe it. Although given Bruno's actions, it's not surprising. Suddenly, the guy stood up and screamed loudly, which surprised all his relatives. While changing the racks, the first heir told his grandfather that he had really changed, even though he had regained all his memories. At first, the old man smiled, repeating his grandson's last phrase, after which he realized the meaning of the above words. However, the guy just smiled and said that he hadn't changed his mind since yesterday, so they could all calm down. At that very moment, Ben began to tremble and tears came to his eyes, after which he said that the child had surpassed himself. The four men then hugged each other, bursting into tears while Bruno looked on awkwardly. He felt awkward being in such an atmosphere, and he didn't know whether he should cry with them or what to do at all. He decided to just stand and watch his joyful relatives, who for the first time in a long time found peace of mind. After Harry returned Bruno's memories, he understood why the Celestial Library was considered one of the three great ones for a reason. It was clear at a glance that there were over 100 magical seals placed on the library, but he knew exactly how they were placed. This knowledge and excellent ingenuity would still be useful to him, but for now he needed to solve another issue, after which he turned to his grandfather. He invited him into his chambers quite politely, pointing with his hand to the table, saying that he needed to talk to him. According to Bruno's recollections, there were 1 or 2 rotten places in the library that disturbed the peace of this great family. In order to return the library to its previous state, it is necessary to pull out the already rotten roots that prevent it from blossoming. The guy said that he needed a healing elixir to speed up the process of restoring his body and soul. Ben immediately agreed. While he decided to give him the ginseng and knotweed that they had in stock, they definitely hadn't gone bad in 100 years. Get out of the room, the old man added that he would go himself, choose the best ones and send them to him. The guy didn't mind. He noticed that his grandfather's brothers were waiting for him at the exit. When he asked what they were doing there, they only smiled awkwardly. However, he decided to skip this moment because he just wanted to tell them something. Brian perked up, and Eugene was surprised. Bruno said that today Eugene should find out what state the library is in and document it. But the brother assured that there was no need for this, because the manager had all the information about the families living in the area. But he left on business, so he will only be able to find out everything from him in 10 days, but not earlier. Bruno has memories of the manager, Henry, a man who can be trusted. He was previously in charge of the library. However, his trust in the manager is too great. Does the second heir really know nothing about the family property? Eugene added that, if he didn't mind, he would like to compete with him, since he had already honed his fighting skills. Bruno called his brother closer, then taking the stick from Sonia, ordered him to quickly get on all fours. Having started to beat the second heir, the boy asked who owned the great heavenly library, him or the manager. Having finished with the preventive maintenance, he ordered his brother to leave, after which he turned to Brian and said that he had a talent for imposing seals. Putting on a serious face, the first heir asked if he knew how many seals were placed on their family. The younger brother sweated and tensed up, answering in a trembling voice that if you count everything, including magic traps, then about. When the boy was about to leave, Bruno called out to him, ordering him to get down on all fours. Brian immediately grabbed his leg, shouting apologies, but the older man only said that he should not have been involved with the nunchucks. When he beat him, he said that the seals were 120, and he didn't care that he was the youngest because that's not how you treat a family. And after that, he gave his brother 3 days to check everyone who works for the library, and also to check all the seals and mechanisms. If something needs to be repaired, do it immediately and report it to him, and also check its functionality and condition. As soon as the younger brother left, Bruno called Sonia to him, who immediately cried out that she would try her best. He sat down at the table, took a cup of tea, and then told the girl to take the pen and write under dictation. She looked at the gentleman in surprise, sitting uncertainly at the table and putting her pen in her hands, not understanding why this was necessary. But the guy reminded her that she said she would do anything. She agreed, but did not receive an answer to her question. However, he had no intention of answering it, saying that the first sentence was dedicated to Dear Chad. Sonia asked if this letter was for Chad. Maybe it would be better if he wrote it himself, since the handwriting would be different. Lost in thought, the guy clearly understood that now his handwriting was also different, and therefore the difference was not great. He had already tried to repeat Bruno's handwriting several times, but to no avail. Even if it came out similar, the details were different. Before sending the letter, she will report to her grandfather. He does not want to explain to him what happened to his handwriting. Bruno said he wanted to see her handwriting anyway. With this letter, he wanted to invite Chad to the library. The girl asked again with hope, thinking that she would be able to see Mr. Chad again, who was so impressed by her. The guy asked her if she liked him, to which she replied that he was so courageous, loyal, and generally the coolest in the world. Then she asked the gentleman to dictate, because she would write very beautifully. Bruno realized that if he had started with this, she would have immediately agreed. However, from the correspondence between Bruno and Chad, it became clear that the latter was not in his right mind. If Sonia had found out, she would not have considered him cool. While the girl was writing with her pen on the paper, the guy was thinking that the manager would return in exactly 10 days. At this time, the man standing at the window was told that the heir to the great library had changed, and apparently he did not yet know about it. He replied that even if the whole world changed, the heir would not change. He probably decided to play a prank on everyone, like last time. He was waiting for this so that he could finally support the heir, but he got bored of waiting so long. While picking up a pot of herbaceous plant to move it to another place, he accidentally dropped it and broke it. Looking down, the man stated that he still needed to help the heir of the great heavenly library. The next day, Bruno was sitting in his chambers in the lotus position, trying to meditate, but something was bothering him greatly. The unpleasant aroma that hung in the air made it difficult to concentrate and completely drove me crazy. He hadn't smelled such a terrible stench for a long time. It couldn't even compare to the stench from the mouth of old people, or the stench from a corpse. He couldn't sit and smell it any longer, so he stood up, deciding to go and find the source of the unpleasant smell. He was restoring one of his 3 means of self-defense, the use of his own blood, but he did not finish the restoration. With the help of whole blood, one can easily reflect the enemy's blows to the energy points located in the body. The moment when the enemy attacks, a protected point can be used for a quick and decisive counterattack. Although he hadn't practiced much, he was pleased that he had already achieved such a state of blood, which was good progress. Bruno decided to call Sonia, who was supposed to be behind the door and waiting for his order. I hope she didn't die from the stench. As soon as the girl entered the room, the guy was surprised by her appearance, which was very striking. Sonia's face was wrapped in a wet rag, and her expression was one of disgust and displeasure. He immediately asked what this stench was, but the girl herself did not know, because it came from nowhere, and she also did not know what to do. She was shaking from the thought that it couldn't eat away her beautiful, tender skin, but the guy suggested that they get out of here. After leaving the house, they looked in shock at the people who had similarly covered their noses and mouths with rags to weaken their sense of smell. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice telling someone that he was doing well and that there was still a little bit left. Approaching the 2 boys, they noticed Eugene and Brian, asking what was going on, in response to which the brothers immediately greeted the elder. After which the second heir stated that Brian was repairing the eastern gate, and it seems he had spoiled the air in the entire library. The younger one began to deny everything, saying that this gate was rarely used and the protective seal was broken, so he decided to fix it. However, he sincerely did not understand where this stench suddenly came from, because it could not have happened because of faulty seals. He could prove that he was lying because there were many people with him, but Bruno understood that Brian would not lie. Although he has his weaknesses, he has never lied to anyone, especially when it comes to magic. He is much more capable than him. Bruno ordered the younger one to check everything again and try to find the source of the stench, and asked Eugene to help his brother. The guy himself decided to quickly retreat, and when asked where he was going, he replied that he had other things to do. Walking along a busy street nearby, Bruno did not run away from this war. He decided to find out what happened to the world after his death. But here he doesn't know anyone, because before Bruno fell into depression, he communicated with many famous scientists and writers. He hoped that he would be able to meet one of them here, but this did not happen. But he offered Sonia a drink. Entering an inconspicuous restaurant, they took a table, and the guy's attention was drawn to the strange guys who were sitting at the next table. He immediately realized that these were beggars of war, when suddenly the girl loudly raised her voice, asking if the beggars knew her master. They didn't answer, and while the guy was thinking, the heir to the library really did read a huge number of books. A little while later, the waitress brought them drinks, which made Sonia delighted and Bruno stare out the window. He noticed some familiar people in a nearby restaurant who were also drinking and chatting casually. They weren't close with Bruno, but this level of acquaintance would be enough to use them to find out Muram's current state. Suddenly, his pleasant thoughts were spoiled by a loud, unpleasant voice demanding that the boss be brought here immediately. The guilty employee bowed deeply while the customer loudly asked why there was a mosquito in his soup. The man shouted that he wouldn't fool anyone, even if he decided to hide it at the very bottom, because he found it when he ate the whole plate. The worker began to bow low, trying to find arguments and apologize with free soup and wine, but the man was not interested. The frightened waiter did not know what to offer the customer as an apology, but he named the price of 10 silver coins. The huge man repeated his demands again, adding that if he received them, the issue would be closed. The worker tried to answer, but the man shouted at him to stop chattering and pay him for eating the mosquito soup. Looking at this picture, Bruno sighed heavily, thinking that such people are everywhere, after which he gave an order to Sonia. At that very moment, the nasty customer pulled out a sword and put it to the worker's throat, saying that it would make him change his mind. The man's further speech was interrupted by a female voice, which tried to attract his attention. Approaching the armed man, the girl handed him the bag, saying that it seemed the mosquito soup had upset him very much. So her master asked her to give him 10 silver coins, at which time Bruno was thinking that he hated it when people made noise during his dinner. Sonia suggested to the man not to cause a pogrom here, asking him to take the money and calm down. The client smiled at the girl, looking from her to the gentleman she was talking about incessantly. He noticed that the long-haired guy was well-dressed, had a white face and a slender body, which meant he was some kind of nobleman. And his bodyguards don't look strong, especially since if they were strong, he wouldn't offer me money. Placing the sword on his shoulder, the impudent man declared that 10 silver would no longer be enough. He decided to name a new price of 30 silver coins, which would definitely calm him down. Sonia looked at him with a smile. Unable to restrain herself, the girl replied that he not only forgot his place, but was also greedy. Such speech surprised the man. Bruno, who had been sitting silently until then, smiled sarcastically and asked Sonia what she thought about this. In response, the girl only smiled maliciously, trying to contain her rage, saying that she agreed with the gentleman. The impudent client turned his gaze to the guy sitting by the window, asking him what he had just said, but it was his mistake. He didn't notice the sudden movement of the girl, who grabbed him tightly by the throat with her hand, not giving him the opportunity to move. With her other hand, she squeezed his arm tightly, twisting the joint, thereby causing him severe pain. The man screamed loudly in pain, attracting the attention of all the customers inside. The next second, Sonia easily pushed the man away from herself, throwing him further away from her. This attitude did not please the man, who insulted the girl, saying that she had run into the wrong person. However, he didn't have time to finish speaking, as Sonia quickly approached him, swinging her leg for another blow. The next moment, people on the street watched as a man's body flew out of the second floor of the restaurant. Finding no support or help, he landed painfully on the ground, hearing only the frightened screams of people. After finishing lunch, Bruno called Sonia, and the girl handed the bag of money to the owner, stating that it was as compensation. After which she quickly headed after her master, not wanting to lose sight of him for a minute. The girl stopped on the stairs, looking in surprise at the guy who stopped in the doorway. Coming closer to the exit, Sonia looked in shock at the reason for their stop, after which she hurried to the gentleman. There was a group of people waiting for them outside, and one of the men said he couldn't believe someone had bathed their brother in mud, after which a menacing-looking man with an eye patch asked who did it, so that he could personally deal with the culprit. With a stunned expression, Bruno immediately pointed at the girl, claiming that she did it, which shocked Sonia. She panicked, thinking that she had to protect the master, be his shadow, but she had to hold on. Suddenly, the girl turned to the strangers, loudly asking them to watch their words, ask if they knew who was standing in front of them. She added that it was this man who first started the fight and was also in a group with her master, after which she asked them to leave. The gang leader did not want to listen to such impudence towards them, after which he waved his hand, ordering to grab the girl. However, Bruno's guards were also unwilling to stand still, drawing their weapons and preparing to fight off the attack. The people Bruno had spotted in the nearby restaurant noticed that things were getting noisy outside, and a fight was starting. They froze in surprise, looking closely at the guy who stood there with a calm expression on his face. All four of them immediately recognized him as the first heir to the great heavenly library, which made them even more surprised. At this time, Sonia had already knocked out her first opponent with a kick to the chin, completely taking him out of the game. Bruno thought they were outnumbered, but Sonia had excellent fighting skills, so the fight would soon be over. Suddenly he heard a voice asking if he remembered them, and Khan, the heir of the Soman clan, and John, the heir of the House of Fiery Loyalty, approached him. The guy immediately greeted them, saying that his health had improved, so he decided to take a walk for the first time in a long time. He then suggested that his friends sit down at the table and have a calm conversation while the bodyguards sorted out this conflict. The boys turned around, noticing two girls approaching them, who were also invited to go with them. The daughter of the owner of the White House, Gerda, and the daughter of the master, Inna, looked at each other, thinking that this was the very heir to the great heavenly library. It seems that he is actually better than described in various rumors. If they go with them, then I will be able to learn more about the heir. One of the guys asked Bruno if they would leave his bodyguards like that, but he just pointed to Sonia, saying that she was his companion. At that very moment, the gang leader decided to hit the girl on the sly while she turned away and looked at the gentleman with tears in her eyes. They returned to the restaurant, and one of the guys said that there had been a lot of commotion around lately, although it was not so noticeable. Maybe they just can't believe their leader is dead. It seems like Harry is about to appear out of nowhere. John also could not believe that he had died, because they said that his skill reached the heavens, and he had no equal in all of Muram. And his only downside was that he was fat, but many said that he still looked cool. Inna added that although the rumors seem unbelievable, after this mess with the robbers, she begins to believe them. Looking at his reflection in the glass, Bruno asked if there was a place in the world that was not part of Muram. Because wherever you are, you will be in Muram, but it is already getting dark. It was an honor for him to spend the evening with such wonderful people. They were saddened by his departure, and Khan said that tomorrow he was leaving for his mother, but Bruno replied that if it happened, they would meet again. Looking out the window, they saw their friend off, saying that they would have another drink together, after which they wished him a safe journey home. As he approached Sonia, the guy was still looking at his comrades and waving to them without removing the good-natured smile from his face. John said that now that he was back, sooner or later the rumor about the heir to the great celestial library would spread. Gerda agreed with him, adding that she couldn't wait for his new achievements, which were just around the corner. She would be able to see what he was capable of in the great battle of the heavenly dragon. But at this time, Bruno was wondering what was with the stench in the library. Not hearing an answer, he turned around asking why she wasn't answering. The girl wasn't sure. She answered that the stench hadn't gone away and something else had come out. Bruno looked at the girl in surprise, not understanding what was wrong with her face, and then asked what exactly had come out. Returning to the brothers, they noticed his return, noting that fortunately, the stench was no longer so strong. A disgruntled Eugene closed his eyes and asked him if he had heard what had come out in his absence. Covering one eye, the middle brother assumed that it was a very smelly spirit that was responsible for the stench. In response, Bruno angrily shouted that it was a hexagonal snake, and upon hearing this, the middle brother was frightened out of surprise. The hexagonal serpent is a spiritual being in the form of a snake, one of the 100 great spirits, and is the cause of stench. Thanks to green blood, you can significantly increase your internal energy and gain immunity to any poison. However, it has one big drawback, a terrible stench, and even if you manage to get his blood, because of the stench, you will still vomit. In addition, obtaining blood will be quite problematic. For the greatest effect, it is better to suck the blood directly from the snake. After all, if you first pour the blood into a cup and then drink the blood from this cup, half the benefit will be lost. And now his whole family watched as the boy, with his nostrils completely plugged, tried to bite through the snake's skin. The first to lose control was Ben's assistant, who immediately ran away, saying that he had urgent business. Eugene, Brian, and Sonia followed his example, declaring that their brother had also given them an assignment, to which the old man replied that they were worthless people. However, it was too late, and they ran away. Turning his head, the old man saw how his grandson removed the dried body of the snake from his mouth. The man shuddered as he pointed at the snake, saying the smell was absolutely terrible, before asking if his grandson was okay. Bruno smelled very bad, but the guy smiled contentedly and said that everything was fine. Without listening to his grandson's answer, the grandfather headed for the exit, loudly shouting that he would then go about his business. Bruno himself could not stand this stench. It seemed to him that he was going to die now, but he held on with all his might so as not to fall. Now he has a better chance of regaining his former strength within 5 years, one way or another. 3 sources of power. Bruno knew all about them. Hexagonal snake, medicinal herbs, poisonous insect, They are considered the three main sources of energy. He himself was not familiar with the benefits of plants and insects, but he had heard that their effect was comparable to the power of the five great spirits. Suddenly, Bruno called out to Eugene, saying that he knew he was there, and the guy standing behind the door started to shudder. The second heir walked into the room with an unsteady step, apologizing to his brother, wondering what he had done wrong. However, Bruno had no intention of scolding his brother, but merely handed him the corpse of a snake, thereby frightening the second heir. He asked why he should throw it away, but the first heir cried out that such a valuable thing could not be thrown away. Bruno asked to dry his skin for 4 days in the sun and a week in the shade, then divide it into equal parts and put it away somewhere for storage. Asked what the benefit of this was, Eugene received a huge tirade about its beneficial properties in response, after which he agreed to carry out the task. The older brother also asked to get him a 5-day supply of medicine. Eugene asked where he could get it. Bruno replied that in order to increase the effectiveness of the snake's blood, one must reduce food intake for several days. Therefore, he will not eat for about 5 days. But Eugene hardly listened to him, trying not to inhale the unpleasant smell. Running out of the room, the middle brother screamed how dare he even ask such a question, after which he ran off to look for a sunny place. Then the eldest heir turned to Sonia, asking if she had heard everything, unsure. Looking into the room, she nodded. He had one more request for her, to ask his grandfather to get him some medicinal plants and poisonous insects. If she tells him so, he will understand everything himself. If she understood everything, then she can go right now to carry out the assignment. However, when he raised his head, he noticed that the girl had already disappeared without a trace, so quickly had she retreated from him. Left alone, Harry and Bruno's body thought reproachfully about how heartless they all were. 6 days had passed since he had consumed the blood of the hexagonal serpent, and Bruno was in his chambers meditating, concentrating his energy. It turned out that this was very difficult for him, but at that very second he raised his head and smiled, thinking that he had reached 2 stars. He already had access to magical vision, thanks to which he began to capture even the smallest details. The same thing happened with his hearing, because he heard his brother in the other room asking who said that he couldn't eat for so long. They wanted to follow their older brother, because if he could do it, then they could do it too. But he didn't understand why they were doing it. But even despite this, his new brothers are not that bad. The more time he spends with them, the more cute they seem. Approaching the mirror, he noticed that all his clothes were dirty again. Apparently after the unification of the body, the remaining toxins came out of it. Coming a little closer, the eldest heir began to examine his face more closely, trying to get used to the changes. He couldn't get used to this face for a long time, but it seems he is starting to get used to this appearance. And the only thing that bothered him was that he was still too skinny. Thicker arms would look better when punching. Since he had reached a new level, his martial art should also grow, but the guy didn't know how to test it. He clearly understood that his relatives and Sonia would again cause a stir, and decide that he was not feeling well. Then he decided to try the Karun technique on his right hand first, since it should not cause any inconvenience to those around him. And at that very second, his hand began to change shape. Karun is a technique with which you can rebuild the bones in the body. This technique was originally used to enter a room through small openings. However, such use was useless because it is much more useful to use it against your opponents. Looking at his shrunken hand, the boy thought that because his level was still low, the process was going slowly. It reminded him of one man, a monk, who knew the magic of bones better than any other man. Then he came to Harry and announced that he was just developing a new technique, inviting him to look at it. After demonstrating his new ability, he stated that with this technique, he could instantly become a spirit. Unlike Karen, this technique is on a completely different level, close to divine, and will allow you to get out of any place. Harry asked if he had to be locked somewhere to use this technique, since he could kill the people who locked him in. Hearing this, the monk was very upset, because he expected a completely different reaction, perhaps even praise. However, the man sincerely did not understand why the monk had invented such an unnecessary technique that he himself would never use. When suddenly a voice was heard from behind the door, which announced that he had brought him a change of clothes, the guy immediately invited the girl in. Sonia entered the room with a new set of clothes, asking if he had finished training, to which he received consent. She handed him the neatly folded cloth, deciding to hesitantly address the gentleman, who became interested in what she wanted. She said that she had to go to a staff meeting, so she needed to leave. The guy replied that she didn't have to report such a thing. Sonia smiled happily, explaining that she was his shadow after all, but Bruno reminded her that she would be late. At the meeting of the warriors, the man said that they certainly knew how the air had changed, and that he had abandoned his previous way of life. The man standing behind the pulpit loudly proclaimed that he was the heir, and therefore the representative of the great heavenly library. Naturally, he will communicate with highly respected people who will look at him very closely. Therefore, bodyguards must not only protect him from danger, but also from damage to his reputation. Those who had recently clashed were from a sect, and information had reached them that they were going to attack the library. Therefore, they must not only protect the heir, but also ensure the safety of everyone here. This is the meaning of their life. The man wanted to add something else when he suddenly noticed a person running up to him. Putting his hand to his mouth, the younger guy began to whisper the new order of the elder heir, but the whisper came out quite loud. The man at the lectern asked if he had told her why he was looking for him, to which he refused, which caught Sonia's attention. She did tell him that the bodyguards in the meeting, but he still called their leader, but he never did that. The girl decided that she had to stay with him if something happened. At this time, their leader went to the heir. At this time, Bruno was sitting quietly in the room at the table, casually reading one of the books lying on the table. Suddenly, someone knocked loudly on the door, thereby attracting the attention of the second heir. A low voice behind the door informed the gentleman that the leader of the bodyguards had arrived and was awaiting his orders. Bruno thought with surprise that they should be having a meeting now, and then asked what had happened. It was something he needed to say, but according to the memories, there was some kind of special relationship between them. After letting the man in, the guy said that I was supposed to have a meeting, but the man came to report important information to him. Crossing his arms over his chest, Bruno looked at the leader of the bodyguards in surprise, asking what important information he had. Smiling, the man firmly and confidently stated that he would like to help him more actively in all matters. The guy frowned because he had never asked for this, and it was strange that the man himself took the initiative. At that very second, the leader placed a small knife on the table, showing the guy its incredibly sharp blade, after which he smiled evilly and asked if he didn't want to die. The guy didn't answer. He was only surprised by such a statement. A little earlier, the man who dropped the vase of flowers said that they would help the heir to complete what he had started. The leader of the bodyguards asked him if he hadn't refused the poison then, to which he replied that apparently he didn't want to leave alone. At the time, the man was confused that he didn't die, but now he feels like it's even better that way. If the heir decides to end his life at such a moment, then the great heavenly library will definitely come to an end. Turning around, he asked what was bothering the leader, to which he replied that he had heard from Eugene that the first heir was studying martial arts. The mustachioed man was surprised because it was indeed strange, but he still did not understand why it bothered them so much. The leader smiled awkwardly and said that there was nothing special about it, but his interlocutor did not believe his words. He asked them not to worry. Even if Bruno masters martial arts, he does not threaten them, since he trusts them very much. He must remember that the heir must commit suicide, so he cannot just kill him. But if he starts to resist, you just need to cut his throat and then say that he did it himself. The leader of the bodyguards was stunned by such an order, in addition to hearing that this was a very simple task. And now sitting in front of Bruno, the man asked, spreading his arms, not happy to see the knife, because now was the time to use it. It was reported to the heir that he had called a meeting of his bodyguards in order to be alone with him, which was very convenient. But now he was interested in why it all started, how deeply he was involved in it. He needed answers. Bruno said that the man still thinks he wants to die, but that is not true, to which he received the answer that people do not change that quickly. With a serious expression on his face, the first heir declared to the commander that he was no longer the same as before. The man didn't like this answer because he knew that now he had a pretty dirty job ahead of him. Having struck sharply just below the chest, the commander asked in this case to simply not twitch and let him finish quickly. Bruno noticed that the blows were delivered at the point of support of the sky, and strong rivers, striking them, can paralyze the whole body. Smiling, the guy replied that while he wanted to die, it didn't come, but as soon as he decided to live, it came so easily. The commander replied that he was talking about himself as if he were another person, but the desire to die was still his. But what if the heir dies at the very moment when everyone was just happy that he would live? After him, the rest will die too. And the third heir will lose their minds. They will drown their sorrows in alcohol. They will become worthless people. Clenching his hand into a fist, the leader declared that then everything would end, to which Bruno replied that he had a very long tongue. He didn't quite understand the meaning of this phrase. The heir explained that he hardly came up with it all himself, after which he asked who else was involved in this. The man cried out loudly, asking what was wrong with him, because nothing would change if he listened to what he had to tell him. But the guy just grinned asking the commander to open his eyes, clearly repeating that he had changed his mind. Seeing the boy get up from the table, the man was surprised, asking how he could move, since he should be paralyzed. Slowly rubbing his stomach, Bruno concluded with a dissatisfied look that he would not simply answer his questions. Take the sword out of its sheath, the man commented that it was surprising because he didn't know he had such tricks up his sleeve. After which he pointed the blade towards the guy. I hope he can solve everything quickly right now. However, Bruno grabbed the table with one hand, then threw it up, thereby knocking the blade aside. This further angered the commander, who cut the table in two, but noticed that there was no one in front of him. Having quietly walked around the man's back, the eldest heir calmly asked him not to break things. The dumbfounded warrior turned around, mentally asking himself where he got such a reaction from and why he was so calm. Turning sharply, he got into a fighting stance and did not swing his sword at the guy, who did not even think of defending himself. However, instead of a sword, the leader of the bodyguards pointed his hand towards Bruno, wanting to grab him so that he would not escape. When his hand was a few centimeters from the boy's face, the heir asked himself what he was trying to portray. His hand was folded as if he was about to use a dragon or tiger technique, but it was impossible to tell for sure. It could also be that he decided to parody the cat, but now that was the most unlikely outcome. In any case, this did not stop the young man from bending slightly, thereby easily evading the attack, practically without straining himself. However, the commander intended it that way, stating that he was lucky and returned, but the real attack was different. He declared that more luck would not help him, and at the same time pointed the tip of the blade at the side of the eldest heir. However, even from this blow, the guy came back and said that he had half an hour, during which time he had to show the best that he could. The commander began to concentrate an aura around himself, telling the heir that he was very greedy because he wanted to live another half hour, after which he rushed into the attack again, pointing the tip of the blade towards the guy, hoping to make a successful lunge. Bruno didn't put his hand out in front of him, allowing the sword to penetrate his sleeve to deflect the blade again. He managed to do this quite easily. Putting his hand behind his back, the guy took a few steps closer to the leader of the bodyguards. Now it was his turn to attack. Without using any weapons, Bruno decided to go over the points on the body. The heir's fingers moved quickly from one point to another, delivering barely noticeable blows. Sensing something was wrong, the man jumped to the side, hoping to gain some distance to assess his injuries. He thought that it was fortunate that Bruno hadn't managed to block all of his energy points, but his speed was astonishing. When the second heir said that his older brother beat him, he took it as a joke, but as it turned out, it was true. This caused another fit of anger. Then the man said that it would be difficult to force him to kill himself, so he would kill him himself. After which the commander straightened his arm with a sharp movement, creating a blow of incredible force that was directed towards the guy. However, the sword that was aimed at the heir's face crunched into the wall without causing him any harm. Then the boy saw with his own eyes the speed of hand-to-hand combat of the warrior who wanted to overtake him with his own hands. But even this could not hit the heir, who easily dodged every blow sent at him. Without stopping his attack, the man couldn't understand how he was avoiding his attack by simply walking. All this time it was within his reach, but he could not hit it even once, no matter how hard he tried. Suddenly, Bruno smiled and announced that half an hour had passed. This phrase caused a fit of rage mixed with fear. Then the guy declared that he had had enough, after which he suddenly extended his hand towards the stunned man. Not wanting to give up so easily, the leader of the bodyguards put his hand in front of him, deciding to create a defense. However, it was too slow. The first heir was behind him in a second, delivering the final blows to the points. At that very moment, the warrior felt that he could not move, and the points where the blows had been inflicted were filled with pain. With a trembling voice, the man asked the heir how this could be, since he could have hit the points that could have killed him. However, he did not do this, after which the warrior asked what he wanted from him to go over to his side. Suddenly, Bruno laughed, replying that he had a talent for comedy, but he absolutely did not need someone like him. This answer angered the man, but he could do nothing but tremble and glare angrily at his opponent. Then the first heir began waving his hand, asking him to stop talking nonsense and just get down on his knees. However, the man could not consciously obey the order, as he suddenly felt his head spin, and he began to fall. Feeling unbearable pain, he heard Bruno's voice telling him that he shouldn't have been so arrogant. After all, he had to understand who he was challenging. At that moment, the man's body began to deform at a terrible rate. As a result, a huge ball of flesh lay in the man's place, and the guy repeated the question of who else was involved in this. As soon as he repeated his question, the lump of flesh began to beg for mercy, but the guy asked him to shut up for a minute. He felt that someone was coming. He immediately realized that there were two of them, and the next second he immediately recognized the people walking. Looking out from behind the door, he loudly called to his younger brothers, who came into the house to look for him. A delighted Eugene and Brian began to ask how he knew they were coming, deciding that he was simply waiting for them. As he led his brothers into the room, the middle one noticed that he opened the door for them and even called out, while the youngest one froze in fear. The stunned guys immediately began asking what it was and who this carcass was, to which they received the answer that it was the captain of the guard. Eugene asked in surprise what he was talking about Gunther's bodyguard, to which he received a nod, and Brian ran forward. He asked in shock that the plague had come to them, because he did not know that it could lead to such a thing, then offered to take him to a doctor. However, Bruno said that it was not the plague, and then asked the captain to tell them how they had decided to do this. He was wondering who started all this and who was involved in it. At this time, in the place where the captain's eyes were, tears began to flow. Eugene didn't understand what was happening, looking in surprise at his brother, who was in no hurry to answer. The mass of flesh began to tremble, begging for mercy, not saying that he had made a mistake, but deciding to tell everything for the sake of mercy. Their leader is the manager. 8 of the 32 bodyguards are involved, including him and his deputies. Another person from the scientific staff and 5 people from the accounting department were also involved in this act. Eugene slammed the table and loudly insulted the manager, asking how a man could be so angry. Bruno replied that he couldn't be the only one to blame, then asked what the two of them had been doing all this time, since he had gone crazy at the time. But he didn't understand how they had brought this family to this point, to which Brian replied that their roof wasn't holding up well either. Eugene did not dare to add anything, but the first heir realized that one way or another Bruno was to blame for everything. He asked the younger one to activate the outer seals and raise the barrier around the library, and the younger one asked if he was going to tell his grandfather. However, nothing will happen if you give him everything after he's dealt with this. After which, he turned to Eugene, asking him to catch the bodyguards. The darkness of the black thunderstorm, which was used by the second heir, is a technique in which the sky and earth are engulfed in darkness, and lightning begins to strike. She doesn't even allow people to find each other in a crowd, but Bruno said that it wasn't so serious that it was worth making such a fuss. The main thing is to find the manager, the organizer of this uprising. He asked his brother if he knew any weaknesses of those whom the commander had exposed. After thinking, he replied that he knew something about Mike, that he had heard that he loved his family very much, and therefore was ready to betray them. This information was enough for the first heir, who smiled and asked the brothers to begin the operation. At this time, while on the parade ground, the bodyguards silently and attentively listened to the speech of the deputy commander. Without stopping talking, the deputy thought that the commander was delayed, wondering if he had everything under control. As if answering his question, something fell from the sky incredibly quickly, raising a column of dust around the warriors. Everyone immediately crowded around the unidentified object, saying in surprise that something unknown had fallen from the sky. A ball of flesh appeared before their eyes, trembling and begging for mercy, and everyone immediately realized that it was a man. Sonia, who was standing next to them, immediately recognized the voice and the one it belonged to, which caused her to fall into a stupor. She was sure that it was their commander. After he left to meet the gentleman, she did not understand what happened to him. A sudden feeling of fear washed over her, because if something happened to the gentleman, it meant that she was a terrible bodyguard. At that very moment, tears welled up in her eyes, as Sonia suddenly shuddered when she heard another familiar voice. Eugene screamed that he tried to kill his older brother, but he was overcome by a curse. He wanted to scare the warriors present. Turning around, the girl, seeing her master, immediately smiled, asking worriedly if everything was okay with him. Without answering her question, he only said that it seemed like her commander was lying there, causing the girl to freeze. The guy then looked at the deputy, asking why his face looked like he had never seen anything like it. Sonia also noticed this, after which she turned around, noticing that the other 6 were the same. Suddenly the truth dawned on her, after which her face distorted into an evil grimace, and she herself was ready to kill them. The situation was soon resolved. The bodyguards who participated in the conspiracy did not even deny their guilt. But the uprising was suppressed, and they were probably confused by his appearance, because they thought that he would die at the hands of the commander. Bruno settled more comfortably in his chair, asking how much time and effort it had taken the manager to tear up half the library. And how could he return all the wealth and books that were sold? But no one could answer these questions. And at that very second, Eugene's voice was heard from behind the door, saying that he had personally brought Mike. The heir immediately ordered them to go, letting his brother into the library, who was leading a frightened young man. Bruno started the conversation by asking Mike that he has a handsome wife and a cute daughter, which scared the guy. Mike immediately fell to his knees, screaming that he, a worthless man, had committed a mortal sin. He had forgotten about virtue and allowed his heart to be poisoned. Even though he was threatened, he committed an unforgivable crime and deserves to die 1,000 times. However, his wife and daughter were not guilty of anything. They knew nothing at all, so he tearfully asked for pity on them. Mike didn't understand how it could be the same weak guy, with that relaxed look even worse than the stern one. It again declared that it would do anything at the first order of its master, and that the master would never be disappointed in it. Leaning forward slightly, Bruno smiled and asked if he could bring the manager to him before nightfall. For his own safety, the boy asked the gentleman not to worry, because it would cost him nothing to do it. Bruno replied that things don't always go as he planned. Maybe he'll change his mind or start to doubt. This means that he himself can change his mind. If suddenly his determination begins to leave him, then let him immediately remember about his family. Looking into Mike's eyes, the heir added that he didn't want to do anything bad, but if something went wrong, he couldn't vouch for himself. Without raising his head, the frightened guy stuttered and replied that he would do everything to bring the manager. Looking at his reflection in a small lake, the manager decided to ask again that the heir had died, to which he received an affirmative answer. The man decided to ask whether he did it himself or the leader helped him. It wasn't really important, just pure interest. Mike, trying to remain calm and casual, replied that it was purely suicide. Sitting down on the bench, the manager asked why the heir had done this, and how he could live on as someone who had valued and loved him. But why did he cry? Asking how he could live on with this sadness, because it was his fault that he didn't look after it. He then raised his head and smiled, asking his subordinates if he had done a good job of showing his sorrow. She asked him to drop the so-called strange thing and asked him to look at another weapon. But Li Chang was sure that he had found exactly what he was looking for. However, the manager was confused by the fact that it was he who reported this news to him instead of the leader of the bodyguards. Looking around, the guy saw the silhouette of a tall man holding his large Doberman on a short leash. But the strange thing was that he didn't know whether he would participate because of his wife and daughter, and today he came to notify him about such an event. While Lee Chong-sung was getting weapons, his mother received guests as expected in their home. The manager believed his words, saying that now they would have more business, because they would need to arrange a funeral. Her elegance and charisma greatly surprised everyone present. Even Cha Ye-wung and her colleague were delighted with how beautiful the actress was, that she was the mother of the player they were interested in. The manager, with tears in his eyes, was already preparing to give a speech that he had prepared long in advance. The man arrogantly stated that the appearance of several members of their team at the same time did not make sense, because they would not be able to get a promising player, being in such a difficult situation in terms of competition with a successful clan. This took the man by surprise, and he did not understand what was happening here or how this could have happened at all. Behind Bruno, Eugene immediately appeared, angrily flexing his fists, and Brian, who was twirling nunchucks in his hands. Behind him stood a member of the Five-Star Sword Clan. This organization was originally a branch of a large corporation, and then in a short period, it turned into a huge clan. He is the head of the recruitment department. The tall man's name is Wu Yun-gon. Sometime later, after the order was given to seize the manager, the man was hung from the ceiling and completely beaten. Ben, in shock, said that no matter how he had sinned, they were not in the Forest clan and could not torture him like that. But Bruno sat down and told his grandfather to simply accept it, because he was already very soft with the one who tried to kill him, and with someone else's hands at that. The old man asked not to kill him, and the manager thought that even the head librarian was trying to persuade him. A couple of minutes later, Sonia approached the guy, asking that since the head librarian had left, could she beat him up some more? The guy screamed that he had ordered her to leave the room, then asked why she was still there and why she had brought that club with her. Sonia replied that she was his shadow. Bruno resigned himself to her presence and then turned to the manager. Sitting proudly in front of the prisoner, the guy declared that he was the leader, after which he faltered, seeing surprised looks on his face. He realized too late that he was no longer the leader, so he had to be more careful with his words in the future. Clearing his throat, he said that he was now in charge of the room, so he asked to tell the truth because he was sure that the man was behind this attempt. The manager, covered in bumps and bruises, flew by with a swollen mouth, saying that the heir was a very wise man. The man also added that this was the work of a black squad. The guy had never heard of such a squad. Sonia began to whisper and ask why he spoke as if he knew everything about Murim, but he asked her to leave him alone. The manager replied that he had never heard of it because the Black Squad was secretly created by the Somun clan. This is one of the most powerful clans, and although Master Chaka's sect is small, it is highly respected. However, those two did not seem suspicious to him, but due to the state of the library, it became a tasty morsel in the middle of the table. Moreover, the leader of the Somun clan does not seem like a good person, but he does not know what Master Chaki is like, because he has never met him. Then he said that he had told him to tell the truth, and the man decided to tell him another interesting fact. The manager replied that if he had decided to lie, he would have said something more convincing, but no one in their right mind would blame the Somun clan. They failed to eliminate him, then the main librarian, driving them both to suicide, so they resorted to Plan B. As soon as the Black Squad penetrates the library and destroys it, okay, the sect is going to blame everything on the Black Squad. To do this, the protective seal was broken and the internal trap was broken, which is when the hexagonal snake appeared here. But he wanted the library to suffer as few losses as possible, so he opposed this plan by exchanging a token with the Somun clan. When she went outside, Sonia asked if the manager was telling the truth because she couldn't believe that they wanted to take over the library. But the squad sign may not be real. Even if it is true, they will deny that they created the squad. Bruno replied that they needed to confirm everything, so he sent the girl to the manager's house to look for the sign. And the heir himself decided to take up bait for these idiots for now, because this is the only way he can bring them to clean water. Looking at him in surprise, Sonia did not expect that his master would decide to take action so quickly. A little later, the eldest heir approached the pulpit, gathering bodyguards and warriors to tell important information. Seeing their master, all the warriors shouted as one that they were waiting for his orders, because for him, they would risk their lives. The boy, hearing this, smiled, thinking that they were so determined because they found out what happened to the manager. Well, you can trust them. They didn't turn away from the library, despite all the sorrows in the family, and they couldn't lure these people away. The eldest heir began his speech by saying that dying in battle is what it means to be a true warrior, after which he smiled, clarifying that they would not die today, and then asked them to rest, to spend the whole day behind the walls in the library. He then ordered them to come back tomorrow as he wanted them to go to restaurants, guest houses, and markets. Along with this, it is necessary to spread the rumor that the Somun clan and the Chaka sect have created a Black Squad and tried to take over the library. They must make sure that the entire province is talking about this by tomorrow. Such an order surprised the soldiers. However, after a moment's hesitation, everyone agreed in unison with the master, because no one would dare to refuse his order. If the clan and the sect were really behind all of this, these rumors would really force them to put the plan on hold. They will also start to come up with alibis for themselves, but if the manager was lying, they will easily settle everything by saying that it was just rumors. Suddenly, Sonia ran up to him with some guy. Bruno immediately asked if they found the sign. In response to this, the guy fell to his knees, loudly apologizing because the entire manager's house was empty. They could not find anything in it. When they arrived, the whole house had already been turned upside down. The sign had disappeared, after which Mike asked to spare his wife and daughter. Sonia confirmed all this, but the heir stated that they did not need this sign. The main thing was that someone tried to hide the evidence. All this meant that the manager was not lying. At that very moment, Sonia and Mike looked at the gentleman with surprise and trepidation. Bruno folded his arms contentedly across his chest, thinking only about the fact that now the rumors needed to spread. The next day, news began to spread around the city, or rather rumors, but they were so stupid that it was impossible to believe them. Other people, on the contrary, said that there was clearly something in it, because everyone was talking about it, and there's no smoke without fire. People were whispering about the connection between the Somun clan and the Chaki sect. After all, they shouldn't be the ones to benefit from this conspiracy. There was also talk about a great celestial library. It's hard to comprehend all these rumors. No one knew what would come of it all. But the clan and the sect can simply come to the library and clear up this misunderstanding, catch the Black Squad, and punish the leader. The boy who had been eavesdropping on them, sitting on the roof, immediately soared upward, heading beyond the city walls, where they were already waiting for him. Having fallen to the ground, he told his brothers that he had just seen something, and the two boys were also happy to see the younger one. Those who had been spreading rumors all night when morning came went to the mountain where the great heavenly library stands. The boy with huge front teeth spoke quietly, with a slyness in his voice, so that only his brothers could hear him. They were surprised by such news, and the second of them even cursed, which caused displeasure in his older brother. He grabbed him by the lapels, asked why he was swearing, and then asked him to wash his mouth with soap and not swear in front of him. After which he thought about the fact that the library was spreading rumors, which meant that these rumors were true. Smiling, the middle brother asked why he was scared, but the eldest did not answer, only rubbing his head. He then said that Soman and Chucky were messing around because if the library suspected anything, they would soon get what they deserved. The brothers laughed, but the eldest said that while they were laughing, the library was about to catch a big fish. The younger one asked what he meant by Soman, which the middle one immediately confirmed, calling his brother an idiot. He was surprised and said that there was no evidence, but the elder was sure that the library knew what it was doing because the whole family of geniuses was there. After which he raised his hand, saying that no matter what, he was on the side of the library, and the brothers immediately supported him. While in the library, Brian said that they couldn't get everything back. They only found 3 books about magical seals, 2 paintings, and 1 vase. But most of the things that the manager sold were sold within the country, so it won't be difficult to get them back. Eugene said that it was obvious that they were either with the Soman clan or with Chaka. They must be greedy to want things that were priceless. They approached Bruno, telling him that they needed to take advantage of the opportunity to expose Soman and Chucky and take revenge on them. After all, they cannot allow someone to live in peace who pretends to be kind and noble, although he's rotten to the core. The older heir asked them how they should take revenge on them, but did not receive a proper answer. But he thought that these children were so stupid saying such dark words. But he wondered how many warriors there were in the clan and sect, not counting the leaders. Suddenly, Eugene slapped his thigh quite hard, attracting the attention of his 2 brothers. They immediately looked at him in surprise, asking if he had come up with something, hoping that he had come up with a brilliant plan. When the second heir replied that his knee was just itching, Brian noted that it was very brave of him to play a prank on his older brother like that. But the middle one said that it really did itch, after which he asked if he had come up with anything, but to his surprise, the youngest nodded affirmatively. The boys listened in surprise as Brian said that they would report everything to Muram, because isn't that the essence of Muram's existence? Eugene replied that the fat man who was in charge and who was the strongest had died, but there were still strong masters in Murim. But they didn't know if it would work because Somun and Chaka had more influence than them, but if they didn't try, they wouldn't know. Why did they ask what the older brother thought about this? But then he just covered his face with his hands and trembled, trying to contain his anger. But the next second he jumped up, shouting that instead of solving everything themselves, they just want to blame everything on others. He decided that he would speak up and say that he knew about Soman and Chaki, but his order was interrupted by some noise that confused Eugene. Sonia literally flew into the room, and without greeting, she immediately turned to the gentleman. Bruno immediately asked what had happened. Still shocked by the news, the girl replied that the cult leader Chaka had come here with his daughter. Now they were heading straight for the library, making their way through the difficult forest terrain. Ina asked if they were sure they had come there, since there was nothing there. But the man was sure that this was the entrance to the library. After all, he again realized that this forest and this slope, even the clouds in the sky that he pointed to, all this was just a clever illusion. The leader of the sect, Chaki Ban, was a stocky, bearded man with a long mustache and thick eyebrows. The next moment he kicked a small stone that was supposed to fall down the slope, but it simply disappeared. And his daughter looked in surprise at the disappearance of the pebble, shocked and asking again about the illusion. Suddenly she heard a voice coming from nowhere, inviting them to enter the great celestial library. The next moment, the space in front of them began to change, and the deep slope began to disappear. Instead, a huge building appeared in front of them. Ban immediately called his daughter, telling her to keep up with him. After some time, Ban, Bruno, and Ben were already sitting at a round table after greeting the head of the Chucky clan. The man laughed loudly, because he was so glad that the chief librarian's heir had welcomed him so warmly as a guest. After all, he was always interested in what the great heavenly library was like, but it was even more mysterious and beautiful than he imagined. At this time, Ben began to tremble, unable to bear Ban's speeches, and the eldest heir watched the guest's behavior in shock. He also noticed that his laughter sounded very strange, because he had never heard anyone laugh like that before. At first, he even decided that the man wanted to distract him with his strange laughter, but looking at him, this was unlikely. After clearing his throat, Bruno asked if everything was okay with the gentleman because he didn't understand why he was laughing so strangely. Without stopping smiling, Ban asked what was wrong with that, since he had been laughing like that since childhood, after which the guy's questions disappeared. The guy decided to fight him in the same way, after which he decided to distort his laughter in the strangest way possible. The guest immediately asked why the heir was making such strange sounds, but he replied that he was simply laughing, which amused the man. After all, this man just said that he laughed strangely, but he himself had never seen anyone laugh like that. After some time they calmed down, Bruno thought that they had been talking like this for a long time, but nothing had changed. After which the guy got up from the table and said that he would leave the elders to talk, but the guest asked him to sit with them. However, the guy politely bowed, again letting out his new, but quieter laugh, which no longer caused such a violent reaction. Ban laughed, asking that no one else laughed at the great celestial library like its eldest heir. At this point, Ben shed a tear and pursed his lips, realizing that now he would have to endure and restrain himself a lot. Walking along the narrow stone street, the eldest heir thought that the daughter of the leader of Ban must be with Eugene and Brian in the courtyard now. It seems that the Chucky cult had nothing to do with this incident. A man with such a ridiculous laugh could not have planned anything against the library. Besides, he came here with his beloved daughter, so he is trying to show that the sect is innocent and wouldn't even hurt a fly. Apparently, the only way to get to the truth was to torture the manager, who was still in the library, suspended from the ceiling. But now he needed to get all the information he could about other people. So he approached the brothers and the girl and asked what they were talking about. Then he asked Inna if his brothers had treated her rudely, but she replied that they were excellent and educated conversationalists. Bruno also asked if she was surprised by the rumors that discredited the Chucky sect. Inna replied that she even screamed when she first heard them. She just wanted to visit the library. And taking advantage of these rumors, she hung on her father, begging him to take her with him. The guy replied that it was good that they managed to meet thanks to these rumors, and he was also reassured that she didn't laugh like her father. Eugene said that Lady Ban told them about combat techniques that could paralyze an enemy. This interested Bruno, who was also interested to listen, in response to which the girl smiled, saying that he was very kind. Inna thought that now she could definitely say that she did not feel any bad energy from the air, and his face became friendlier. His words and movements are immediate but not fast. In general, all the brothers seem good. At this time, the guys tried to call out to the girl. But she was curious about what rumors they were talking about regarding the Chaka sect and the Soman clan. She didn't even notice that her name was being called. Eugene said he was guilty, apparently asking a question that was difficult for her to answer. Inna laughed, thinking that she hadn't heard anything. Bruno asked his middle brother why he was asking such difficult questions, since few people understood such martial techniques. Inna said that such techniques cannot be called impossible. Her father said that ancient texts described a method of turning energy points. Paralysis occurs only some time after the energy points have been activated, as if the attack had occurred much later. But this is only a legend, so it cannot be said that such a method really exists. Eugene asked what his brother thought about it. But he said that he didn't want to see the two of them, after which he sent them to do their own thing, but they didn't mind. The eldest heir cleared his throat, thereby apologizing for the performance. But the girl only laughed sweetly. Why did she make a sly face when she asked Bruno if he was interested in learning anything from her? She noticed that he had not just kicked out his brothers, and then said that he wanted to put an end to this scandal. Smiling politely, the guy asked if she could tell him everything she knew about this clan, since he rarely left the library and knew little. Later in the evening, Ban and his daughter headed back. Inna thanked the guy for accepting them despite the sudden visit. The man also happily told the heir that he would also invite him to visit sometime, after which they left the library. Taking a short distance, Ban asked Inna if the air seemed a little strange, but she didn't understand the question. The man explained that he looks normal, but his laugh is so strange that he just can't get it out of his head. But it seemed to him that no one even noticed this, after which he burst into loud laughter, which cannot be said about his daughter. As soon as night fell, Bruno stood outside and thought that their enemy was the Salmon clan, one of the most respected clans. They had very strong warriors, but they would not be able to withstand the great celestial library. At least he hoped so. However, hope alone is not enough. You need to find the right moment because the manager is their living proof. The vanity of the Soman clan, the combat prowess and knowledge of the great celestial library, Bruno's talents and knowledge, and also he, the former head of the alliance, and the experience that he has accumulated over all the years of his life, they use all this as a weapon against the clan. If you bring in someone else to help, everything looks pretty good, but the problems concern their warriors. At this time, the brothers and Sonia, who were watching him, decided that the eldest heir was plotting something, because he was very thoughtful. Eugene, you told Sonia that she is the shadow of his older brother, but she doesn't know anything. It's all about Lady Ban. Ever since she had been visiting, he had been keeping to himself all the time. This information made the girl grimace. She replied that he had two girls falling in love with him at once and that she wanted the same thing, which stunned Eugene and confused Brian a little. Sonia said that she thought that the master was developing a plan to counter the Somoon clan, but it seems that he has other interests. The girl put her hand to her chest and sadly closed her eyes, wanting to voice all her experiences to her brothers. However, she stated that it was a late dinner. Eugene and Brian looked at her with surprise and misunderstanding of her speech. Suddenly, Bruno approached them, that it was well said, after which he suggested that they eat their fill tonight. While the younger brother ran after Sonia discussing dinner, the older heir waved his hand and called Eugene to him. Putting his index finger to his lips, he said that he was giving him 2 days to expand the library's protective barrier beyond the cliff. The older brother explained that there was nothing special about it. He just wanted to improve his defense just in case. After dinner, the guy and Sonia headed back to Bruno's chambers, but the girl walked very slowly. Smiling, the eldest heir said that it was time for her to sleep, but she, yawning, replied that she was his shadow. As soon as they entered the library room, Bruno immediately gave the order to release the manager. Then he asked if he worked with the Soman clan and the Chaki sect. The man replied that he only spoke about it with the clan's heir. He ordered him to destroy the great library from the inside, and if it were not for him, the manager would not have dared to go so far. The boy quietly touched a spot on the man's shoulder, saying that he understood everything he had told him. Then he headed towards the exit without turning around, smiling and saying that he asked this only out of curiosity and nothing more. Finally, he emphasized that he was not planning anything, but this made the manager very nervous. As soon as morning came, Bruno called his brothers to him, who became interested in why they were called so early. The guy praised the brothers, after which he said that he was going to write a letter, and he would need their help. He decided to write a letter, as God had recommended to him in his dream that night, and the brothers were delighted. They immediately began to question their older brother, waiting impatiently and with shining eyes for all the details of the dream. But suddenly the face of the eldest heir changed as he declared that God had told him that they should flee. And having shouted this, he disappeared. The brothers immediately froze in horror and bewilderment, not understanding what exactly they had to run from. Having put forward his guess, Bruno said that it was probably from the Soman clan, since he was the one who was currently posing a danger to them. It may be strange to run away from those who tried to destroy them to the library, but if God advises it, then it is worth listening to him. However, if they do nothing, it will lead to bloodshed, so they will send them a letter of reconciliation. The brothers immediately became angry, asking him why he wanted to send a letter of reconciliation just because he had a dream. They can't close their eyes as if nothing happened, because they tried to destroy their family. But he replied that he wanted to live longer. This made the brothers calm down and think about one short phrase that made more sense than their shouts. They immediately apologized to their older brother, who said that they could have put his life on the line like this, but none of them would die. With a sharp cry, Bruno called out to Sonia, who had been standing in the corridor all this time and also abruptly opened the doors, flying into the room. Without asking anything, she handed him a wooden stick, but the guy immediately asked why he needed it, asking him to get out of there. While the girl sank to the floor and began to wipe the ink off the floor, Bruno said that since they understood his point of view, they needed to write a letter. To the leader of the Soman clan from the heir of the Great Heavenly Library, he guessed that they might be worried about the recent rumors about the clan. The blame lies with him since he could not control the languages of his subordinates. This letter will bring them to the maximum and exalt the clan. He was wrong to think that it would be easy to sort everything out, even though he had spread rumors about the captured manager. If they grovel before the Soman clan in the letter, they will agree to end things quietly and without any strife. Perhaps after receiving this letter, the leader of Somun will send them an invitation in return when the first condition is met. While the letter was being written, a warrior landed on a tree branch and told the master that a big problem had arisen. The bodyguard informed that the manager had had a seizure, no one had touched him, and they did not know what had happened. Eugene was the first to jump up, asking what the hell was going on and how he could have had an attack. But Bruno sat there casually. Suddenly, without anyone noticing, he smiled, because this was exactly the report he was expecting in the near future, and therefore everything went perfectly. Last night, before Bruno went to the manager, he came to his quarters to check on something. His body shrank in a matter of seconds, meaning he could replenish his energy faster, saving time on sleep. This means that the impact on acupuncture points can be used in the future for this technique, and since it worked, all that remains is to use the secret technique. However, he found it strange that Eugene asked Inna about this, since he had heard that some masters use secret techniques. In fact, few people really understand how to use this technique. There is a reason why this technique remains unknown. Perhaps the reason is that the person on whom this technique was used does not know at what moment it happened. If you take full advantage of the secret technique, you can secretly take revenge on the Soman clan without revealing yourself. So to be more careful, you need to try this technique in advance, but you had to choose someone who deserved it. And after some time, he came to the place where the manager was being held, after which he asked to be untied. And now in the library, he learned that the technique worked because of the difference in time between the attack and the start of its action. No one will know anything. Now that everything was ready to divert suspicion, he ordered the warrior to immediately find out what caused the attack. The eldest heir mentally asked the Soman clan to wait for him because he would make them pay for their dirty tricks. Somewhere in the north, where the Soman clan was located, a male voice was eagerly asking the master what the letter said. This question was asked by the White Brain clan's strategist, and he was told that the Great Celestial Library was very frightened. But they want to meet with them and apologize for the terrible rumors. But the head of the Soul clan did not get what he wanted. At that very moment, a young guy entered the office and asked if his brother had called him. Saul replied that he had come just in time, after which he handed over a letter. He instructed Marcus to interrogate them severely if necessary, to receive them as best he could, and in such a way as not to depend on them. He also asked not to meet them on the street, but to invite them inside immediately, because the authority of their clan would put pressure on them, and they would be accommodating. Marcus suggested throwing a dinner party to which he would invite children from noble families, and it would be easier to win the library's trust. A few days later, Ben read the letter, loudly asking how such a noble and respected family could behave so unworthily. Their speeches are polite, but what they actually say has nothing to do with the crime, and they are forgiven for their ridiculous rumors. They want to say that they have more power, but this is just a shameless lie, and the world is unfair to them. They are no different from wild animals, and the response letter was written by the heir, not the head of the clan. That's how they treat them. The two brothers and the old man again embraced, while Bruno studied the letter and did not want to join his relatives. He thought about how they had also invited children from other noble families, and they were going to humiliate them by forcing them to apologize in front of many people. But this is even better, because it will be much easier to use the secret technique in a crowd. Ben asked if he really didn't feel anything when he saw the answer. Looking at the old man's tear-stained face, the eldest heir did not answer, only looking at the old man. As the whole family hugged and trembled again, Bruno thought that he would have to do something with them, but now he had to react. And so he jumped up from the table and growled loudly, angrily adding that he was very angry at this reply letter. If he just sits there, he'll destroy the whole room, so he'll go get some fresh air outside. Looking after him, the whole family thought how offensive it was, because the eldest heir didn't even have the strength for tears. Wandering around the city, the guy was thinking about where to go. At this time, Sonia asked the master not to go to the Soman clan. The guy asked her sarcastically if she was worried, and the girl answered affirmatively, because they had invited so many people to humiliate him. The eldest heir laughed, asking her not to worry, because he had also thought about it, but he had not changed his decision. He looked at the two neighboring buildings, that here was the most delicious pork, and here was the best fried food in the city. And then he asked Sonia what she would like to eat, and she happily clasped her hands together, declaring that she would like to eat fried shrimp. After entering the building and taking a table, they waited for some time before they were brought food, which the girl appreciated. People passing by the restaurant began to complain about the stench, but there was no sewage on the road. However, the culprit was two beggars who were sitting under the restaurant, using camouflage magic. Looking at Bruno, they whispered that they were forced to use invisibility technology here on the side of the road, and that rich man was eating meat. The brother replied that the rich are not a brother to the poor, so they are starving. The eldest immediately took this as an insult, grabbing the middle one by the lapels. The middle one replied that they already had a family motto: if you want to die, just say an insult, and they will kill you right away. Then they returned to the issue of the library, which might be up to something even if the Soman clan was stronger than these bookworms. The eldest said that he could answer them if he were as smart as they were, when suddenly the middle one asked his brother to look up. He also said that it seemed that the eldest heir was using the technique of exposure. This news greatly puzzled the elder brother. Raising his head, he noticed a slyly smiling guy who was looking straight in their direction but didn't show it. His smile was noticed by Sonia, who immediately asked the gentleman what he was laughing at, but the guy did not answer right away. Instead, the girl decided to look out the window at the place where the eldest heir was looking, but as expected, she saw no one. When they finished their meal, the guy asked Sonia not to forget to buy the most expensive bottle of alcohol in this restaurant on the way out. When they left the establishment, the girl was holding a rope in her hands, to which a sealed jug of alcohol was tied. There was plenty of wine in the library that was much better than this, so she didn't understand why he needed this one in particular. Suddenly, they heard an unfamiliar voice loudly asking them to stop. Bruno expected something like this, so he turned around. Two beggar brothers who had recently been watching him decided to come to him personally, offering to talk to him for a while. The guy in tattered clothes asked why she had to look at her as if he wanted to say something and then just leave. Sonia answered for the gentleman, saying that they had misunderstood everything, that her gentleman had never met such beggars before, but the elder asked her to shut up. Without taking their eyes off the boy, they demanded that Mr. Bruno, who was now standing and smiling, with his arms crossed over his chest, speak personally. The ragamuffin added that his eyes were not the same color as a blind man's, so he wondered why he looked at them and laughed. Bruno bowed and apologized, saying that there was no particular reason for it. He just happened to see two of the Discovery Squad. He was just curious to see the two guys were shocked, I think at home, that he could actually see them. But he felt like he knew them because their stealth technique had nothing to do with the Great Celestial Library. The next second, the beggar slowly walked forward, telling the first heir that there was something familiar about him. Looking at him from all sides, he asked with all seriousness whether it was by chance that they had not met before under other circumstances. Bruno, or rather Harry, recognized them immediately because in his past life he had met them a couple of times, but now they didn't need to know that. This follower of the Discovery Squad was named Quentin, who was introduced to him as his most beloved and capable student. Then this guy was laconic when he looked the head of the Alliance from head to toe, making some conclusions for himself. Then the plump man asked him with a smile why he was behaving like that, asking if he wanted to tell him something. Approaching Harry, Quentin unceremoniously asked if he wanted to run a race. Then they would find out who was faster. His teacher was shocked by such impudent and disrespectful behavior of the student, and instead immediately beat him half to death. The one who left such a first impression at first, it seems that he is another robber, but as a student of the Discovery Squad, he is very talented and open to new things. Such a person could be of great help in the fight against the Soman clan, and so Bruno said that if they were not acquainted, it was fate. However, this could be arranged, and just for this occasion he had prepared a bottle of alcohol, although not the best. And perhaps in the future he will need their help. The main thing is to turn to him. At this time, Sonia handed Quentin the jug. Then the poor guy introduced himself. His middle brother was also called Anthony, after which the question arose as to why he had only bought alcohol. The first heir immediately replied that there was nothing worthwhile there. If they had a chance to visit the library, they would serve them better alcohol. This greatly interested the beggars, who immediately surrounded the heir and put their arms around his shoulders, saying that they would meet later. However, the guy slipped out of their embrace, thereby surprising them and only further arousing their interest in his person. Turning around, Bruno smiled affably, saying that it wouldn't work now, since he had to prepare to attend the Soman clan's dinner. When they returned home, there was a flurry of activity about the gala dinner, with servants loading gifts into the carriage. At this time, Brian held Sonia's hands and asked her to take care of their brother, to always be near him and not let anything bad happen. The charged girl answered loudly so that he wouldn't worry, because not a hair of her entire head would fall. Bruno confirmed that nothing like that would happen, after which he asked them to stop shaking with fear, and then said goodbye to his brothers. These speeches didn't really have any effect on the young guys, who looked at their brother with concern and asked him to definitely come back. After these words, the carriage rushed forward, leaving behind a path of dust that slowly settled on the flat ground. Brian asked if he was sure he would be okay. Even though he said nothing would happen, he couldn't help but worry. Eugene immediately asked him not to worry, because his brother would cope with whatever happened to him, and besides, there was good news. He pulled a letter from his bosom, loudly declaring that it was from Chad, which meant that he would soon grace them with his presence. As the second heir expected, this news had a very encouraging effect on Brian, who immediately began to beam. After all, he knew that Chad was the second son of the richest man in the north, and his older brother's only best friend. Eugene also added that they were keeping Chad's arrival a secret, since he had asked that he wanted to see his brother, but in the letter he asked them to trust him. Brian loudly agreed, deciding that let it be a surprise. Once they dealt with this clan, a wonderful life would begin. At this time, pleasant music was playing in the Soman clan's house, and the guy sitting by the window was fingering the strings of a musical instrument. Without stopping playing, he turned to Marcus, saying that he was in a very good mood today and looked happy. He confirmed, adding that listening to Chandler's performance brings to mind the most beautiful scenes. The stepbrother immediately became embarrassed and asked his brother not to exaggerate, after which he asked what had popped into his imagination. Closing his eyes, the young heir tried to imagine in more detail the picture that appeared before his eyes. After some time, he replied that there he killed people who begged him for mercy. He took possession of all the wealth and relics of their families, and their beautiful estate was ablaze. a beautiful picture that was a joy to behold. Chandler replied that someday he hoped to see the same landscape that he had seen in his rich imagination. Marcus thought that this is a picture where Chandler's family was destroyed. He calls him an older brother, but he doesn't even know who his enemy is. This is what happens when you don't have power, and this can be said about the Great Celestial Library. This is the largest library, famous for their books alone. Having no power, they had no choice but to come and apologize. At that very moment, a girl looked into his chambers, telling the master that the bones were beginning to arrive, and he immediately ordered them to be met. He then turned to his half-brother, asking him to attend the dinner for the guests. The boy immediately bowed and agreed. After all, this is the only way he can repay his kindness, and then he will give them a wonderful performance. Leaving the room and going out to the guests in person, Marcus thought that now it was the turn of the great heavenly library. Meanwhile, the already familiar boys and girls called out to Bruno, inviting him to join them and asking how he was doing. Smiling, the eldest heir of the library immediately recognized Inna, Gerda, and John, who greeted him with the same smile. Suddenly, they were joined by another rather plump guy, who laughed when he recognized the famous heir to the library. Inna pointed to the unfamiliar guys, saying that Bruno had not met them before, and therefore they should get acquainted now. The chubby guy waved his hand and introduced himself as Simon. The second dark guy introduced himself as Hans and folded his hands in greeting. The last one to greet him was a thin, pale guy who called himself Max from the Ogu Society. He looked at the new company with surprise, drawing some conclusions to himself, but not really showing it. He remembered that in his past life, he had received a letter from Hans's squad, saying that their leader wanted to give him a sword. Then he refused because he already had 3 balls, which he valued very much. He did not think that he would meet a man from there in such a place. At this time, Simon walked around Bruno and looked at him from all sides, saying that he looked different than he imagined. Then he laughed again and said he thought it would be a gloomy man with sad eyes, but he looked very happy. Bruno immediately realized that he had no filter in his mouth, but apparently he did not wish him any harm, and therefore there was no need to be wary of him. Suddenly, Max turned away and rudely declared that the library had no shame or conscience. And with these words, he attracted the attention of everyone else. He asked if Mr. Bruno shouldn't be depressed, and now they were spreading ridiculous rumors about the Soman clan. Inna immediately screamed, asking why he was saying such words in such a good place. But he, in his opinion, was only stating a fact. The girl wanted to say something else in defense of the library's heir, but the guy personally approached her and calmed her down. He repeated her words that this was not the right place for such conversations, thinking that the Ogu Society was the followers of the Soman clan. Then he turned to Max and said that he had obviously eaten something bad to decide to lie like a dog in such a place. This answer shocked the guy. However, the other guests appreciated Bruno's phrase with humor, immediately blushing and laughing, some quietly, some loudly. At that very moment, the heir of the clan appeared on the threshold of the house, who calmly ordered everyone to go inside. The guests immediately began to greet the heir, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, but not all decided to address him in a polite manner. However, the owner greeted everyone with a smile on his face, inviting everyone to come inside while they showered him with compliments. You were the last one who didn't enter the house was Bruno, who couldn't find the words to express his feelings towards him. Instead, Marcus took the floor first, asking if this was their first meeting, but the library heir did not answer. Ignoring this silence, the clan heir wished well to the heir of the great heavenly library, inviting him into the house. Then Bruno decided to answer him, folding his hands in a greeting and thanking him for the invitation in a calm and polite voice. When all the guests had taken their seats, Marcus raised his glass and smiled as amiably as his acting skills would allow. Looking at his pretty face, Bruno only became more irritated, mentally asking him what kind of wicked thing he had planned. He thought that he would have to disgrace himself in front of all these people. But this has not happened yet. He did not arrange this feast just like that. Suddenly, John announced that he would show them a trick that would make the wine taste even better, asking them to pay attention to his glass and the lady's empty glass. Then the guy began to slowly swing the glass, increasing the tempo with each second swirling the contents. However, it did not spill throughout the room, but every single drop ended up in Gerda's glass, who was surprised by such a trick. Clapping his hands, Bruno mentally noted that his skills were indeed quite unusual and clearly deserved a standing ovation. John was great, of course, but he only put his chi energy into the glass, and so it looked a little childish. After that, everyone decided to show their skills. Gerda was the first to perform, singing a very beautiful song. Inna turned the contents of the glass into fireworks, thereby completely draining the glass for the sake of spectacle and pleasant crackling. Marcus danced with his sword and a drop of wine on the edge of the blade, making incredibly sharp yet smooth movements. In the end, the drop remained in the same place, and everyone assessed such an unusual talent differently. Max, who was very tense, literally shaking when he held his glass, managed to simply warm up the wine. Simon and Hans put on a show with invisible swords, creating a scene of a brutal battle. And Bruno decided to show them his acupressure skills, which he learned as a child in the library. They are called the humility of heaven. After all, they are directly connected with the divine touch. And at that very second, he touched Simon's head, who was initially against it. But as soon as the library heir's fingers touched his back, the plump guy's face immediately changed, and he began to enjoy the process. Once Bruno finished, Simon stated with satisfaction that thanks to his hands he was reborn. The rest of the guests were shocked. The next second, each of the guests shouted that they also wanted to experience this massage. But the guy replied that he would do it to everyone once. He also added that the first to be served would be the host of the dinner, the heir of Soman, since it was thanks to him that they owed this meeting. Sitting down on a chair, Marcus laughed politely and thanked him, after which he asked him to begin, while the others only silently envied him. Bruno thought that maybe Marcus was acting as if nothing had happened and he wasn't up to anything, but he had achieved his goal. He will emerge from the situation as a winner, and therefore he only needs to use the secret technique, after which he began to press on the necessary points. The heir of the clan was very surprised. He felt something unusual when the guy began to massage his shoulders, quite skillfully. The next second, his breathing became heavy, his face turned red, he shivered, experiencing a pleasant relaxation. John noticed that Marcus, who was always reserved, was showing emotions like this, which meant that brother Simon was not lying. When the latter suddenly asked him to stop immediately, this seriously scared Bruno, who thought that he had been exposed. He asked guiltily what had happened, to which he received the answer that he had been watching his actions closely. But the guy cried out that he had walked over it 3 times, and he was wondering why he was paying special attention to it. The library heir tried to calm his friend down, asking him not to worry, since brother Soman had arranged this dinner. Putting on a serious face, the plump guy said that if that was the case, then he would arrange the next dinner for another massage session. The others immediately laughed, understanding what he was trying to achieve, because I was not the one who showed up when he suddenly shouted at Bruno. When the event was over, everyone went to their carriages, John loudly saying that next time they would have dinner too. Waving goodbye to them, the library heir thought that these children could not forget the sensations they had received from the acupressure until the very end of dinner. However, nothing happened at dinner. He thought that Marcus had a plan, so he thought of how to catch him off guard. One way or another, he had accomplished his mission, so it didn't matter. After which he headed to the carriage, telling Sonia that it was time for them to go back too. Suddenly, the heir of the clan called out to him, offering to take a short walk and have a friendly chat before leaving. They walked away from the carriage when Marcus asked how he had enjoyed his dinner tonight, to which he replied that it had been very funny. The owner was glad that he liked it. He also wanted to say something, but did not want to say it before dinner, so as not to spoil the mood. Bruno realized that he had now decided to show his true face, after which he replied that he also had something to say. With a slight wave of his hand, the library heir announced that he would send him a manager, but such a statement only surprised Marcus. Smiling, Bruno asked if he shouldn't be punished for causing irreparable damage to the clan's reputation. Smiling uncertainly, the clan heir immediately agreed with him, deciding to ignore the remark. Bruno added that they tried to interrogate him, but it was quite difficult to loosen his tongue. They wanted to hand him over to them immediately. Okay, so far they weren't afraid that he wouldn't be able to stand it, but Marcus thought that the manager couldn't help but tell everything to the heavenly library. Smiling imperceptibly and maliciously, the heir of the clan mentally insulted Bruno, asking if he was really so afraid of them. He then replied that they would indeed need to deal with the allegations against him, but he didn't know that the library was concerned about its reputation. Bruno said that as soon as he returned, he would give instructions, and the man would be delivered within a couple of days. Marcus agreed with this, after which he said that this is why he wants to start a truly brotherly relationship with them, then asked what brother Bruno thought about this. The library heir looked uncertainly at the outstretched hand, not knowing what was best for him to do in such a situation. After all, the one who wanted to destroy the library offers him brotherhood, but the guy replied that he is not worthy of such honors from him. Marcus replied that since he was laughing so much, it meant he didn't like the proposal, so he decided to talk next time. Placing his hand on his chest and smiling in a friendly manner, the heir of the clan asked his interlocutor to simply know that he was already like a brother to him. In response to this, Bruno laughed loudly, thinking that maybe he shouldn't wait for the secret technique to take effect, but kill him right here. However, he decided not to do this and returned to the carriage to immediately go home and wait for the results. Sonia said that today was a hard day, but it was good that nothing special happened, and he worked very hard. The girl offered him something tasty to eat when they returned, when suddenly a boy's face looked into the carriage window. Sonia screamed in fear, after which she stuttered and asked who he was. The boy waved his hand at them and said that his name was Henry. Why did he turn to the air? With delight asked if he was really Bruno, because his brothers or he should follow him. When asked where his brothers were now and what they were doing, the boy replied that they were sleeping outside now, since his turn to sleep outside had already passed. He also added that they sleep outside in turns, and Bruno thought about why he was focusing so much on the fact that they live outside. After all, it was clear that they were beggars, after which he asked to tell his brothers that today he would sleep on the street next to the Salmon clan. When asked why, the guy replied that today an interesting performance would unfold near the clan, which needed witnesses. As the night wore on, Marcus decided to take a relaxing hot bath, along with some alcohol. He thought that all the guests who had come to him today had given him such wine as one, creating a surplus. He felt like it was all from a regular market, but it was better than silk because he could use it right now to relax. Then he opened a small box, realizing that it was a gift from Hans's squad, and he became curious about what was inside. Inside the box were 12 long needles neatly folded, and the boy immediately realized that his mother would like them. Moreover, they gave off a pleasant aroma, more like cedar. Then the guy closed the box and put it aside. As he picked up another box, he thought that the library was using such a beautiful tree for a gift box to leave a good impression. Well, when he proposed to him to become a brother, he was so confused. His half-brother had the same face when he proposed to him too. Soon he will be like Chandler, playing the guqin for him. With such acupressure skills, he will be giving massages to the members of the Soman family. But the gift from the library is 3 books, although he had already stolen 3 books from them through the manager, but they were not supposed to notice. The title of the books, The Achievements of the Royal Transformation, The 8 Paths of Devastation of the Demonic Beast, and The Magic of the 6 Suns. The guy was quite confused by these titles because these were the very same books that he had already stolen, although not with his own hands. With sharp movements of his hand, he opened all 3 books and noticed that they were empty. All the pages were white and clean. He didn't understand what kind of tricks these library freaks were doing, but he had to tell his father about it immediately. But the next second he thought, after all, the dinner had gone well. There was no point in upsetting him, at least for a while. He opened the books again with a trembling hand and began to leaf through the pages, thinking that if they asked for the books to be returned, he would happily agree. After all, it won't look like a complaint. He will accept this disobedience from the library with an open heart. But they don't even imagine what this pathetic rebellion on their part will lead to. When suddenly the guy noticed that his nose was bleeding, after which he was bent so much that he fell back, not even noticing how he was falling, but he was lucky to fall into the bathtub. At first, nothing happened underwater, but a few seconds later, air began to come out of the guy's lungs, mixed with blood. Then his body crawled out to gasp for as much air as possible, unable to bear the pain as his body was deformed. While the boy was writhing in pain, the maids who stood on the other side of the door seemed not to hear how their master was suffering. Marcus's joints continued to twist, causing him unbearable pain, and he did not realize that he was about to lose consciousness. At this time, there were 3 beggars on the wall in front of the Soman clan's residence, watching what was happening carefully. Standing at the entrance to the bathroom, 2 men stood in a pool of blood, asking if he had any enemies who could do such a thing. After all, this did not happen because of an oversaturation of internal energy. Someone was involved in this. It must have been a master who knew the points. The clan leader lowered his head and thought only about who could have done this, because he didn't know of any such master of energy points. Another man loudly asked him not to remain silent, because he had to know something in order to make a plan of further action. There may be many enemies, or there may not be any at all, but whoever it was, he left no traces and did not decide to grab the snake by the tail. The man again said he was not authorized to make any assumptions, so he hoped he would find out who it was. In the meantime, he will remain in the clan and try to help the heir, in response to which he received eternal gratitude. Leaving the room as the heir, the man who decided to help him realized that the one who did this was not an easy person. Even with his knowledge, he can't even guess who pressed on the 7 energy points of the heir and what kind of technique it was. Moreover, he did not commit any dangerous actions today. There was only a dinner party, but they say that it went off peacefully. But he was sure that the secret technique had happened then, in which case the impact could have occurred in the first half of the day or evening. He had no idea what level of skill a person with such a technique must have, and who he could touch the heir of Soman. At this time, Henry, being outside, said that a lot of time had passed since his brother left, but he never returned. The middle one immediately assumed that he had been caught by people from the clan, but nothing could be done. The main thing was that they did not become next. A second later, the older brother landed on the roof of the building, asking the middle one to repeat what he had just said. Quentin reported that the heir to the library was right, and something interesting happened. The heir to the clan was torn into small pieces. Henry immediately asked how he knew this would happen, to which he received the answer that he should go and ask him himself, and their work was done. They immediately left the scene of the incident, while the younger one joyfully shouted that he wanted to get to the library faster. Sometime later, the three brothers and Sonia looked with irritation at the beggars who asked for a bottle of wine. The other three poorer brothers ate their fill, happily accepting the invitation of the eldest heir and his treats. Brian loudly asked them to mind their manners, because his older brother was the heir to the great celestial library. In response to this, the middle brother of the beggars asked if he was afraid to speak to them like that, but he didn't care. The main thing was that they showed respect. This disrespectful behavior made the younger boy angry, after which he began to take out nunchaku from his sleeve, wanting to teach them manners. Anthony stated that even if the young master was not afraid, he was weak, and if he brought him some drinks, he would be able to forgive his mistake. Spinning a weapon that no one had used for a long time, the third heir of the library refused, saying that he would teach them etiquette. And while the two young guys were sorting things out among themselves, the eldest of the beggars approached Bruno, saying that he would take a walk because it was good for his stomach. When asked how he knew in advance that such a disaster would happen to the Soman clan, Bruno replied that the stars told him so. This amused Quentin, who asked the remarkable heir to the great library to confess, since he would not tell anyone. The heir replied that it was probably someone strong enough to destroy the entire clan, so he did not want to name him. However, there was only one question that was bothering Quentin, and he knew that Bruno was beating around the bush, not wanting to say it straight out. Unable to bear this secret, the boy asked if Bruno himself had killed the heir of the clan by doing something to him during dinner. Quentin wanted to put the library heir on edge with this question, but he only smiled casually. Then his eyes widened slightly in surprise, and he asked if he was saying that he did it. It was almost obvious now. Quentin, frozen, was slightly taken aback because it seemed to him that Bruno was innocent, but his behavior said the exact opposite. Suddenly, the elder brother of the beggars felt something was wrong. He was overcome by dizziness and disorientation, which is why he backed away. Clutching his head, Quentin asked if he had received a reward for this, or if he was just killing anyone without looking. In response to this, Bruno only turned around and asked to follow him because he wanted to show him something. Showing the tied-up manager, the guy said that he had conspired with the Soman clan to destroy the library from the inside. There were a few other people besides him that they had already gotten rid of, but Quentin had expected exactly this outcome. He said he tried to get to the bottom of the truth but couldn't, and assumed that Soman was plotting to suppress the other families. Bruno replied that tomorrow he would invite the head of the Soman clan to his place, because after the letters and gifts he would have no choice. But for now he needs to invite other people. When asked what kind of people they were, the heir replied that he knew them very well. At this time, Whitebrain told the head of Soman that he had collected all the pages of the torn book. The man was curious about what it was about. The old man replied that these were books that had been received from the great celestial library, but all the pages were blank. Embittered, the clan leader realized that the library had decided to play a joke on them by giving them such a mean and mocking gift. The bald old man agreed, adding that they had just received a large chest and a letter from them, which most likely did not require delay. Without wasting a minute, the clan leader ordered his subordinates to immediately open the chest to see its contents for themselves. As soon as they opened the lid, a ball of flesh began to emerge from inside, completely covered in blood, which emitted a very unpleasant smell. The head of the clan froze in horror, realizing that this was the same thing that happened to his son, but besides this, there was still a letter. It said that the heavens had seen all his evil deeds, so they sent a curse on his heir. But the library, by the will of the heavens, also changed its mind. They won't let the manager go, but since there was an agreement, they won't send him a security captain so that even a fool like him would understand everything. Such is the fate of his heir. Having finished reading the letter, the man became very angry and began to curse the freaks from the library. Then he called over the Black Detachment, some of whose warriors listened attentively to his further instructions. The man grinned angrily and firmly declared that tonight, the library would disappear from the face of the earth at any cost. Don't waste a minute. Preparations for the siege of the library began immediately. which was led personally by the head of the clan and went ahead of everyone. He was followed by a large number of warriors, and he himself hoped that the great heavenly library was ready to answer for everything before the Somun clan. As soon as he finished his short speech, a man's sincere laughter was heard somewhere in the air, which did not escape the man. Using the light step technique, the eldest heir of the library declared that he had sent him a message and gifts from the bottom of his heart. However, they decided to continue threatening them, even though they had personally seen the results of their attempts. The head of the clan frowned, asking the boy to stop chatting, because it was he who was to blame for what happened to his only son. Bruno smiled and asked that he wanted to believe that he did it. But in fact, the chief himself was to blame for it. He doesn't want to go together, but to the room where the resentment is on him. But the man asked him to shut up, because after tonight he won't be able to chat like that. Bruno asked if they were planning to destroy the library that night, hinting that he would like to chat some more. Perhaps those guys behind him, under the name of the Black Squad, will do this. Then he will come running, regretting that he did not manage to come to the rescue in time. Taking his sword out of its sheath, the clan leader declared that the boy was no fool, but his wits were not enough to escape from him. When suddenly another voice said that he liked the leader's speech, he didn't know that he could throw around such offensive words like that. However, if what he said was true, then today he would experience Ban's blade. The stunned Somun did not expect to see the head of the sect. He laughed, asking if he thought he was alone here, when suddenly all the warriors standing on the ground saw a few more people in the air. The head of the House of Fiery Loyalty and the head of the White House asked how leader Somun dared to do such a thing. The leaders of the Continental Clan and the Cheney Squad also joined in the discussion, saying that they trusted him until they saw all this. Also, Chief Somun noticed another person whom he expected to see here last of all because he should not be here. It was the elder of the Somun clan who should be in exile outside the country, who was looking at the man with a disapproving look. They had cast him out when they had taken over the clan, so he didn't understand how they had been able to find him and bring him here. Quentin was also there, saying that when he heard the heir's request, but when he brought these people, he realized what his plan was. Bruno thanked him for this, and the beggar asked the leader of Somun what he would do next, since he had no loopholes for this case. Quentin kindly suggested that he get down on his knees and beg for forgiveness before it was too late, because there would be no turning back. But despite what he saw, the man said it was quite arrogant, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised. After which he grinned slyly and asked if they really thought he had come to fight the library empty-handed. He then pointed his sword at his opponents, ordering his warriors to prepare the shells, who in turn began to open the prepared boxes. The heads of the various families stared at the performance with shock in their eyes, not understanding what kind of projectiles were being discussed. Somun stated that even the great library, an impregnable fortress with an unpredictable strategy, would not be able to withstand such an attack. Even one bomb would be enough to incinerate everything here, and then it turned out that he was going to blow up this mountain along with the library. Bruno clapped his hands. They say that he was already disappointed that he came with nothing, but the library will only be glad to receive such a gift, after which the guy smiled as amiably as possible and suggested continuing this conversation after his fall. Not understanding anything, the head of the clan asked why he suddenly started talking about some kind of fall, since they were standing on solid ground. But as soon as the guy snapped his fingers, the slope on which the leader and his warriors stood began to quickly collapse, becoming covered with cracks. The ground immediately fell out from under their feet, sending all the men into free fall, and also giving them the feeling of approaching death. While all the warriors were experiencing animal fear, the clan leader tried to stay focused and thought that this must be an illusion. However, he decided not to take any risks and stuck the tip of his sword straight into the mountain so as not to continue the free fall leading into the unknown. Turning his head, he shouted to his subjects to calm down because all this was unreal and was just an illusion. However, these words had no effect on the warriors, who tearfully begged to be saved. And one of the soldiers flew straight towards the head. Frightened by the man flying towards him, the head thought that if he fell on him, it would be the end of him immediately. With a sharp wave of his hand, he managed to knock aside the flying body, which continued to fly face down into the unknown. However, what he feared so much happened. The tip of the sword jumped out of the rock, sending the man flying after his warriors. He looked into the void and thought that everything was fine for now. The ground was still far away, which meant he could still think of something to save himself. Besides, the mountain on which the library stands is not actually that high. If everything were real, they would have broken apart long ago. All this only proves that it is an illusion, which is why he shouted to the warriors so that they would not be deceived that it is just magic. At this time, A group of men who watched the enemies fall from the air just gaped, unable to find any words. They looked at the men lying on the ground, realizing that they were now falling into the illusion created by Bruno. The eldest heir was satisfied that he asked Eugene to expand the protective seals to the entire mountain, since no one could know about it. The Salmon clan leader, lying face down, shouted loudly that the ground was approaching, in response to which the surviving warriors screamed in fear. Some soldiers tried to get up, opening their eyes in which horror was visible, and they themselves screamed and feared death. At that very second, they fell face down on the ground at high speed, which meant that in the illusion they had already reached the bottom, which they crashed against. Some family heads wondered how they could die in the illusion, since they could easily get out of it. They were told that this was because the mind and body were one, and therefore those who were unable to distinguish illusion from reality could disappear without a trace. But no matter how good the illusion was, they actually believed that they were now falling inside the mountain, which is why they were dying. The moment people accept illusion as reality, even it can kill them, completely destroying the mind from within. Bruno ordered his bodyguards to take these bodies, and several people in dark robes immediately emerged from the shadows and carried out the order. The family heads looked at Bruno and noticed that he didn't even hesitate and called them here to protect himself from the Soman clan. His main goal was to show them the true face of the clan, hinting that it was better not to joke with them or try to provoke them in any way. The elder of the Soman clan, who had only remained silent until now, decided to approach the heir of the library, attracting his attention. The young man listened attentively to the old man, who said that among them there were seriously wounded, but still living people. And so he asked him to ease their suffering. Bruno understood the man at half a word, giving a silent order to his subordinates. They, looking at their master, immediately understood what was required of them, after which they took out knives and began to cut the throats of the survivors. After some time, the heads of the families gathered at a round table, and the elder said that this was a disgrace, and after this one wanted to hide in a mouse hole. The clan leader was cunning, destroying anyone who stood in his way, but the old man thought that he only wanted to strengthen the clan's power. However, there is no one to blame for this. If it were not for the heir of the library, other families would also have suffered from this cruel man. Judging by Soman's actions, there were probably many crimes they didn't know about yet, but the families were ashamed that they could only watch. At this point, they decided to end the meeting, adding that in order to defeat Soman once and for all, they needed to summon the best warriors from each family. At this time, Bruno thought that this reminded him of the time when he was the head of the alliance. The meeting was boring, just like then, but he still misses some people and thought about whether he should go to the alliance, after which he immediately discarded this idea. So far, he has only mastered 2 skills out of his 3 secret weapons and has not mastered the integrity of blood, and the other 2 need some work. So now he wouldn't have time to think about visiting the alliance because he had hard work to do on himself ahead of him. At this time, he heard someone calling him, thinking that they wanted him to approve the final decision. He smiled and replied that they could do as they decided, since they were all masters of their craft, so there would be no difficulties. Quentin said there was nothing to worry about, but Bruno was so calm, as if he had already experienced many similar events. Then he asked if he was a genius, thinking that such a kid was able to deal with the Soman clan, but he still needed to gain experience. As soon as everything was decided, Bruno decided to leave, when a loud, boyish cry was heard from behind the door. A stunned Henry burst into the hall, loudly calling his brother, thereby attracting everyone's attention. Without lowering his voice, the boy excitedly reported that the leader of the Soman clan was furious. His eyes were glowing red, and it seemed he had risen up to take revenge. The men immediately began to make noise and ask how he could rebel and what kind of nonsense this was. Bruno immediately sent his warriors to find out what was going on. Stunned by what was happening, Eugene, who had been accompanying his brother the whole time, asked him what was going on, unable to understand it on his own. Leader Soman has awakened a hidden power. This combat technique is used in the last moments of life at the expense of the last remnants of energy. Quite calmly, Bruno asked Eugene to raise the guard and make sure the library was protected, and then to stay with his grandfather. Leaving the hall, the first heir to the library immediately asked how the situation was, to which his warrior replied that he would find out everything right away. When their warriors were piling up the bodies of the dead in a cart at the northern gate, the leader's body shook, and the same thing happened to the others. Although by uniting all the warrior detachments, they outnumbered them, the situation was not turning out in their favor. Bruno's 3 bodyguards tried to attack the clan leader from behind while he was distracted by the battle, in order to catch him off guard. However, the man reacted with lightning speed. thereby repelling the attack of 3 blades at once, throwing the warriors away from him with a cry. Bruno, Sonia, and several heads of families immediately arrived at the scene of the battle to personally assess the situation and help their warriors. Seeing how Chief Soman was brutally dealing with his people, the eldest heir thought that he had quite a lot of energy. Henry, who followed them, asked if they would just watch from the sidelines and call all the warriors here. Brian, who also came with his brother, replied that that was what they had to do, but even so, they would not be able to defeat them. The worried boy turned to Bruno, telling him to fight him because the elders said that he was very strong. At this time, Bruno only watched, trying to quickly and rationally assess the chances of victory, concluding that it would be difficult. The duration of the awakening of the hidden power is half an hour, and after that he will die, so it would be possible to just wait it out. However, some of the family heads had already entered the battle, wanting to quickly end the carnage that the awakened man had caused. One of the leaders tried to attack Soman with a sword, but he grabbed the blade with his bare hands and tore it out of his hands, throwing it aside. If there were more fallen soldiers, the situation would become even worse, and they could not allow that. Having lost his sword, the man had already resigned himself to his fate and closed his eyes, but after a few seconds, nothing happened. Risking a look at what was happening, he noticed Bruno, who managed to disarm the attacker with just 2 fingers. Taking the sword in his hand, the eldest heir of the library said that he did not have the ball with him, so he would borrow it for a while. Then the guy rushed into the attack, having weighed all the pros and cons, and ultimately decided to end everything here and now. In order to quickly deal with all this, you need to hit the place where all the hidden power accumulated in it comes from. Catching up with one of the fallen warriors, Bruno delivered a horizontal blow just below the ribs, knowing that this was their weak point. From the wound that was inflicted by the sword, in addition to blood, red energy immediately gushed out, which began to be released at an incredible speed, after which the guy sped up, catching up with all the warriors of the Soman clan, striking at the same place, thereby defeating them. The head of the clan immediately noticed the approaching youth, but he was not going to give in, so easily exposing himself to attack. The man couldn't believe that he had personally decided to fight for me, which he said out loud, but Bruno didn't answer. The angry man began to concentrate dark energy around himself, declaring that he wanted to look at his insides. The next second, an incredibly powerful explosion was heard, and upon seeing it, the ever-laughing band loudly shouted, calling out to the air. However, he was fine and was able to dodge, and now he was determined to counterattack before his opponent had time to regroup. The stunned Soman, seeing that the guy was not hit by the shockwave, became even more embittered, feeling a surge of rage. However, it was too late. While he was thinking about it, Bruno approached him with lightning speed and cut his body in half. Quentin, who immediately approached the heir of the library, looked emotionlessly at the body of the defeated man. The heads of the families didn't know how he managed to do it, but they were no longer going to believe the stupid and false rumors about him. However, Bruno replied that Soman had fallen because he had already used up all his strength, but the warriors continued to praise him. One of the leaders thought that his swordplay and movement were completely different from those of the other warriors in the great library. When they returned to the library, they unanimously decided to gather and finally destroy the Soman clan, punishing them for their sins. A little while later, Chandler asked his brother if he heard those sounds. That was the families and clans from the northern lands invading. The ball of flesh called out to his father, but his brother replied that the leader had gone to the library to avenge him, but had lost, and they had reached them. Unable to bear the news calmly, what was left of Marcus only screamed angrily, calling for Chandler again. The trembling flesh tearfully asked his brother to kill him before the people from the heavenly library who were coming after him did so. He said he was in this formless state, he had no father, but Chandler asked how his brother dared to give up his life. Patting Marcus on the spot where his cheek should be, Chandler said that something good had finally happened for him. Smiling unpleasantly, the stepbrother asked how it felt to be pathetic, because looking at him, he couldn't stop laughing. Marcus screamed angrily, but his brother asked him not to worry, because for his own pleasure, he would take care of him for the rest of his life. After all, they would live together for a long time, after which Chandler stroked his brother again, making a merciless smile. The next day after the Soman clan's attack, at noon, news came that the clan's army had been completely and utterly defeated. After the great heavenly library learned of this, it was as if a celebration reigned there. Everyone shed tears of happiness, laughed, and rejoiced. A few days later, Elder Somun arrived at the library. He brought the treasures of the library stolen by the clan, as well as gold bars. According to the investigation results, the Somun clan destroyed at least 5 clans and families, and the elder apologized to all of them. Bruno thought that he still had about 10 years to pay for all the crimes committed by the former leader of the clan, but he had a strong sense of responsibility. The next one that arrived was the head of the Continental Military Administration clan, and he brought a box as an apology. The man heard that Bruno was looking for healing plants, so he gave him a flower of soul power, but taking it might make him feel sick for a while. The guest was stunned when she saw the worried face of the library heir, who was very happy about the second element that he had been looking for so long. After taking the snake's blood, he couldn't find the remaining ingredients for a long time, so he didn't know if he could get them at all. But he didn't think that he would receive one of them like this. At that time, the man said that next time he would prepare a better gift. However, the guy immediately snatched the flower from the guest's hands, blushing and saying that it was the best gift he could give. After him, the heads of the White House and the House of Fiery Loyalty came to them, and Bruno wondered if it would be possible for everyone to come at once. The head of the White House whispered that the leader of the sect, Chucky, did not have a gift ready, so he could not come today. At this time, Ban called Inna to go to the library with him, because all the other clans had also paid visits. They should not be left out. The girl asked in surprise if it was okay for them to arrive empty-handed, but her father replied happily that the gift was already ready. She asked what it was, to which the man immediately replied that it was her, and that they needed to somehow marry her off to the heir to the library. After all, the more she learns about him in the library, the better. They need to improve their relationship. But Inna didn't listen to the end and ran away. As soon as the door slammed shut, Ban, frozen in a stupor, told himself that he shouldn't have said it so abruptly. At night, beggars came to the library empty-handed because they did not have anything that Bruno could appreciate. They ate meat, rested, and left. After their visit, the heir hoped that the endless stream of guests had finally ended. But contrary to his wishes, the captain of the Cheney squad also came to him with his son, who behaved very politely compared to the beggars. The young guests stated that they were seeing each other for the first time since dinner at the Soman clan, and his father had told him a lot about the battle with them. They brought 3 chests of swords as a gift. The master remembered that Bruno did not have his own sword, so he brought him several to choose from. In a past life, he received a letter from the captain, where he spoke of wanting to give him a sword, and now he received it. In another life. Taking the first sword in his hands, the eldest heir immediately began to list all its advantages and conveniences, capturing every detail. The elderly master was flattered because the boy said so many flattering words about his work, but he suggested looking at other swords as well. The second sword was also amazing, because it harmoniously combined lightness and hardness, making it a very dangerous weapon in skilled hands. In the flow of energy, it becomes very flexible, so it will be convenient to use it in various combat techniques. For a skilled warrior, it will emphasize the mastery. Everyone would like to have such a sword. The master immediately laughed, agreeing with the guy, adding that this is far from all. Bruno looked at the third sword, the scabbard and hilt of which looked quite old. The eldest heir did not think that it would be like this. He then decided to use his newly acquired magical vision to take a closer look. Having begun to examine the engraved symbols on the guard and scabbard, the guy began to carefully take out the sword, carefully examining the steel. Having returned everything to its original state, Bruno simply smiled politely, said that it was a good sword, and he liked it very much. This slightly confused the master, who expected slightly different words specifically about this sword, but he did not ask any unnecessary questions. And then he circled all 3 weapons with his hands, asked which of the 3 swords he decided to choose. The guy stopped his choice on the first one. Contrary to his choice, the man took the third sword in his hands and, looking at it, asked the eldest heir to explain his choice. Bowing, the boy replied that all the swords were wonderful, but the first sword suited him better than the second. However, the man was interested in why he did not choose the third one, to which he heard the answer that the master had worked on this sword all his life. This answer stunned both the master and his son, who did not expect such insight from the young master. The man then turned red and shook Bruno's hand, loudly declaring that he knew the boy would understand, and then asked how he did it. He replied that next to this sword, another would lose its value, but all its excellent properties would manifest themselves only in the hands of the one who made it. In his hands, the blade becomes so sharp that it can cut through anything at once. The edges of the sword are forged in such a way that they multiply the flow of chi energy. Moreover, the runes on the sword were not placed just like that, but in a special order, so they bring all the energy into harmony. The boy cannot express in words how amazed he is by the master's work, and therefore cannot accept him. The old man was touched by such speeches. He said that the guy explained as if he himself was present at the creation of this sword, because it was created for the best person in the whole world. He forged it to be as good as the 3 swords Harry already wielded, but unfortunately it died suddenly. Therefore, the master concluded that this sword should be wielded by another person who is almost as good as the leader of the alliance. At that very moment, the man politely asked the boy to accept this sword because it would be very difficult to find another such owner for it. The man couldn't wait to see how this sword would unfold in his hands, because one day with it, the eldest heir would be able to reach the top. Looking at the new weapon with surprise, Bruno thought that this sword was able to find its true owner, which was not a coincidence. When he heard the answer, he smiled slightly and nodded, realizing how amazing this connection was, like a gift from fate. Then he folded his hands in a sign of respect, sincerely thanking the master who had appreciated the boy's strength and presented him with such a gift. After this visit, Bruno, along with Eugene and Brian, decided to take a little rest, at which time the brothers complained about the gift of the last guest. The head of the library then decided what to do with those who participated in the conspiracy between the Soman clan and the manager, deciding to expel them. After which, at the suggestion of the head of the White House, he sent a request to invite the library to the Northern Alliance. Then Bruno stated that the Soman clan's evil deeds had come to an end. The clan's connections were probably wider, so they might face aggression from their allies. They will not take drastic action so as not to put themselves at risk, but this should not be a reason for calm. In addition, the Soman clan had plans to seize power, which they kept secret, but by forming an alliance they can resist them. The library has always supported the Union, so they could take control of the territories surrounding the library. And even if someone decides to attack, and they can't repel the blow, and at the same time use runes to protect the territory, Ben liked this idea. At this time, rumors were spreading throughout the city that it was the heir to the library who made the greatest contribution to the victory over the Soman clan. Others said that the library is a mysterious place, but this is just nonsense, because how can they be martial artists? They only read books. There's no smoke without fire because they played a big role in that battle, which is why such rumors are circulating throughout the city. Many people asked why the library's heir, who was rumored to be dead, suddenly became so active in such a short time. The man who was watching the boy standing at the window and covering his face with a fan said, "It's better to stop discussing this." When asked if he was worried, the man loudly answered that it would be better to double-check everything and kill him. The main thing is not to regret it later. The young man turned around and firmly stated that he would not regret it, all because he did not know him, so he wanted to show him something. Sitting down at the table on which the sheets of paper lay, the boy declared that this was a letter from his friend, but the man decided that these were simply farewell letters. After which the young man asked to look at the first 6 letters, and in order to understand everything completely, you just need to put them together. There was a ringing pause for a minute, during which the mustachioed man tried to form a sentence from the first letters of words. It was an encrypted correspondence between him and Bruno, in which the heir wrote that he was alive, but dead, and while he existed, his family struggled with grief. After reading everything to the end, the man cried out that he should have reported that he had changed his mind earlier, because he had entrusted everything to a reliable organization. They promised that they would not stop until the task was completed, but Chad replied that he was waiting for this, which stunned his interlocutor. He then asked if the boy would die too when it was all over, to which he received the answer that he would not be able to live if he killed his friend. The man thought that the two of them were out of their minds, after which he asked if they were sure everything was okay, expecting a clear answer. But Chad replied that the sun was very bright today, and before it set, he and the heir in the library would die, no matter what the cost. The next day, Eugene announced that they would soon come to that same restaurant, after which he said that the new dish was very tasty. Bruno replied that he couldn't wait, because it had been a long time since they had all gone anywhere together, and Sonia and Brian also looked incredibly happy. With a determined look, the second heir loudly declared that today, his brother would try a dish whose taste he would never forget. Eugene seemed too self-confident today, but a few days ago he started asking him to go to this restaurant with him. The eldest heir was wondering if this new dish was as delicious as his brother said, but what if it wasn't? Walking along the shopping street, Brian drew Eugene's attention to a counter where simple wooden soldiers were sold. Looking at each toy, the younger brother asked if Eugene remembered how they played war with these as children. Of course, he remembered everything. At this time, Bruno, with a displeased look, asked them not to be distracted, but it seemed that they did not even hear him, too carried away by their memories. However, he did not wait for them, calling Sonia to follow him, deciding to go ahead and take a free table, but the girl was in no hurry to leave. Unable to bear it, she suggested going for the gentleman and bringing them back immediately. Bruno didn't like this idea, but it was too late. With a naive, happy face, Sonia ran to her brothers, clearly not wanting to bring them back, but rather to join in their childishness. Now the three of them, holding toys in both hands, like little children, played with each other, as if there was nothing else in the world for them. Now Bruno reminded himself of a parent of many children who didn't know what to do with disobedient children who had a mind of their own. Suddenly he froze, clearly feeling somewhere nearby a clear desire to kill. He needed to urgently find the source of this feeling. He immediately began to scan the crowded street to find one or more people who could be dangerous to him and his family. Suddenly he noticed a lonely old woman who, hunched over and trembling, was slowly moving along the street, looking at him. Using enhanced vision, the eldest heir immediately realized that this was not the old woman, because it was only pretending to be her, skillfully disguised. Her steps are uneven, but this happens naturally, although this is not 100% proof, but it's something worth paying attention to. And although her stoop made her spine visible, her muscles were not weakened by old age, and the old woman did not look like a particularly strong person. Also, from under the pursed lips, teeth are visible that were in place at such and such an age. Therefore, this was not an elderly person at all. Bruno concluded that this middle-aged woman, who was only disguising herself as an old woman, and therefore worked in some serious organization. Even after they made eye contact, she didn't go the other way. At this rate, when she passed by, the illusion might disappear. The eldest heir at first thought that it was a hired killer sent by the Soman clan, but it was not worth blaming them alone for all the sins. The second person he thought could have sent the hitmen was Chad, who was happy to help his desperate best friend. But he sent him an invitation to the Great Celestial Library, making it clear that he did not wish to die, although he never received an answer to it. He decided that he could deal with whoever sent her later, but now the main thing was to eliminate the threat, because it wasn't only this old woman who was trying to kill him. There was also a lame guy, a skinny man, and someone picking his nose behind him. It seemed to him that he had already eliminated all the warriors capable of doing so. So this was someone new, and the guy was wondering where they always come from. At this time, Brian wanted to turn to his older brother, but stopped short. Bruno rushed forward to see what they were capable of, but his younger brother decided that he had decided to attack them because they were distracted by their toys. However, the eldest heir rushed past them. With a sharp movement, he grabbed the old woman by the throat, pressing her to the ground, not giving her the opportunity to escape. Sonia, who did not understand anything, loudly asked why the gentleman had hit her, but he did not answer the question, rushing at the next one with incredible speed. Sonia ran up to the old woman and asked if she was okay, but Eugene concluded that she was already dead, when suddenly, seconds later, he immediately changed his conclusions. When he looked at the woman's skin, he realized that it was just a mask that was pulled over a young face, and blood was visible under the mask. At this time, the eldest heir was already catching up with the second man, who, seeing his strength and speed, thought that he had been described to them completely differently. However, he did not want to simply expose himself to blows like his colleague, and therefore decided to defend himself with all his might, trying to block the blow. They were told that the heir to the library dreamed of dying, and so it was unclear why he was attacking them, and his skill was amazing. While he was distracted by his own thoughts, Bruno was able to hit him in the chest with his palm, knocking all the air out of his lungs and throwing him away. Brian, who at this time ran up to his brother, shouted to him to be careful here. The elder, looking up, noticed two attackers. Bruno managed to dodge just as the two swords collided with the ground where their potential target had literally just stood. The eldest heir decided to switch from defense to attack, after which he took out his sword, piercing the chest of the killer, who turned out to be slower than the others. The man, who was not involved in the fight, watched in shock as the library heir easily dealt with his comrades. Following this, Bruno began to spin like a tornado, thereby causing damage to those around him and preventing anyone from getting close to him. The sudden stop confused one of the killers, but the guy had already approached him while he remained in his previous defensive stance. At the last second, he managed to react, drawing his sword from its sheath and delivering horizontal blows, aiming at the neck of the eldest heir. However, this speed was not enough to catch him off guard, causing Bruno to easily stop the blade with just 4 fingers. As soon as the blade bounced to the side, the guy began to strike the enemy's energy points, thereby taking him out of the game. The killer was shaking, but still standing on his feet. He understood that he had been defeated in the fight, but something had happened in his favor. After all, he also attacked the blood points. At that moment, Bruno realized that there was a needle in his neck, soaked in a rather strong and dangerous poison. Coughing up blood, the man clutched his chest, but smiled and with great difficulty declared out loud to himself that the task was completed. Unable to bear it, he fell face down, right in front of Bruno's feet, who, even poisoned by the poison, did not move or feel any discomfort. After pulling the needle out of his neck, the boy thought that the poison wouldn't work on him after drinking the blood of the hexagonal snake, but he still missed the sneak attack. Be that as it may, unfortunately the task was still not completed, and so the guy just carelessly threw the useless needle on the ground. His brothers and Sonia immediately ran up to him, asking if he was okay and what they needed from him, since everything had happened so suddenly. However, Bruno asked menacingly whether they had arranged this, and whether that was not why they had spent so long persuading him to go into town together for several days. Sonia and her brothers could not believe that Bruno had such an opinion of them, but the eldest heir showed with his whole appearance that the question was not a joke. He asked again how they would explain such a coincidence, to which the brothers hesitated, saying that everything was completely wrong. Sonia screamed that she knew nothing. Brian hesitantly announced that Chad was somewhere nearby. Bruno was indignant that they didn't tell him anything, because he had been waiting for an answer to his letter for a long time. Eugene handed him a piece of paper, saying that this was the answer, and he wanted to make it a surprise, so he asked to be taken out to eat. This surprise was clearly not to Bruno's liking, who decided to use his enhanced vision to quickly locate his best friend. Raising his head, he noticed the balcony, which had a very good view of the square, an ideal place to watch the battle. Chad and his assistant were shocked when they realized that Bruno was looking in their direction right now, having managed to detect their location in a second. The boy on the balcony trembled, laughing nervously, thinking that Bruno, who lived simply because he could not die, was now fighting to survive. After which the heir's best friend burst into tears, asking the assistant if he could believe that his friend killed people to save his own life. The man replied that now was not the time to be so moved, after which he pointed his finger towards the road, asking the gentleman to look there. The library heir runs towards them to kill Chad. And why did he think that the guy wants to die? Because he said that it was better to double-check everything. However, Chad ignored the assistant's comments, spreading his arms wide and beckoning his best friend to him for a quick hug. In 2 leaps, first pushing off the ground, then off the roof, Bruno headed with incredible speed straight to the balcony where Chad stood. Just a few meters apart, the happy and friendly Chad and the disgruntled and angry Bruno, who was clearly in an unfriendly mood. Taking advantage of the fact that his best friend had spread his arms, thereby leaving himself completely exposed, the eldest heir punched him in the face. As Chad fell backwards, he shed a tear, still smiling and thinking that he was truly happy and impressed that Bruno was so energetic again. The impact was so strong that Chad was thrown back several meters, after which his body collided with the wall, which broke due to its fragility. Bruno grabbed the guy by the lapels, shouting that before sending the letter, he needed to make sure he was doing the right thing. Chad's assistant immediately began to smile awkwardly and wave his hands, saying that his master had long been inadequate, trying to justify himself. The eldest heir recognized the man as Bucky, and he cried out, asking why he was staring at him like that, since it was not his fault. Bruno knew that he could figure out anything if you gave him enough money, because the man was good at what he did. He hired him a couple of times in his past life to get the information he needed, and with his help, Chad hired these killers. Bucky cried out that he had fulfilled his contract obligations. He understood that asking him to kill was madness, but he himself wanted it. The guy understood that they wanted to make him guilty of all sins, because this is a body, and the fact that Chad decided to kill him is the fault of the former Bruno. Sometime later, Chad got punched in the face again, this time by the library custodian, who was beside himself with rage. Ben could not think that their correspondence was a plan for murder, because he thought that the child had decided to live, but apparently he was wrong. Suddenly the man began to tremble, unable to control his emotions, and then asked why I would keep everything to myself. Chad grabbed his reddened cheek, looking awkwardly at the old man who was saying that this time it almost ended badly. And today he almost lost not only Bruno, but also Chad, whom he loved like his own grandson. Suddenly the man hugged his grandson's best friend, saying that it must have been very hard for him too, but now both he and his grandson were okay. There will only be good days ahead. These words made Chad realize that he had made a big mistake. Bruno, looking at them, sighed but said nothing, not wanting to get involved in their squabble, since the problem had already been solved. Later in the evening, Chad told Bucky that he was breaking the contract, but he was glad because all the problems were solved, but the man had a different opinion. He stated that the guy didn't understand what he had just tried to explain, because the problem was far from solved, but Chad didn't understand what he was talking about. With a tense and serious face, Bucky replied that the boy had forgotten that the murder was entrusted to lawless killers. Limitless means that they will go to the end, because they are martial artists and they have excellent skills that they use skillfully. But their main feature is that they do not know how to give up, and at all costs, they must destroy their target, completing the mission to the end. The dumbfounded boy looked at the man, saying that if Bruno was still alive, then he was still in danger. After which he smiled stupidly, asking Bucky to simply terminate the contracts with them too, but he said that it wouldn't work. Then Chad sighed, said that he understood everything, and he would just have to pay them double the price. But again, he heard that it would not work. The man said that he had truly lost the last of his sanity, because money is not everything. He even decided to satisfy his desire to die with the help of money. Chad asked if he knew of any way out of this situation, but the man tried to explain that he had no solution to the problem. More precisely, there are two options. In the first, Bruno is dead. In the second, all members of this organization are dead, the killer, but the leader will remain. But the guy said that it was not a problem, which surprised Bucky, who began asking how he was going to organize it. Chad replied that if the end of it came after all the killers were dead, that's what they would do, and he already had a plan. All it would take is hiring another group of killers. The shocked man froze, trying to figure out if this was a joke. However, the guy said that he should find the best martial arts masters, pay them double the amount, and they would assemble the so-called death squad. Until the killers are destroyed, Bruno will be looked after by a squad of heavens that he will personally assemble for his friend. Bucky couldn't believe the seriousness of this idea, telling Chad that he was talking nonsense because he wanted to solve everything with money again. He gave in, saying that as long as he had money, everything was possible, after which he decided to go look for warriors for his troops, but once again fulfilling the request. The guy also asked him to keep this conversation a secret from Bruno, at which point he pretended to be a fool, asking what conversation they were talking about. This amused Chad, who laughed and spoke rather rudely to Bucky, who did not understand why he had just been insulted. The young master mentally addressed Bruno, saying that he would take care of everything, because he, who could not die all this time, had changed beyond recognition. Bucky said that they don't know when the assassins will decide to attack Bruno again, so they need to be ready to start executing the plan tomorrow morning. As soon as dawn came, 4 people came out to meet Chad, and Bruno said that he could stay a little longer. But the guy with the fan in his hands replied that he couldn't stay, because unfortunately, he and Bucky had urgent matters to attend to. However, now they can meet each other whenever they want, so he can return here at any time of the day or night. As soon as the 2 men got into the carriage, Sonia and Brian began waving goodbye to them, loudly wishing them a safe journey. As soon as the carriage began to move away, the eldest heir sighed with relief, thinking that now the time had come. He turned to his brothers, said that he needed to talk to them, and then asked them to come into his chambers as quickly as possible. As soon as Bruno moved away, Eugene asked Sonia what had suddenly happened and whether she knew anything about the master's plans. The girl smiled and blushed, loudly declaring that the thing was that they were kicking his ass, because no matter what the intentions, he almost died this time. Brian, in shock, said that she had helped them too, but Eugene hurried his brother, saying that if they were late, they would get into even more trouble. Sitting at the table, the eldest heir looked at the soul power flower that had been given to him, thinking that perhaps he should accept it right now. After all, you want to increase your strength faster, you need to quickly reach the state of whole blood and return to your previous level. But he gained immunity to poisons by drinking the blood of that stinking snake, but that was far from enough to become the strongest. If the killers hadn't relied on poison during the last attack, he would have been in big trouble, so he was lucky this time. Ben seems to have sent out letters to a friend who might know where to get some poisonous beetles, and he hopes to get some good news soon. At the same time, his brothers entered the room, looking desperate and ready to receive their punishment. Not understanding why the brothers looked like they were going to be executed today, Bruno asked them to sit down, trying not to think about their oddities. He said that from today onwards, he would start taking the soul power flower, so it would be difficult for him to leave his chambers for a while. Bruno asked Eugene to take care of the family for the next month as if he were its head, strengthen the defense, and conduct negotiations. And the second heir was shocked by such news, to which his brother replied that his grandfather was already quite old, and his uncle was not very active. Eugene was not sure whether he could carry out the assignment, but Bruno replied that he trusted him with it because he knew he could handle it. The middle brother was surprised to think that the eldest wanted to scold him, but he didn't even know that Bruno thought that about him. Suddenly, he folded his hands in a respectful gesture, declaring that he would do everything possible not to let their family down. This answer satisfied the eldest heir, after which he said that if it came to magic seals, he should ask Brian for help. Then he decided to get down to business, calling Sonia, who was right there, and handed her master a wooden stick. He said that they could be relied upon, but that they should not forget about what needed to be done, and the brothers immediately began to beg for mercy. However, this did not save them from the blows, and Bruno said that they had put on so many layers of clothing that they could not even walk normally. As soon as the brothers were left lying on the floor, the eldest heir approached the window, addressing Sonia and the guard sitting in the tree. But he said that after consuming the flower of power, he would meditate in his chambers, after which he asked if they wanted to lock themselves in with him. After all, he knew that they should accompany him and worry about him, but he immediately received a refusal and a shocked look from the girl. The guy looked at Sonia sadly, saying that he believed in her loyalty, but the girl waved her hand and replied that she had never been faithful to him. Bruno jokingly said that they had completely ceased to be loyal to him, and the soldiers immediately understood the humor, laughing along with the gentleman. In the past, they could not even imagine such a thing, because if they had left him unattended before, they would have contributed to and pushed him towards death. And that would be no different from murder. And just think that before they were protecting Bruno not from murderers, but from suicide. Taking the book in his hands, which transported him to a winter illusion, the guy said that they would see each other in a month and then said goodbye. It's been 20 days since Bruno accepted the soul power flower, leaving its box lying on the snow-covered ground. His ki energy began to increase much faster. Now he can completely control the work of muscles, internal organs, and every nerve ending. He wandered through the winter forest with a book flying next to him that could lead him back home, and so it was always with him. It was worth all the restrictions he had experienced, and his abilities quickly reached the level of the stars, and his spirit became stronger. The more he improves, the more he feels like his old self when he was the head of the Marima Alliance. He had finally perfected 2 means of self-defense, namely whole blood and through strike, but there was still one left. Whole blood, which allows you to control blood vessels, and now the effects of this skill last much longer. The illusion cloud technique has become much more accurate. Now he can control the force of the blow. It goes beyond the opponent's body. If we take as an example a blow to a plank, due to the distance the lower planks will break, but the upper one will remain intact. With a through strike, all the force is transferred to something else. It can be the ground, objects, and other people. Since impact on energy points is not always effective, sometimes it is necessary to use fists, which can be useful for defense. And although these are 2 of his 3 means of self-defense for now, this is enough for now. He can't wait until he has the last poisonous beetle. However, there was one more matter that needed to be resolved as soon as possible. Because the guy had gone into illusion not only for the sake of meditation. He slowly picked up the sword that had recently been given to him, and then began to take it out of its sheath, examining it carefully. Looking at the shining blade, Bruno thought that it would look great in a collection with his 3 legendary swords. Apparently, this sword really was meant to be his. Even though it came to him late, the master put his whole soul into it. He needs to regain his previous sword skills for this sword to reach its full power, and it's a good thing he has this sword now. After all, he won't be able to return the previous sword, but he can use this one, but it will take a lot of practice. Performing various movements and feints, the guy threw the sword into the air, at the same time coming up with a worthy name for it. He decided to name him Ryan, which translated as soul, after which he told him that if it weren't for reincarnation, they might not have met. The guy stuck the sword into the ground, then walked away a few steps, simultaneously ordering the sword to follow him. However, there was no reaction. Bruno stopped and turned his head slightly, realizing that the sword had not even moved from its place. He gave the order again, but again it did not bring any results. The eldest heir looked at the weapon for a few seconds. Unable to bear it, he shouted loudly that he was finished if he did not obey him from the very beginning, after which he asked why he was not responding. Rubbing his nose, the guy assumed that he was probably still shy, but they would spend many more days together, and he would get used to it. But the problem is that he did not respond even after 10 days. This caused a storm of indignation in Bruno, who told the sword everything he thought. Holding Ryan tightly in his hands, the guy switched to swearing, insulting the new weapon, which still showed no signs of obedience. He got fed up with this and, frustrated, decided to return home without completing one of the 2 things he had planned. As soon as he entered the room, he was greeted with a smile by Sonia, who was very glad that he had finally returned. She said that he came just in time, because the head of Muram from the province had come to them, and he had been waiting for his return for 3 days. Bruno immediately asked his name. A second later, the girl answered that it seemed his name was Magnus. The guy knew this man. Sonia thought dejectedly that the gentleman was again pretending to know everything. This strange habit really bothered her. She also said that there was another piece of news. About 15 days ago, a message came from the main fortress of the healers. This made the guy happy. There is a saying that if this medicine is not in the main fortress of healers, then such medicine does not exist at all. This place is all about medicine. If this message came from there, then they probably have a poisonous bug. Bruno clenched his fist, thinking that he never dreamed that he would be able to restore all three of his abilities so quickly. Sonia saw that the master was happy, so she decided to prepare a bath for him so that he could freshen up before meeting with the head of Marim. After some time, the guy entered the room where Ben was sitting, reading the letter. He was immediately told about Bruno's appearance, and he invited him in. Folding his hands in a respectful gesture, the boy said that he had heard that a message had come to him from the main fortress of the healers. The old man handed the letter to the boy and said that of all the people he had sent letters to, the answer came from them the fastest. However, as the guy sees from the letter, they didn't send the bug. They want it to come to them itself, although it's not clear why. The letter said that they had the beetle, but they did not want money. Instead, the library's heir should come in person to get it. That was all that was in the envelope, but the old man asked him not to worry, because they would provide any treasures they asked for in exchange for the beetle. Bruno replied that if there were no long sentences, unopened leaves, they had no hidden intentions, and no money was needed. Apparently they have a problem, and they think he can solve it, so he's going there, just like the fortress asks. Ben was worried at first, then asked his grandson to be careful. The guy agreed, then said that they needed to meet the guest. After which the eldest heir went into another room, where a man was waiting for him. The guy immediately apologized for the long wait. Folding his hands in a respectful gesture, the boy said that he was the heir to the great heavenly library. The man was very happy to meet him. He had heard much about the youth's lively character, and then introduced himself, saying that he was Magnus, the head of Murim in the province. Harry, in Bruno's body, immediately recognized this boy, because he had seen him a couple of times at the annual meetings, and therefore knew what kind of person he was. He was always smiling and easygoing because he was always smiling and was very good-natured. He got the nickname Sword Hee. Magnus suddenly said that he couldn't believe that he was going to meet such a celebrity face-to-face, which surprised the guy. The man added that many people are talking about him, because instead of being shocked by the true face of the Soman clan, everyone is praising Bruno. After all, as soon as the guy came to his senses, he turned everything upside down. The guy replied that Murim also came to his senses when he turned over. Magnus smiled awkwardly and said that it was a good point, but he himself had allowed such a horror to happen, which was why he had come to apologize. When asked what happened, the man replied that while he was distracted, unrest began in the south of the province. Strange people appeared and began to commit robberies. While one of them is so powerful that all the factions and clans started making a fuss about him, they sneak up at night and attack suddenly. Pleading for mercy didn't help either. Harry immediately realized that they were talking about his 1,000 guards. He declared that this couldn't be. To this, Magnus said that they had nothing to do with the guy. They didn't belong to him. Bruno immediately stopped short, after which he said that he had heard him incorrectly. But the man himself knew this. Then the heir asked why he had come. Magnus announced that they were inviting him to become a warrior of Murim for his demonstrated talents. The guy was shocked, because recently he was the head of the alliance. The man began to say that not everyone can get into the army, but they cannot pass by such a talented young man. After all, he is a talent recognized by Murima, and therefore he needs to use his talent for the benefit of the whole world, and therefore he will receive a personal recommendation. As soon as the conversation turned to the strategy of the alliance, which was supposed to receive the recommendation, Bruno immediately remembered Helen. The eldest heir immediately shuddered, loudly asking if Magnus knew Helen, because he had completely forgotten about the girl close to him, after which he cleared his throat, saying that he had heard that the warriors under her command had exceptional abilities. The man said that he had a very strange habit of speaking. He had a tone of knowing everyone, but in fact this is not so. However, Magnus decided to return to the army, saying that unfortunately, even if she remained a warrior, he would hardly see Helen. Bruno immediately asked what would stop him, to which the man replied that this girl had recently left the alliance. This news stunned the eldest heir, who at first could not believe the guest's words, but his serious tone spoke of the truth of his words. He remembered Helen when she was still a very small, curious girl, and therefore tried to spend a lot of time with her. Harry asked her if she had learned to walk well, after which he called her to him, but she immediately ran to her uncle. Helen was in such a hurry that she fell face down a few steps away from the man, which really scared the head of the alliance. He immediately ran up to the girl, examining her from all sides, until she calmly stood up and said that walking was too difficult. The man leaned over and pointed his finger at his cheek, asking if she wanted to kiss him, and she reluctantly agreed. The child's lips touched the man's cheek, and he broke into a smile, happy that the girl loved her uncle very much. But the next second, Helen bit him on the cheek and pulled him back, causing the man to cry out that he asked to kiss, not bite. Harry looked at the girl with tears in her eyes, and in her head she heard the words that if he joined the alliance he would not be able to see her. And before my eyes there was still a happy and smiling girl who was pleased with her prank and her uncle's reaction. This information made Bruno very sad, and he could not find words to describe what he was feeling now. Harry's shocking death was enough to make her stop eating and drinking, and that was to be expected, since he was her godfather. Obviously, Helen first wanted to make sure he was dead, because she couldn't believe what had happened and understand how it happened. It was one thing to just die, but how surprised she was that he committed suicide, although there were no signs of such a decision. Unfortunately, since he had been reborn as Bruno, he hadn't had time to check on her, which was a big mistake. During all this time, he should have found out how his goddaughter was doing and how she was feeling, but despite everything, he did not do this. Baki replied that her position had been taken over by Gon, also a very outstanding person, but Bruno asked why they needed him in the alliance. The man replied that they wanted him to join the Dark Department. The guy immediately realized that this was the department dealing with cryptography. Since the use of codes is widespread in Murim, there is also a department that deals with deciphering messages. All the employees of the Dark Department have excellent mental abilities, and apparently the Alliance needs people from the library there. Bucky screamed that he would be the best in the department, where his genius would be able to help the whole world, but despite everything, the guy refused. When asked why, Bruno replied that Helen was no longer in the Alliance, and the man was very surprised by such a strange reason. Bucky stated that the strategist Helen was, of course, very beautiful, but there were many more beauties in the Alliance, although he did not expect that this was what was important to the guy. After all, he has such a huge potential. If he joins the cause and proves his abilities, he can then become a warrior. Smiling, the guy replied that if the prospect was only a pre-war promotion and not to the head of the Alliance, then it would arouse even less interest. This statement shocked the man, because they offered the guy an opportunity that is not available to everyone, and he wants to take it even higher. Out of desperation, the man declared that if he joined the Alliance, he would be given a special gift, a very valuable and incredible elixir. After all, even he can only afford it once every 10 years. But the guy replied that the man had forgotten that this was the Great Heavenly Library. Bucky realized that he could probably afford such an elixir himself, but the young man asked him not to be upset. If not this time, then another time. Maybe he and she are thinking of joining the Alliance because it is unknown what might happen in the future. Leaving the library, the man annoyedly asked him to think some more, after which he said goodbye to the eldest heir. Bruno thought that before heading to the main fortress of the healers, he needed to do some things at home while he had the chance. The next day, a new man, Irim, was appointed as the leader of the guards, and he does his job very carefully. Jun was appointed as his deputy. He is straightforward, obedient, and good-natured, so he will be an excellent link. The library's heir quickly noticed the talent in these two, and thanks to him choosing them, there is no longer any need to worry about safety. They raised their swords, shouting loudly that they would fight for the great celestial library at all costs. The other warriors who were watching the ceremony shouted loudly in support of their new leaders, who were more reserved. The soldiers continued to shout while Bruno stood with his hand raised and his face stony, wondering how much longer they would keep shouting. Over the next few days, exercises were to be conducted to respond to potential enemy actions. Even his brothers learned self-defense, and they also learned steps to track down a potential enemy if necessary. The eldest heir also tested Eugene's fighting abilities, who did not use weapons, but fought with his bare hands. He didn't forget about his younger brother, who happily and persistently proved to his older brother that he was an excellent user of nunchucks. He also prepared an elixir to make the training go faster, and the brothers were immediately delighted with this news, praising their elder. Smiling, Bruno asked Sonia to bring a special elixir, and in just a second the girl was next to the gentleman, holding a box in her hands. The dumbfounded brothers asked if this elixir was already in the library, after which they guessed that it was a dried hexagonal snake. Bruno confirmed their fears, which was followed by a violent reaction of a mixture of fear, disgust, and unwillingness to drink this elixir. They immediately shouted that there was no smell now, but it would appear as soon as the chest was opened, and they would rather drink 2 barrels of medicinal decoctions. Bruno didn't expect that they were so reluctant to eat this snake, after which he told them to train until he returned from the main fortress of the healers. Without saying a word, he immediately headed towards the carriage, which was harnessed by horses and ready for the long journey. Sonia, who was accompanying the guy, sat down next to the driver, shouting loudly that they were already on their way to the fortress, which caused the guy's displeasure. Looking out the window, the eldest heir noticed that it would soon start raining because the sky had become very dark, and he also heard Sonia singing. As they were on their way, making their way through the forested area, a snow-white bird watched them from above, which a little while later swooped down, approaching the man, who immediately reached for her paw, to which the note was attached. Having unhooked the message, the bald man in the mask immediately began to carefully read the contents, written in a fluent handwriting. The man announced that the heir of the great heavenly library had gone to the main fortress of the healers, and in 2 hours they would already be in this forest. Without a word, his allies immediately scattered in different directions, realizing that they needed to take up positions to wait. The man smiled, thinking that he was lucky last time, but this time everything would be different. If the contract was signed, it was forever. He mentally addressed the heir of the library that his time was coming to an end, because they would catch up with him when he did not suspect anything. Suddenly, the masked man heard the heavy sighs of his comrades and began to turn around, not understanding what was happening. At that very second, something flew up from below, literally a step away from the man, who didn't even have time to react. Another body flew after him, which he had to dodge to avoid being knocked out of the tree, but it was unclear what it was. But while he was lost in his thoughts, he realized too late that he had made a mistake by doing this at the gate because he was already in the crosshairs. These were his last thoughts, after which something quickly pierced his head, causing him neither pain nor suffering. His body flew down with a whistle, landing loudly on the ground, raising dust and grass into the air, but he himself would never know about it again. Every single assassin that was sent to kill Bruno was defeated to the last dust by another group of people. Standing menacingly over the bodies of their fallen enemies, they declared that the heir to the great celestial library was now theirs. The horses quickened their pace a little, while the driver told the master that they would soon enter a forest area. The road would be uneven, and the cart might start shaking, so he asked him to be careful, to which he received mutual advice. Looking at Bruno, Sonia asked why her master was so gloomy. She decided that something was wrong. The guy began to answer, but suddenly he was interrupted. A loud laugh was heard from outside, which made the girl jump up from her seat while the eldest heir remained calm. Laughter came from all sides, but the carriage did not slow down, while the driver, stuttering, loudly asked who was laughing. Suddenly the horses became restless, making it difficult to control them, and his body began to tremble in panic. Sonia, who was sitting inside the carriage, was also very scared and began to tremble, realizing that this voice was sounding right deep in her head. Her whole body began to shake, but she had to quickly gather her strength because she was the bodyguard of the eldest heir. Suddenly she felt a warmth that touched her hand. It was Bruno's palm, who hastened to reassure his companion. She looked at the gentleman in surprise, but at that very second, she immediately felt better, and the trembling stopped, giving way to calm. The guy looked at her with a slight smile, after which he said that everything was fine, but did not let go of her hand, waiting for her to finally feel better. After a couple of seconds, he took the sword and headed towards the exit, while Sonia loudly asked him to stay, because it could be dangerous outside. However, such speeches could not stop the young heir. He only asked the girl to stay inside and not stick her head out. Opening the door and going outside, he ordered his man to sit inside too, so that he would not come under accidental or deliberate attack. Voices could be heard from behind the trees, wondering what kind of people these were who had decided to meet them, and asked them to stop pretending to be incomprehensible. Then someone said that if he wanted to know who they were the Heavenly Squad, after which figures began to move quickly around Bruno. He tried to keep track of them, after which they all gathered in one place, landing on the ground, repeating again who they were. The group of people also stated that they would look after Bruno while waving their arms and standing in a huddle. Bruno saw 9 people who were all different from each other, except for 2 men who were twins. There was a silence during which the young heir looked at the group of people who were standing in very awkward positions. Bruno's face also began to change, expressing the whole spectrum of emotions that were now seething deep inside, but he could not find the words. Instead, he asked what the 2 beggars he had met earlier were doing there, and they immediately greeted him joyfully. The guy replied that he was very grateful that they were protecting him, but he needed more details about the whole situation. He asked their representative to tell him everything, and an old man came forward and said that he would have to explain everything. The 2 large twins were unhappy with this prank, saying that they would be the representatives, asking Master Jack to step aside. At the same moment, 3 identically dressed men approached the twins, saying that there were more of them, and therefore they would be able to explain everything better. The girl who was among them said that they ate something bad and their minds were clouded because she was supposed to be the representative. The next few minutes were spent arguing about who should be the representative and explain the situation to Mr. Bruno. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted their argument. One of the poor brothers, unable to bear it, loudly asked how much longer they would argue about this. Bruno was surprised to see that he had decided to correct this situation, and he wondered what would happen next. Anthony said that instead of continuing to argue, they could simply cast lots, since nothing else could be expected from him. But at that very second, Bruno asked Henry to explain everything, but the youngest was very surprised by such a decision, for which he was not prepared. Then he smiled and said that his older brother knew who to ask, obviously because he was very smart, but he would tell him how it all happened. After some time, the heir to the library realized that Chad had a reason to hire these people into the squad because he made a deal with the killers. After all, it is impossible to refuse her, and therefore his best friend promised to kill all their members, and therefore found the strongest warriors to destroy, and also created a squad to protect him. But what kind of squad is this, where everyone quarrels over some little things? This proved that Chad really was crazy. Suddenly, Henry asked the squad of heaven to stop arguing, because he had already explained everything to him, and therefore they could forget about the quarrel. Suddenly, Anthony grabbed him by the chest that he forgot the damn squad of heaven, namely that they never act alone. Bruno understood that this squad had a dubious future, and he was seeing most of the squad for the first time, but he decided to get to know them. Looking at Jack, he thought he was so disciplined that he would rather play the flute than talk, but he was acting like a madman. 3 men in dark cloaks and capes introduced themselves as 3 warriors of the gorges, adding that for the sake of the mission they would not act thoughtlessly. After them, the twins introduced themselves and said that in the detachment of heaven, and except for them there was no one to count on, with them Bruno would be safe. Then a plump girl spoke up, introducing herself as Mindy, adding that she had heard a lot about the library's heir. He didn't understand why this girl thought she was lucky, after which he wondered who her father or older sister was. He decided to ask her directly. Mindy, without listening to the question to the end, answered that she was from the White House boy. Remember her relatives. I realized that they are not at all similar. It is not clear why, but they also decided to introduce themselves, stating that they were warriors of freedom, and Bruno already knew their names well. However, the boys immediately turned away nervously, seeing the angry gaze of the library heir, which was directed in their direction. Without saying anything in response, the eldest heir ordered the driver to leave, and he himself went towards the carriage while Sonia opened the doors. The guy thought that he didn't want to take part in this circus. When suddenly a loud voice asked him to wait, he reluctantly turned around. Henry asked if Grandpa would play his pipe, but Jack said no, that he had something to check. He went to meet Bruno, asking everyone to stand in their places, because this was their first meeting with the Lord since the founding of the squad. Suddenly, he shouted that if he was a weakling, then he was guaranteed to lose, and therefore he needed to test his master's skill. Everyone in the squad immediately appreciated his idea, and Mindy said that the old man spoke as if he was a representative of the squad, but she agreed. In response to this, Anthony cried out that he had already told them that he himself had seen what a wonderful warrior he was, and Henry immediately confirmed this. Bruno looked at the squad in surprise, deciding that they were behaving this way out of boredom, after which he decided that it would be fun with them in any case. Anthony was immediately surrounded by members of the squad, saying that they believed him, but wanted to test it themselves and see what he was like in battle. Smiling slyly, the middle brother of the beggars asked if they really wanted to test him, which meant that more fun was not long in coming. However, such nuances, on the contrary, strained the library's heir, who did not want to interfere with their plans and undertakings. After which he sighed and smiled, resigned to the fact that he could not get rid of them in any way, but only accept the fact of their appearance. Bruno said that he agreed to arrange a fight, but not now, because it would soon start raining. He raised his finger up, pointing to the sky. Everyone looked in surprise at the heir, who slowly headed inside the carriage, not understanding why he assumed it would rain. Looking at the clouds that hovered above them, they unanimously declared that these were light clouds that did not even look like rain clouds. At that very moment, contrary to his words, lightning flashed, illuminating the surprised faces of the heavenly detachment, on which large drops began to fall. Their gaze fell on the puddle, and they themselves were surprised that he had predicted this, because the rain started right after his words. Anthony asked if Bruno could also control the weather, but even his younger brother doubted such an implausible theory. At the same time, Jack, who looked like a dead man, decided to play the flute, trying to somehow drown out the sounds of rain and thunder. The music he played was quite sad, so the twins asked him to play something more cheerful. The warriors of the gorges began to tell each other that this was unbearable, and their hands were already shaking from the cold, and it would be better if the killers attacked them right now. Suddenly they shouted that the heir to the library was riding along this road, and now was their chance to kill him while he was inside the carriage. The most cunning one was Mindy, who got into the cart and ate the sweets that were stored for the master. The eldest heir did not know what to do with them, because they would not leave him alone, and they themselves could not behave decently. Sometime later, when the time was approaching sunset, the carriage, surrounded by people, approached a rather large city. As soon as the whole company arrived, they immediately went to the restaurant, where everyone looked with admiration at the variety of dishes. Bruno wished everyone a bon appetit, to which he heard mutual wishes, when suddenly Jack loudly asked everyone to stop. Everyone in the restaurant turned their attention to him, and Henry asked if his grandfather wanted to say a prayer before the meal, but he replied that that was not the point. The old man asked if they had forgotten why they were here, since the killers could resort to any method, so they did not know if the food was poisoned. One of the twins looked at the old man with delight, saying that he was right, but he himself had not even thought about it. Then Mindy spoke up, telling them that they didn't have to worry about what this narcissistic old man was saying, because she was a master at this. She took out silver chopsticks, said that they would show whether the food was poisoned or not, and the others looked at the device in surprise. She slowly pulled the cube out of the plate, examining it carefully. The others watched her actions with trepidation. Closing her eyes and resting her head on her hand, the girl put the food in her mouth, clearly enjoying being entrusted with such an important task. Bruno and Sonia looked at the girl in shock, realizing that the sticks themselves would not show whether there was poison, but she would check it by eating the food. There was a moment of silence as everyone watched Mindy, waiting for some kind of reaction or display of venom. However, nothing happened, and at that very moment, everyone immediately pounced on the plate, banging their chopsticks and pushing each other. Why did one of them tell the gentleman that I was a donuts and that he could eat and not worry? But in front of Bruno stood a completely empty plate. He thought that he had drunk the blood of the hexagonal serpent and eaten poisonous herbs, so if there was poison, it would not affect him. Well, now he's really starting to worry because in all this hustle and bustle, they forgot to appreciate the text and who's around them. Mindy asked the gentleman if he was still worried because her chopsticks were the same as before, which meant there was no poison in the food. Putting on a serious face, the eldest heir declared that it was not about poison, turning his attention to the men approaching them. The oldest of them didn't even deign to say hello. I immediately asked if since they were making so much noise, the food must be tasty. Why did he ask that they did not see that there were other people around them, adding that young people had completely forgotten about the rules of decency? Jack was the first to lose his temper, trembling and asking why he was speaking to them so disrespectfully at their first meeting. After which the man turned the plate over and loudly asked if they knew how old he was, his actions frightening both strangers and his own. While food was flying around the establishment and everyone was trying to dodge it in a frenzy, Bruno thought with sadness and humility that his food was going to waste. Jack asked rudely, since when such rudeness became acceptable, and the warriors of effort began to tell the guest that he was younger than their old man. The twins also joined in the showdown, saying that since they had no manners, why not talk to them with their fists? Jack, who had finally lost his last bit of composure, grimaced and loudly declared that he was 60 years old, hoping that everyone had heard him. One of the people who approached asked if this was the first time in the 10 years of their gang's existence that they had heard such a rule. At this time, the warriors of the gorges asked why the old man was screaming like that, and the second one said that he could barely hold him back so that he would not attack them. Suddenly the man froze, hearing how the old man was addressed, immediately recognizing Master Jack, after which he stopped short, looking at the old man. His worried brother immediately turned to him, asking if this was the same master who had always been so polite. And at that very moment their attention was drawn to the flute that the old man took out from his bosom. Everyone immediately recognized the golden flute. The disgruntled guest felt a sweat creeping up on him, realizing that this was indeed Master Jack, since he was the only one who used the flute as a weapon. In that case, they definitely won't win. But why did it happen here, since his strength can only be compared to the elder of the demonic faction? But the whole problem is not even his flute. These three are barely trying to hold him back, which means defeating him is not as easy as it might seem. And these two twins are probably not so simple. It's hard to imagine what they can do with them if you give them free rein. The man then noticed the beggars who were picking up food from the floor and thought that they were too young to be in this company. Also, Bruno, who was apparently the head of this entire group, did not escape his gaze. All these people were probably martial arts masters. Whatever the case, it was better not to mess with them. And just as the man thought about it, Bruno stood up from his seat, announcing the end. Everyone immediately froze, looking at him, while the eldest heir headed towards the exit, calling to him everyone he came with. Then he stopped and turned his head slightly, asking if it was necessary to arrange all this, since they had already done a lot of damage. The Sky Squad was surprised to think that the master was not going to deal with them, and Jack shouted that they had not yet solved the problem. Suddenly, one of the guests asked him to stop, asking why he had decided to simply run away, not wanting to answer for the mess. However, their elder stopped him, placing his hand on his shoulder, ordering him to stop, because he noticed something that his comrade did not notice, namely the look with which Bruno looked at him. It was not the look of a young and inexperienced guy, but of a cold and calculating man. Realizing what was going on, the man immediately asked his comrades not to interfere, while they looked at him in surprise, not understanding anything. At this time, the man just stood there in fear, not daring to move, because he didn't want to see that guy in action. Suddenly, he felt as if his whole body was being cut by a sword. Even the pain seemed real and unbearable. The elder instantly turned pale and hugged himself, while his comrades worriedly asked what had happened to him. At this time, Bruno sighed with relief and turned away, continuing to walk towards the exit, not paying attention to anyone. The guy called the Sky Squad with him again, but Jack and the Gorge Warriors began to ask where he was going because they were not finished yet. The others noticed that he apparently decided to avoid a fight, also asking the beggars to stop picking up food from the floor. They left, leaving the disgruntled guests standing silently and watching. Only their eldest turned away, unable to look at this group. And the other guys noticed that he looked at them like he was going to kill them, but then he just walked away. But in the end, they decided that they were lucky. The bald guy in the group said that they had gone there, and then asked if they would follow them to get even for the insults. However, the elder could not get the eyes of this young man out of his head. His gaze was more dangerous than any weapon that exists on Earth. After all, when he looked into them, it seemed to him as if he was being cut from the inside. This was enough to understand what kind of person he was. If he had drawn his sword, it was unknown whether he would have survived. But he knew the answer to that question, and he knew that it would have ended in blood. After some time, the Beggar Brothers and Jack were sitting on the roof, and Henry asked why those people did not attack them, to which he received the answer that they had no honor at all. However, their master did not want to get involved in a fight. The boy replied that they would easily defeat them. At that very moment, another man arrived to them. It was Sonia who said that the gentleman was asking them to come to him, to which Anthony replied that he was already going to bed. Henry said that if his brother had to go, he would go, because he was the one who said that they should babysit Bruno, which caused his brother's displeasure. A few minutes later, the doors to Bruno's room opened and the brothers flew in, and Anthony loudly asked why they had to be called. In response to Anthony's displeasure, the eldest heir to the library smiled, inviting the brothers to join him for dinner. The middle brother immediately stopped short, staring in surprise at the table covered with a variety of food, and immediately changing his tactics. The boy, drooling, folded his hands in a respectful gesture and greeted the gentleman, who again invited them to sit down. Anthony then asked again why they had to be called, to which Bruno replied that the head of the Murima province had recently told him something strange. He says that 1,000 guards began to attack people, and that the alliance itself could not cope with them. This made him nervous. The eldest heir was curious to know if this was true, but he was even more curious about what these two would say. The middle brother smiled as he bit into a piece of meat, saying that it was no wonder the alliance was failing since they had allowed Soman's crimes to happen. However, could thousands of guards have taken such a dark path? They caused so many problems, but at the same time, they cannot be stopped. Why did the guy ask? Why, oh my God, such a gloomy face? Maybe he realized that Morium is not such a cool place as he thought. Bruno thought that he had taken in 1,000 guardians 15 years ago when they were still children, so he never thought that he would hear such news about them. They were not only noble at heart, but also strong, with a bright future ahead of them. And at this time, a man was eavesdropping on them, sitting outside in a tree. After which, the unacquainted one quickly ran away, landing on the ground and greeting the elder, wanting to inform him of what he had heard. The man asked what about sleeping pills, and at that moment the spy took a bag from his bosom and said that he had everything prepared. The warriors are quite strong. There are 9 martial artists in the heavenly squad. If they just leave them like this, they will become an even greater threat. Therefore, they must successfully complete the task. The fastest way to get rid of this squad is to kill the heir of the library. They have to do this in 7 days. They have to kill everyone in the library, including the heir, so that he no longer stands in their way. The elder also asked the spies not to forget that their lives depended on them, to which they responded with unquestioning consent. The next day, the whole group left the city, once again setting out on a long journey, moving slowly against the wind. Sitting in the cart, Bruno looked attentively at the sky, crossing his arms over his chest. Something was bothering him. He was trying to figure out what exactly. For a long time, he watched the bird, which continued to fly after them for quite a long period of time. At first, the guy thought it was just a coincidence, but since she had been following them for several days, she must be a spy. Since it didn't bother him much, he thought about leaving it as is, but still, they could be tracked down by killers. Now would be a good time to test the skills of the Heavenly Squad. If they were going to protect him, he should know what they were capable of. The assembled detachment asked in surprise why the gentleman had suddenly decided to organize a falcon hunt right in the middle of the forest. Jack screamed that he had been lied to about the library's heir being a genius, because if they caught the bird, the killers would not stop pursuing them. The old man added that they were already tired of being on the road for several days in a row, to which the guy replied that that was why he was telling them to catch her. The hunt will at least somehow relieve them from boredom, and the disappearance of the spy bird will force the killers to quickly begin their plan and leave the ambush. Then the eldest heir decided to resort to cunning, smiling sarcastically and saying that perhaps they simply did not have the skills to catch birds. Everyone immediately looked at the guy in shock, feeling that he was trying to insult their pride, which meant that his plan worked perfectly. Not wanting to accept such conclusions, the Heavenly Squad immediately began to challenge Bruno's opinion, and he understood how to communicate with these guys. Suddenly, Mindy declared that since they still don't have any squad representatives, let the one who catches the falcon and we become, and receive the title of Great Leader. These words shocked the Heavenly Squad even more, each member of which saw themselves in the role of leader and captain. The first to decide to act as a catcher was Henry, who confidently stepped forward while the others hoped that he would fail. The boy began to stretch and squat, straining his legs, which I was going to use to catch the evil falcon. A second later, he took off from the ground, flying high into the air, quickly closing the distance with the bird to the surprised cries of the squad. The falcon, seeing a man approaching him, opened his eyes in surprise, not expecting that someone could get so close to him. Henry approached the bird at arm's length, after which it began to fly away, losing its feathers. However, the force of the jump was not enough to reach the bird, which is why the guy began to fall back, not letting the bird out of his sight. Having landed on his feet, someone from the squad declared that the boy was a good boy. He almost touched the bird and landed quite successfully. Anthony told his brother that it was a great jump, but he overestimated himself because he thought that he could actually fly. The second to speak was Anthony, who threw a stone, saying that what distinguishes man from animals is that he knows how to use tools. He swung the stone and threw it into the air with all his might, while the others watched with their mouths open as the boulders flew. However, the force of the throw was so great that the stone began to crumble right in the air, like a meteorite rushing towards the ground. Anthony looked at his failure in shock, while others said that he was so young, but so brilliant and used his brain well. The third participants were the twins from Musan, who armed themselves with knives and looked for a target, calculating the distance. As befits twins, they simultaneously launched their knives into the sky, hoping that one of them would hit the hated falcon. The two blades rapidly approached the target, surrounded by red energy, thereby increasing their flight speed. However, hope quickly evaporated as soon as they noticed that the knives began to lose altitude and flew down in an arc, not reaching the bird. Those who watched this noted that it was great, and they could not even imagine that a dagger could be thrown so far. The fourth participants were three gorge warriors who took off their casas, stood behind each other and stretched out their hands, concentrating energy. Combining their powers, they sent a ball of energy upward, which quickly cut through the air, wanting to destroy everything in its path. However, the falcon was not going to wait for death to overtake him in his own element, and so he flew away, not giving them a chance. The fifth participant was Mindy, who laughed and said that the boys were hopeless, and she would show them how to catch birds. Pointing her finger at the ground, she declared that she could make birds fall from the sky, because she was the eldest daughter of the White House, so the falcon must obey. For some time, the girl continued to order the bird to descend to the ground, but these attempts did not bring any results. Turning away, the Heavenly Squad couldn't believe that they were in a group with her, but they weren't going to marry her, so they could wait. Jack stated that the eldest daughter of the White House could not catch the bird, but now the old man will show them the superiority of experience over strength. Everyone knows about Master Jack's skills. It's not surprising that he will win now. In addition, Henry encourages his grandfather, telling him to be more careful. The old man touched his lips to the golden flute and began to play music, creating a wave of energy that spread around him. Jack sent a sound wave high up. The falcon could not dodge it, and therefore fell under the effect of the ability. The old man tensed even more, but it was enough to watch the bird lose altitude, folding its wings. Jack shouted that no bird could resist the sound waves, and therefore he was now the great leader of the Sky Squad. As Anthony suddenly called out loudly for everyone to look up, the falcon took off again, freed from the bonds of the hypnotizing music. While the competitors argued about how none of them could cope with the task, Bruno looked at the sky in fascination. He concluded out loud that the bird had not flown away yet. It was simply hiding in the clouds, and as soon as they moved, it would fly after them again. Resigned to failure, the eldest heir announced to the detachment that it was time for them to hurry and move on, since they had already been delayed. The Heavenly Squad supported his idea, after which the guy turned his head toward the Gorge Warriors, who stood next to him. Bruno told them that while they were driving, he wanted to talk to them, to which the three men responded only with questioning looks. When evening came, the group found a place to spend the night, and Sonia brought a plate of food to the table where Bruno and Mindy were sitting. The guy thought that thanks to the competition he was able to assess the squad's skills. In general, he would be able to repel an attack head-on or from an ambush. However, Mindy is an exception. It is not clear how she was chosen for this squad, because she will not be able to cope with the killers. So he asked the Gorge Warriors to look after her, but for some reason they thought that I had made them great leaders. Hearing this, Jack immediately became alarmed, shouting that he did not recognize these three as leaders, because it was unfair to his age. The eldest heir tried to brush off the crazy old man, convincing him that he had not appointed them, but he did not believe his words. But Jack heard that he talked to the warriors and even asked to protect Mindy. Hearing this, the girl sitting next to him was very surprised. While the master was trying to explain something to Bruno, he asked Sonia to bring the man a glass of water because he seemed to be overexcited. The girl immediately ran to carry out the order when suddenly she felt dizzy, after which she stopped and began to slowly fall. As soon as her body hit the floor with a thud, the others immediately turned their attention to her, trying to call out to her, but she didn't respond. The next second, the others also felt the clouding, and at first thought that they had been poisoned without their knowledge. Mindy yawned and said she was sleepy, while Jack stated that he didn't feel any change in the air. A few moments later, everyone in the room fell into a deep sleep under the influence of the sleeping pill that was slipped into them. After making sure that everyone was asleep, 5 masked men entered the room through the window and began to carefully examine the premises. One of them said that I would only work for an hour, so there was no time to delay. The rest asked the leader not to worry. There is nothing easier than to kill an enemy in a dream, you see. He will not be able to defend himself from a blade that is freely directed towards his neck. With his sword raised above Bruno's neck, the killer decided to end the matter quickly, after which the blade began to move quickly towards its target. When the blade was already a few centimeters away from the body of the library's heir, someone suddenly asked him to wait. The surprised killers turned their attention to Jack, who was shaking, but he tried to tell them not to touch the heir to the library. One of the Gorge Warriors also tried to resist sleep by raising himself slightly and telling them to kill them instead of him. The killers were surprised that these 3 old warriors did not fall asleep, after which he said that they were useless, and first they would deal with him, then it would be their turn. Trembling in an attempt to stay awake, one of the twins raised his hand, slowly asking for mercy in that case, hoping for mercy. The mercenaries looked at them in surprise, asking what kind of people they were and why they were even asking for this, since it seemed funny to them. At this time, Bruno thought that he had drunk the blood of the hexagonal snake and eaten a special plant. But would he be able to resist the poison just because of them? However, thanks to this poison, he became imbued with affection for these guys, and therefore it is necessary at all costs to try to save them. While the Heavenly Squad asked the killer to stop, they said that everything has its time, while they watch how they finish off the heir. One of the mercenaries waved his sword again, saying that it was because of him that so much fuss was made, but he wanted to commit suicide anyway, so that's how it had to be. Bruno wondered why he had to live this one out of all the lives he had, but it was time for them to find out right now. The guy was lucky that the killers were stalling for time, because one of them, standing to the side, said that he wanted to kill him himself. Turning around, his comrade asked what difference it made who killed him, to which he heard the answer that there was a difference, and he had forgotten who was in charge here. The man with the sword said that it was incredible, because as soon as he was about to kill him, the man decided to stop him, but he was unable to finish his sentence. The mercenary's head flew off his shoulders, spraying blood across the room, and on the other side, he noticed the library's heir running towards him. Another swing of the sword deprived the mercenary of a limb. At this moment, his comrades looked in shock at the hand flying past them. The people from the Heavenly Squad, who were trying to stay conscious, watched this picture with the same surprise. Bruno did not finish off the mercenary, who was screaming loudly and writhing in pain, but instead turned his head towards the rest of the group. The guy rushed forward, but this time the mercenary decided to resist, trying to quickly draw his sword from its sheath. The eldest heir quickly caught up with the enemy, making a vertical strike, but he managed to put out his weapon to defend himself. At first, the mercenary thought he had managed to repel the attack, when suddenly Bruno's sword began to cut through the enemy's weapon like butter. Pressing a little harder, the boy delivered a vertical blow to the killer, who could not have expected that his weapon would be able to break anything. This time again, one blow was enough to completely get rid of the enemy. Without wasting time, Bruno rushed at the remaining ones. One of the mercenaries ordered not to attack him directly, after which he pointed at Sonia, giving the order to take that girl hostage. At this time, the leader wanted to deal with the eldest heir, while at the same time, incredibly quickly firing 3 projectiles in his direction. Bruno's reflexes were on point, allowing him to deflect all 3 attacks with one swing of his sword, using the ricochet to deflect the enemy's attacks. Finding the perfect trajectory, one of the projectiles pierced the killer's side while the other landed on the ground, blocking the path to Sonia. The stunned leader asked how he had managed to dodge so deftly, and then loudly ordered an immediate retreat. If they then set all the library guards on them, they're doomed for sure. The guy in the mask decided to use 100 shurikens against Bruno. Thanks to the mercenary's abilities, the blades began to spin in an incredible dance, destroying the floor on which the eldest heir stood. However, this was done slowly in order to gain time and successfully escape while he was looking for a solid surface. While all the members of the Heavenly Squad fell down, the heir of the library pushed off from the falling stones, heading upward. He reached the open window, wanting to catch up with the remaining mercenaries to prevent them from escaping and preparing new forces. The 2 masked guys tried to run as fast as they could, but their speed was not enough because one of them was bleeding from his stomach. The wounded murderer ordered his comrade to leave him and run away, when suddenly Bruno, who was behind him, advised the same thing. Following this, a swing of steel sounded in the air, which separated the killer's head from his body, terrifying the remaining mercenary. He understood that he couldn't run away anymore, and now he looked at the heir of the library, who was giving him a surprised look. The guy noticed a trembling killer in front of him, who was holding the sword uncertainly in his hands, deciding not to run, but to fight him. Smiling, Bruno looked at his weapon and said that he had a wonderful sword just for this purpose, which he would not hesitate to use. Seconds later, a scream of pain echoed throughout the forest, and then the killer landed on his knees with his neck cut just below the back of his head. Still alive, he wondered why they had agreed to this at all, since the heir in the library had long since come to his senses. Bruno decided not to finish him off, instead quickly returning to the building, where due to the destroyed floor, the entire Heavenly Squad fell down. After looking around the room, he saw that all the members of the group were safe, and none of them were injured, and so he was able to relax for a while. He said that since they had come to their senses, they first needed to clean up all this mess and move to another inn. He also ordered Sonia to pay for the repairs and find them another place to stay, after which Jack hesitantly turned to the eldest heir. Folding his hands in a respectful gesture, he said that thanks to him, an old man like him would be able to live out his life, and therefore he owed him a great debt. He couldn't put it into words, so he asked to accept this in return. Bruno watched in surprise as the old man bowed to him. The 3 Gorge warriors said that they had been in many scrapes, but this was the first time they had been so close to death, and therefore they would never forget Bruno's kindness. The twins did not lag behind, also bowing to the heir, briefly thanking him, deciding that there was no need for verbosity here. The poor brothers and Mindy also joined in the thanksgiving, saying that I too could not express in words how grateful they were. After which the girl from the White House suggested making Mr. Bruno the leader of the squad. Upon hearing this, everyone unanimously agreed. Seeing 9 people in front of him, with their hands folded in a respectful gesture, the boy heard them all ask him to be their leader. Sighing and smiling, Bruno realized that he couldn't get out of this, which meant he could only accept the situation. The Heavenly Squad looked at him with expectation and hope, and then heard that since they wanted it so much, he would become their leader. Everyone immediately shouted joyfully, shouting the name of their master, because right now the disputes about who would take the place of the leader ended. Smiling, the guy said that since he was the leader, here was his first order to them. The others immediately fell silent, anxiously awaiting the first order. Smiling even more, the library heir raised his index finger, saying that as the leader of the Heavenly Squad, he would disband this squad. At that very moment, there was complete silence in the room, and 9 pairs of eyes looked at Bruno in shock, not believing their ears at first. At the same time, in the healer's fortress, a man entered the room from whom the master was calling, but he asked him not to speak so normally. Fortress Chief Xavier said that the heir to the Great Celestial Library sent a reply letter. He should arrive in 2 days. Responsible for external relations main fortresses, Chuck noticed with surprise that it was faster than he thought. In that case, they need to prepare. The chief replied that they would manage the preparations without disturbing the master's vigilance, but they could not allow the heir to enter the main house now. They have a poisonous beetle that the heir needs, but in return they want the heir to come to the healer's main fortress. If he solves the riddle, or rather deciphers the hidden message, then they will be able to help each other to their mutual benefit. Firstly, the main fortress of healers is one of 3 that specializes in ciphers, which is why the master of the academy was invited. But there was no answer from him, so the heir to the great library, who was their last hope, was invited. But suddenly, 10 days ago, another master of the academy appeared on the threshold of the fortress. The answer did not come due to a hitch, but the answer was positive. It so happened that 2 chiefs will solve the puzzle at once, the master of the academy and the heir of the great heavenly library. And if the master of the academy finds out about this, a misunderstanding may arise, which may develop into an unnecessary conflict. There are also concerns that this could hinder the solving of the code, as they will be trying to pull the blanket of leadership over to themselves. The boss asked Chuck to work hard on this, to which he heard the answer that he would do everything possible to ensure that the 2 gentlemen were friends. However, Xavier asked not to let the heir in at all for now. The young guy asked in surprise if it was really so necessary. The head replied that she hoped that everything would work out, but they could not predict the master's reaction, which made it difficult for them to make any plans. It will be difficult to keep the heir of the Great Celestial Library out, but a letter written by the heir himself will help him with this. It said that he would be arriving soon and therefore expected a warm welcome from them, but the letter was brief and rather casual. As you can see, his manners leave much to be desired, so you can take advantage of this by using trickery. Xavier also asked how the boys were doing, to which Chuck replied that they were refraining from walking outside and were staying in the prepared abode. You can't keep them out forever, but if they run away, it will cause problems, so you need to check them again before leaving. The next morning, the cart was racing quickly towards the main fortress of the healers, and Bruno thought that the road was long and took a lot of time. But he would finally get the poisonous beetle and finish his cultivation, but this condition that he had to come in person bothered him. If they needed him, it means there is a problem that only he can solve. But for now, they can enjoy the silence without this ridiculous squad. As they approached the lonely building, a command to stop was heard out of nowhere, causing the driver to panic. Leaving the cart near the house, they went inside, and Bruno said that he was supposed to arrive only tomorrow, but the healer's representatives were already meeting him. 2 thugs stood behind Chuck, who said that he had come because he had been invited by the heir to the library, and he could not disobey that request. The guy didn't understand what was going on, but replied that he didn't really want anything like that, and Chuck thought he was joking. Bruno said that his assistant had expressed herself incorrectly in the letter, after which he apologized for not paying attention to it. Chuck thought it was impossible to convey in words his shamelessness. He looks good, speaks confidently, but his words are strange. And what kind of servant would write letters on his own behalf on behalf of his master? Moreover, it is clear how he cowered in fear at the sight of his guards. Perhaps he imagines himself to be better than the healer's fortress. Perhaps he thinks that he is capable of anything, and that is why he is so arrogant. Chuck crossed his arms and said he came here because of his letter, but from Bruno's words, it was clear that it was a misunderstanding. He would like to invite him to the fortress right now, but there are several issues that need to be resolved there, so he will have to stay here for a while. But if the situation is resolved earlier, they will immediately invite him to the fortress, while the heir to the library pondered his every word. The letter from the fortress said that he personally had to visit them. Therefore, there was some problem, and his intellect was needed to solve it. But instead of welcoming him, he is not allowed into the fortress. It sounds like they found someone else to solve the problem. It doesn't matter how many people they involve in this. Whoever gets to the bottom of the problem first gets the poisonous bug. Therefore, it is impossible to leave it like this. He dares to hold it here by force, which means he has no choice but to also use force. Suddenly, a noise of different voices arguing about something was heard outside. Bruno thought that they had returned at the wrong time. Mindy said that the pink color of the embroidery even suited him. But one of the twins said that she always says what she thinks. Hearing this, Chucky asked with displeasure who were the noisy people there. If Bruno wanted, he would go outside and deal with them. However, there was no need for this, as they themselves entered inside, saying that the conversations about pink embroidery were like those between two women. Anthony offered to look at his beautiful gold embroidery and declared that now luck and money would rain down on them from the sky. The representatives of the healer's fortress immediately noticed the beggars, mentally asking themselves why this girl was with them then. At this time, one of the twins cried out that he asked for the embroidery to be the color of fresh blood, but he was told that blood was exactly that color. The stunned thugs immediately recognized the twins from Musan, not understanding why they were there and in such strange company. The next to speak were three men who asked the boys to stop acting like fools because they were already ashamed of them. Chuck's guards recognized the Three Gorge warriors as talented killers who always evade capture because they can kill and skin their victims. However, this was not the end, because they noticed the silent old man who was walking behind everyone, conditionally waiting for the moment to appear. The three representatives of the healer's fortress recognized the elderly man as Master Jack, who was walking slowly with the group. They never ceased to be surprised by every new person who was in this group and did not understand why Master Jack was with them. After all, he is a warrior with one of the highest levels of skill. The fortress needs to be friends with such people. Chuck needs to greet them as soon as possible. Suddenly, Bruno loudly asked the group that had entered to be silent, which caused stunned looks from the representatives of the healers. They didn't understand whether he was in his right mind. From the letter alone, it was clear that he had no sense of decency. But they were wondering if he knew who had just entered the building, because these were people they had to show the utmost respect for. Unable to stand this behavior, Chuck asked Bruno to watch his words, to which he received a displeased look in his direction. The guy asked why he was suddenly making a remark to him, since he hadn't said anything bad, and they were making a fuss. Chuck replied that they were outstanding people, but the air at the library didn't matter, because he was still better than them, but the interlocutor didn't believe it. Bruno said that Chuck didn't quite understand, that's just the way he was, but his interlocutor was sure that he was the heir to the great heavenly library. With a very serious face, the eldest heir declared that he was actually the great leader of the heavenly squad that was now in front of him. Without understanding anything, Chuck thought that this was the first time he had heard of such a detachment, and therefore it did not inspire any trust or respect. Suddenly the guy realized that all the people who came could be somehow connected with the eldest heir, who declared that he was the leader, after which he noticed the stripes of the heavenly detachment, which were embroidered on the chest of every person he knew. Bruno said that he understood that it was not a particularly important achievement, but they themselves persuaded him to take this title, which means they need him. Chuck tried to link the Sky Squad and the library heir, but to no avail, and Bruno said that they would have to spend some time together. Therefore, now it is better for them to get used to each other, after which the heir introduced them to his servants, namely, the detachment of heaven. And then, smiling, he invited Chuck to continue their conversation, at which time the guy sitting opposite him began to sweat and became noticeably nervous. After some time, the Sky Squad appreciated this large and spacious place, and Chuck was glad to show it to them, hearing that they would not be leaving here. It was still a good thing that the person in charge of external relations was a shrewd man, although Bruno did not like the prospect of being in this building. Suddenly, he felt an unusual aroma, after which he asked the representatives of the healers to lead them to the distant courtyards of the fortress. When Chuck got to the fortress, he heard from Xavier that it could take up to 5 days to decipher the message, and it all needed to be kept secret. Chuck added that the master needed to be kept a secret from these guys too, because they said the smell of smoking was too strong. The men thought to give them a chance to meet, since the students had already found out everything a long time ago, so rumors had probably spread. Besides, there is Master Jack in the squad. Then after their meeting it will be possible to avoid a scandal, only everything needs to be well organized. At this time, in another place, a group of people in black clothes asked what news they wanted to tell them. Chuck immediately replied that the heir to the great celestial library had arrived, and therefore asked them to be a little friendlier with him. They must be courteous to the members of the heavenly library family, as they possess outstanding knowledge. Without them, they could put themselves in a dangerous position, but his interlocutor replied that they were the ones who needed to be extremely careful. At that very moment, he used the connection with his sword, which trembled and immediately went into his hand, hinting at the seriousness of his words. The leader of the group walked forward, ordering the others to follow him, adding that they would even increase the number of warriors on guard. Chuck blocked their way, telling them to wait and not to act so hostile, because he wanted to talk to the guests from the library. After some time, the representative of the healers met Bruno again, who asked without much interest why he had come. The smiling guy decided to ask if anything was causing the heir any inconvenience, to which he received the answer that there were a couple of things. And the first of them was this place, in which they kindly made them live surrounded by mountains, which makes it seem as if they were in exile. Chuck laughed and said there were a couple of problems that needed to be solved, but Bruno guessed that no one would tell him more about those problems. It is not worth talking about how things really are yet. Neither the master nor the heir of the library should know about each other yet. At that very moment, a heavenly squad pounced on the guy, asking why no one had taught him manners and that questions needed to be answered. He could not answer them, only listening to the reproaches addressed to him, hoping that they would soon calm down and quiet down. Anthony decided to stop this whole noisy company, asked why they were all behaving like this, and then asked them to calm down. The beggar also added that he had been treating them politely all this time, so there really was a reason why they were being kept here. Then he shouted that he liked it here very much. Henry supported him, said that it was quiet here, and you can grill meat in the fresh air. Mindy asked him to stop talking about meat, because if he ate only it, he would eventually become fat, but the boy replied that she would become fat. This answer became the reason for new arguments and shouts that filled the entire room, thereby disturbing the quiet and calm atmosphere. Bruno sat and listened in silence for a while, gradually losing his patience, and then sighed heavily, deciding to end it. His voice sounded like thunder shouting over the others. He asked everyone to be silent, not wanting to listen to their arguments anymore. The library heir asked Chuck that since it was difficult for him to explain the situation, he could tell him something. With his hands clasped in front of him and a serious face, Bruno asked if the healer's fortress had found a replacement for him. Chuck couldn't have expected such a direct question, trying to awkwardly brush it off, asking why he suddenly thought that. Bruno replied that the fortress had sent him an invitation, and if he had refused, they would have called someone else, but he had to help with the problem. They even met him and asked him not to come to the fortress itself for now, under such strange circumstances, and asked him to stay somewhere unknown. One can only think that he is a backup option or a replacement for someone, after which he asked what Chuck thought about this. But he only became nervous. The guy didn't think he would hit the bull's eye, but he speaks as if he already knows everything for sure, but he can't justify himself any further. Otherwise, it will be suspicious. Besides, judging by his behavior, he definitely won't ignore this because you can tell from his face that he doesn't like being a backup option. If he goes back after all this, and if the Academy Master can't handle it, then the situation will become even more awkward for them. And if after that they ask the library for help again, they will make fools of themselves, and then they will not get off with just one poisonous beetle. Chuck was puzzled over what to do, because he had received strict orders not to divulge any information to the heir of the library. For a while, the guy gathered his strength, thinking about whether he was doing the right thing, and then began to explain the reason for the invitation. After the explanation was finished, Anthony asked what they were worried about being given a double assignment, although it wasn't that important. One of the Gorge warriors stated that the heir would understand the whole situation, but Mindy said that the healer's fortress could also be understood. Chuck expected a more violent reaction, and certainly didn't expect to be defended, and Bruno was quick to apologize for his rudeness. From now on, his words and actions will be more thoughtful, but what is more important is to solve the problem of the healer's strength. He understands the awkward position they are in, but maybe he will allow two people at once to conduct a double check. Bruno didn't want to wait and waste time, so he wanted to get information about the existing problem right now. And they won't tell the Academy that they're also working on a solution unless they tell it themselves, a condition that surprised Chuck. He immediately began to bow and thank the heir of the library for his understanding, because he was sure that Bruno would be able to understand him. The boy said that he also wanted to tell him something else, and then asked if he had ever heard of the 1,000 Guardians. Bruno didn't understand why they suddenly came up in this conversation, and he himself replied that he had heard about them, but didn't understand what they had to do with it. Chuck smiled, and happily stated that the thing was that they were now outside the door waiting to be introduced. Bruno, stunned, jumped up in surprise and loudly asked to tell everything in more detail, asking at the same time what they were doing here. Chuck was surprised to ask in response if the library wasn't on good terms with them, when suddenly, a strange sound was heard from outside. The library heir headed towards the door to find out who was making the noise, and the heavenly squad immediately followed him. Opening the door, Bruno froze, looking in surprise at the people he had not seen for quite some time and could not find the words. In contrast, someone from the heavenly squadron declared that it was a squadron of 1,000 guardians who were all staring at them at the same time. Bruno's band started saying that they had heard so much about them, but never thought they would be able to see them live. Anthony even asked them to sign. At this time, Bruno thought that he was told that they were terrorizing people, but he was curious about what was really happening to them. Jack asked the master to look at the street where the warriors were holding a memorial ceremony, saying that they had such pure hearts. They remember the hero, the former head of the Murim Alliance. Now hardly anyone can compare with such a man, and Harry is probably looking at this from heaven. As he left the building, Anthony declared that he loved the 1,000 Guards with all his heart after learning that they honored their patron. They also decided to go and pay their respects to the head of the Alliance, and if he were alive, he would have beaten everyone. But that won't happen. Jack said he owed him a lot when he was at his wit's end. Someone asked him for advice, and he told him to quit. One of the Gorge warriors said that he may not have given very good advice, but he was certainly the best warrior who should be respected. Looking at the squad of heaven, one of the 1,000 Guards said to his brother that they were much more well-mannered than he thought, although you couldn't tell by looking at them. However, the leader of the Guards did not listen to his comrade, looking towards the building opposite which the heir of the library stood. Looking at the boy with displeasure, the leader of the Guards asked in a serious tone if he, the heir, had anything to say about their master. Crossing his arms over his chest, Bruno replied with displeasure that he could probably say what the others had already said. This stunned the heavenly squad, who did not expect that the master would even think of saying such a thing to the close guards of the former head of the Alliance. This answer did not please the leader of the 1,000 Guards either, who frowned and asked the heir of the library to repeat his words. The embittered boy had never seen anyone from the heavenly library at a loss for words, but he was curious about the reason for this. He kept his eyes on Bruno, wanting to hear what the great heir of the library could say, thinking that he was not a fool. With a sarcastic and contemptuous expression on his face, Bruno replied that the reason was that he was very tired of talking to idiots. The warriors of the 1,000 Guards immediately drew their blades, preparing to attack the heir of the library, but the leader stopped them. Sighing, Bruno asked him to remember Harry, deciding that he would have said the same thing, after which he waited for the warrior's reaction. However, the dissatisfied guy only became more embittered, trying to maintain his composure and not succumb to provocation. Anthony and Chuck immediately ran up to the library heir, asking why he was making them angry, since he shouldn't have said that. Crossing his arms over his chest, Bruno said that even the most devoted children would not make someone mourn their parents. And in this way, they wanted to show what a close relationship they had with the best person in the world. But such actions look funny. And if someone doesn't suit them, then his cold friend will later find him in a ditch. From these words, the sword in the hands of one of the warriors trembled. Not intending to listen to any more insulting speeches directed at him, Dennis suddenly jumped up and rushed straight at the heir. Bruno decided not to make any attempt to defend himself. Instead, Anthony stepped in to protect him, concentrating energy in his hands. Straightening his arms, he sent a bolt of energy straight towards the attacker, who held his sword out in front of him to defend himself. Anthony didn't do any damage to him, but he did make him jump back, thus breaking the distance between them. And the heavenly squad immediately surrounded their leader, showing that they would protect him with all the forces they had. One of the Gorge warriors said that if they pointed their sword at the heir of the heavenly library again, they would die. One of the twins decided to support him, asking why give such warnings. It would be better to kill them right now. They could do that, but these guys are bothering their leader, so they can't do that. The guards also decided that they can't talk to them. Instead, the leader of 1,000 Guards and the heir to the library silently looked into each other's eyes, waging a silent duel between themselves. Suddenly, having decided something for himself, the guy in dark clothes turned sharply and ordered his comrades to return. Bruno watched them go, realizing that he had not been able to achieve the result he had hoped for, but this conversation was not over yet. After some time, a question arose in the heavenly squad as to what was meant when the Gorge warrior said that these guys were worrying the leader. Enjoying his meal, the man responded with surprise that he hardly knew more than all of them, and he said this without thinking. When asked if he was making fun of her, he replied that it was obvious, to which Anthony responded that he had said so himself. Mindy asked why Bruno was worried about them, to which she received the answer that the leader was calm, even in a situation where he was on the verge of death. But in front of these guys, he behaved strangely. The girl also screamed that this did not mean at all that they worried him. Anthony calmly said that he was afraid of death, afraid that they would die, because they would definitely kill them all. Hearing such an answer, the eldest daughter of the White House looked at the beggar in surprise, clearly not expecting such reasoning from him. Henry, who had been busy eating, asked Mindy if she had forgotten where they were now, adding that they were in Murim. Jack decided to keep the conversation going by saying that in Murim, stupid quarrels often lead to death, and this case was no exception. One of the twins said that the leader also expressed his condolences, agreeing with everything said above, and the dispute arose over nonsense. However, if the guards force people to offer condolences, they will definitely find those who will not care about it. It's time for the 1,000 guardians to come to terms with reality, and their leader took a risk and decided to help them with this by telling the pure truth. Mindy noticed that the library air was more gentle with them than she expected because she thought there would be a massacre. While everyone continued to eat, she turned her head towards the building where Bruno was now located with Chuck. The healer's representative showed the document to the library's heir, but he noticed that it had been written very recently. The guy replied that it was a copy. Bruno said that if we were talking about an ancient document, then the texture of the paper could be part of the cipher. Smiling, Chuck asked him not to worry, because this copy was no different from the original, because it was made very well. Bruno looked at the guy with distrust. I don't understand why he was so sure of this, but decided not to go into details and just get on with the code. Finally, he will be able to use his genius brain. With his knowledge, it will not be difficult to read what is written here. He sat studying the documents until the evening, during which time Chuck did not leave the room, observing the actions of the library heir. Unable to bear the silence that had dragged on for too long, he decided to ask if he had found the answer, but Bruno asked him to remain silent. The guy was surprised to think that the heir was so focused that even such a question disturbed him. He decided that he had found something. Bruno himself stared at the sheet of paper, his hands shaking as he continued to study the document, trying to find at least something. However, all this was useless, and he did not understand anything. The only thing that gave him strength was the hope of getting a poisonous beetle. Maybe it will take him longer, or maybe this guy's brain is not capable of using his intelligence. But if he doesn't solve the code, then his bug will fly away from him and never return. At least one word needs to be deciphered. Suddenly he froze, noticed the word that was in the corner, and decided that it had moved slightly. He couldn't be mistaken. It really was moving. But as soon as you look at it, it stops moving. The library heir realized that he needed to relax and defocus his gaze, not looking at the words directly. When he moved the document a little further away, he noticed how the words began to float and change their outlines. Before Bruno's eyes, the words began to leave the document, curling into a single whirlpool, forming a black depression. And after that, the contents of the document immediately darkened, and a very bright light formed around it, which blinded the guy. As he stared at the scene unfolding before him, Chuck turned to him and said that he had been sitting motionless for half an hour. With his head down, Bruno said that unfortunately, he had only managed to figure out the key to the cipher, but he would only be able to give an answer in a month. However, he became curious about who wrote this document, a question that immediately made Chuck tense up a little. He replied that they had obtained it by accident, so they themselves could not answer this question, but if they knew who the author was, it would make the task easier. But I decided to Bruno that this was a completely different story, after which I said that I would like to greet the chief healer. Chuck replied that he was currently in seclusion, and even they could not see him, because they did not know when his seclusion would end. As he left the room, the boy asked the library's heir to do everything possible to solve the code, after which he said goodbye. Bruno watched the boy go with a tired look, not noticing how the Heavenly Squad was watching them, crowded at the window. As soon as Chuck left, the Heavenly Squad burst into the room, taking the document in their hands. We decide that all the secrets of the healer's fortress are written there. Bruno walked away from them, not paying attention to their antics, thinking that the head healer was a funny guy who was in solitude. But the heir of the library immediately realized that the author of this document was the main healer of the fortress, closed off from the rest of the world. Sometime later, Bruno sat alone, pondering what he had seen in the document he had been given. The chief healer of the fortress approached him, asking him to open his soul to him and listen to him, because his knowledge was incredibly important. People think that the main invention of his life is the golden core, but this is not so. His main masterpiece, the main treasure of his whole life, is not a simple core. It is incomparable to anything similar in the world. One look is enough to replenish vital energy. Touching it, they will rejoice. If someone asked what moment in his life was the happiest for him, it was the day when he saw the treasure, and it smiled at him. He asked to bring it to him. Where the moonlight points in the medicine room, there is one, and there are also 375. The special treasure is not just a golden core. It can drag anyone who wants to take possession of it to the next world. Besides, to obtain energy, one look or touch is enough. Of course, the chief healer could invent something like that. Bruno remembered how in his previous life, he had spoken to the head healer, Kane, who had asked what the leader of the alliance had just said. Harry was upset that he didn't hear anything here, then asked what he was thinking about all this time. He answered that he was thinking about medicine. But even if he's so crazy about the medicine, He needs to stop working so much, because every medicine can become poison. Kane replied that he was okay with prescribing the medicine to someone else, as long as he tried it on himself first. Harry stated that his notes were encrypted so that only he could read them, then asked how his knowledge would be passed on to future generations. Judging by the font, the author of the text is still the main healer. But there is a question about what state he is in now. If he's okay, there's no point in asking an outsider to decipher the recordings. But Chuck gets nervous when asked to meet with the boss. But now the most important thing is to find out what happened to the chief healer. Bruno asked Sonia to prepare writing materials. When the girl had prepared everything, the heir to the library took a brush in his hands and thought about how to write the solution correctly. One of the Gorge warriors nodded in satisfaction, saying that once the text was written down, it would not be too difficult to decipher it. They immediately agreed with him, because with their combined efforts they would be able to decipher everything before the morning. But Mindy turned to the gentleman in surprise. The others also looked at the sheet of paper in shock, which was completely covered in writing, which meant that Bruno had already deciphered everything. The White House daughter asked why he pretended not to know anything, although he had long ago understood the entire text. The warrior of the gorges noticed that the Fortress of Healers asked to decipher the text written by the chief healer. It seemed to him that this whole situation arose from the desire to take possession of this treasure. He offered the gentleman to take possession of it today. Bruno replied that they were exaggerating, because there was nothing special about the golden core. At night it was clear that something had happened to the chief healer, but it is unlikely that there was any enmity between him and his sons, in which case they would never have been accepted as guests. They told him that everything was so because he knows what Muriam can be like. The most unexpected events constantly happen here. The library's heir was told that there was a squad that was supposed to exterminate those mercenaries, but he never heard from them again. After they deal with the problems of the healer's fortress, Bruno will have to use his martial arts. He said that he needed to find out what exactly had happened to the chief healer, and that's why he wanted Jack and the beggars to help him. To begin with, Master Jack will perform a melody that will make the fortress guards show their true emotions and innermost thoughts. Taking advantage of this, the beggars will get inside and find out everything. Such a plan does not guarantee success, but it is better than nothing. Anthony and Henry immediately cried out joyfully that they were capable of doing anything. The old man was also ready for action. Not wanting to wait, the master decided to start playing right away, after which pleasant, enchanting music began to come from the flute. They wanted to stop him, but they didn't have time. And as a result, these notes reached the ears of the two brothers, who immediately froze. They started crying, Anthony asking why he had tears running from his eyes, and Henry saying that he missed his mother very much. Bruno immediately realized that Jack's flute could also work on the guards of the healer's fortress, and then asked the beggars to look at him. Having filled his fingers with energy, he lightly touched several points on the guys' necks, thereby bringing them out of hypnosis. The surprised brothers stated that the tears had stopped, after which Anthony asked if this was the special technique that he had used on Soman. The Ravine warrior thought that the action could only be stopped due to the state of the whole blood, and besides, the leader was not susceptible to influence. Bruno said the effect would only last for a couple of hours, so they had to come back before then, or the same thing would happen to them. He also asked not to do anything stupid and to focus on the goal. In addition to finding the place indicated in the code, you need to find out what happened. Anthony reminded the leader that they were vagabonds and therefore experts in gathering information. They would not let him down. After which the three people left the building, quickly heading towards the main fortress of the healers on a mission. The warrior of the gorge turned to the leader, said that there was something that interested him. Bruno was not against answering the questions that interested him. With a silly expression, the man asked if he was by any chance the leader of the Muram Alliance in his past life. Bruno expected any question, but not one that would stump him, because he didn't expect that anyone could solve it. The man said that until recently he was just a scholar in the library, but now he can give any of them a head start. And besides, Jack's music didn't affect him, and he also prevented her actions, but instead of answering, the guy headed for the exit. They shouted after him and asked why he was leaving without answering, but they were very interested in whether it was true after all. Going outside, the heir of the library turned around and smilingly replied that he was still the head of the alliance. The man decided to ask again, but heard his comrade's comment that if the question was stupid, then the answer should be the same. Upon arrival, Anthony stated that the treasure was apparently in the interior, and in the moonlight, the shadow of the spire looked like an arrow. This archive is the only one located in this direction, which means there is a high probability that the treasure is a book. It is impossible that the most important healer is in the silver pharmacy. The brothers noticed several people thought that the door seemed to be unlocked. When the brothers returned, they immediately reported everything to the leader, who thought about the fact that all this could be in the silver pharmacy. Anthony added that apparently everything is okay with the chief healer. Most likely he feels well, that is, his body is fine. Bruno didn't quite understand what the guy wanted to say, and waving his hand in irritation, he asked him to tell him more. Rubbing his head and maintaining a serious face, the vagabond said that it seemed that the head healer had lost his mind. This information stunned the leader, and the guy continued to say that consciousness was becoming confused, and people did not even understand who they were. In fact, they started asking what this nonsense was and why it happened, to which they received the answer that it was a side effect of the medication. It was hard to believe that the healer had poisoned himself with medicine. It would be like a master poison maker poisoning himself. Then they all turned around, decided to ask what the leader thought about it, but immediately noticed how he lowered his head and put his hand on it. Everyone immediately began to ask if he was feeling unwell, to which he replied that he was not feeling very well either. He seemed to begin to understand how hard it was for the people in the healer's fortress, but first he asked them to behave normally and not stand out. Having heard the clear instructions, Jack and the Tramp brothers immediately left the room, preparing to begin the task again. Sitting at the table, the eldest heir thought that the healer had been testing medicines on his own body for a long time. In the end, that would have been the end of it, but he would have been able to help him if the problem could be solved with one battle. And now he was only concerned about how he could help Can, who had doomed himself to suffering with his experiments. That same night, the dark-haired boy tossed and turned in his sleep, as if something was preventing him from going into the world of dreams and rest. He put his hands behind his head and looked worriedly at the ceiling, not understanding what was bothering him and why this night was dragging on for so long. The next day, the Heavenly Squad fried meat, saying that the cow had eaten too much, and now they were eating her. Someone suggested eating a boar for dinner. One of the twins agreed, saying that then they would catch it closer to dinner. While some were deciding what to have for dinner that night, Henry was surprised to notice a man who was quickly heading in their direction. The boy immediately recognized the guy whose name was Dante. At first he was glad that he came, but suddenly he noticed his angry face. This guy could only say one word, and the Heavenly Squad would hasten to calm him down, telling him to drop this business, sit down and eat with them. However, no one understood what Dante wanted to say, and everyone around immediately began asking if anyone knew sign language. Realizing that he wouldn't achieve anything this way, the guy squatted down, pointing his finger to the ground, deciding to write with it. Dante asked where their leader was, to which he was told that he was busy, so he could just sit down and eat while he waited. He added that the flute's melody reminded him of what happened yesterday, so he couldn't sleep, and then he had to deal with their leader. The warrior of the gorges concluded that he had come simply because he could not sleep at night, after which he advised him to go to bed right now. Henry again advised him to join the dinner, but this did not suit Dante, who clenched his hand into a fist and trembled. One of the twins asked him if he would continue to write this stuff, adding that he was apparently tired of living. The Thousand-Night Warrior responded with an angry and fiery gaze to the threat that came from the mouths of the members of the Heavenly Squad. The twin immediately declared that the guy was asking for trouble, after which he prepared for battle. Dante did the same. However, before the battle could begin, Bruno, who was standing at some distance from them, hastened to stop them. They immediately turned their attention to the library's heir, who used a new ability to stop the boys. Suddenly the twin felt dizzy, after which the world began to blur before his eyes, and he himself began to calm down. Clutching his head, he mentally began to ask what was wrong with him and where the soundwave attack came from. An angry Bruno asked his comrade how he, being much older, decided to fight a warrior much younger than himself. He replied that he did not intend to kill him. Jack decided to stand up for his comrade, said that he was right, and all the blame lay with Dante. Bruno thought that this kid should learn to understand who he can fight and who he can't. If it wasn't their squad, but someone else, he would already be dead. However, the heir of the library did not understand why everyone called him Dun-Dun. He asked his comrades to call him Dante. Jack asked in surprise how he knew his real name, to which Bruno replied that she found out from the owner of the guest house. Then suddenly someone said that it was not true, and he used the technique of mental whispering. Then everything fell into place for the old man. Jack and the twins said that they were going to eat then, as they were getting really hungry after all this confusion. Bruno and Dante were left alone, silently looking at each other, each of them trying to understand what the other was thinking. It reminded the eldest heir of the day he saw him for the last time before moving into a new body. He was 3 or 4 years old then. His older brother Trevor was just over 10 years old. but he carried his brother along with him and never complained. Then Trevor was very sad that it was time for them to part. He looked at Harry with a look full of longing and unwillingness to leave. Smiling, the head of the alliance asked him not to be sad, because they would meet again, and they would take care of him just as well as he did. The man noticed that the boy did not believe him, and so he decided to promise that he would teach him how to fight and also prepare a gift. There was also something else, but he decided not to remember it, keeping these thoughts to himself, but preserving them in his memory. Bruno apologized with sign language for yesterday, adding that he had been a bit rude, which had angered his comrades. Dante was stunned and surprised that the heir to the library knew sign language, not expecting him to possess such a rare skill. However, that was exactly what the third promise was, in which Harry promised to learn sign language for the sake of little Dante. Bruno explained that a boy he knew could not speak, and he promised to learn sign language by their next meeting. The boy replied that it was great. Harry had also made him such a promise when he was little. He was a good person. This was the reason why they were doing all this, because once upon a time Harry said that in order for his promises to be kept, there was one condition. He pointed to the little boys, telling them to take care of themselves and not lose their brothers, and to learn martial arts. He asked them to come to him again as soon as they had mastered them, and the oldest of them immediately agreed to such conditions. He then said that maybe Harry was still alive because they didn't forget him. Now Dante understood what he meant. While they were quietly talking, the heir of the library continued to immerse himself in memories, recalling the words he had spoken to the children. He asked them to remember that even if they were hurt, they should not lose each other, because no matter what happens, they are one family. Then Harry said that even if one of them was kept, it couldn't be left behind, which is why his brother decided that they should all leave the master. He promised to kill their guardian if anything like that happened, and he still really can't believe that Harry left them. Bruno responded that he should continue to disbelieve. Dante asked that he was from the great heavenly library, adding that he liked him. The eldest heir smiled, asking that he no longer wanted to kill him, and he liked it because he also did not wish him harm. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard asking Dante what he was doing there, and the next moment 3 figures jumped out from behind the tree. His brothers immediately became alarmed, calling him to them, asking what he was thinking when he walked here alone. The older brother also calls him. At this time, the leader of 1,000 knights sat in front of the altar where Harry was being honored, and the smell of incense hung around. The guy thought that Bruno was smug and cunning. With his words, he decided to insult them all so as not to do what he did not want. Well, not everyone can allow themselves to be told such things, but he doesn't know what kind of connection there was between them and Harry since childhood. Therefore, his words are unforgivable. If he were sincere, he would have honored the memory of the master and then would have said these words. But he won't fool him anymore because he will finish him and his pathetic squad. At that very second, his brother went to him, said that he brought the rest here. However, something happened to Dante. Hearing the name of his younger brother, the boy immediately turned around, angrily asking what happened. After some time, he asked him why he did it. Dante hastened to apologize, but this did not explain his actions. The young guy also started gesturing, explaining that Bruno spoke sign language very well, and he apologized for yesterday. The brother asked him disapprovingly that he liked anyone who knew sign language, but the guy immediately stated that he didn't like anything like that. Bruno said everything was fine. He said they were doing well and that Harry would have been proud of them. He was glad everyone was healthy and sticking together. He also wished that in the future everything would be exactly the same. After listening to the story, the older brother asked in surprise why he did this. Dante didn't know, but his words made him feel warm. His words gave him confidence. He wasn't Harry, but it seemed to him as if he was talking to him. The boy continued to gesticulate, looking at his brother with a guilty face and trying to defend the heir to the library. He said that his gaze was so welcoming, he felt that he liked her, and therefore did not see anything evil or repulsive in him. Why did he ask his brother for forgiveness again? But he did not hear an answer, because he thought for a minute about everything he had heard. The leader of the 1,000 guards thought there that Bruno wished for everything to remain this way, and he wanted them to be healthy in the future. Another warrior broke into the conversation, loudly declaring that this man was speaking the language of snakes. They needed to finish them all off today. The leader decided to be alone and think about everything, and at the same time he left the brothers outside the door before they could say a word. Standing outside, the older brother lowered his head, leaning against the door, trying to understand why the heir to the library decided to say such a thing. He pictured Bruno's face again, radiating dislike and contempt, but he still reminded him of Harry. When night fell, Bruno sat at the table with a serious face, hoping that now the 1,000 guards would have some self-respect, after which he took the brush and began to move it over the sheet of paper, thinking that now all that remained was to make Bruno's magical seal that would preserve the memory. Golden Chain of Memory, this seal can contain the spirit that has lost its mind and also awaken the scattered mind, which can help the head of the healers. It's too much action to get one poisonous bug, but he can't help him, at least because of their old friendship. He promised himself to find the treasures of the chief healer and heal him, but just a second later someone entered the room and called out to him. It was Henry, radiating childish curiosity, asking what he was working on so hard since it was already so late. Smiling, the eldest heir replied that he drew the seal to help the head of the healers, which really interested the guy. Suddenly, Bruno stopped himself again because he was completely unfamiliar with the head of the healers, so the others might have a lot of questions. If he decided to help him get his mind back, this kid and the others would be interested to know why he decided to do it in the first place. It was necessary to give them an excuse that they would like, after which the heir said that he would take this seal from the chief healer. This delighted Henry. But be that as it may, if this guy from outside the academy had not yet solved the code, there was no point in waiting. However, if he has solved the code, then this is problematic, which means that first he will need to get rid of the guy from the academy. The warrior of the gorges said that they were going to catch a boar in the morning, to which Bruno replied that he was waiting for this, but in the meantime he would tell them what else needed to be done. Bruno told the party that they must first get rid of the master of the academy in order to obtain the chief healer's treasure. Anthony, Jack, and the twin immediately appreciated the idea, suggesting to move from words to deeds, and the heir did not think that they also fell for it. At this time, they were observed by two figures sitting on the roof, after which they quickly retreated with the information they had received. In one of the rooms, a man opened a window to let informants in unnoticed without using the main entrance. One of them left a scroll with his observations, after which he quickly disappeared, leaving those present to read them. 4 days ago, the heir of the Great Library arrived at the main fortress of the healers. She sent a message not only to the master from the academy, but also to him. However, it was not possible to find the person who left this letter, because it was sent anonymously, but it was obvious who it could be. This is the one who wants to start a conflict in the main fortress of healers, because it seems that there is a struggle for power inside the fortress. During the entire time, they did not meet anyone except the deputy head of the fortress and the person responsible for external relations, but the gentleman seemed to know about everything. The man approached the master, asking if he had accidentally finished deciphering the text, receiving only a satisfied grin in response. The master said that it was time for him to rest. Tomorrow he needed to meet with the heir of the library. The assistant did not know why he decided to meet with him. The man in the white coat continued to read the letter, thinking about the heir to the great celestial library, who was also called to decipher it. Of all the possible places they met here, and it seemed to the master that this was far from a coincidence. Everyone said that the great library was the best among the 3 great libraries, and that its successor had no equal. And when he decided to verify the truth of these rumors for himself, he received very sad news. The heir to the library lost his thirst for life, and he thought that his chance was missed, but the latest news surprised him, because he had changed dramatically, forgetting about his previous desires. Smiling, the master addressed the heir of the library out loud, saying that he would prove to him that he was better. The next day, Chuck asked where everyone was, to which he received the answer from Bruno that they had gone boar hunting. The guy asked this out of curiosity, but in any case, he was just in time, because the heir of the library I wanted to tell him something. And it seems that because he hasn't read anything recently, his head isn't working as well as it used to, and he would like to take a look at their library. Chuck decided to take him there, but the passage is only open to the first floor, because he himself understands the reason, so there is no need to voice it. The eldest heir agreed, because he fully understood the situation in which the healer's fortress had gotten him involved. He knew that on the first floor there were ordinary books and documents, and on the floors starting from the second, there was medical literature. Bruno said that since he had received permission, he would go to the library, unless, of course, he wanted to tell him something else. Chuck flinched, not knowing how to choose his words. You see, he had important information about the guest from the academy that Bruno needed to know. The guy didn't know how he found out about everything, but the master asked the eldest heir for a meeting. Hearing this, Bruno turned around and froze. However, instead of frowning, he smiled, thinking that everything worked quickly, and he had long been ready for the meeting. After some time, a smiling man stood in front of the eldest heir, introducing himself as Magnus from Manhwa Academy. Bruno immediately returned the greeting, saying that he didn't think he would be able to meet such a talented person in the healer's fortress. Having accepted the forest comments, the interlocutor replied that he was much more famous than him, because he had heard a lot about Bruno since childhood. That's why he wanted to compete with him someday, and by pure chance he got the chance. Magnus suggested choosing aspects of the competition. They wanted to find out everything about the one that encrypts the text in the shortest time. While they were discussing all the details of the competition, Bruno looked closely at his interlocutor, trying to understand what kind of person he was. The first thing that caught his eye was that this guy was way too confident in himself, judging by his smug grin. He thought he had already deciphered the text and then asked how many days it would take him to decipher it. In response to this, he heard a loud chuckle, after which the master of the academy focused attention on the word days. He then replied that he didn't know, asking Bruno to try to guess how long he thought it would take him. The eldest heir asked in surprise that he had already deciphered the text in 14 days, thinking that he knew he was a genius, but did not think that he was that great. When asked if he was surprised, Bruno agreed with a smile, adding that he didn't think he'd meet anyone smarter than his brothers. This phrase managed to offend the master of the academy, who asked again what he meant by speaking smarter than his brothers. Bruno replied that he thought it would take him at least a month, considering that the chief healer's code was quite complex. Magnus was very surprised that Bruno knew that the author of the text was the chief healer, which meant that he had already managed to decipher the text. Suddenly the master thought about the fact that the heir to the great heavenly library had arrived 4 days ago, and already knew a lot about the cipher. This means he deciphered the text in just 4 days. The guy couldn't believe it. I thought that he probably hadn't deciphered it completely yet. The author of the text could only be identified by the first sentence, after which he asked if Bruno had deciphered the text. The eldest heir asked with surprise what difference it made whether he deciphered only part or the entire text, since there was only one cipher. Magnus did not back down, because he wanted to get a clear answer to his question, whether he had solved the code in the 4 days he spent here. Bruno waved his hands and immediately smiled awkwardly, replying that this was not so, thereby delaying the sweetest moment. This answer reassured the master of the academy, who sighed with relief, thinking that he knew it, which meant he was better. But at that very moment, the heir to the library, putting his hand on his chest, smiled and declared that it had taken him half an hour. This information made Magnus freeze and wonder if he had heard everything correctly, because it seemed to him that his hearing was failing him. However, the eldest heir expressed himself quite clearly, while the academy master shuddered, thinking that this could not be. This was complete nonsense, because anyone can throw words around like that, but it was possible that this was indeed the case. Magnus cried out that the heir was very funny, after which he asked not to waste time and check the decryptions right now. After clearing his throat, Bruno said that he felt like he didn't believe him, so he would show his transcript right now. He called Sonia to him, asking her to bring him the transcript that he had written down. The girl immediately bowed and went to carry out the order. She went to the locker asking to wait a little because it seemed to her that she was somewhere under the documents, and after a couple of seconds, she found everything. Having laid out a rather large sheet of paper on the table, the eldest heir asked for forgiveness because everything was done so carelessly. Irritably grabbing the sheet in his hands, Magnus wanted to know whether Bruno was bluffing or had actually deciphered the text correctly. For a few seconds, the academy master looked at the notes carefully, without making a sound, trying to compare his work with his own. Suddenly, he began to tremble, emitting fitful laughter. From the outside, it seemed as if he was unwell and it was impossible to understand what he was thinking about. And seeing such a reaction, the heir of the library immediately asked if he had made any mistake, but heard a negative answer. Continue holding the crumpled sheet. The master of the academy replied that there was not even a hint of a mistake, and that was what confused him. Bruno pretended to beam and said that he was just lucky, but he himself understood that it was not a matter of luck at all. Magnus thought that it didn't prove anything that he had finished the transcript in half an hour, plus it had been done carelessly. The text itself was in a pile of papers. Moreover, the scribbles and direct instructions left in the text prove his trust in his own subordinates. The difference between him and the heir to the great heavenly library was like the difference between heaven and earth. Not only had he become convinced of it, he said it was a perfect transcript, thinking he no longer wanted to sharpen his knife on the library heir. This thought now made him feel calm, when suddenly another puzzle came into his head, which now fit together. The message left on the window was left to him by the heir to the great heavenly library. Now he understood it. Bruno apologized for being rude, as he was only trying to decipher the text as quickly as possible. Magnus appreciated his honesty, after which he asked that he probably wanted the master of the academy to leave. The heir was glad that he himself came to this conclusion. Magnus agreed because he lost, so he will do it. But before he leaves, he wants to ask a question that worries him. Bruno knows about the situation in the main fortress, But will he take any action to resolve the internal conflict? The heir replied that there was no internal conflict inside the fortress. On the contrary, the atmosphere here was quite healthy. Suddenly a noise was heard outside. These were the warriors of the gorges who came from hunting, loudly boasting about the fat boar they had caught. Then they saw the master of the academy and recognized him. Magnus's assistant looked at the three men in shock, immediately recognizing them as mentors, which greatly surprised the master. The guy immediately ran up to the warriors and began to bow, asking how they ended up in the main fortress of the healers, to which he received a detailed answer. The guy was shocked and thought that now they were forced to leave because of Bruno, asking along the way if this heir was really such an outstanding person. Magnus watched this conversation with surprise, thinking that even the heir's people were such simple individuals, but this was a mistake. The master's assistant said that he would not ask them any more questions, after which he wished them luck in their future endeavors. Bruno went out to say goodbye to the master, inviting him to his library so that he could share with him what he had not been able to tell him today. In response to this, Magnus asked if he would not participate in the Sky Dragon competition that would take place soon. He's talking about a competition for young talented warriors who are part of a youth association. Harry had been there a couple of times in his youth. The heir was on the guest list, and Magnus hoped to see him there again. Bruno replied that he apparently had not had time to receive it. He would consider participating if he had the opportunity. The Academy Master accepted this answer and then said goodbye. Now that he has left, the eldest heir should expect further action from the main fortress of the healers. It turned out that the three Gorge warriors were familiar with his subordinate. If he still decided to eliminate him in battle, it would be problematic. But now that Magnus is safely out of here, there's one less problem to worry about, so it's time to move on to the next step. Xavier was shocked when Magnus left, asking for people to be sent to intercept him and bring him back. Chuck replied that it was impossible because the master was accompanied by three Gorge warriors and the twins from Musan, as if they knew that they were being watched. Xavier thought the encrypted text was talking about the treasures of the chief healer who had now lost his mind. Even without being able to distinguish between people and objects, the father shouted that he had to find this treasure, and he had to find them for his sake. The man concluded that the library heir and Magnus had met, and then the heir's men had accompanied the academy master. Then the thought came to Xavier that the heir to the great celestial library was behind all this and had planned everything in advance. Sometime later, Chuck came to the library, and Bruno thanked him for allowing him to use it immediately. The guy himself thought that, as his older brother had said, the heir had organized all of this, but he did not understand why all of this was happening. The eldest heir invited Chuck inside, and he himself asked the Heavenly Squad, which was outside, to be quiet and calm. But suddenly, the guy heard a voice in his head, which asked the person responsible for external relations not to say anything and just listen. Jack addressed him, saying that he needed to tell him something, so let him return as soon as he escorted Bruno to the library. He also has to keep it a secret from his brother and try not to be noticed because it is very important. Chuck didn't understand why Master Jack was so hostile towards the heir, and he couldn't even imagine what it all meant. At first, it seemed to him that the heir to his squad had a strong connection, but now the situation looked completely different. When they arrived at the library, Chuck reminded them that only the first floor was open, then asked how long he would be staying there, receiving the answer that it would be until midnight. In this situation, he is just going to read books quietly. But why did Master Jack ask Chuck to meet him? Suddenly, Bruno said that the guy seemed a bit stiff, that he had a lot of things to do today, and was tired. The eldest heir turned around, giving the boy a disturbing look that meant he doubted his words. Bruno said he thought he was hiding something from him, which made Chuck flinch involuntarily, but he tried to control himself. Approaching the door, the eldest heir declared that since this was not the issue, then they finally needed to go inside, since there was not much time left. Remembering the look of the library heir, Chuck thought that he suspected him of something, and this worried him very much. However, he needed to hear what Jack had to say, and a little while later, he asked him directly why they had all been called together. The entire Heavenly Squad was assembled, as well as Chuck, and Jack took the floor, asking everyone to listen to him carefully from that moment on. He loudly and deliberately declared that the heir was a very dangerous man. These words made Chuck shudder and hold his breath. The twin said that he had already deciphered the text, but was hiding the commas, although he thought he had done it successfully, but they could not be fooled. A stunned Chuck did not believe that Bruno had already deciphered the text, although only 3 days had passed since his arrival, and in addition, he hid it. Frowning, Jack looked at the pale boy and asked why he thought the eldest heir suddenly needed to go to the library. He immediately replied that he said it was to maintain his intelligence, but if he had already deciphered everything, then it was something else. Jack confirmed his fears, saying that this is where the treasure of the chief healer, which everyone is hunting for, is located. This information caused a storm of emotions inside the guy, who was now sure that the heir had accurately deciphered that document. Jack said he was trying to get the treasure himself, but they couldn't stand the idea of him stealing it, so they invited Chuck. When he asked why the master of the academy had left, he received the answer that Bruno had kicked him out in order to keep the treasure for himself. Jack announced that they would attack him as soon as he left the library and then asked the guy to prepare the fortress for this battle. For the eldest heir has certainly gone off to look for treasure, which he wishes to obtain by all means at his disposal. Chuck immediately ran to his brother, loudly flying into his room and shouting that the heir to the library wanted to steal the treasure of the chief healer. But before he could decipher the text left by his father, he asked to go to the library, because that was where the treasure was hidden. Xavier quickly reassured him that they still had time to sort everything out, then asked where he got this information from. At first, they pretended to agree with the heir's plans, but they did not wait for the right moment to tell him everything. He solved the code in just 3 days, which means his abilities are truly excellent, but he is a dangerous, cunning person. The man agreed with this. Xavier thought that Bruno was an incredible genius, but his intention could not be detected from the beginning, which was a huge problem. Then he turned his head towards Chuck, saying nothing, because he needed to think carefully about his next plan of action. After some time, he turned to the guy, saying that everything would soon be over. No code, no treasure. He asked to call all the elders and healers and tell them the whole story. Everyone would gather just in time for the heir to leave the library. At this time, Bruno stood in the unlit room, his head down, not taking any action. Then he raised his head, sighing heavily, the expression on his face indicating that he had acted too hastily. Although he pretended to be going to harm the main fortress of the healers. But these were just words. In fact, he did not intend to do so. He remembered that the Heavenly Squad had told him that now that the code had been told, the atmosphere in the main fortress could be shaken up. He even acted appropriately for this. And after this, he doesn't deserve to be the head of the Alliance, but now everyone is definitely worried. At the same time, the Squad of Heaven was discussing the fact that everyone in the fortress was stirring, which meant the plan had worked, and they, being naive, fell for every word. Walking through the hall, Bruno noticed that it was quite spacious, so he decided to see what treasures more expensive than gold were hidden. The eldest heir decided to find the place where the shadow in the moonlight pointed. Then he began to walk between the shelves, counting the books. After some time, he reached 375, an inconspicuous book that stood among all the others, without attracting attention. Its name was quite strange and gave no hint that they might hide any treasures or secrets. It was called Moon Cramps, although the boy knew it should be called Moon Rabbits, but he already knew what the book was about. He seemed to have made no mistake with the number, and he could not believe that this was the same book, but he still decided to open it and check. After all, knowing the chief healer, this could be a code disguised as a hint, after which he began to flip through the pages in search of answers. He looked at the illustrations of 2 rabbits pounding something in a mortar on the moon, clearly pleased with their work. This was a little disappointing for the heir, who had too high an opinion of the head of the healers, since he had no time for rabbits and tigers now. The main thing is that it's hidden in the content, so you need to calm down and study everything carefully again. He began to read that long ago on the moon lived the Rabbit Brothers. After reading the first sentence, the library heir grabbed his head, irritably thinking that he must have been wrong. He continued to read that the Rabbit Brothers had work every day. Work began when the sun went home. The work began when darkness fell, after the rabbits had said goodbye to the sun, and they pounded in the mortar all night until the morning. They took turns pushing, but one day the younger rabbit became curious about why the moon had to shine every day. The elder asked to look at the people who made a wish despite the moon. At that moment, the boy I wanted to please one girl. Another girl wished for the moon to shine brightly and for her illness to be cured. Others wanted the beautiful moon to shine always. But the rabbits forgot how hard their work was. The people's wishes gave them strength. The next morning, the people were happy that their wishes came true. The rabbits kept pounding, and that's why the moon is shining so brightly today, because the rabbits still work on the moon every day. As soon as the heir finished reading the last page, he immediately closed the book, trying to calmly collect his thoughts. However, it didn't work out well. He just smiled stupidly and tried to understand where he had gone wrong, because there was no hint of treasure in this book. It is impossible that he would have incorrectly followed the directions of a correctly deciphered text. There is no other building here that the shadow would point to. Or maybe he didn't notice something, so we'll have to reread everything from the very beginning. albeit with great reluctance. The transcript said that he was the chief healer of the fortress, asking to open your soul to him and listen to him. The main thing is that his masterpiece is incomparable to anything. It has no equal. At that moment, something attracted the attention of the eldest heir. He remembered that the code said to look at the sky. One look is enough to replenish energy, and if they touch it, they will rejoice. If they ask him what moment in his life was the happiest for him, he will answer that it was the day he saw the treasure. Bruno noticed a book on the shelf called My Treasure. It was not like the other books, which were made in the form of a notebook. With a sigh of relief, the eldest heir realized what that treasure was, which meant he had achieved his goal. At the same time, soldiers serving the main fortress of the healers were summoned near the library while Jack was telling them something. The lined-up soldiers stood at attention and waited for instructions, and one of the warriors in the gorge thought that they had gone too far. But his brother also asked to be quiet, because they only needed to meet the leader when he came out. Then they would defuse the situation and explain everything to them. Henry asked what if they didn't manage to attack my brother with the entire main fortress. But Jack replied that he had warned the leader about the likelihood of such an outcome. However, the healers were very serious, but there was nothing to worry about because they had planned everything in advance and had to follow the plan. Jack loudly announced that Bruno was leaving the library, after which everyone tensed up and prepared to be captured. As soon as the master gave the signal, all the warriors immediately drew their weapons, stood in a fighting stance, awaiting the next command. All of them were ready to jump up at any moment to neutralize whoever decided to lay eyes on their treasures. Seeing the weapons in the soldiers' hands, Jack shouted that everything was not like that at all, because he told them not to worry and not to rush anywhere. Out of desperation, Jack loudly turned to Bruno, saying that he wanted to tell them that in fact they had made it all up. However, Chuck did not let him finish, loudly addressing the warriors, shouting that the main fortress of the healers was for the heir of the library. After which the soldiers loudly raised their hands and weapons up, loudly thanking the guy with all their hearts, showing him their respect. At this time, the members of the Heavenly Squad looked at the soldiers in shock, not understanding what was happening and what caused such a reaction in them. A little earlier, Xavier said that it was just a joke, because Bruno is an incredible person, but his intentions cannot be easily discerned. If the relationship between the heir and his entourage had truly deteriorated, then the warriors of the Three Gorges, the twins, and the elder would not wait for his help. Isn't it more likely that they had agreed in advance with the heir to such disinformation, which seems much more realistic? So they decided to just go and meet him calmly, and at that time, there were a lot of people in front of the eldest heir. Seeing what was happening on the street, the eldest heir noticed two people, thinking that here were the Rabbit brothers in reality. Apparently, the naive younger brother heard the explanations from his older brother and immediately figured out the whole situation. A few seconds later, he found his older brother, who was silently looking at his eldest heir, not joining in the shouts. Instead, he folded his hands in a respectful manner and smiled amiably, thus paying tribute to Bruno. For the heir of the library, this was enough, in response to which he smiled and nodded, making it clear that he accepted the gratitude. After some time, the head of the fortress hugged the book Bruno had found, announcing that his treasure had finally returned. He thanked the heir, saying that it was his sons who were written on the cover. He wrote the story, and his sons asked him to read it. They couldn't even imagine how long he had been looking for her, and would never forget what they had done for him. At that moment, Chuck began to cry. Xavier noticed that his father was very happy that he had this book, to which his father replied that he couldn't be happier. The man thought that even after the library heir explained everything to him, he doubted it, but judging by his father's reaction, this was the very treasure. A little earlier, Bruno showed everyone a book, saying that here were the treasures that the chief healer was looking for, but everyone recognized it as just an ordinary book of fairy tales. At first, they didn't believe it was a treasure, but Chuck immediately recognized the fairy tale about the Rabbit brothers that his father had read to them as children. He remembered that when they were little and just learning to read, their father read them this story, and he didn't know where the book had gone. This tale really does bury warm memories for his father and his brother, but he didn't think it was that important. Bruno said that based on the decryption, as well as the cipher itself, it is based on the lunar calendar. He asked to show the book to the chief healer and see his reaction, after which the heir of the library turned to Xavier. Bruno smiled, saying that the Moon Rabbit brothers were also the treasure of the chief healer, and he thinks that they are much more important than the book itself. At this time, Chuck called his brother, noticing that something was written on the back of the book. Smiling, Cain declared that only the smiles of his sons made him even happier, and that was his treasure. Xavier thought that, as Bruno said, the happiest day is the one when he saw a treasure, and the treasure smiled at him. And now that the heir had found the treasure, it was her turn to fulfill her part of the promise that he had been waiting for. He needed a poisonous bug. Chuck agreed with this, said that poisonous insects are now in the underground storage. When he heard that he needed a poisonous beetle, he thought, the heir of the library wants to collect the three main sources of energy. Xavier didn't know it, but perhaps with this bug, he would collect all three, which would help him become even stronger. The main sources of energy were the hexagonal snake, the medicinal flower, and the poisonous beetle, but the heir only needed the beetle. It cannot be denied that he already has the remaining two sources, and perhaps has even already used them. When he first saw the heir, Xavier thought he was nothing special, but now everything is different. Besides his resourcefulness and ability to decipher complex documents, he is very calm and reasonable. Despite all the people gathered and their shouts, he remained calm, as if he had already been through something similar. Chuck asked that he also had hexagonal snakes, as this creature is not very common. It must be eaten while it is alive. Even the healers failed to catch him, but even if he managed to get all three sources, he would be able to withstand 000 incense. Xavier laughed, saying that his brother liked him so much that he wanted to give him the book 000 Smokings. Chuck replied that it wasn't that he liked it. He just wanted the book to go to someone who would find a use for it. It may be useful to him, but these techniques are dangerous. If he uses three sources and learns about the 7 main smokings, he will not be able to resist. But if a person with such power has no principles, he will enter into a false path, and ultimately, this will lead to great troubles. It's easy to overdo it with elixirs and power sources. The more power you get, the more energy sources you want to consume. How their father, who was considered the best healer, suffered from all the medicines he tried on himself. It was a tough conversation, but it's unlikely that Bruno has all three sources of energy, and maybe they were too hasty in their conclusions. Xavier decided to go meet the heir, asking his younger brother to prepare a poisonous beetle. He immediately agreed. When they met, Xavier said that his father was very happy to see the book, and he didn't know how to thank Bruno for it. Also, thanks to him and his squad, the atmosphere inside the fortress became much more lively, and the heir of the library thanked him for such words. Now all that was left was to wait for the chief healer to recover, to which Xavier replied that he would study different methods of treatment. He is confident that he will find a suitable one, in response to which Bruno told the head that he would like to help him with this, if he does not mind. He handed him a book with a green cover, asking him to study this. The head of the healer's fortress looked at the book in surprise. Taking it in his hands and starting to leaf through it, the man was surprised to discover a magical seal, after which he asked how he knew about it. Bruno replied that this was the seal of return of a broken spirit. With its help, one can return the spirit to its previous state and reunite it with the body. Using this seal will be enough to restore the spirit and chi energy of the master healer and return him to normal. Xavier began to thank the guy, after which he asked how he knew, and not the chief healer, who had been kept a secret until now. Bruno replied that he had originally taken it with him from the library, since he had only been here for a few days. The man thought that the heir had only been here for 4 days. If he had sent for this book immediately after deciphering it, they would not have had enough time to return. Moreover, he remembered which seal could help with this disease. And this seal also uses rare combinations and symbols. So it was created in the library itself. But why was he so willing to share such valuable knowledge? After thinking for a bit, Xavier decided to ask the library's heir why he had decided to give him this book. Bruno thought that it was because he was the head of the Morim Alliance, and he had a strong relationship with his father, which he treasured very much. However, he could not come up with any other explanation, and did not understand why he simply could not accept the book. The guy replied that he seemed to have misunderstood him, because there is nothing more important in the world than the relationship between fathers and children. Xavier thought he would give him the poisonous bug, but he needed to pay him back with something for the secret healing seal. He decided to offer him the golden core, but Bruno decided that the chief healer would need it, and he himself would not be able to use it. The man was surprised to notice that out of 11 cores, only 2 remained, and the library's heir reminded him of obvious things. Then Xavier realized for sure that he was not imagining things, and that the heir simply wanted to take care of his father and do them a favor. He's young, but it feels like he's dealing with an old-school man who just wants to bring comfort to their family. An involuntary tear appeared in the man's eyes, and Bruno mentally asked why he was so moved. The heir to the library decided to play along with him, telling him that he shouldn't be shy, and if he wanted to yawn, let him yawn. At that very moment, the man realized what he looked like now, and what the heir to the great library had meant. Then he asked what Bruno wanted as a reward, and I answered that he wanted to receive the core of superiority. Sometimes during a battle, the enemy may be numerically superior or stronger. Then it is necessary to replenish energy to the maximum level. But doing this without any help can ruin your internal energy or even lose it for life. The core holds energy within itself and stores it, so it can play a key role during an explosive energy strike. Xavier, taken aback by such a request, did not hide his surprise and asked if he was going to start a war against someone. Bruno thought he wanted the golden core, but the head healer would need it, so he decided to ask for the superiority core. But he doesn't really need it, considering that he will soon collect all three energy sources. He said that he wants to take them in reserve. The heir also clarified that 30 cores would be enough. Shocked, Xavier thought that this would be enough for a war. However, he had no choice but to agree, so he said that he would prepare 30 cores, also asking him to wait. Before leaving, Xavier decided to ask the heir about something that had long interested him, namely, why he needed a poisonous beetle. Most likely the fruits on his chest, and smiling, Bruno replied carelessly that he was collecting 3 sources of energy. The man laughed and said he had a great sense of humor, but the other replied that he was lucky, and the hexagonal snake crawled towards them. Hearing this, the laughter died down, and instead the man froze with a stupid expression on his face, wondering if he had heard everything correctly. Sometime later, Xavier took Bruno into the dungeon where huge wooden gates began to open before them. There the man handed the heir a box, saying that this box contained a poisonous beetle which would need 3 days to be absorbed by the body. If something goes wrong, then let him click on the red brick on the left side of this room. Then the door will open and he will be able to leave. Bruno smiled, accepting all the instructions, and then headed towards the gate, saying goodbye to the head of the fortress for a while. The door closed behind him, but Xavier stood there for a while, wondering what the heir to the library was trying to achieve. Torches were lit in the cave, and Bruno himself sat down on a bed of straw, thinking that time would fly by unnoticed. He was glad that he finally got his hands on a poisonous beetle and that it smelled exactly as he expected. As he began to break its shell, he thought that it seemed to be almost no different from the bronze beetle. Suddenly, we discovered a poisonous pill that was inside the beetle, and it was also strange that it had no smell at all. Whatever the case, he will finally absorb all 3 main energy sources, which will help him return to his previous level. Having swallowed the pill, the guy began to wait for the effect, think that no special taste was felt. He did not attach any special importance to this. However, the next second, the feeling changed radically, causing him to freeze, trying to figure out what was bothering him. He immediately began to sniff his clothes and skin in panic, concluding that he did not smell anything. But he decided to check something else, biting his lip until it bled. But after tasting it, the eldest heir concluded that he didn't taste blood either. One thing he knew for sure, now he had lost all his feelings, and it all happened after he ate the poison pill. At this time, Xavier came outside, finding Chuck sitting on a rock, who began to call his brother to him. The younger brother concluded that Bruno had already eaten the bug and was in the stone room, then asked how long it would take to digest. The elder replied that he would not be able to stand it and would leave there in an hour. This should be his maximum. Such predictions surprised Chuck. The smell emanating from the poisonous beetle cannot be compared to anything in this world, which means that it is impossible to eat it. Although the heir said that he had already drunk the hexagonal snake and eaten the poisonous plant, Xavier did not believe him. After 4 hours, Bruno still had not returned, which caused genuine surprise to the 2 brothers, who could not have imagined this. The older brother decided that Bruno had not yet taken the poisonous beetle out of the box, so they would wait a little longer. Chuck clarified that he couldn't sit there for 4 hours and do nothing. He had to open the box, at least out of curiosity. Xavier frowned, thinking about the fact that the heir had actually absorbed 2 of the 3 main energy sources. At this time, Bruno continued to sniff himself, feeling strange, because he could not believe that he did not feel anything at all. The only thing he did when he came here was eat a pill from a bug, so it's all because of him. Other options don't fit here. Even if his internal energy level increased, the loss of 2 senses was too great a loss for a martial artist. He was very upset that he would no longer be able to taste food. It was too high a price to pay. He lowered his head, sighing heavily, because he could never have imagined that he would have to pay so much for his strong internal energy. The heir raised his head sharply and thought that he knew something. The morning dawn could only be seen by passing through the darkness, and the light of the sun, illuminating the sky and the earth, acquires value only when night falls. But this motivation will not work for long. All that is needed now is to concentrate on absorbing the energy of the poisonous beetle. Perhaps the negative effect will pass after that. Bruno closed his eyes and concentrated, feeling that very pill inside himself, after which he began to slowly destroy it. The poisonous bug's energy can go many places, but it doesn't. but the guy found out what it wants. He decided to gather the blood of the hexagonal snake in his right hand, concentrating the red energy in his palm. He decided to use his left hand to collect the energy of a poisonous plant, which began to give off green energy. Once he did this, he decided to combine all three energy sources, concentrating them in the place where the beetle pill was located. The effect was immediate, and a huge energy began to spread throughout the body, and Bruno immediately felt the result. It is no exaggeration to say that three sources of energy are the best means for strengthening your own internal energy. Now his strength had gone from 3 stars to 4 stars. He thought it would take him 10 years to reach 12 stars. But at this rate, it will take 5 years, as he expected. Taste and smell also returned. He decided to order more food upon his return. At that very second, he took a deep breath and felt a very sweet honey smell that he felt in his mouth. He didn't know if there were any poison traps here, but nothing in this room could emit such a sweet smell. It also could not have come from outside, but at that very moment the smell changed, and the air began to fill with the aroma of flowers that were not even in the dungeon. The smells began to change abruptly. First there was a stench, then a pine scent, which was replaced by some kind of sourness, and after that the sea. The harmony that arose from the interaction of the snake, plants, and beetle gave him the opportunity to smell all the smells of the world. He found it interesting that if he concentrated, he could choose what to smell, starting with a neutral smell. Taking a deep breath, Bruno took in the aroma around him. The smell of stones, smoke, and dampness hit his nose, and it satisfied him. He could also completely turn off his sense of smell, feeling nothing. The air of the library began to look around. He decided to experiment a little by stretching his hand forward and asking himself if he could do it. From the tip of his finger, a small drop began to fall to the ground, and the next second the guy seemed to be standing on the surface of the water. He would call this trick the call of 1,000 cents. For now this is enough. Greed never led to anything good. He also didn't forget that all this could have side effects, but now he had another important matter awaiting him. He sat down and thought that he needed to get used to and learn new abilities. Now he needed to relearn the martial arts that he knew before. It has been 7 days since the heir entered the stone room, but after all this time he still has not come out. Even if the poisonous bug was successfully absorbed, it was strange that it took so long, but they couldn't just go in and check. They cannot interfere with the process if the critical point has already been passed, and therefore they can only wait. They decided to head back to the fortress when suddenly Chuck heard some sound and immediately notified his brother, who turned around after him. Suddenly a strong wind began to blow from the basement, and the two brothers immediately covered their faces to keep the sand from getting into their eyes. At the same second, a familiar guy landed behind them after a high jump, asking if they were waiting for him. They got to know better the heir of the great celestial library, who said that he came out a little later than planned. Chuck was shocked to think that he had just heard the sound of the doors opening, and Bruno was already behind them, not understanding how this was possible. Xavier approached the guy, saying that he couldn't smell the poisonous bug, and then asked if he had changed his mind or if he wanted to eat it. The heir laughed, asking why the beetle was bothering him so much because after he left, the man asked about him first. Bruno suggested going back first, because he had been training for the past 7 days and therefore wanted to rest a little. The next morning he was asked if everything had gone well, to which he was told that a lot had happened. The men heard of his exploits in the detachment of heaven. They said that he had saved them, and that he had no equal in battle. They decided to give everyone an elixir of power that they had, but no one could stand its smell. It was quite a sight. This week, Jean also arrived to catch those warriors in black, or rather to take them with him, since he was their guardian. He was very angry when he found out what happened. They thought that she would not leave a wet spot of the squad of warriors in black. If Bruno had left the stone room earlier, he would have been able to see these guys again, because he was unable to talk to them. But he was sure that they would meet again when the time came. And for now, he continued to listen to the latest news from Xavier. He remembered that the oldest of the squad had asked him to pass something on to him. Bruno was delighted because he decided that he recognized him as Harry. However, the message was that the next time they met, he would pay for everything. He decided to close his eyes this time, but the next time he would be finished. The head of the fortress healed and conveyed the message from the senior warrior word for word, but these words made him very uncomfortable. Bruno buried his face in his hands and shuddered, thinking that it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to guess that he was Harry. Then the head of the fortress decided to ask the heir where he would go now, to which he responded that he would return to the library. The man was surprised because he was on the list of those invited to the Heavenly Dragon competition, but the guy replied that he did not belong there. Crossing his arms and smiling, the library heir said that he would not go, even if he did not want to participate. His reputation was bound to suffer after the incident with the Soman clan, so it was unlikely that he was invited there with good intentions. There was no need to go there. Besides, he was tired of being on the road. Xavier understood his position perfectly. Suddenly, the man began to slowly stand up and sit down at the table, turning to the heir, who was watching the actions of the head of the fortress with surprise. He folded his hands in a respectful gesture and smiled, saying that they would never forget what he had done for them. From this day on, the Heavenly Library is the sister of the main fortress of the healers. Their enemies will be common, as well as friends. The eldest heir gladly accepted this proposal, responding with a friendly gesture because it was a rather useful alliance. The boy said he wanted to take a walk around the fortress before leaving. Xavier invited him to make himself at home here. He decided to go to one tree, remembering the voice that told him that he liked the way Magnolia smelled. Because it reminded her of the silver medicine, this tree reminded Harry of his wife, so he couldn't help but come here. Reaching out to the tree trunk, he thought that perhaps she had always smelled of magnolia, but he would no longer be able to verify this. The air barely touched the bark when he immediately began to spread the aroma of the tree throughout the entire surrounding area, deciding to share it. Whenever Harry thought of his wife, that scent immediately came to mind, although he himself did not know why, but it did not matter. Cain, smelling the familiar scent, immediately threw the book aside and ran to the window, opening it wide and inhaling the pleasant aroma. At this time, Bruno smiled, happy that he was able to give this scent to the entire main fortress of healers. Cain, hugging the book to himself, also smiled, closing his eyes with pleasure, and Bruno wished the chief healer to take care of himself. The road from the main fortress of the healers to the great heavenly library was measured and calm. Sitting in the cart, Bruno thought that now the fortress would slowly return to its former prosperity. He still had to decide the issue of the Heavenly Dragon competition, while the Heavenly Squad was urging him to participate in the competition. The Vagabond brothers shouted loudly, begging the leader to go to the Heavenly Dragon competition, promising that they would behave quietly. The Heavenly Dragon competition for young warriors. It was a place where there was delicious and varied food. Young talented warriors were also invited there, as well as young beauties, and all this in one place. And in addition to the battle between warriors, there will also be battles between more experienced ones, and few people will want to miss such an event. But all this is only for the sake of unity of the young generation, however. Recently, Bruno practically destroyed one of the most powerful families. Therefore, he could not count on the Soman clan's goodwill towards him, so going there was a very stupid decision. Even if they get there, they will be smiled at with false smiles, behind which a plan of revenge will certainly be hidden. Henry continued to pretend to keep quiet the whole time, but even Mindy couldn't take it anymore, asking him to calm down. The boy asked why she was so surprised, since it was obvious that he was an introvert, to which the girl asked her not to try to sell him a lie. Sitting in the carriage, the heir thought that the Heavenly Squad resembled a gathering of some kind of swindlers, and Mindy was trying to teach them that everything has a limit. Looking out the window, Bruno asked the driver to stop the cart and take a break, sending him for a little walk, and he agreed. He turned his head towards the squad running next to the strip. He asked them all to slow down. They immediately looked at the leader. When he gathered the detachment that lined up in front of him, he decided to say something, or rather ask for something. Suddenly, one of the warriors of the gorges spoke up, asking what this sudden request was, since they did not need to be asked for anything. Bruno didn't understand what was wrong with him, after which he remembered that he, like everyone else, drank the wrong elixir, which is why he was behaving strangely. Raising his index finger, the man said that it would be better to give orders from now on because it sounded cool, and then they would definitely carry it out. The twins supported their comrade, asking the leader to give them orders. Jack joined in, adding that they were his defense squad. The heir thought that they had decided to push him, asking why they had suddenly decided to pretend to be loyal warriors to him. Having corrected himself, he called it an order that he wanted to make sure that the problem with those mercenaries who wanted to kill him was resolved. The twin asked if they were not being occupied by another squad, but Bruno replied that he was not familiar with that squad and did not know what exactly they were doing. Therefore, they, the Heavenly Squad, were the only ones he could entrust with this task, and he wanted them to bring him the head of the mercenary leader. Everyone immediately began to reassure him that there was no task that they could not handle, and that they could be relied upon with confidence. The men replied that a couple of months would be enough for them, which was enough for Bruno. But the tramps and Mindy didn't understand if he really wanted that. The girl noticed that they were afraid that he didn't trust them, but apparently in vain, and Henry sadly asked if they would be separated here. Mindy replied that only the dregs of the Sky Squad would participate in this, and the elite warriors would remain with the leader. She asked the warriors of the gorges if they could withstand it, because they would probably cry at night from fear that they would be beaten, but they did not fall for the provocation. Henry said that he even liked it because without them, he would get more meat, and the twin asked him to eat well and grow up before they returned. Having resolved all the issues, the eldest heir said goodbye to part of the heavenly detachment, wishing them good luck and hoping to see them soon. The twins, the ravine warriors, and Master Jack all said goodbye to their leader with smiles on their faces, declaring that they would then be on their way. At the same time, a guest arrived at the main fortress of the healers, who immediately decided to meet with their leader. Xavier asked what they owed their visit to which the man replied that they had received rather strange news. The main fortress of the healers would not be present at this competition of the Heavenly Dragon, and he became worried that they had been offended by something. The head of the Namgung faction's honor squad, Michael, looked closely at Xavier, who looked depressed and was in no hurry to answer. Even if these words meant no concern, it was not worth saying it with such a hostile expression. It would have an unpleasant effect on the atmosphere. However, the Namgung faction sends its honorary squad when a problem needs to be solved urgently and without unnecessary noise. Xavier replied that he could not leave the fortress due to some urgent issues. Michael asked if the problem was in the manufacturing of the drugs, and was told that this was also one of several problems. The interlocutor said that this is why the scent of magnolia can be felt in the fortress, but it is strange that it is only here that it blooms at this time of year. Xavier agreed, saying that it was all because of the drugs they were producing now that the magnolia scent was coming from. But Michael did not come here for this, but because he said that he heard that the heir to the library had come to the main fortress. Xavier knew they were here for him, then asked how they knew about it, but nothing could be hidden from them. He invited the heir to help decipher the text, and he did a great service, although he did not stay there long. The last phrase caught Michael's attention, who was hoping to meet the eldest heir in person. Xavier, smiling, clarified that the heir had left their fortress this morning, but it wouldn't be difficult to catch up with him. This year, the heir was also invited to the competition. They wanted to invite him to go with them, but they missed each other. He asked if he had gone to the faction, but was told that he had decided to return to the Great Celestial Library. Michael thought that Bruno would decide to sneak out and not respond to the invitation, so they were sent after him. He mentally addressed the heir, saying that if the Namgung faction summoned him, he must obey and would not be able to escape. Xavier said that the Namgung faction was very interested in the heir's visit, but Michael could not comment on this. However, they showed interest. Even without taking into account that incident, the heir is an outstanding young man. The head of the honorary squad said that Bruno must have impressed him greatly, and then asked him to tell him what he was like. The head of the fortress thought about Michael's question, because he couldn't describe Bruno in a few words. And besides, he remembered a recent dialogue with his brother. He asked where the magnolia scent was coming from, to which Chuck replied that it was the pine trees by the Silver Medicine Pavilion. Now the pines that Bruno touched smelled like magnolia, which meant that he received an infinity of scents. The heir is a strange but incredible person. Why did he suddenly spread the scent of magnolias right at the Silver Medicine Pavilion? As if he did it for his father. As if he knew what the silver medicine and the scent of magnolia meant to him. Xavier smiled, deciding to answer briefly, but in such a way as to best describe the library's heir, saying that he was a wonderful person. Without showing it outwardly, Michael was surprised by such a short but flattering answer, but he said nothing, deciding to think about these words. Xavier thought for so long just to say that the heir was a wonderful person. It was quite strange. The head of the fortress said that even if they could catch up with him, he would not go to the competition, because if he made a decision, he would not back down from it. Looking at his interlocutor, he decided to ask him not to look for an heir, thereby deciding to pay him back the debt. However, Michael stated that it was up to the head of the Namgung faction to decide, but Xavier could convey this request to him on behalf of the fortress. Such a request could be seen on the guest's face, which made it clear that they would not be able to fulfill it due to their own interests. Michael's expression changed, and he asked if the main fortress of the healers wanted to sabotage the competition organized by the faction. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room became tense, but the head of the fortress decided not to escalate the situation, saying that this was an exaggeration. Perhaps he misunderstood him and they are not sabotaging the competition but merely expressing their concern. Michael said that Xavier probably thinks they want to harm the heir, deciding to convince him otherwise. The head of the fortress asked him what made him think that way because of his concern, but he was not worried about the heir at all. The head of the honorary detachment looked attentively at his interlocutor, asking if perhaps he was worried about him. Xavier sincerely didn't understand what kind of nonsense this was. Maybe the leader of the squad started to get confused in his thoughts because of the magnolia scent, and Michael thought that if their conversation continued like this, they would not be able to catch up with the air. They needed to leave as soon as possible. At this time, Bruno and his small retinue reached the inn in the courtyard, in a building that was a small establishment. They ordered several dishes, and Henry was already looking forward to trying the sweet dessert that Bruno had recommended to him. Mindy asked if he was making fun of them, but she happily assured him that he wouldn't be able to keep them away from sweets. As they walked around the city, passing by sweet shops, Anthony noticed a familiar figure walking in their direction. Michael walked towards them with a confident gait, having met the tramp by pure chance, and the tramp was very glad to see him. The man with a sullen face said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, probably a year. In response, Anthony asked what he was doing here. But he decided to answer this question himself, saying that he was here because of the air of the library, or rather because of the competition of the Heavenly Dragon. Henry approached his brother and asked who it was, to which the chestnut-haired guy replied that he was from the Namgung faction. Mindy and Henry immediately admired this man, deciding that they would go to the competition after all. Anthony immediately pulled Michael aside, deciding to talk to the guy alone, asking where he was before coming here. He replied that only in the main fortress of the healers, to which the tramp decided to give him advice before he met with the heir. Looking sternly at his interlocutor and pointing his finger, he said that firstly, he simply had a terrible character. He was so bad that half the squad left because they couldn't stand him anymore. Only the 3 of them had patience left. Michael listened to the first piece of advice with a completely stony face, without answering, deciding to remember this for the future. Therefore, if you speak to him arrogantly, the heir will show his stubbornness, and he will never be able to persuade him to go. But if he grabs his clothes with his left hand and begs on his knees, then he will say that he will think about it. Michael did not like such advice. Without further ado, the man turned around and walked away, not wanting to continue the conversation with the one who was telling him what to do. Disappointed, Anthony said that because of him, they would definitely not go anywhere now, because he would never persuade the leader. After some time, Michael approached the building and saw the heir to the library in the second-floor window. The man frowned and stared at Bruno, as if wanting to read what kind of person he was and what was going on in his head. The eldest heir also noticed a man who kept his eyes on him, but he did not know who it was. The tramps and Mindy decided to eavesdrop on the conversation, hearing Bruno say that he was sorry that Michael had to go through all this trouble for him. He asked to tell the head of the faction that he would meet with him as soon as he had the chance, and he himself was surprised that he had come such a long way to follow him. The interlocutor replied that the heir must have misunderstood him, to which he asked what the misunderstanding was. After all, Namgung's faction only sent an invitation, and he simply refused. Michael replied that he misunderstood that he had a choice. Bruno thought that he wanted to say that if the Namgung faction wanted someone to come, then they had to go. He seemed to call himself the head of the honorary squad of the factions, but he says that he does not give the factions a choice. It seemed that he is a completely inexperienced warrior. If the 3 Ravine warriors and the Musan twins were here, they would have trampled him into the dirt long ago, changing his position. Michael asked why he was so harsh about it. It seemed like the Great Library looked down on their faction. Even if he decided to decline, wouldn't it be polite to come and apologize in person for not being able to attend? Then Bruno asked what would happen if he didn't go. Maybe then he could show him what he was capable of. The head of the honorary detachment did not need to be told twice, so he replied that it would be an honor for him to do so. The eldest heir looked closely at his interlocutor, wondering whether he would decide to attack right now or act honestly. In the end, it seemed to him that he was not bluffing, but he decided not to continue the provocations, slowly rising from his chair. The guy headed towards the exit, angrily declaring that it was time for him to go, and also asking him not to follow him since he was scaring him. Left alone, Michael still looked in the direction where the library heir had been just moments ago. Not wanting to stay in this place for long, Bruno and his team harnessed their horses and set off again. The vagabonds shouted that they were never able to go to the Namgung faction, that the heir did not understand at all where he was invited. Mindy said that on the other hand, Michael was so persistent, but once he was told not to follow them, he really didn't go. Anthony replied that the head of the honorary squad may have acted stupidly, but he was not such an idiot. And Henry replied that they would not go to the competition because of this idiot. The boy didn't know what to do with his unfulfilled anticipation. At that very second, a dark silhouette appeared behind them. All 3 turned their heads, noticing the flying man, and Mindy decided that he had followed them after all. The guy who caught up with them landed on the horse's back after the jump, which scared the driver quite a bit. Without saying anything, he reached out his hand to the head of the stallion, who was busy running and did not expect anyone to touch him. The suddenness of the action made the horse shudder and whinny, thereby disrupting the rhythm of itself and the other two horses, who were also frightened. However, the stranger did not stop there. He dealt two other horses precise blows to the head, forcing them to stop running. The driver pulled on the reins in a panic, knowing full well that it would be of little help in such a situation, but he decided to try. The horses fell, and the carriage began to shake violently, causing the three people on the roof to try to keep their balance so as not to fall. The guy driving the cart grabbed his head, not paying attention to the horses that had been knocked off their feet by the accident. Looking at the stranger who was standing nearby, the driver loudly asked what he had done, since in addition to the horses, the cart had also been damaged. Michael bowed and said that he had committed a crime, broken the cart and killed the horses, in order to harm the heir to the library. He deserved severe punishment for this, so he said that they should take him to the faction for trial. The others did not appreciate his actions. Sonia, who was inside the carriage, asked the master, but he immediately answered her, thereby showing that he was okay. After which he said that he would call the head of the honorary detachment here, and she would have to leave the carriage for a while. While the heavenly squad was bandaging the driver's head, a very heated dialogue was taking place in the carriage, and Bruno demanded an explanation. The eldest heir calmed down a little, asked if he treated everyone this way, to which he heard an affirmative answer. Bruno didn't think he had ever met anyone who scared him, something Michael was quick to agree with again. Having made a dissatisfied frown at them, the heir of the library said that they had met today. Smirking that he too was a nicer person than he thought, Bruno replied that now was no time for jokes. The guy extended his index finger towards the head of the honor squad, deciding that perhaps he could scare him. Lightly touching Michael's chest, the eldest heir said that he could kill him with just one touch of his finger. He asked how he could do it with one finger, to which he received the answer that he would be buried alive, because he had never encountered such a thing. Michael thought that this bookworm had a way with words, and then said that the heir had crossed the line. However, this was exactly what Bruno was trying to achieve. He lowered his head slightly and smiled because this was not the end of his threats. With a sarcastic expression on his face, the eldest heir asked what he didn't like about realizing that he was dying without even noticing it. But at this time, the heavenly squad stood silently on the street, waiting for the master to get out of the carriage and tell them what they had come for. At that very moment, they were startled when they heard part of the carriage collapse with a loud explosion, and their leader flew out of it. The eldest heir still managed to irritate the head of the honorary detachment, and therefore he decided to attack first. Bruno quickly dodged every attack sent at him, thinking that one of them would definitely hit him. Then he decided to increase the distance, jumping back a few meters because he needed to regroup and think through a plan of action. One of his self-defense techniques penetrates and restrains the enemy's internal forces, and because he did not receive any damage. He glanced at Michael as he slowly stepped out of the carriage, thinking that he had decided to retreat to hide his real level of strength. He could repel his attack in 2 blows, at which time Anthony called out to him, but Bruno asked them to remain calm. Bruno thought that his technique must not have worked, otherwise his organs should have been crushed by now, and he should be dead. Michael said the same thing, and the library heir agreed, adding that he simply attacked in keeping with the Namgung faction. He decided to provoke the man as much as possible, sarcastically clarifying that because of this, the attack was very weak. Michael began to focus his energy, saying that as an apology and a show of respect for the faction, he would sacrifice his limb. He decided to personally cut her off and take her to the faction, to which Bruno replied that this was an impossible dream, but asked him to try. 3 of the Heaven Squad watched the battle in shock, not risking getting involved in the altercation between the leader and the head of the honor squad. The first to attack was Bruno, who moved forward sharply, disappearing from sight, which greatly surprised his opponent. He began to circle around Michael incredibly quickly, raising dust so that he began to cover his face with his hands, blocking his view. The gloomy man was surprised that the eldest heir had disappeared into thin air, thinking that he had decided to defeat him by leaving his field of vision. Michael tried to calm down and concentrate, trying to predict the place from which the heir would attack. Finding himself behind him, Bruno rushed at his opponent, deciding to use a smashing attack, and then swung his hand. However, Michael reacted just as quickly, turning around and sharply grabbing the library heir's hand. The guy thought that this attack was one of his signature moves, and he decided to see what he would do now. With a sharp movement, the young man pulled his hand out of Michael's strong grip, thereby demonstrating the strength he possessed. He delivered his next blow to the shoulder of his opponent, who, despite good reactions, was unable to notice and parry it. Having briefly broken away, Michael noticed in shock that he had lost the hand of the library heir, not understanding how he had managed to escape. For a moment, the man worried that he had underestimated his opponent, who might have some tricks up his sleeve. However, he didn't have time to think about it, as Bruno rushed into the attack again, quickly closing the distance. Michael immediately gathered his thoughts, deciding to use the stop of wandering attacks, because if he caught him now, he would definitely not escape. Using his enhanced vision, the eldest heir thought that he finally had a chance to test what he was capable of. Without wasting any time, the leader of the squad immediately began to bombard the eldest heir with attacks that rushed towards him at great speed. However, Bruno clearly saw and understood where the fake attack was and where the real one was, which allowed him to read his opponent. Dodging every directed attack, the older heir ran straight towards Michael, not afraid of getting hit. The leader of the honorary squad strained all his strength to ensure that the real attacks reached their target, but he did not achieve success. However, he was not going to retreat. As soon as the heir reached the required distance, they began to exchange blows. All this time, the distance between them did not exceed 3 meters. But until now, Michael could not even grab onto his clothes. Even his most powerful attacks failed to touch him at all, as if he were trying to catch a feather fluttering in the wind. He didn't know if the heir to the great heavenly library had always been this strong, because what he had heard about him before didn't match up at all. While they were unsuccessfully trying to land at least one blow on each other, a girl was watching them from the side with concern. Sonia, pressing her hands to her chest, watched their fight not with horror, but with delight, completely rooting for her master. Meanwhile, the eldest heir noticed that Michael's attacks were beginning to repeat themselves, meaning there was no longer any point in continuing this test. Deciding not to waste any more time, Bruno jumped back for a second to make one last and decisive attack. "I don't understand anything." Michael wondered why he suddenly began to approach, but in response he received a rather painful blow to the side. One blow was enough for the opponent to clutch his ribs and begin coughing up blood profusely, unable to continue the fight. The dumbfounded man kept his eyes on the library heir, thinking that he couldn't stop looking at him. However, this was not enough for Bruno, because he decided to finally destroy his opponent by showing him the difference in strength. After some time, Michael began to regain consciousness, hearing someone asking how much longer they had to dig, and now to throw him in there. He finally came to his senses only when someone threw him to the ground from a small height. Not understanding anything, he looked up. Bruno asked why he couldn't hear what the others were saying to him, since he should have given up when he asked him not to follow him. The man realized too late that the heir meant that he was a terrible person, and he himself responded that it was rude of him. The guy replied that if he had listened, it would have been easier for all of them. Then he would have promised to come to the competition next time. However, now he saw a completely different picture. His cart was broken and it would take a long time to fix it. But that's not the only problem, because both horses were killed by Michael, which means that even if they fix the cart, they won't get very far. He also clarified that the man was now buried alive. Michael immediately panicked and asked what he was talking about. The man asked in horror that the boy was going to kill a member of the Namgung faction, to which the eldest heir responded with a smile. Michael started shouting that he couldn't do that because he wasn't afraid of the consequences, to which Anthony replied that he was very noisy. After which he asked the leader whether to start burying him. He already received consent to something. This raised the tramp's spirits. While Anthony was covering Michael with earth, he kept saying that he would be so lonely because no one would find him even in 100 years. When half of the man's body was already in the ground, he thought that Bruno really had decided to bury him alive. He didn't want to be one of the missing warriors of Merim. First of all, he had to restore his energy concentration points. Being tied up, he decided to try to move his body first. Although under the pressure of the earth, it was very difficult. Straining, he was able to touch the point on his back with his hand, when suddenly he immediately felt a surge of energy. Anthony was surprised to notice movement in the place where Michael had just been buried, and decided to poke it with a shovel. A head immediately appeared from under the ground, and Mindy screamed that he was moving, because he had restored the flow of energy to the acupuncture points. Bruno smiled and thought that the technique of influencing the acupuncture points had worked just when it was supposed to. He probably couldn't even imagine that he was influencing these points and that the effect would only occur after a few hours. At that very moment, Michael was overcome by incredible pain, and he immediately realized that the flow of his internal energy had stopped. He remembered asking Xavier if he knew what kind of people were guarding the heir to the great celestial library. The man is sure that the head of the honorary detachment has heard of them, because they are all quite famous people. The Three Gorge Warriors and the Musan twins, as well as Master Jack, who destroys enemies with his golden flute. Michael confidently stated that he was not afraid of them. In response, Xavier shook his head, saying that it was not them that he should be afraid of. One must fear the heir who stands at the head of this detachment, because among all of them, he is the strongest and most calculating. At the time, Michael thought that he was just trying to instill fear in him, but now he understood the essence of the words of the head of the healer fortress. After some time, a man's hand appeared from under the ground, hoping that no one would notice him now. Halfway out, Michael began to gasp for air, tasting earth and blood in his mouth. He thought he could finally move his body, and he thought it would continue until he died, but it ended. Looking at his hand and moving his fingers, the man concluded that his body was fine, but he did not understand what had happened to him. At this time, two people were heading towards him, who noticed that he had actually gotten out, which meant they had arrived on time. Michael asked who they were, but they noticed that he was stuttering, but they were curious about what he had done that they buried him alive. He heard that it was Anthony who told them about him, that he should get out of the grave at this time, but it was clearly Bruno who told him to say this. Resigned to his fate, the man sighed heavily, paused for a moment, and then asked where he should go. They took him to a small establishment that looked like a restaurant, where he was met by the hobos and Mindy, who congratulated him on his resurrection. Henry asked him how he breathed underground, since he was the one who made a good hole for air and oxygen was probably supplied well. Anthony said again that their leader was not to be trifled with and that he would be better off flirting with him and seducing him, as he had told him. Henry agreed, saying that although he was scary, he was a good person, and he could definitely persuade him if he spoke respectfully. Michael asked if they were involved in this in the village, to which he heard the answer that it was their secret. Then Sonia approached the man, saying that they were expecting him. Entering the secluded room, the man noticed the eldest heir, who with a serious face invited him to sit down. Michael immediately accepted the offer, hesitantly approaching the chair that stood opposite the heir. The man couldn't believe that he was shaking. It seemed to him that his body remembered that the heir was to be feared. Bruno asked him why he was shaking and looking so scared, then asked him if he thought he would do that to him again. Michael sighed and thought that if he were openly angry with him, he would be more calm. This feigned concern only made him nervous. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and said that it was the first time, and now it was the second, and he was never generous twice. The man sitting at the table immediately bowed, agreeing with his words, and at the same time, apologizing for being so rude. Bruno noted that such humility was rewarded because a person could learn a lot when left alone with himself. The head of the Jongsong faction was also straight, but after he was buried alive, he was on the table like silk. He said that although it was a circle, he could deserve forgiveness, but it was already quite late, so it would be better to meet tomorrow. The man ignored her and agreed with every word, then asked what it meant that they would meet tomorrow. The guy grabbed his head and said that he was very slow-witted, so why did he ask him what he thought? Suddenly behind him, two brothers and a girl shouted loudly that they were finally going and that this whole story was finally over. Henry loudly asked for an explanation because he was good at it, but Mindy also wanted to explain everything to Michael. Unable to contain their emotions, the three of them shouted in unison that they were going to the Heavenly Dragon competition. The next day they arrived at the Dragon Ship Pavilion. Everyone was delighted at how big it was, even though they had heard about it from stories. Anthony called them rednecks because they were here for the first time, and he himself had been here more than a dozen times. But Mindy clarified that he had only been outside. However, it was not entirely clear why they were here and not in the main pavilion of the Namgung faction. No one could give them an answer to this question. When Mindy said that they still had time to make it to the competition and that they could visit interesting places, everyone was in favor. While Anthony was arguing with his friends, Michael asked the heir if it was his first time in the Dragon Ship Pavilion. Bruno said that it was his first time here and he didn't think that there was such an incredible place where all the others would pale in comparison. Then the man invited them all inside, at which time Anthony said that he would now brag to everyone that he had been in the pavilion. As they walked towards the entrance, the eldest heir looked up and stared at the second floor in surprise. There he noticed a figure sitting opposite the open window, and for some reason it immediately attracted his attention. At the same time, Sarah from the Namgung faction noticed how a rather interesting guy was looking at her too persistently. Smiling, Bruno thought that she had become even more beautiful, because a year had passed since they last saw each other. On the second floor, Sarah was asked who was outside, to which she replied that it seemed like one of the faction's warriors was leading guests here. The guy who was with them noticed that if these people were accompanied by a warrior of the faction, then they probably had a high title. Sarah, who kept her eyes on Bruno, couldn't believe that the head of the honorary squad was so kind to him, and she wondered who he was. When Michael brought them to the second floor, everyone immediately recognized the very heir to the great heavenly library. The guy in the green cape said that he didn't think he would meet him like this, and he was not at all like he imagined. This guy's name was Martin from the Sama clan. He said that Bruno was a genius who rose from the dead and subjugated the Soman clan. Another guy said that he had also heard rumors about the Soman clan. The news was quite incredible and shocking. Unable to bear it any longer, the three guys immediately surrounded Bruno, wanting to find out as many details as possible about the incident that had happened. The eldest heir asked them not to be so quick, saying that the rumors about the Soman clan were slightly exaggerated. They were able to prevent the tragedy only by joint actions with other respected families. If not for them, they would have been in trouble. He then introduced his comrades, saying that he was currently their leader. Everyone immediately noticed that the heir was indeed humble. However, these rumors about the Soman clan were not at all exaggerated, although they did receive help from other families. But it was the heir who was at the head and controlled the whole situation, so the fact that he stopped the clan is not an exaggeration. However, one cannot ignore how everyone now perceives the great heavenly library, and the guys also calmed down a little. Those who don't know all the details will think that success depended on external forces. Michael made a joke, as Bruno did. But even though the exaggerated rumors were confirmed, everyone continued to treat the eldest heir quite politely. Sarah was asked what was going on, and she replied that it was the first time she had seen the head of the faction's honorary squad smile like that. Helen once told her that the head of the Murima Alliance, that if a Murima member suddenly changed dramatically, then the reason could be one of two things. Either he was beaten or on the elixir. Her friend concluded that it was the elixir, since the healer's fortress was not far from here. But Sarah thought that he was beaten. Perhaps she should test this by using her abilities on those present while they were unaware. After some time, Barney from the Wang clan said that this is why the elder from the Chegel clan will not attend the competition. Apparently, she had not yet recovered from the shock of the death of the head of the alliance, Harry, with whom she was so close. Bruno heard about this but still hoped that Helen still had time to recover, because time is the best medicine. It will take them about a year to come to terms with what has happened, both the Thousand Guardians and Helen, who are equally grieving. Suddenly, the eldest heir's attention was drawn to the presence of magic, faintly hovering in the air. He noticed that Sarah was exchanging energy waves with the guy and thought that they were probably planning something. Suddenly, William stood up from his chair, telling the heir that he expected the great library to have excellent martial arts. But it turned out that they were nothing special, after which he offered them a drink to ease their disappointment. For a second, everyone thought that these words would hurt Bruno, but he just smiled and, agreeing with the guy, asked him to pour. William walked up to the heir and turned the wine jug, while at the same time very noticeably using magic on it. Bruno put the glass under it, but nothing happened, to which the guy said that the jug was full, but the wine was not pouring. He had seen him before when he was very little and thought he was a very sweet and polite boy. But he decided to go against the flow and became a laughing stock. However, he skillfully applied magic, this technique of tension and barrier installation. All Bruno knew was that they had no intentions. These kids just wanted to test his fighting skills. The longer he ignored it, the more provocations they would give him, and he wondered what else they would come up with. Michael, who was sitting to the side, looked angrily at William, mentally asking who he was showing off in front of now. After all, none of them are fit to hold a candle to the heir of the library. They were never on the verge of death and were not buried alive. Gabriel of the Peng clan mentally said that he would be harsher this time, but if they got into their own way again, it would be hard to hold back. Bruno wondered if he was trying to separate the meat from the bones with sticks and then shoot them at him. It would be nice if he hooked 3 vertebrae at once, then directed them to several acupuncture points. The next second, exactly what the eldest heir had expected happened. 2 bones flew at him at once. As if in slow motion, Bruno watched the bones flying towards him, trying to determine which part of the body they were aimed at. Having roughly estimated the distance, he immediately realized that they were aiming at the point of whole blood and the point of energy flow. The heir to the library decided that this was not a bad thing, but did not take any action to protect himself, because Michael decided to help him. However, this was surprising even for Bruno, who did not expect that the head of the honorary squad would stand up for him. With a menacing face and dropping bones, the man asked Gabriel what he had in mind when he decided to do this. He also asked if he was mocking the Great Celestial Library, a question that made the guy stunned and hesitate. Michael didn't back down, angrily asking why he was only aiming at the guest from the Great Celestial Library, while Gabriel tried to justify himself. Waving his hands, the guy replied that he just wanted to know what abilities the heir had. Michael asked why he decided to test him. The man slammed his hand loudly on the table and asked how not just children, but children of such great clans could behave so rudely. Not only did Master William act rudely at first, but then Master Gabriel decided to arrange a test. He also noticed the mess on the table, saying that this was their first meeting, and even if they were rude, why show it here and now? He then looked at Sarah, saying that none of them tried to stop them. It was sad to see that even Mrs. Sarah didn't reprimand them. He decided that they were all in cahoots to set such a bad example for others, but youth was no excuse for rude behavior. Then he cried out loudly, asking if they had never encountered scary people. At that moment, the tramps grinned. Suddenly, Michael heard a familiar voice in his head calling out to him, causing the man to freeze in place. Bruno approached him, clearly dissatisfied, asking how much longer he would continue to speak. Looking at the eldest heir, the man could not find words to answer, because he only wanted to help him get rid of the children's attacks. After this, in a slightly uncertain voice, he stated that they all understood everything, after which an awkward silence ensued. The stunned girls were now sure that Michael had been punished by the heir, but they wondered how badly. The heir thought he wanted to see what these kids were capable of, but this guy decided to butt in and ruin the whole atmosphere. Bruno said that since the situation had developed this way, there was nothing else to do. And since this was their first meeting, he did not want to show his abilities. The boy raised the jug, asking to be allowed to pour wine for everyone personally, since Master William had failed to do so. They spent the rest of the get-together in a pleasant and calm atmosphere, chatting in a friendly manner about all sorts of little things. The next day, they all went to the Namgung faction where they were to take part in the competition. As soon as they reached their destination, a loud voice announced to the entire area that the young masters had arrived. Bruno smiled when he saw the huge city in front of him, thinking that he hadn't seen it for a long time. This city looked very beautiful and attractive. Especially the exceptionally black roofs of the houses stood out. After some time, they came across Quentin, who was a follower. He was surprised to see the heir of the library. The two younger brothers immediately rushed to embrace the older one, who asked them how his favorite students were doing. Bruno also met Magnus, who asked him what had happened since he had said that he would not be able to come. Before he could answer the question, the head of the province, Marima, approached them, and he couldn't wait to see him again. At that very moment, Michael approached him and said that he needed to leave to report his arrival to the faction leader. When the leader of the detachment left, several men stood in the middle of the road and engaged in casual, friendly conversation. At this time, a frowning man was watching them from the balcony, carefully examining the heir to the library. Sometime later, Bruno, not hiding his surprise, asked again that the faction leader wanted to meet with him personally. Michael replied that the leader was silent for a long time after hearing the whole story. Apparently, he thought about it for a long time. Approaching the door, the leader of the detachment announced to the master that the heir of the great heavenly library had arrived, and he invited him to enter. Without wasting any time, Bruno entered a rather large room in which a man stood by the window with an important air. Turning his head slightly, he said that the guy had dealt with him quite cruelly. It was obvious what he meant. The leader of the Namgung faction, Hunter, asked the eldest heir if he really despised their faction that much. Bruno replied that this was not true at all. Firstly, if he despised her, he would not be here. But the man interrupted him. Hunter said he was not one to turn a blind eye to his man being harmed, especially in this way. Bruno thought that if he didn't do anything to him now, it could be considered a gesture of goodwill if he acted as he had told him. Once upon a time, Hunter asked Harry how to become a good ruler of the faction. Now he stands at its head. Harry reminded him that if he decided to accept someone's action, he had to behave in a way that would take their breath away. You also need to treat young warriors like treasures. If you surround yourself with them, then you surround yourself with incredible talents. The Namgung faction lives by the principle of honor. If someone breaks a faction member's nail, the offender will lose his hand in return. Both evil and good deeds towards any faction member are returned multiple times. And now the head of the faction had to fairly decide what the heir to the great heavenly library would receive. While Hunter was considering this question, Bruno smiled slightly, knowing in advance what decision his old acquaintance would make. Folding his hands in a respectful gesture, the elder heir smiled and said that the faction leader would definitely make the right decision. Turning away, the man said that since the Heavenly Dragon competition was coming soon, he would give him a chance to prove his good intentions. However, he should remember that he has not forgiven him and continues to monitor his every action, which Bruno immediately agreed with. Hunter wondered why this guy was so calm. He didn't try to contradict him or, on the contrary, flatter him. Even when he realized that the head of the faction wanted to meet with him, he came in person, as if he was not at all afraid of those in power. Moreover, he was able to achieve an unconditional victory over Michael, which means that the level of his martial arts is superior to many masters. He didn't know if anyone could compare to him among the youth, and he had also heard a lot about what was being said about him and his heavenly squad these days. He has extraordinary leadership qualities. He is very friendly and good at making connections. This can only mean one thing. He is a real treasure. The heir of the great heavenly library will become a very influential person in the future. Hunter knew how to get him on his side for sure, but now he needed to take his time and just watch him. He immediately thought of Sarah, his daughter, who is considered one of the most beautiful girls. He was glad that he had a daughter. He got a little carried away, and he already imagined that they had 5 children, for whom he had already come up with names. Too caught up in his thoughts, the man turned and called out to the servant, asking him to call the head manager and Sarah. As soon as the manager came to him, Hunter decided to discuss with him where to settle the heir to the great heavenly library. Almost calling him son-in-law, the man cleared his throat and said that he and his companions needed to be housed in the Eastern Pavilion. The manager, surprised by such an instruction, asked again what he was talking about the Eastern Pavilion near the garden. He asked his daughter to take a leisurely stroll with the heir around their house tomorrow and show him everything here. Such a request surprised the girl. Without wanting to go into details, the father said that she could go if she understood everything, and she bowed and immediately left the room. After some time, Sarah was sitting on a bench, slightly dejected. Her sister came up to her and asked what was wrong with her. Immediately understanding what was going on, the girl replied that it looked like they were going to sell her. Her interlocutor was immediately shocked by this news. She couldn't imagine who would dare to sell the daughter of the head of the Namgung faction, and then she froze, starting to guess. Then she began to bombard Sarah with questions about whether this was a brother of convenience, who the groom was, from what faction and what clan. The headman's daughter replied that this was the great celestial library, and that her father wanted her to show him their house, but without rushing. Marie asked if her father had ever asked her for such a thing before, to which Sarah replied that no matter how important the guest was, he had never asked her for such a thing. Suddenly she remembered that this had happened once. It seemed she was 5 years old then, but it was Harry, and it was under different circumstances. Moreover, the father ordered that the heir be placed separately in the Eastern Pavilion near the garden, where especially important people are usually accommodated. Marie said worriedly that that was all. Such a phrase surprised the daughter of the head of the faction, who asked again what it meant. Suddenly, the girl's expression changed, joyfully declaring that a father-in-law always loves his son-in-law more than his mother-in-law. But Sarah didn't like this joke. When the heir and his companions reached the pavilion, the vagabonds immediately appreciated such a heavenly place with delight. They didn't understand why such beauty was located in the Namgung faction, and they didn't believe at first that they would actually live here. Bruno lived here when he was the head of the alliance. Now he will live here as the heir, although the head of the faction really behaves strangely. He hasn't seen him for a long time, but he is still very proud of the faction. During this time, his hair has turned gray, and his face has become covered with wrinkles. Approaching the mirror, the eldest heir thought happily that now that he had become young again, he did not look older than him. Sitting down at the table, Bruno decided to allow himself to enjoy a little the fact that he was now a young man. That same evening, the tramps, along with Mindy, once again took their usual place on the roof, where they could chat quietly. At this time, Bruno asked his charioteer to tell young Master Magnus that he wanted to see him. Then he turned to Sonia, who was trying to watch them unnoticed, telling her to catch 2 birds early the next morning. Stunned by the master's keen gaze, the girl immediately accepted the order, nervously leaving the place of surveillance. Standing on the bridge, the eldest heir looked at his reflection in the water, thinking that he had not been here for a long time and had not heard the local frogs for a long time. He remembered how little Sarah had introduced herself and taken his finger, offering to show him everything here today. Seeing the frog, the girl loudly and happily asked the leader of the alliance to look at one of them, which had just emerged from the water. Harry asked with a serious expression if the girl was showing him their houses or the frog house, to which she responded with a ringing laugh. After walking a couple more meters forward, Sarah stopped and, wiping herself under a pole, said that she had worked hard today. That was enough. Hunter said that children were so curious and easily distracted, to which Harry replied that the main thing was that she was healthy and growing well. While the men were chatting casually, Sarah tried to catch a frog, but her father immediately asked her not to climb in there because it was dangerous. However, the girl decided to ignore her father's warning, causing her hand to slip off the railing and she fell down. Reacting instantly, Harry used his abilities to catch the frightened child a few meters from the water. As soon as the girl was in the guest's arms, he instructively said that she needed to listen to her grandfather. Sarah's surprised face immediately turned into a smile, which turned into laughter and a request to repeat it again. The man was surprised that she was not scared. Sitting in the very place where Sarah had once broken down, Bruno played these memories in his head with a smile. At this time, Sarah was in her chambers, sitting in front of the mirror, tidying up her hair and trying to put her thoughts in order. Now all her thoughts were occupied with the air of the great heavenly library, who not long ago decided not to fall for provocations. On the contrary, he eased the tension after they were scolded by the head of the honorary squad, and even offered them a drink. It was a graceful act, the air of one of those people who clearly stand out from the crowd, even without boasting about their skills. Of course, it would be nice to talk to him and learn more, as her father wanted, but Sarah was still not sure about it. The next morning, Sonia, as the leader ordered, caught 2 small birds, when she suddenly noticed Sarah walking towards her. Having greeted her, she asked the lady what the occasion was, to which she received the answer that it was nothing special. Feeling extremely awkward, the faction leader's daughter stated that she had come to show the heir the libraries in their house. A little while later, Sonia happily informed the gentleman that she had caught the 2 birds he had told her about yesterday. "I am all joy." She showed him the fruits of her labors, asked if they will bake them. The eldest heir did not share her desire. He approached the birds and began to touch one of them. From the sudden contact, it began to chirp loudly, but Bruno ignored it. As soon as he finished his inspection, he headed back into the room, asking the girl to let them go under Sonia's questioning gaze. But she had long known that there was no point in asking unnecessary questions, so she quickly closed the door and ran to carry out the order. Not a second had passed before she returned, throwing the doors wide open and calling loudly to the gentleman, who had not expected anything like this. Sonia remembered that she should have told him that Mrs. Sarah had come to give him a tour of the house. The heir, stunned by this news, changed his expression, asking himself what else the faction leader had come up with. Trying to overcome her awkwardness, Sonia asked the gentleman to go, because Mrs. Sarah was waiting for him, but he was in no particular hurry. He was still worried that they were given such a luxurious mansion, and he even thought that his diamond eye had spotted his potential. However, he was Harry, so this was simply unacceptable. So he mentally told Hunter that he would not play along with his plans. Sonia began to rush the gentleman again with a loud cry, but he interrupted her, telling her to give Sarah something. That the young lady had already shown him everything here yesterday evening would help delay the faction leader's plans for a while. Without understanding anything, Sonia looked at the gentleman in shock, pressing her lips together and trying not to bombard him with a bunch of questions. Hysteria finally overtook the girl, who decided to ask the gentleman what he was saying, because everything was not so. Last night he had been talking late into the night in the gazebo by the pond with the master from the academy, but Bruno had asked him to do as he ordered. Going outside, Sonia hurried to convey the words of the eldest heir, while Sarah listened attentively and did not interrupt. As soon as the girl finished her story, the shocked daughter of the faction leader asked which lady exactly he was with last night. Sonia couldn't answer this question, although she would very much like everything to work out for Mr. and Mrs. Sarah. But it seems he doesn't want to meet her. Sarah lowered her head, not understanding how he could refuse her invitation. She couldn't even imagine that there was a man in this world who could turn her away, even if he had looked around here yesterday. Shouldn't he pretend like nothing happened yesterday? She also didn't know what to tell her father. Suddenly someone called out to her. A saccharine voice asked his sister to come with them, and at that very moment Henry and Anthony came towards them from the bridge. The elder said that they would do everything so that she would not be ashamed to appear with them in public, and Henry asked if they were too beautiful for her. Seeing this picture, both girls were shocked, unable to find words to describe how ridiculous these two looked in front of them. At this time, Hunter thought that they both understood his intentions, and the young people's acquaintance should not take much time. Blushing slightly, the man decided to take a quick look at the eastern garden where his daughter was currently located. He also turned pale for an instant when he saw that it was not Bruno who was with the girl now, but some 2 ridiculous ragamuffins. At this time, the eldest heir sat on a chair trying to free his mind and concentrate his energy. Holding his hand out in front of him, he created 3 small glowing spheres, each with its own property. The green sphere was the scent of pine, the brown one was the scent of earth, and the blue one had the scent of a pond. Having decided to conduct a small experiment, the eldest heir inhaled all 3 aromas and thought that it smelled like a gazebo by the pond. He was pleased that he had mastered the 1,000-scent technique and learned to mix scents. This was quite good progress. In the future, he will be able to create even more complex scents, maybe even the scent of the blood of the hexagonal serpent. The sparrows that Sonia released are now 500 meters to the southeast. For now, these abilities will suffice. With this technique, he can sense a small village, and in large cities, he can identify the main streets and squares. He hoped that he could now explore at least an area of 1 square kilometer by smell. Go out onto the balcony. He heard the tramps calling out to him from below, saying that they had returned. Thank you. Why was he standing there? Anthony called him to look at the main prize of the competition, which Sister Sarah had just shown them, and it looked very tasty. Bruno couldn't believe that they were walking with her like that, but he agreed, deciding to show a little interest in the prize. They came to a huge cage, when suddenly Henry announced that they had brought their brother with them, so let her fly again. Mindy scolded him loudly, saying that it was not meat, as he called it, but a bird, and a rather rare and very beautiful one at that. This bird is a cross between a phoenix, and Bruno had only seen similar birds twice, in the Tang clan and the occult sect. The eldest heir was surprised that he had blue eyes, because the birds he had seen before had red eyes. He decided that it was a cross between a cross with a phoenix. If you look closely, you can see that the color is also slightly different. Without thinking twice, the library heir said that he saw meat so they could go back, asking the guys to say goodbye to him. Henry said goodbye to the bird with sadness in his voice, saying that he would definitely come to visit her again, after which everyone headed towards the exit. It didn't matter to Bruno whether it was a crossbreed or not, because he didn't need this bird anyway. So there was no point in finding out about it. Get out of the room, Anthony, that's all. The others decided not to say anything back to the pavilion. Henry broke the silence by saying that they had seen the sand and were now hungry, after which he asked everyone to quickly go to dinner. Looking at the sunset, the eldest heir asked himself what kind of scents were in this place, without intending to check. Closer to night, a man was sitting under one of the trees, who was noticed by a drunk man heading in his direction. He turned his attention to the stranger, who had pulled his knees up under him, asking what he was doing there and why he looked so poor. Without coming closer, he hit him in the face with his palm, asked if he had money, adding that he should answer questions. Seeing no reaction, the tipsy man looked closely at the stranger, thinking how to make him talk. He couldn't think of anything better to do than start hitting him, asking if he hadn't been taught that when he was asked a question, he had to answer. When suddenly he noticed a smile on the stranger's face, who replied in an unpleasant voice that he himself did not know who he was. And this smile itself looked quite creepy. Looking at the drunkard, the stranger declared that he knew who the man standing in front of him was. With a sharp movement, he grabbed the drunk man by the throat, declaring that he was his dinner for the day, and he didn't even have time to twitch. He then addressed him as if he were food, asking him who he thought he was, but the man was too scared to answer. While the stranger repeated the question of who he was, the drunkard, sobbing, asked why he kept repeating it, asking him to stop. He heard the drunkard's request, declaring that no matter what, he would eat him, after which the ground was sprinkled with human blood. Throwing the lifeless body aside, the human-like monster declared that the Namgung faction's daughter was very beautiful. Opening the bottle, he wondered what it tasted like. He was sure it was probably tasty, but he didn't know how tasty. He began pouring some liquid over the fresh corpse of a man, declaring that he would eat it for the last time, save it for dessert. Smiling broadly, he shouted loudly that it must be very tasty. He could hardly wait to eat it, after which he laughed hysterically. The next day, Bruno sat at a long table in the open air, around which there were many visiting guests. He thought the birds must have flown too far as he could no longer smell them. The head of the Anhui province, Morgan, approached him, kindly asking the heir to the library if he was expecting someone. Smiling and closing his eyes, Bruno replied that he was waiting for the sparrows, but he thought they weren't very keen on coming back. The man didn't quite understand what he was talking about. He said that since the sparrows were his friends, he hoped he would introduce him to them, but the heir could not promise him this. Morgan said that as a thank you, he could give him a little job. The guy noted that he was not one to give up. The man's expression changed dramatically, saying that this time Muram really needed people like him. These words interested the heir, and he asked for details. Morgan replied that serious events had been happening recently. For impatient people, 6 months is a long time, so those who wanted to make sure Harry was dead are starting to rise to their full height. They began to speak louder, so the disputes between clans became more frequent. Among them, there are those like the Bright Spirit Pavilion. It was the first time Bruno had heard of them. They certainly produced explosives, but they had always been quite calm. It is unclear whether the Wudang sect drove them to it, or maybe they were offended by something. But since Harry has no heir, they decided that they could undermine the sect. That is why they did not bury a huge amount of explosives under Mount Wudang and tried to blow up the sect located on the top of the mountain. They encountered a problem. The terrain was very rocky. It was difficult for them to dig, but they did not give up, and in the process they quarreled among themselves. And although they intended to blow up the sect, they ended up blowing themselves up, deciding to die together. Bruno decided that this old man was talking nonsense. Morgan said that the mountain shook so much because of the explosion that the sect immediately realized what was happening, but the guy decided not to listen to the end. Instead, he rather sternly stated that he should know better when to stop, which earned him a nervous chuckle. Realizing that he would not find help there, the man said that he needed to meet someone else, so he went. The next second, he noticed Sarah accompanied by her friend, surprised that there was a banquet now, and she looked like this. He remembered the two poor brothers next to her who were trying their best to please her, and he also noticed her embarrassed look. This was enough to make the heir to the library choke and let out a ridiculous laugh, which immediately made Sarah blush. She turned around, declaring that not only had he not changed, but he was also laughing at her, and as she left, she called Marie to follow her. The guy thought that he hadn't intended to laugh at all, but remembering how those two looked, he simply couldn't hold back. Suddenly, he noticed a lone man standing near the bushes with his back turned to everyone, which looked very suspicious. Using his enhanced vision, the eldest heir noticed the metamorphosis technique running through the man's body. So he waited for an interesting person who decided to infiltrate the faction right before the Heavenly Dragon competition. It looked pretty bold, but the guy decided to look for other people. I hope that there is no one else besides this one. Looking around at the seemingly ordinary townspeople, Bruno looked closely at each one, finding only 5 people. It was incredible that even among the faction's guards there was a traitor, and the heir became curious about what they were planning. He thought that these were idiots who were trying to kill him. Either they came here for that bird, or it was reconnaissance. It was possible that they had come here for a secret meeting, but whatever it was, he had to find out who these people were. The guy approached one of them, who was posing as a gardener, and then looked around, hoping that no one was looking in their direction. He thought the man would turn around if he got that close, but he didn't. But now he would be his third sparrow. If their goal had been to kill him, they would have kept their eyes on him, but he often passed by them and did not notice anything. He didn't feel the slightest fluctuation in energy, let alone any strong surges, while Bruno marked his new sparrows. Having walked around everyone he noticed, he realized that no one paid attention to him, which meant that he was not their target. Returning to the table, the heir noticed Anthony, who asked the leader why he was running around here for so long. Bruno immediately asked him to bring his older brother here, and Henry asked him to urgently bring Morgan. When everyone was assembled, the heir gathered everyone at a separate table. Everyone looked at the guy in surprise, expecting something important. But he said that he had called them all because he was sad to eat alone, but mentally conveyed that 5 traitors were hiding at this banquet, pretending to be busy eating. They were surprised that there were as many as 5 traitors, and judging by his words, they were not just dealers. He was asked if they shouldn't catch these traitors first, to which the guy replied that one of the traitors was a guard, so it wasn't that simple. The eldest heir did not know what their goals were or who was behind them, so they could not act too hastily. It might not be anything serious, so they shouldn't worry too much, but it was the least likely outcome. Suddenly, Bruno felt a sparrow fly out of the banquet venue, slowly heading towards the exit. He immediately said that one of them had just left here, so he decided to catch him and get all the necessary information. All they had to do was follow the remaining 4. He asked them not to approach them too quickly and to be unnoticed. Even if any of them leave the faction, they must be let go and not tried to be pursued. Everyone immediately understood the order. At this time, while in one of the restaurants on the 2nd floor, Sarah said that she didn't think that when he saw her, he would start laughing like that. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice Bruno, who was walking down the street and watching the man who had changed his appearance. Standing in front of the door behind which one of his sparrows was located, the boy tried to decide how best to enter. He decided to act harshly and decisively, putting 2 fingers in front of him, breaking the doors with them, creating noise. The stunned man immediately jumped back, stuttering and asking who he was and how he dared to break in. As Bruno calmly entered the room, the man immediately recognized the heir to the Great Heavenly Library. Making a threatening face, the eldest heir asked why he had infiltrated the Namgung faction and what his goals were. The man frowned but said nothing. His thoughts were occupied with the question of whether it was worth engaging in battle with him. Looking at the eldest heir, the man thought that he was able to notice the use of the metamorphosis technique, after which he told him to come over if he wasn't afraid, in response to which Bruno asked what they were planning. The stranger was surprised that he had not only discovered him, despite their masterful use of technology, but he wanted to better test the heir's skills. The man said that he wanted to ask him a lot of questions, but the library heir replied that he had missed his chance. Holding his palm out in front of him, the man confidently declared that he was giving the guy 30 seconds. But Bruno didn't even flinch. The stranger continued, specifying that he would fight with only one hand to give him form so that he could show himself. If a guy touches his neck within 30 seconds, he will answer all his questions. The eldest heir sighed heavily and looked away, after which, while the man was trying to say something else, he rushed forward. Without letting him finish speaking, the library heir struck him in the face, thereby breaking through the wall with the man's body. The blow was so strong that it threw the stranger out into the street. Bruno immediately went to him in tears so that he would not run away. Seeing this picture, Marie shouted to Sarah that a man had flown out of the building, but she did not listen to her. They were still talking about the heir to the library. The shocked girl clarified that it was the heir of the great heavenly library who did this, asking why he was fighting with that person. Sarah was very surprised by this statement, while Bruno grabbed the beaten stranger by the scruff of the neck to take him away to a secluded place. With a sharp leap, he headed for the roof, jumping from building to building, leaving the scene of their battle. Sarah kept her eyes on the eldest heir until he completely left her field of vision, not understanding what happened there. After a while, the man, sitting on his knees, introduced himself as an elder in the Ion sect. They used the metamorphosis technique at the request of the faction, so they wanted to identify the most talented among the young warriors. Judging by Bruno's reaction, Gustav thought that he knew about them. The heir thought uncomfortably that, unlike him, everyone else lacked the skills to reveal their true nature. He once heard about them from a guest that it was a very strange sect. The warriors there were bad at martial arts, so they developed other skills. The man claimed that he was telling the complete truth, and Bruno believed him, asking him to answer one question: how many there were in total, since he had only found 5. Looking at the heir with surprise, Gustav declared that there were only 4 of them, and it was quite possible that the guy had miscounted. Now it was the turn of the eldest heir to look at the sect elder in surprise, because it didn't look like he was lying. He loudly asked why he was looking at him like that, because he wouldn't lie to him, asking him to ask the faction leader directly. Gustav expected that the eldest heir would use force again, believing that the man was lying and that he would try to beat the truth out of him. However, when he opened his eyes and looked at the place where the guy had just been, he found no one, asking himself where he had gone. With incredibly fast jumps, Bruno reached the city, trying to spot all the inconsistencies from afar. He concentrated the energy, dispersing it over a huge area that covered most of the city. He felt that there were 3 people left within the faction, but one was missing. He noticed someone in the south where the Dragon Pavilion was. If it was someone from the Ion sect, he would have stayed in the northern part of the faction. This unknown person was probably lucky. He got away with everything. However, they will probably meet soon, and then he will understand that luck has turned away from him, because now no one will be able to leave him. At this time, Hunter gathered several young warriors in front of him, telling them that at the banquet, their first competition awaited them. They must find the traitor. There are 4 days, including this one, to find the traitors. These traitors are the elders of the Ion sect, who are very skilled at hiding. These competitions are not only to assess their abilities, but also to help them spend their time usefully. One of the guys raised his hand and asked how many people from the sect were participating, but the faction leader couldn't answer that question. However, he indicated that the level of difficulty of the transformation would decrease over the course of 4 days from the highest to the weakest. The difference in transformations will be obvious. All the guys would like to discover them as quickly as possible, but if they don't have time, they will definitely lose. The man thought that they didn't know that everyone from Ion's squad was already walking around. He wanted to tell the young warriors something else. They will be surprised when they hear this, but before he could say a word, a guy ran up to him and interrupted his speech. Hunter frowned when he saw him. It was very rude of him to interrupt him, but it was clear from his expression that the matter was urgent. Rick ran up to the faction leader and began to whisper something in his ear, covering his mouth with his hand so that no one could overhear him. The stunned Hunter loudly asked that the heir to the great library had already captured all the members of the Ion sect. After some time, the man asked the gentleman why he had not warned the heir of the library in advance, so that such an embarrassment would not arise. Gustav, his face broken, screamed that if he had just told him everything, he would not have treated him so badly. If he had known what Bruno was capable of, he would have told him everything right away, without trying to provoke him into a fight, and then he would not have suffered. When Hunter loudly cleared his throat, Gustav stopped short, wondering how he could have behaved so recklessly towards the faction leader. Frowning, the man asked if there was anything else he wanted to tell him besides that, since the man thought he did. Looking away and trembling, the master of metamorphosis awkwardly said that this was all he wanted to say. Instead of punishing the man for such rude behavior, the faction leader thought for a moment, saying that he understood everything. Hunter thought that this was the second time that the leader of the honorary squad had been defeated by the heir to the great library. However, he did not complain about him when he explained to him what had happened, and this man did exactly the same. Looking at the sect elder, Hunter tried to understand what was going on and why people were so loyal to the eldest heir. Smiling slightly, the man sighed, thinking that he felt the same way about him. After all, he had tried to introduce him to Sarah. Suddenly, Gustav cried out that he remembered something. The man immediately hurried him with the story. He replied that Bruno had said something strange then. He asked how many people had used the technique in total because he found 5 people, but he told him that he had made a mistake with the number, and then he disappeared. They had permission from the faction leader to change their appearance, but who else would dare to do this within the walls of the faction? Hitting the table loudly and looking at the elder with a murderous gaze, Hunter menacingly asked what he was talking about now. The beaten man looked at the faction leader with confusion, trying to understand what he wanted to say with this question. Suddenly it dawned on him, and he realized that the words of the eldest heir had a much more serious meaning. After the news that a spy had infiltrated the faction, the whole place was turned upside down, Quentin reported on the developments. And the entire faction was searching for spies. But no one was able to follow the suspicious trail, although everyone was extremely vigilant. While the search continued, some people checked documents and unimportant papers to make sure nothing was missing. This worried the leader and all the important people of the factions, because someone said that this was tarnishing the reputation of the faction itself. And some admired how easily the library heir had discovered the spy, while others fought the urge to insult him. Only one guy stood to the side, dissatisfied, listening to all the opinions of the honorable people of the faction, but quickly left the meeting place. A little later, the heir to the great heavenly library himself returned, and I decided to talk directly with the head of the faction. With a serious look, Bruno told him everything he knew, while Hunter only listened attentively and nodded periodically. At this time, the guy told Magnus that it was hard to even call this chaos, because everyone was complaining about the heir to the library, and someone was defending him. The academy master asked Jin whose side he was on, but then took it as a joke, replying that he wouldn't even dare compare himself to him. His squad includes Master Jack, the Musan twins, and the 3 Gorge warriors. And Bruno himself has done an incredible job and has been placed in the Eastern Pavilion. But all these idiots, who have neither shame nor conscience, reproach him for doing whatever he wants and not observing etiquette. They say that the heir has become annoying because he is treated specially by the faction, but there is something that irritates him even more. He was never able to cross paths with him in the Dragon Ship Pavilion, and he couldn't even greet him at the banquet. After all, he had so hoped to meet him this evening and talk, and in the end, he just left. And the guy was left with nothing again. This made him angry at the slightest provocation, because this heir had awakened incredible interest in him. In response, Magnus asked that it seemed that the master from the academy and the heir to the library had a very good relationship. Jin was surprised that he was talking about himself in the third person, and angrily asked if he was making fun of him, to which he answered in the affirmative. As night fell, Sarah walked around the yard alone, wondering what her father was thinking and what he was trying to achieve. He let the heir just leave. It looks like the heir was deliberately kicked out because he ruined all the faction's plans. She wanted to meet her father, but he seemed busy, so they couldn't talk. She should at least talk to her older brother. Then she went to his chambers and loudly opened the doors, hoping that he was still awake and would answer the questions that were troubling her. However, after looking around the room, she noticed that it was empty inside, and for a few seconds she silently looked around the room. He wasn't in the training pavilion, and he wasn't in his quarters either. She hoped that her brother knew what was going on, but he wasn't there either. She wondered where he had gone in the midst of this whole situation, and then decided that in that case, she had no choice. She was very serious about this, and so she was not going to back down and go straight to her father, as she had originally wanted. Entering his office, she immediately said that she came because she wanted to say something. The man asked her to speak. She carefully asked why her father had not spoken today about the departure of the heir to the great heavenly library. Hunter winced slightly, removing his hands from the scroll, half turning to his daughter, who was expecting an explanation. But despite everything, the man asked her to go away, which caused a mixed reaction from the girl. Looking up from the documents and glaring menacingly at his daughter, he again asked her to leave, as he had no time for such conversations. Sarah was shocked by her father's behavior, because he had never spoken to her like that, so she had no choice but to agree. The girl quickly left the office while Hunter sighed tiredly, regretting that he couldn't tell her anything. She mentally asked the heir of the library to fulfill his request, and Bruno himself headed towards the dragon ship pavilion. This is the last place where he left his scent. If he makes the pavilion the center of the search area, it will be easier to search. Today's infiltration into the faction was clearly not easy for him, whether it was just a necessity or entertainment. Apparently, having enjoyed the walk around the faction quite a bit, he decided to slip away. One could get addicted to such thrills. While he was thinking about this, the Tramps and Mindy told the leader that they would be back soon, and he calmly let them go. Another guy who was sitting in the room asked where they were all going, and they decided that he should go with them too. Bruno remembered the dialogue with Hunter. When he said that he did not know what face he would change his disguise to, she would be able to recognize him by his energy. The faction leader decided to appoint a person who would assist him in various tasks, as well as maintain communication between them. This man was Gunther, to whom Bruno told that they had simply gone out to talk to the vagabonds in order to extract information from them. They are looking at the surroundings after midnight, so for now they can rest. The son of the faction leader obediently agreed. After a short time, the eldest heir decided to use the power of aromas again, thinking that meditation would be enough. Suddenly, he sensed a man in the corridor who was heading in his direction. The door slowly opened and a pair of eyes looked at Bruno from there. Because of the shadow that cast over the man, the guy tensed up a little, but at the same second he recognized Sonia, who also shivered. The guy apologized for not having thought to tell her about it earlier, but today was the last time she came to his chambers at night. She has developed a habit of this because of the previous owner of this body. Now the poor girl cannot sleep when she should. Clearing his throat, he asked her to understand him correctly, because it would be better for her, and he was not scolding her for her bad behavior. Continuing to cough, the guy hesitantly said that he too had personal space, because he was already a completely healthy person. But if she does something like that tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, he will immediately send her home, in response to which Sonia laughed and agreed. Without saying anything else, she turned and headed towards her room in high spirits, Bruno watching her go. After closing the doors, he thought that he had lost contact with those 2 sparrows and the 4 sect elders. Now only the 5th spy remained. Making sure the doors were closed, he went to the window and opened it wide, thinking that the wind was fresh today. As night falls, people stop moving around, and their scents become even weaker, making it easier to find the scent of the one they need. Tonight he had a great chance to track him down, and with these thoughts he made the leap to the outside. As he felt the cool air on his face during the flight, he heard a familiar voice behind him calling out to him. From the very rooftop, Gunther was flying down, apparently waiting for midnight to set off on a mission with the air. Landing on the roof next to Bruno, the faction leader's son confidently declared that he would go with him in case help was needed. He decided not to throw him out, ordered him to follow him, and thought that he would have to slow down so that he would not lag behind him. After a little while, the eldest heir asked the boy if he was feeling well, and he answered with his last breath that everything was fine. Bruno didn't know whether he was pathetic or praiseworthy, but he didn't understand where his former determination had gone. However, it will be a good experience for him, so Bruno said that if he does well, then they will increase the speed. At the same time, a woman entered the room not far from the faction and noticed a lonely man with his head on his knees. The 4th ghost smiled sweetly and asked her friend what he was doing. She asked this not out of interest, but out of boredom. The 5th ghost replied that he was shaking all over, and he was indeed shaking, not even wanting to raise his head and look at the guest. She asked him if he had eaten, to which he replied that he had eaten a lot, even had to eat 2 dogs. She did not understand what was going on then. The 5th ghost replied that he was still thinking about this heir of the great heavenly library. The woman asked in surprise if he had met him. The guy replied that he saw him today, but he also saw him when the heir looked at him. He got scared, and then he approached him. He didn't want to be near him, but he couldn't run away. He was so scared, he was shaking all over, and he didn't want to cross paths with him. There were many people there who used the same technique as him, and if they weren't there and he was alone, he would have definitely died. The woman replied that he was lucky, asked why he went there at all, to which he replied that the guy wanted to look at the faction leader's daughter. He wanted to eat, but first he wanted to look at her. However, he can't remember her face. The 4th ghost asked in surprise why. The 5th ghost replied again that it was all because of the heir of the great heavenly library. This answer made her think. Dropping to his knees and clutching his head, the worried boy declared that this was what the heir to the great celestial library looked like. Then he said that it was just a poor imitation. He was so scared that he couldn't see all the details, but he was truly scary. The 4th ghost told him to be patient for a little while. They only had a few days left, then the head of the ghosts would be here soon. Mrs. Om will be here too. You can be patient a little longer, because soon the whole world will be afraid of them. because except for Harry, who died, no one will stop them. However, this could not calm the boy, who smiled hysterically and asked why he was still afraid, as his friend said he knew. It's because of the library's air. If he eats it, then he won't be afraid. The heir's face will twist in horror, and his fear will disappear. He will wait and laugh in his face. After which the guy burst into laughter, while the woman closed her eyes in satisfaction. At this time, Bruno thought that he had wandered until dawn, but could not find any traces, and at noon Quentin and Morgan visited him. They reported that they had also been unable to obtain any information, at which point Gunther asked if they were currently going out to search. Bruno confirmed that they would leave early today, and would need to go further into the forest, after which he suggested that the guy take a rest. After all, he noticed the tired and exhausted face of the faction leader's son, but he only laughed and assured the heir that he was completely fine. This guy looks like a driven horse. Even as a child, he was different from Sarah. He was always reserved. His face did not express emotions. But it seemed he was no longer as serious as before. Bruno smiled, telling him that it was time to move on. Glad that he would not be left to rest, the boy ran up to the heir with renewed strength, happily accepting the order. Gunther thought that compared to yesterday, today he felt much freer, because for him it was a great honor. And he is considered one of the best warriors of the younger generation. But what happened last night brought him down to earth. And maybe because the heir saw yesterday all the ugly sides of him that he hid from others, he feels as if a burden has been lifted from his heart. Perhaps his father forced him to follow the heir because he wanted the walk to collapse and he could become freer. Lost in his thoughts, the boy looked ahead and noticed that the heir he was following was not in front of him. Looking in a certain direction, Bruno asked something about the corrosive poison, but the faction leader's son did not understand what he was talking about. He decided to ask where the corrosive poison could come from, but instead of answering, Bruno rushed to the suspicious place. When the boy followed him, the eldest heir asked if he could smell the smell that was in that place. After all, as soon as he smelled that pungent odor, he thought his nose would bleed. The people below said that there were the remains of a woodcutter there. The eldest heir noticed the place from which this unpleasant aroma came, which was located somewhere in the forest. Having heard the news that the woodcutter himself had disappeared without a trace, upon arriving in the forest, Bruno and Gunther came across human remains. While the young man covered his mouth from what he saw, Bruno only asked in surprise whether he was fearless or just feeble-minded. Gunther mentally asked himself how he was able to smell the corrosive poison from such a great distance away. Bruno guessed whose handiwork this was, and to cover his tracks, it would have been enough to cover the corpse with corrosive poison and bury it, but he didn't do that. It seems that this is the work of the one who was walking around the faction in disguise. The heir decided that today the search will take place in this area. As the night approached, the fifth ghost decided to take a walk and came across an old woman who trembled and cried at the sight of him, begging for mercy. The boy joyfully shouted that he wanted to eat something thicker, just as a spoon rises with difficulty when scooping up porridge with it. And all around there were only thin ones. And then Granny came, porridge came to him, and this could mean only one thing. At first he began to mimic her, demanding mercy in a nasty voice, after which he grabbed her by the throat with a sharp movement, saying that food was served. The trembling old woman could not move, but only thrashed senselessly in his arms while he wished himself a pleasant appetite. A second later, the fifth ghost didn't even understand what had happened because some unknown force had pushed him back. He managed to pull out his weapon to defend himself, thereby preventing the sword strike aimed at him. Smiling, the fifth ghost declared that the heir to the great heavenly library had personally come to him. Smiling back and continuing to press hard on the sword, Bruno asked him to introduce himself properly first. At this time, the granny, who was watching the two fighting guys with horror, screamed loudly, feeling a hand on her shoulder. It was Gunther who asked her to be quiet and not to worry because he was leading her from here. Suddenly, the trembling in the woman's body stopped. She knew she was safe now, but when the guy picked her up and quickly walked away, she felt a little scared. Looking over his shoulder, the faction leader's son wondered if even though he was the heir to the great library, he could handle it alone. At this point, Bruno offered a little more strength, after which they pushed off from each other, briefly breaking the distance. Having regained his balance, the fifth ghost stated that he knew he would come, and then asked how he was able to find him. The eldest heir said that he thought they would introduce themselves to each other, but apparently he already knew him, so he asked him to simply state his name. Instead of answering, the ghost grabbed his head and trembled, declared that his face was too scary, and then asked why he was so calm. The eldest heir looked at his opponent in bewilderment, not understanding what was going on in his head. Rushing into the attack, the fifth ghost asked why he was not afraid or worried when he looked at him, since he himself was very afraid. Bruno mentally confirmed that for him, it was just a monkey, only imitating real madness, and asked out loud if he was disappointed. People like him are not responsible for their actions. They are controlled by someone. He thought that everything would end with this guy, but apparently this is only the beginning. While the older heir was testing his opponent's abilities, Gunther landed not far from them and took the old woman to a safe place. A second later, Bruno decided to go on the attack himself, asking how much longer he was going to whine instead of fighting. Instead of answering, the fifth ghost threw his weapon at the air, simultaneously taking out several bombs from behind his back and throwing them into the air. Bruno didn't expect such a move, watching as the two wheel-shaped weapons increased their flight speed due to the explosion. The next moment, there was a loud explosion, at the sight of which Gunther loudly called out to the heir, who disappeared in a cloud of dust. However, he worried in vain because the cloud quickly dispersed, and the eldest heir ran out of it, dodging the ghost's weapon. By remotely controlling the chakras, the boy asked the heir to return so that he could finish him off quickly. Bruno ran towards his opponent as fast as he could, then suddenly stopped and spun around himself like a tornado, letting the weapon pass by. The stunned ghost thought that he had never seen such technology before, and no one could dodge his weapons until that moment. He escaped from them, and out of 36 hidden bombs, he destroyed 12, but he shouldn't have noticed them. He simply couldn't. Relaxing his sword on his shoulder, Bruno waved his hand, asking what was not all, after which he asked not to be shy and show. In response to this, the ghost smiled, jumping back a little and firmly grasping his weapon, apparently preparing for a new attack. He then threw the chakras forward, copying their number several times, telling him not to regret it. Remaining standing in place, the eldest heir, looking at the weapon, thought that it looked quite plausible, after which he activated his enhanced vision, noticing 2 real weapons, while the rest were exclusively fake. As soon as the chakras got close to him, he began to rush past them, thinking that this was quite a difficult attack. If it weren't for his current level of skill, he might not have had time to notice where the fake was and where the real thing was. The stunned ghost did not expect that the guy would be able to recognize the illusion. It was dangerous. He needed to kill him as quickly as possible. However, Bruno had no problem dodging the fakes and using his sword to deflect the real chakras that were trying to reach him. Without changing his calm expression, he beat off the fakes with his bare hand, thereby showing that this deception did not work on him. The next second, the eldest heir noticed another chakra and swung his sword at it, deciding to end it. Having chosen the right trajectory and timing of the strike, he thrust his sword into the ground, at the same time planting all the chakras on the tip. The ghost, stunned by such a sight, only silently watched as his weapon fell to the ground with a clang. Pointing his finger at the boy, the trembling ghost declared that he knew it and was right, because it was not for nothing that he felt this chilling fear. If he pretended to know him in the Namgung faction, then he would kill him. The fifth ghost was sure that he would definitely die. Seeing Bruno's stern gaze, the frightened boy screamed loudly and tried to run away, hoping that the heir would not rush after him. However, this was an impossible wish because a second later, Bruno was already next to the ghost, swinging his sword at him. His hand didn't waver as he cut off the fifth ghost's right leg so that it couldn't escape anywhere else. Now the eldest heir was only concerned with answers to questions, so he could not allow the enemy to die or escape. He threw his sword straight at the psychopath's chest, and it crunched as it reached its target, pinning the wounded guy to a tree. The fifth ghost understood that now he definitely had nowhere to go, so he tried to accept his fate, feeling incredible pain throughout his body. Without removing the annoyed smile from his face, he looked at the eldest heir, who said that now they could talk. Looking at the sword sticking out of his chest, the boy understood that this would be the case, because he didn't need to go outside. But he wanted to see him so much, to feel again what he felt when he saw the heir to the great heavenly library. He didn't know why he made such a decision, as if under a spell. But then he said that after all this, Bruno had such a calm expression on his face. With a barely noticeable movement, the eldest heir touched all the important points on the ghost's body that should work after a while. At the same time, the guy nailed to the tree noticed that his leg was no longer bleeding. He did not know why this was done. Then he noticed with surprise that he did not feel his body at all. On the contrary, he felt someone else's energy in his body. Panic washed over the ghost as he noticed that even his heart wasn't beating. He didn't know what would happen if this energy completely took over him. Bruno said that he would give him a choice. If he answered quickly and honestly, death would not be painful and vice versa. He had no choice but to agree to these conditions, and when asked about his name, he was called the fifth ghost. Bruno repeated the question, to which the immobilized guy replied what he had just said, not understanding why he didn't believe him. Then he realized that he had answered, saying that he too had a name, but no one had asked him about it and he had forgotten, although he had been waiting for someone to ask. Thinking, he remembered that his name was Graham, and that this information would not help the eldest heir in any way. Then he asked to simply kill him, but in response to this, Bruno looked in surprise at the ghost who so desired his death. He also said that when Lady and the prince come, everyone in this competition will die, so if the heir does not escape, he will die. Bruno tried to get him emotional by trying to find out his name, and apparently it worked, but eliminating all the competitors is too ambitious a goal. However, who is this Mrs. who appeared out of nowhere in the conversation, and who is this prince? And was he trying to hint that there was a traitor among the participants? Perhaps everything he told him was a lie, but he would not listen to him carefully, and then he said that he wanted to listen to him some more. The ghost noticed that the heir took a bottle from his bosom, saying that he was going to dissolve his flesh to the very bones with his own poison. The eldest heir gave a negative answer, after which he placed 2 fingers in front of the ghost, concentrating energy in them and sending it to the points. Those places that Bruno had previously pressed with excruciating pain, because there was a much easier way than wasting precious poison on his body. The ghost felt his body turning inside out, and blood started coming out of his eyes. His scream echoed throughout the area. When Bruno left, he left a 5th ghost under the tree, which no longer resembled a human being, but was a huge piece of flesh. Together with Gunther, they hurried back while Bruno thought about Lady who was the wife of the head of the Soman clan. She is the one who was behind all the bloodshed. It is unknown whether her husband found out about this before the marriage, or this truth came to light after the wedding. The Soman clan had been committing bloody crimes in the shadows, and when all their plans were thwarted in the library, Lady became furious. However, her anger could not fix anything, because her clan had already fallen. So she directed all her rage at the heir of the library. And then she found out that his name was among those invited to the Heavenly Dragon competition. That's all Bruno understood. But the problem is with the prince, he has heard about Lady and the 12 Ghosts organization before, but this is the first time he has heard about the prince. Apparently there really is a traitor among them. One can mean either one person or an entire clan, but most likely, it is still one person. We need to find out if anything suspicious happened within the Namgung faction while they were carrying out their mission. They ran at full speed. The eldest heir could not even allow Gunther to slow down a little, but he still fulfilled his mission. The Dragon Ship Pavilion was not far from here, and there was nothing on the way that could pose a danger, so Gunther could be left alone. Without thinking, he told the guy that he needed to go, and before he could answer, Bruno disappeared, rushing forward. Since there was no one to follow, the son of the faction leader stopped and thought that instead of helping him, he was, on the contrary, delaying him. This made the guy feel down and doubt his abilities because compared to the heir, he was nothing. He asked himself what he was all about, then slapped himself on the cheeks, deciding that his skills had improved due to the days he spent with him. This was also his merit, and so he sped up and ran forward, raising his morale and setting himself up for the best. After making a high jump, he began to move quickly from tree to tree, trying to reach the speed of his heir. However, this turned out to be much more difficult than the guy could have imagined, which is why he went down to the ground and lay down, spreading his arms out to the sides. He remembered how the heir had fought, thinking that if he had been in his place in the battle with the 5th ghost, he would have definitely torn him to pieces. However, he was overcome with tremors when he saw the fleshy mess that Bruno had turned the ghost into when he left him under the tree. After that, he began to understand why the 5th ghost was so afraid of the heir, so that he knew nothing about Murim before. Gunther asked himself if the heir were his enemy. What would he feel in a confrontation with him other than horror and hopelessness? This man was like a monster that could only be defeated by another monster, so it was lucky that they were allies. At this time, Bruno arrived at the place where Quentin met him, delighted by the unexpected night visit. He couldn't even fall asleep all this time because he kept waiting for him to return. Bruno immediately asked if they had learned anything interesting. Without thinking, Quentin reported that there was no new information, but there was something noteworthy. The eldest heir immediately pricked up his ears. They found out that a man from Benny's faction left last night, and he came up with a strange reason for leaving. After some time, Bruno and Quentin visited Hunter's office, where the older heir told him what he had learned. The man thought about the prince, Lady the blood-feeding ghosts, and the traitor who had infiltrated the faction. It was not easy to understand what was said. He asked if the heir knew who the traitor was, but he had not yet found out, then asked if anything suspicious had happened during the competition. Quentin answered first, not saying that there was something. They reported again that a man from Benny's faction left last night. They remembered that this madman suddenly became angry with Jin because he allegedly treated him with disdain. He even drew his sword, which shocked everyone there, but it's worth noting that Jin had pretty good skills, which allowed him to reflect the sword. Before they could blink, the sword was in Jin's hands. No wonder he was one of the favorites in the Heavenly Dragon competition. Be that as it may, the representatives of the Beni faction left the Namgung faction under the pretext of this incident. Bruno kept thinking how to distinguish one from the other. Even after losing 100 times in a duel, only a madman would leave the competition of the Heavenly Dragon like that. They probably knew that they would be expelled from the faction, so they decided to leave first, but they won't be able to escape from him. In that case, the traitor was from Benny's faction, so Hunter put his hand on his heart and asked the eldest heir what they should do now. The guy replied that it was worth catching these people and extracting all the information from them and sending his soldiers to the west, where they were headed. If there were armed people with them, it is worth asking for help from the main fortress of healers, which is located in the west. Hunter didn't expect the heir to be so well informed about the Muram family's capabilities, but he said that they were unlikely to help them. Although their relationship with the healer fortress is not bad, they are reluctant to get involved in conflicts, but Bruno asked him not to worry about it. Smiling, the eldest heir said that he had friendly relations with the main fortress of healers, so they would definitely support him. Then the guy turned to Quentin, saying that he had a favor to ask of him. Then he smiled and replied that he would do whatever it took to prevent that from happening. Bruno asked to find out about the prince, because the fifth ghost could have been wrong, because while you hope for the best, it is better to be prepared for the worst right away. Perhaps the prince and the traitors mean something completely different. They must not think that it is only one person or even an army. It could also be explosives that could blow up the entire faction at once, forcing them to find the location where it is hidden. Or they could be poisoned arrows that will rain from the sky, and you will need to do the same with them. However, it could also be a creature of darkness that will cover the sky like a wave, so you need to be prepared for anything. Quentin asked if there were any more questions, to which Bruno replied that he had something he wanted to ask the faction leaders, who was all ears. He would like to know about all the family and other connections of the Soman clan. He needs to know about all the connections obtained through inter-clan marriage. If you send them a letter with a question, they will definitely answer. The man immediately nodded, agreeing with the guy's request. Even though he spoke to him respectfully, it felt like he was giving an order. But his instructions were clear and precise. Hunter also decided to ask what the heir's plan of action was, as he already knew what to answer him. The eldest heir took out the chakras that the fifth ghost used and said that he was going to meet them. At this time, Gunther was sitting on the roof of the building, thinking about what he had seen recently, what had been bothering him. Now his entire mind was occupied by the eldest heir, whose strength exceeded all possible expectations, making him an unimaginable warrior. He didn't expect Bruno to decide to leave him, but suddenly he left on business that he could only guess about. Last night, the heir must have expended all his energy on the battle, but he didn't even look tired. Maybe he was just a burden to him. He was so carried away by his thoughts that he did not notice the eldest heir, who stood behind him and quietly called out to him. Bruno noticed that the guy was scared and asked him what he was thinking about so much that he managed to scare him, thinking that he was sitting with some girl. Gunther began waving his hands but immediately gave a negative answer, and the heir realized that the boy was still in shock from the previous night. It was noticeable that he was having a harder time than before, but the older heir decided to cheer the boy up so that he wouldn't get discouraged. Bruno smiled amiably and thanked the boy for his work, and he looked at the eldest heir with a serious face. He didn't understand what he should be thanked for, and then turned away, dissatisfiedly saying that he hadn't even done anything. The heir replied that it would be better for him to rest today, and that tomorrow at noon they would start work again. It would be nice to take a bath and change clothes. Gunther replied that he was fine and could wait there, but Bruno stated that he would also like to rest a little and do so in comfort. The faction leader's son laughed, thinking that the heir was speaking in euphemisms, and then replied that he would then return to the faction. After some time, he arrived home, where he was met by warriors who loudly greeted the master, who did not answer them. Hearing the news of Gunther's return, Sarah ran out into the street, greeting her older brother, who noticed that she had woken up early today. The girl immediately asked if he was going somewhere again. Shaking the dust off his shoulders, the guy replied that he just came back to take a rest. The younger sister wanted to ask something about the heir to the great heavenly library, but the guy rushed past her and said that he would go. At that moment, the girl felt lonely, always asking why neither her father nor her brother could listen to her to the end. At the same time, the leader of the Beni faction was offered the best tea in existence, pouring him a cup for him to try. The next few seconds passed in silence as the man appreciated the taste and aroma of the hot tea. Then he said that it was immediately obvious that this was tea from the main fortress of the healers. He felt its taste before he even had time to take a sip. Xavier replied that he didn't even know how to respond to such praise, to which his interlocutor stated that he was one of those who didn't lie. The deputy head of the healer fortress didn't expect to see them at the door last night, because now is the height of the sucking of the heavenly dragon for her. Benny replied that although he was ashamed to say it, they had been forced to leave the competition because of the talents of the son of a foolish old man like him. According to the assignment, it was necessary to find those who changed their appearance, but his son found all four at once even before the assignment was announced. Suddenly, the library's heir asked how he could have found them even before the quest was announced, adding that the faction head had suggested to his son that he would win the competition. The Sura did not end there, as someone nevertheless took the side of the heir, and as a result, opinions were divided, and the hostility became even more acute. Even though the head of the Namgung faction stood by their side and begged them to stay, they were no longer able to fulfill his request. But it was all his fault, such a stupid old man. Everything because he lacked virtue, to which Xavier asked him not to speak like that about himself. The man sighed and said that it was all because of his mistakes, to which Xavier replied that it meant he was not worthy of being the head of the faction. For a few seconds, the man froze, trying to figure out if he had heard the last phrase correctly, which he had never expected to hear. Benny looked at his interlocutor, trying to figure out if he had misheard, but it was clear from his interlocutor's face that he had not. The deputy leader of the healer fortress frowned, calling the leader of the Benny faction a brute, showing disdain with his whole appearance. However, the guest was not going to silently listen to such speeches addressed to him, as he suddenly jumped up from his chair and rushed at Xavier. Leaping over the table and grabbing the man by the throat, Benny asked the deputy chief that he apparently disagreed with what he was saying. Because he wasn't there, it's probably hard for him to believe his words, and that's what caused the misunderstanding. At that very moment, Chuck ran into the room and saw Benny holding a knife to his brother's throat, saying that he needed help from the main fortress of the healers. Suddenly, the man noticed his hand, which he was holding Xavier's throat, and discovered something was wrong. His hand, starting from his fingers, began to darken. This inexplicable phenomenon continued to grow, terrifying Benny. Before he had time to marvel at this moment, he suddenly felt a pain in his heart that made him sway. Letting go of Xavier, the man grabbed his heart with one hand and his throat with the other, grimacing and coughing up blood. Xavier said that a message came from the Namgung faction this morning, saying that the guests from the Benny faction were involved in a conspiracy with the Blood Association. Trying to take a deep breath, the poisoned guest asked if they had really just taken the Namgung faction's word for it. Shaking his head slightly, the deputy head and fortress healer replied that he didn't fall for it, so he thought he'd just ignore the message. When asked why he didn't do this, the man replied that the message was written by the library's heir, and he was their benefactor. Benny didn't expect that the heir to the great celestial library of healers, and how did he know that they were involved in the conspiracy? Xavier suggested correcting one thing, then asked what he had said about the heir's insolence because it sounded very delusional. The heir is not the kind of person who cares about such nonsense. Before accusing someone, he should think carefully about who that person is. He asked his brother if they had managed to find out how things were outside the fortress walls, to which he replied that, as had been said, they had left the competition. Xavier asked Chuck to send a message to the faction, saying that they managed to capture them, and also need to find out what questions to ask during interrogation. When night fell, Bruno and Gunther headed towards a lonely room that was supposed to be empty. Entering inside, I looked at the abandoned premises. The guy thought that it looked creepy. I don't understand what the heir needed in such a place. Out of the blue, the eldest heir asked his brother Namgun to return, and he was surprised, not understanding why he had so suddenly decided to send him away. His father told him that the heir was going to go meet with his opponents, but decided that he would need his help. In that case, he definitely doesn't want to go back, so he asks Bruno to let him go with him as support. After all, he wouldn't ask him to go with him only to send him back later. In the worst case, he would simply decide to sign his own death warrant. And that's why he sends him back, so that later he can find his dead body. But the guy decided that it would be better to go there with him. Gunther's determined gaze spoke of a complete understanding of what could await them in the future, including death. Well, Bruno sighed heavily in response to this, but he was in no hurry to answer, trying to give the situation a more serious look. After which he turned slightly, looking at the guy with a cold gaze, asking him to leave immediately and not resist. Gunther froze, not believing that his confidence had not reached the mind of the heir. and he also began to fear for Bruno himself. Looking at the departing youth, the eldest heir asked himself whether today's youth were really that emotional, or whether he was the only one who was so special. He took him with him because he was sitting alone and sad, but now it was too dangerous, so he sent him back. But he did not understand this. After waiting for the tearful Gunther to leave his field of vision, the eldest heir looked again at the abandoned building from the outside. The sun set quickly today. Bruno wondered where he should send the invitation, after which he began to throw up the chakras of the fifth ghost. Throwing them up high, he drew his sword in an instant, after which he put 2 weapons on it, which slowly descended to the guard. However, he did not allow this, for an hour, to slightly spin the sword, creating a loud sound which would be quite enough. He then swung his hand sharply, releasing chakra into the wall, which in an instant pierced through it, heading high up. The moon is riding brightly tonight, so something good might happen, so it would be wonderful if the prince came too. People noticed 2 bright streaks rising up into the night sky, calling others to look at it, believing it to be a dragon. At this time, Mrs. Alm from the Blood Association was informed that he was alone. The woman thought that he was so fearless. The head of the ghosts confirmed that he was alone in the abandoned house. They searched the entire area, but did not find any helpers or other traps behind the garden. The woman just looked down, twisting her face, thinking about what the heir to the library really had in mind. I'll come for one. He is their opponent, but they did not know what he was capable of. Was it known that he would have made an excellent strategist? Her troops and sons suffered because they were fooled by his smile and friendliness, but it was all just a deceptive appearance. Moreover, he did not naively rely only on the library's powers, but also enlisted support from outside, but now he is alone. There must have been something else hidden, and he clearly came for victory. Then she asked if he knew about the prince, but I answered that it was impossible. Only the 5th ghost had this information, which means the eldest heir does not have complete information. Mrs. Alm called the merchant Doc, and a short elderly man in a white robe, holding a huge vessel on his back, answered the call. Taking a bottle from his bosom, he said that he had been worried that she would take the easy way out and come back. He tossed the bottle slightly, pointing it straight into the woman's hands, asking her to take it, radiating friendliness. Having deftly caught the bottle, Mrs. Alm changed her disdainful expression to a smile, thanking the merchant, after which she called the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ghost to her, saying that it was time for the 3 of them to go outside. The heir may do something quite unexpected, so they need to find out his intentions first, but if his goals are nothing special, go ahead. There are not enough words to describe how much he wants it, so if the 4th one hesitates, it could turn out badly for her. But they can't kill him right away. They must definitely capture him alive and then cut off all his limbs. She will not speak to him unless all his arms and legs are in place, so when he's not brought to her, he must remain with his head and torso. Sitting in the abandoned building, Bruno thought that their spies had finished 2 hours ago. More time had passed than he thought. It had taken them too long to find ambushes and traps, but the most important thing to them was why he had come here alone. This must have confused them the most. In the end, they probably decided to make the first move. For this, he came alone. And perhaps that very decisive step is the prince who was supposed to exterminate everyone in the Heavenly Dragon competition. If he is wrong, neither the Namgung faction nor those who came to the competition will be alive tomorrow. The next second, the older heir felt that they had arrived. There were 3 of them, 2 of whom were outside. The 3rd one approached him, saying that they seemed to be holding on, after which they apologized for making him wait so long. Suddenly, Bruno felt something strange somewhere in the area of his heart, not understanding what they did to him, and most importantly, how. The 4th ghost introduced herself, saying that she was very glad that they had finally met, and her whole appearance showed friendliness. Then she offered to talk to him, but the eldest heir was still thinking about what had suddenly happened to his heart. At first, Bruno thought it was because of the incense, but without showing it, he said that it seemed like the head of the Blood Association was busy. The girl laughed. Ask him why he was disappointed that she came instead of her. You see, she volunteered to come herself, because she was very curious. Although the guy had the skill of 1,000 cents, the effect of this incense on him, he wanted to check it, that she apparently does not use incense. Sighing and looking at the guy in surprise, she asked if he really thought that since she was a woman, she would definitely use perfume. But he is wrong. The warriors of Morim do not use incense to hide their body odor. However, it is clearly not just natural body odor. Bruno didn't understand where the smell was coming from, while the 4th ghost said that he was more awkward than she thought. He asked her to get down to business. Judging by the fact that she came, the blood associations had something to tell him. She said that Lady didn't want to fight him, probably after losing the 5th ghost, and she was shocked that he came alone. She was afraid that he had set another trap, the same as for the Soman clan, but the guy was interested in what was all she wanted to convey to him. He nodded his head slightly and grinned, deciding that he would be able to get them to engage in a frank dialogue and extract information. The woman said that she was sorry that this happened. At this time, Bruno noticed that the aroma was coming from her chest. She did not understand what it was. The woman also said that Mrs. Om gave him a gift. Perhaps he would even like it. The guy had already guessed what it might be. As the fourth ghost handed him a small bottle, asking him to take it, he thought it was only the prince or the great army. If this was the source of this scent, it could make the air of a large area toxic, and at that very second she dropped the bottle from her hands. Halfway through the journey, the bottle smashed against the table with a clang, releasing an unusual aroma that had such a captivating effect on the eldest heir. With each passing second, the guy felt the effect of this aroma more and more strongly, trying to resist its mesmerizing effect. With feigned awkwardness, the woman said that it had slipped out of her hands because it was a gift, and she was sorry that it had broken. The library heir asked what this trick was, when he suddenly noticed a huge horde of beetles heading in his direction. Bruno didn't have time to remove his hand, noticing that the insect began to quickly devour his hand, leaving noticeable bite marks. Looking around, the eldest heir realized that this bottle did not contain incense at all, but beetles. When the insects had almost completely covered the heir's body, the fourth ghost asked if everything was okay with him. She noticed that it seemed that no. At this time, the guy, who could no longer see his interlocutor, tried to ask what kind of bugs these were. She replied that it was an army of fire whirlwind beetles that would destroy everyone in the Sky Dragon competition. They were very fast and small. At the sight of the bites, the nerves will be paralyzed for half a day. Then she asked how he, being completely artificial. She became curious as to why he had come here alone so fearlessly, and she also decided to tell him what was about to happen to him. Lady Om ordered to cut off all his limbs and bring only his torso. Most likely he will still live for some time after that. Bruno said he had one question. He had never heard of fire whirl beetles. Where did they get them? And how are they able to survive in the water? She replied that they have a person who knows a lot about beetles, and that they learned about them from him. There is a particular frame that attracts them. Therefore, no matter how far he is from them, they will not always reach out to him, which is why this scent has such an impact on the guy's heart. Because of their bites, the power of the three sources of internal energy began to rage within him, and he thought that he could absorb the energy of all the bugs. The fourth ghost became curious about why the guy was smiling like that, deciding that he had finally given up hope. He turned to her, saying that she must be a good person since his limbs were still there. She didn't know what to do with him because he was so attentive. She thought that she was really okay, but it was just a pretense. The ghost asked him not to worry because she would cut off his limbs so that it would not hurt at all, having fulfilled a good address. Bruno asked why she was saying that if she didn't know how to do it, to which she replied that maybe it would work out after all. Suddenly she noticed a barely noticeable swing. Raising her head, she saw the heir, covered in ants, holding a sword in his hands. Then he said that he would teach her to make a neat cut. The next second, the fourth ghost's hands separated from the body. At first, she didn't understand what had happened. Looking at her limbs, which fell to the floor with a dull sound, the girl smiled awkwardly. Looking at her with a stern gaze, the guy asked if it hurt, asking her to smile again, at which time the woman grimaced. Falling to her knees, the fourth ghost screamed hysterically, feeling unbearable pain, while the eldest heir got out of the trap. Hearing the ghost's cry, the archer outside fired 3 arrows at once, aiming at the eldest heir. The shells immediately headed towards the guy, breaking the already destroyed ceiling, opening up more of a view for the attack. The eldest heir, noticing the next stream of shells, grabbed the fourth ghost by the chest to sharply pull him towards himself. Without moving from his spot, Bruno placed the woman without arms in front of him so that she would take the full brunt of the arrows. Releasing her from his hands, he looked up, noticing a bright flash that hinted that it was not finished yet. He waved his hand and began to create a shield to prevent an attack from another ghost that was already rushing towards him. Raising his hand slightly upward, he saw a man in front of him who wanted to lunge with a sword straight at his chest. However, the blade encountered an obstacle that looked like a viscous liquid. The guy did not know what it was and could not move his sword. He had never heard of such a strange combat technique, which meant that his chances of winning were decreasing with every second. The ghost decided not to take any risks and let go of the sword, leaving it sticking out of the shield while he decided to break the distance. However, this did not save him. Bruno extended his hand from the shield, grabbing the ghost by the chest, with the other hand preparing to attack. A hand, filled with energy, reached out to the face of the frightened boy, who realized that he had practically no chance of survival. At the very last moment, he was saved by a stream of arrows that fell on the eldest heir, but he successfully dodged the projectiles. However, this did not upset the heir. He only smiled, thinking later that he attacked at the right moment. As long as the effect of 1,000 cents remains, he will easily be able to return the sparrows to their nests without any difficulty. Therefore, he will have to leave here for a short time while saving information about the location of the remaining ghosts. Clutching his chest, the swordsman thought that if it weren't for the second ghost and his bow, he would have definitely died, but he was incredibly lucky. Fighting this guy was akin to suicide. He needed to get out of here as soon as possible. At that very moment, the fourth ghost called out to him. The woman, whose eyes were wet with tears, asked in a hoarse voice to kill her, because now she had not only no arms, but no legs either. Turning around abruptly, the swordsman angrily replied that he had no time to fulfill her dying wish, because now there were much more important things to do. The fleeing archer wondered why the heir was not affected by the bites of the fire vortex beetles, and what kind of energy shield he had used. He also thought that he needed to quickly run away from here and warn the Blood Association about everything, and also needed to get rid of everything that could slow him down. He had to run as fast as he could. Fortunately, he didn't see any signs that he was being followed. Perhaps he decided to catch the third one first. For him, this was even good, but as soon as he turned his head back forward, he felt a sword blade pass through his neck. The archer didn't have time to realize what was happening. His eyes widened in surprise, and a stream of warm blood gushed from his mouth. Bruno, standing opposite him with a calm face, decided that it was time to go after the second sparrow, which could not have gone far. After solving this problem, he needs to go to the Blood Association, to its leader, to finish it all. At this time, the swordsman, who managed to hide in one cave, sat down on the floor and began to concentrate his energy, trying to restore it. Frowning, he realized how wrong he was. They were all stupid to think they could defeat him even if they combined their forces. Once he had restored his energy, he needed to escape from here, but he had no idea that the heir was already at the entrance to the cave. Drenched in sweat, the ghost tried unsuccessfully to concentrate, but all his thoughts were occupied with fear and panic. As if sensing it, the ghost shuddered when he heard a calm voice from behind him from the library heir, asking what he was doing. Fear took his breath away and twisted him, while Bruno thought that he was so scared that even all the internal energy in him was mixed up. The swordsman didn't understand when he managed to get close to him, or if he was nearby the whole time, and he didn't even notice it. To the heir, this guy looked pathetic. He was even ashamed that it didn't affect him at all, although he hoped that he would take him to the association. The heir decided to ask if he was trying to protect the bloody association, but he, without raising his head, gave a negative answer. Bruno found it strange that he wasn't trying to protect the association, which made him wonder why they were here. Even before this, the sword did not want to tell him everything, but first he asked him to promise to kill him painlessly. The heir wants to destroy the association alone. This means not only that he is strong, but also that he does not want his comrades to suffer. People like him do not grant a peaceful death, especially if they are furious after hearing something like what he has to say to him. The swordsman said that the association and Mrs. Ohm were already on their way to the Namgung faction. They had to first catch him and then take him there. Bruno asked when it was supposed to happen. He was told about an hour ago, which is why they were late. This means that they should be there soon, and the heir himself will not have time to return before their plan begins. From the eyes of the library heir, the swordsman noticed the entire terrifying spectrum of emotions that raged inside this man. Even if he runs as fast as he can, the journey back will take at least an hour, and the beetles will only need a moment to destroy all the participants. He must arrive there earlier, at least half an hour earlier, because if he is late, all those who are dear to him will be brutally killed. Bruno slowly pulled the bundle out of his bosom, thinking only about how he could return to the faction as quickly as possible. Unfolding the small bag, he noticed a red pill inside, which was a lifesaver in this particular situation. Having bitten the pill, the eldest heir firmly decided that he would not be late, because he could not allow a terrible tragedy to occur in the faction. As soon as the pill began to work, an incredible amount of energy gushed out of the heir's body, splashing out in all directions. Due to the bright light, the swordsman covered his eyes with his hands and then noticed the eldest heir, who looked deadly. The last thing he did before he left was to touch the forehead of the ghost, who was so scared that he couldn't move. Without saying anything else, Bruno made an incredibly high jump, disappearing high into the sky, leaving the swordsman alone. At first, the guy didn't understand what had happened. Trying to make out the heir, who was already very far away, the realization came to him. The heir to the Great Celestial Library kept his promise, as a second later the ghost's head exploded, granting him a painless death. A few hours earlier, in the Namgung faction, while in the basement, Hunter was interrogating Benny about who this blood association prince was. The man whose hands were chained begged for mercy because he said that he knew nothing and was not hiding anything. He didn't know how he was supposed to tell them something he didn't know, but that didn't convince the faction leader, who asked his assistant to repeat it. He nodded, continuing to torture the man, who screamed furiously in pain. This has been going on for the second hour already. He continues to insist that he knows nothing. The heir prepared a whole feast for him, but he couldn't even eat a piece. He remembered how his son said that he wanted to meet the enemies personally. He turned to the parallel sword, saying that from now on, let it start cutting off Benny's fingers to loosen his tongue. The man hanging by his hand said that he was too cruel. It is true that he was on their side and does not deny it. But the association hardly spoke about this prince. He would not hide information in such a state. But the head of the faction did not believe him. He decided to start over. Thank goodness this prince was with him, when suddenly his legs gave way and he began to slowly fall to the ground. Hunter collapsed to the floor, although he remained conscious and did not understand what was going on because he could not move his body. Seeing a shadow approaching in front of him, the man realized that this was their secret weapon. These bugs were able to reach even the chambers in the dungeon. Does this mean that the prince is an army of beetles? Benny was happy to see them because he thought he would not be able to survive this torture. At that very moment, the door to the dungeon fell open, and the main ghost entered with a bottle in his hands, behind whom were two assistants. Having called off the beetles, the masked guy looked at the faction leader and then grabbed the hilt of the sword that was in its sheath. With a deft movement, he cut the chains that bound Benny, freeing him, and the man fell to his knees with a dull sound. The ghost approached him, hearing the question of what kind of bugs they were, to which Benny received the answer that they were fire whirlwind bugs. Squeezing and unclenching his hand, the freedman was glad that the paralysis was over and he could move freely. He then laughed hoarsely, turning to Hunter, saying that it was his turn to turn the other cheek, after which he grabbed the cleaver. Suddenly, the head of the ghost told the leader of the faction, Benny, that Hunter's life did not belong to him. He did not understand what this meant. Instead of a direct answer, the ghost decided to ask if the faction leader knew when a person was in the most pain. If not, he would soon find out. After all, tonight there will be a blood feast. And a little while later, in the courtyard, people from the Blood Association were distributing all the hostages to the tables. Faction leader Namgung took his place without resistance. Only his arms failed him, shaking violently. At this time, Benny shouted to the head of the association how incredible this sight was, because it really looked like the dream he had longed for. Some man from the table shouted out that he would never have thought that he would be worse than an animal and would end up like this. He may survive today, but he will not escape the punishment of heaven. For it is only thanks to him that his entire family will be forever disgraced. Not paying any attention to these words, the man turned to Mrs. Om, asking how things were going in the association. The woman replied that money and treasures had lost their meaning for them now. And then she began to think about what would be a good gift for them. And then it dawned on her. She would give them one last memory before death. It would be the most terrible sadness that could lead to the grave. When she said that the tragedy, the memories of which would pass even into the next world, the glass in her hands burst with a crunch. The woman smiled, licking the drink from her fingers and saying that this gift was for centuries and therefore very priceless. Their children will have their limbs cut off one by one as they slowly die, and then they will cut them up, but not in a way that kills them completely. Parents will go crazy looking at this, and children will look at their parents looking at them, which will also drive them crazy. But none of them will be able to do anything. In the end, they will only be able to watch. This picture will remain in their memory, even in the next world. The father will watch his daughter die. The mother will watch her son die. It will be a great moment of despair. The oldest brother will watch the younger one crying in a pool of blood, but will not be able to help him or ease the pain. Nothing will be more beautiful than tonight, and they will not forget these beautiful memories even after death. She then asked Benny if he agreed that it was a wonderful gift, and he laughed uncertainly, immediately agreeing. Mrs. wanted to say something else, when suddenly she was interrupted by a voice asking why she was the only one having fun here. The woman was not used to such impudence, and so she decided to see who was so brave as to dare to interrupt her speech. The one who asked this question was Mindy, who was sitting at the same table next to the Vagabond brothers, who decided to sit quietly. However, the heiress to the White House did not like this, which is why she decided to ask how crazy the woman was that she found it funny. Glaring angrily at Mrs. The girl declared that she would not get away with this because she was sure that there was someone who would save them. Smiling, the woman asked what she was talking about. She was interested in hearing about the hopes of a desperate man. Mindy screamed loudly that as soon as the leader of the heavenly squad came here, she would be finished, and at that very moment, tears appeared in her eyes. The girl clarified that the heir of the great heavenly library would come here and would definitely punish the vile old woman. Asked the head of the ghost that this was the girl Mindy from the White House, adding that she was brave, unlike the others. She decided to let her know, saying that she was right. As she said, the notorious heir to the library was coming here. The girl beamed with hope, but the woman added that the journey would take him a long time because he had no legs, and she ordered them to be cut off. The joy on Mindy's face was immediately replaced by undisguised horror and a chill that ran through her entire body. Smiling haughtily, the head of the Blood Association added that he didn't have an arm either, after which she burst into laughter again. Said that otherwise everything was fine with him, so there was no need to worry about him. And when he arrived here, she would tear off all her limbs too. The heiress to the White House was quickly beginning to lose hope of salvation, if what this madwoman was saying was true. Henry thought that even if his brother could defeat them with his skills, how could he escape from these terrible bugs? Anthony thought that although they had traveled together only a little, they had almost always been on the brink of life and death. The guy wanted to learn so much more from the heir, so much to learn from him. Now he would like to stay close to him. Said that they probably didn't expect this, but she was sure the heir was a good person. But because of this, they were even more upset. She then declared that it was time to begin the feast, when suddenly the people from the Blood Association grabbed Sarah right in front of her parents. While the girl was screaming loudly, the head of the association said that in Murim, everyone was trying to figure out which family was the strongest. And many, without any hesitation, named the Namgung clan. And since they are in the Namgung faction, they will find out right now. She had no trouble choosing the first ones to receive their unforgettable gift, after which she decided to introduce Sarah to everyone. She then stated that any family would do. She would spare the family of anyone who would do them a favor and raise their sword against Cutie Sarah. This concerned not only families, but also clan members and even beggars. And if a member of the Murama Alliance came out, then all other members of the Alliance would be saved. Hunter asked loudly how she could be so cruel, and if she really considered herself a human after such a proposal. Benny thought that the offer was truly incredible. There was no monster among the guests who would agree to do this. As a quiet voice suddenly declared that he would do it, at that moment the son sitting next to him looked at his father in shock. The leader of the Sama clan was as if he had been thrown into the water, but he was driven by the desire to save the lives of his children and his clan. The man asked if she promised to fulfill this condition, when Hunter suddenly loudly asked what he was saying. Told the leader of the Sama clan not to worry about anything, because he sees where the leader of the faction is sitting, and he is now in league with them. Suddenly, a warrior of the Blood Association grabbed the son of the clan leader, to which the man became indignant, because they promised not to touch anyone from his family. At that very moment, a pill was shoved into his mouth, telling him that he could relax, after which his mind became slightly clouded. The head of the association said that she would release him once his hands were stained with blood, while the clan leader stood with a sword in his hands. Turning his gaze to the side, he noticed his son sitting trembling on a chair with a sharp knife held to his throat. Trying to maintain his composure, the clan leader told the woman that she should not doubt him because he was ready to prove his loyalty. Smiling, looked forward to the performance, saying that she would remember this because trust grows when one proves one's loyalty. She also added that since there were no brave souls, it was time to watch how the children of great families died covered in blood and choking from screaming. With trembling hands, the clan leader pointed his sword towards Sarah's forearm, declaring that he would cut off her right arm first. However, this arrangement did not suit Mrs. because she considered it too banal and boring, and she wanted to have fun. She asked him to start with the wrist, then chop down to the elbow, and so on. This would greatly increase the girl's pain and suffering. The man looked at the faction leader's daughter with regret, addressing her by name, the sword in his hands still trembling. Now he was ready to do what he promised, and therefore asked the girl to blame him for everything. At that moment, Sarah began to cry. Resigned to her fate, the girl thought that the head of the association was right. The last moment of life is special. She looked at her parents, who did not hide their fear for their child, but Sarah tried to reassure them that she was okay. Because these moments will never be forgotten, even if her soul is reborn. You can't let your loved ones be sad in these moments. When the clan leader was already swinging his sword, the girl smiled and told her parents that she wanted to be their daughter again. However, the man did not have time to lower his weapon, hearing a whistle that came from nowhere, but attracted attention. Everyone immediately began to turn their heads and look around, asking each other what this sound was, which was getting louder and louder. Meanwhile, A merchant who was standing next to the head of the association decided to approach her to find out what was going on. She didn't answer, only looking angrily at her prisoners, also trying to find the source of the unknown noise. She knew that someone had decided to interfere with her plans, and at that very second, a tornado flew through the air above them, approaching the ground. A stunned Sarah noticed that those holding her were distracted, which is why she decided to go back and look up. But before she could raise her head, something suddenly fell towards her, tearing apart those who were holding her with a roar. The collision made Sarah jump into the air, but she didn't fall, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she noticed that she was hanging in the air. The girl did not have time to understand what had happened, as in that very moment, she found herself in the arms of the heir to the library, who said that she might get sick. Suddenly a cry was heard from the balcony, asking why the wars were standing still. Then an order was heard to stop it immediately. Spears immediately shot up into the air, quickly catching up with Bruno, who was carrying a frightened girl who clung tightly to him. Dodging the guns, they landed softly on the ground, and it was only now that Sarah realized that the library's heir had survived. In perfect health, the boy smiled and asked if she was okay, a feeling of complete safety emanating from him. Because of her fear, the girl was unable to answer normally at first, only silently looking at the eldest heir who calmly awaited an answer. A few seconds later, Sarah came to her senses, grabbed Bruno's hands and began to cry, replying that she was now completely fine. After making sure that the girl was safe, Bruno thought that he did not expect such betrayal from the leader of the Sama clan. But fortunately, no one is in any danger right now, no matter what. Everyone has such happy expressions on their faces, as if they can't understand whether this is a dream. With a menacing smile, the eldest heir looked at the head of the association and asked her if she was enjoying the feast. Miss Ohm's face twisted in anger as she asked what the heir to the Great Celestial Library was doing here. At that very moment, Henry's voice came, calling Bruno to him. He looked in their direction, seeing their happy faces. They shouted that they knew he would come, because they believed in him, because it couldn't be that the heir to the library would lose to someone. Smiling awkwardly, Bruno mentally asked them why they were crying if they believed in him, adding that they all needed to be saved after all. The eldest heir then turned again to the head of the association, saying that he was forced to admit that he had made a mistake. He should have found and finished her off when he dealt with the Samoon clan. He usually sees things through to the end. That's where he made a mistake. Mrs. Ohm's face twisted again, after which she called the heir an impudent man who dared to interfere with her celebration. She couldn't rush now. She trusted the fourth ghost to deal with him with the help of bugs, but he still got out alive. She wanted to make sure he knew about the existence of these beetles, but it might turn out that such a skilled warrior was not affected by their poison. At that very moment, the grinning heir of the library mentally asked what the head of the association was thinking about, that he was hesitating and not acting. However, he decided to ask the question first, asking that the prince was clearly some kind of poison, but it was unclear what kind. Thought happily that he didn't know anything. He surpassed the fourth ghost only thanks to his great warrior skill. Anthony immediately shouted to the leader that it was not poison, but strange bugs that paralyzed the entire body, and there were a lot of them. Bruno thought that they would not survive if he ran away, and it would be worse for them, so he did not understand why they were worried about him. Taking a breath, the eldest heir noticed that the aroma was coming from that clay pot. He was bothered by the smell of bugs that filled everything inside it. He immediately realized that there were tens of thousands of these beetles in this pot, if not more, and this old man was carrying them on himself. Laughing, Bruno asked the head of the association if she made the bugs her prince, saying that she, like everyone else from the Soman clan, did. He managed to get her emotional, as screamed that she was going to watch him dance, after which she ordered them to be released. The merchant began to blow into the pipe, when suddenly the lid of the pot flew off to the side, and an incredible number of beetles began to crawl out of the vessel. Shouts were heard from all sides, calling on the heir to run away immediately, but he did not move from the spot. Slowly stretching his right hand out in front of him, palm up, the guy thought that now they would find out what someone who had absorbed 3 energy sources was capable of, and also the one who can call upon thousands of scents. A small glowing sphere immediately appeared under his palm. Holding it in front of him, the eldest heir calmly waited for the army of beetles to come as close to him as possible. The first thing the beetles did was fall under the influence of the sphere, which immediately reacted to the approaching army. Looking at this, understood why Bruno had summoned those 2 golden dragons and come to that abandoned house alone. Everything around was enveloped in a bright light, through which only 3 colors were shining, representing 3 sources of energy. A few seconds later, the light went out and the sphere returned to its original position, and realized that he could handle anything on his own. Having destroyed all the beetles, the heir asked which of them would dance now, after which joyful cries of people were heard. The people from the Blood Association sitting on the balcony tried to recover from the shock. The trembling merchant said that not a single one of his bugs was left. The older heir once again held his hand out in front of him, creating a new sphere that began to spray out a special smoke. Everyone immediately felt a pleasant smell, but they could not understand what kind of aroma it was, because they had never smelled anything like it. Some of the people noticed that their bodies could move again, and the real warriors of the association nearby were surprised by this outcome. The faction's warriors immediately became alarmed, and their captain shouted that those who could move should immediately run to the weapons pavilion. As Sarah ran to her parents, Hunter was surprised to notice that the scent was coming from the library heir himself. He couldn't even imagine how it would have ended if he hadn't invited this man who single-handedly saved an entire faction. From the infiltration of the spies to this event, without his help, they would have allowed this misfortune to happen, as if with their eyes closed. As soon as the man regained the ability to move, he immediately ordered the capture of the head of the association and her henchmen. Upon reaching the balcony, the faction warriors clashed with the Blood Association, and Miss Ohm decided to take advantage of the confusion. Looking at the fighting, some people decided to run away quietly, trying not to be seen by anyone and not to attract attention to themselves. At that moment, the head of the ghost raised his head, noticing how the eldest heir was already flying towards him, swinging his leg. Without having time to react, the guy in the mask received a strong blow to the back. Exhaling the air he headed towards the ground. The last thing he saw were swords pointing upwards. Only for a second he felt pain, after which everything became quiet. Bruno immediately jumped with the head of the ghost to Benny, whom he wanted to grab by the face with his bare hand, wanting to deal with him personally. Without slowing down, he pushed the man, pushing his head into the wall, thereby spilling out all the anger that was hidden inside him onto him. Looking at his hand that was stained with blood, he turned his gaze to the fleeing Mrs. Ohm, addressing her directly. The guy walked towards her, asking where the mood she had just a moment ago had gone, now that she was trying to escape. The woman did not want to give up without a fight, and therefore declared that even on the run she would stop him, after which she aimed small projectiles at him. Without making a single unnecessary movement, the eldest heir caught about a dozen needles rushing towards him with one hand. The woman bit her lip in shock, not believing that he had so easily repelled her needles, which were her ace up her sleeve. She realized that he had caught all 12 needles, and Bruno said that if you only aimed for the torso, it would be very easy to catch them. He then suggested that she try to do it herself, after which, with one sharp movement, he threw her own weapon at her. Mrs. Ohm knew that there was no way she could dodge so many needles, thinking that this was what she would see in her last moments. The force with which the library heir threw the needles was incomparably greater, causing the head of the Blood Association to be pierced by the needles. Having made sure that the culprit of all this was really dead, the eldest heir decided to inspect the battlefield. At this time, the head of the Sama clan turned around and froze in horror because he understood that his executioner was approaching him. An enraged hunter was heading towards him, who would never forget that he was the first to volunteer to kill his daughter. Without saying anything, the faction leader swung his sword with force, cutting off the man's head, thus giving him the opportunity to wash away his betrayal with blood. Bruno thought that Hunter personally dealt with the leader of the Sama clan, which is not surprising. After all, he raised his sword against Sarah. At that very moment, the eldest heir noticed that Morgan had tied up the merchant, telling him that he would crush him like a beetle. Bruno realized that he needed to leave at least one of the blood associations alive in order to track down the remaining ghosts and members. Suddenly, someone turned to him. Turning his head, he noticed a huge number of people who folded their hands in a respectful gesture. The heir realized that if they had lost any of them, he would not have been able to see such a sight, even though they were all exhausted and shocked. But when all traces of blood are washed away and a new day comes, they will all think that it was just a nightmare. Until then, he too had to thank them for keeping them all alive, and Bruno folded his hands in gratitude. At dawn, it was decided to hold a meeting of representatives of all the great families to resolve the current situation. The Benny faction, which was recognized as part of the Blood Association, and the remaining ghosts, was decided to be executed. Everyone agreed with this. In the case of the Sama clan, all the blame was placed on its leader, while the clan itself was found innocent and given the opportunity to make amends. Someone noted that the Blood Association incident occurred less than 6 months after Harry's death, and this could be just the beginning. Therefore, they, the entire Murim alliance, need to throw all their efforts into searching for the remaining criminals and also strengthen interclan ties. Hunter said it reminded him of his father's words, saying that he could live happily in Murim when there was peace in it. Murim was at peace thanks to Harry, but it seems like a new era of Murim has arrived without Harry to keep the peace. In the evening of the next day, the participants gathered in the Eastern Garden. During dinner, Bruno accepted thanks and answered numerous questions. Suddenly, William came up to him, asking if he could raise a glass to him. The guy himself was standing with a jug in his hands, smiling awkwardly. As Bruno's glass was being filled, he told the boy that he seemed to have finally learned how to pour alcohol, which greatly embarrassed William. The heir said that it would be bad if he was the only one drinking, after which he suggested that the guy also pour himself a glass. At that very moment, people jumped up from their seats, lined up, saying that they too wanted to raise a glass to him. Bruno said with a smile that everyone would have their turn, and after a little while he approached Magnus, offering to pour him another glass. He also whispered to him if he knew what to feed the hexagonal snake and what fertilizers were best for the poisonous plant. Magnus laughed, and the eldest heir thought with delight that he knew that he would surely be able to help him with this. Beaming with joy, the master of the academy replied that he did not know, because if the heir of the library did not know something, then how could he know it? However, he thanked him for asking for his help. He will do everything possible to find the information he needs. Then Bruno approached Sarah, politely offering her some alcohol. Marie, who was sitting next to him, immediately blushed. Taking the glass in her hands, Sarah held it out to Bruno, then, embarrassed and looking away, said that she liked alcohol, but she would rather take a walk. The guy immediately asked if he could ask her to give him a tour of the faction, since he hadn't been able to do so last time. At that very moment, several people whistled, asking that they probably wouldn't be mistaken if they called him the son-in-law of the Namgung faction leader. When they went outside, Sarah said that she heard that Bruno did not want to come to them. He clarified that he was forced to come anyway. The head of the faction's honorary detachment was to blame for this. The guy was sure that it was all his merit. In response to this, the girl laughed. Walking across the bridge, Sarah said that she was just wondering why he came anyway, since he could have easily abandoned the idea. Bruno realized that she wanted to know why he risked his life to save everyone if he didn't even want to come to the competition. He decided to answer that this was what he had to do, after which he asked if she found it difficult to walk after such a feast. But the girl answered negatively. Then she asked who gave him a tour when he first came here. Smiling, the guy replied that there was a cute little girl, but she probably forgot about him already. Sarah asked if that upset him. Turning his head toward the girl, the eldest heir replied that not a drop, because he remembers her and will remember her. Sarah couldn't stand the sweet gaze of the library's heir, as a result of which she immediately blushed and turned her head away. Without looking at Bruno, the girl stuttered and wanted to thank him because she was very grateful to him for saving her. Gaining confidence, she looked into the eyes of the heir, declaring that she would never forget this. Bruno was surprised by such words. Then he smiled, mentally thanking her for the fact that she was now safe, and it was okay if she forgot about it. The next morning, they left the Namgung faction. This time there was another person on the roof of the carriage in addition to the two brothers and Mindy. Bruno thought that the recent events had increased the influence of the three energy sources, and their strength had now exceeded the average level. It's been less than a month since he was able to absorb all three sources, but he's already at a level that could have taken years. Now that their power level has increased, he can relearn even more martial arts, the death loop, and the energy shield. All that was left were the freezing needles. Last time he used the death loop when he fought the ghosts, and 2 was enough for now. However, he still has to learn freezing needles, which will be incredibly useful in both defense and attack. This ability can be used both to extract information and to gain some time. After all, they can immobilize a person in any position, but perhaps 3 energy sources can strengthen the threads that come from the needles. If we also combine them with the impact on energy points, it would be wonderful. It works especially well with the technique of secret influence. But there is still a long way to go before this sword is tamed, but nothing can be done about it. Less than half a year has passed. Time plays a big role in this matter. You can't be impatient while you learn what to feed your hexagonal snake and how to grow poisonous plants. Just as the poisonous beetle absorbed the energy of the fire vortex beetles, if it finds something to feed the snake and plants, the power of the 3 sources will become even more powerful. It is then that he will be able to reach the highest level to which he has been striving since the very beginning of this great undertaking. And now it's already noon, it's time for lunch, but the guys from the Heavenly Squad are silent, training the new recruit. Sitting on the roof, Henry and Anthony verbosely tutored Gunther, who tried to piece together the stream of words reaching his ears. Raising his hand, the new recruit of the Heavenly Squad decided to interrupt the brother's teaching, asking what to do if there is nowhere to hide. Mindy decided to answer this question, telling him to just keep quiet and ignore the passers-by. He repeated after her. When they were still in the Namgung faction, Gunther stated that he wanted to join the Heavenly Squad and learn from the air. When he asked about it, he was shaking like an aspen leaf, but he promised to quickly get to the bottom of the matter. Maybe he could throw off the shackles of this politeness. When they arrived in town, a man invited them to sit down at a table, and Bruno thought that there were no outstanding personalities here. When he suddenly noticed a man who was looking in their direction with a stunned expression on his face, the eldest heir did not understand why he was so surprised. He looked at Henry, who was holding the cage with the bird they had been given as a reward, and the boy thought that it was all about that. When everyone sat down at the table filled with food, the same man approached them and immediately apologized for distracting them. "Look at the guests." He put his hand on his chest and smiled, introducing himself as the manager of this establishment. Bruno immediately said that if he came to them for the phoenix, then he had to disappoint him. It was not for sale. The man offered to negotiate. They could name any amount, and he would do everything possible to ensure that they both got what they wanted. The heir said that this bird was priceless to him. Then the manager decided to just get acquainted. Bruno replied that he was an anonymous student, and maybe at their next meeting he would answer the question. The upset man immediately sank, realizing that they did not want to continue the conversation with him at all, and therefore he would not be able to return to the original topic. When the manager went outside, the guy who had originally invited Bruno to sit at the table ran up to him, and he wanted to know what kind of bird it was, that he was ready to pay any amount for it, to which he received the answer that it was a phoenix, and it was priceless. The manager said that if he wanted to get her, he would stop him, because the heir of the Namgung faction was sitting next to that young man. And if the heir of such a faction is his subordinate, then this nameless student has quite a high authority. You need to think carefully about this. When the manager left, the guy immediately thought that he had a keen eye. It was surprising that he recognized the heir of the faction. But who does this treasure belong to? The heirs of the faction or the nameless student who did not want to answer any questions? Sometime later, sitting in a gambling house and smoking a pipe, the man looked at his subordinate and asked why he was laughing. The boy who was interested in the phoenix asked the gentleman to smile because several wonderful things had happened. He came as close as he could to the man, smiling sarcastically and asking if he had ever heard of a phoenix. Suddenly the man became alarmed, asking where he saw him and who he was with, asking him to quickly tell him everything. The guy was surprised that his master had heard of him, after which he began to tell what he had seen recently, after which the man began to draw conclusions. There was the heir of the Namgung faction, a girl and two beggars, and their leader was an ordinary student. This time they would act according to a well-established plan. When asked how they would track them, the man replied that he had already sent a hawk to follow them, and was now keeping an eye on the student's cart. They both immediately cried out in joy, calling for the entire squad to be called together because now they would discuss the plan to catch the phoenix. When the 8 men were gathered around the table, one of them stated that they had been studying their behavior over the last couple of days. In one establishment, someone made a scandal, demanding compensation from the owner. This student sent his maid to pay that psycho compensation. Apparently, he is not only rich, but also noble, and by tomorrow evening they should arrive in Changbon, because the road there lies through the mountains. They will most likely be staying in the largest guest pavilion, so to fill all the rooms they will need about 600 people. After all, the more of their people there are, the better. All the men present immediately smiled maliciously, rejoicing at the cunning plan. They decided to call this operation Heroes on Fire. They will wait for the guest pavilion and create real chaos there. These holy men will not be able to stand aside. They will rush headlong to save people from the burning building like madmen. Meanwhile, they will steal the phoenix, which they will definitely leave unattended, and then disappear without being noticed. Someone asked why they were burning down the guest pavilion in vain, to which they responded that one must be able to make sacrifices. The phoenix bird is worth hundreds, if not thousands of such guest pavilions, and they so calmly put it on display. But the man was absolutely sure that it was a phoenix. He had already seen everything with his own eyes, even though the bird's eyes were a strange color. However, he had seen phoenixes before, as he had said earlier. He was invited to the Tang clan, and that was where he saw one. While he was trying to prove to those present that he had seen a phoenix, Bruno was already standing on the roof of the building and eavesdropping, recognizing the man. The guy said that Gunther didn't have to listen to all this, but he asked what the secret society of How was going to do. Sighing, the elder answered the heir that they were going to burn down their own guest pavilion and were just deciding whether to do it or not. Gunther listened to the heir's answer with surprise, after which he invited him to go somewhere else to relax a little. The heir of the library purposefully kept the path to a profitable house, offering the heirs of the faction to play a little. The guy who was running the game at this table immediately recognized the same holy student who sat down at his table. He couldn't believe that this man had come to them himself, and therefore it was impossible to let him go so easily. The mustachioed guy immediately greeted him. But after some time he realized that he had rejoiced too soon, because this guy was perfectly guessing under which glass the stone was. Having guessed correctly once again, Bruno asked if the game should end there. The crying man replied that if he wanted to play, he could throw the dice. He and Gunther walked over to another table, where the men immediately told him that they had already noticed his skills. But with the dice it would be different. When asked why, he was told that it was an intellectual game, so it was better for him to be a little more modest. The heir replied that even after observing him, they did not understand who he was. And Gunther thought that he wanted to rob the mountain house of the House Society as well. The men were skeptical, but Bruno proudly declared that he was an invincible god of gambling with no equal. For a few seconds, the three men froze, looking in surprise at the young guy who decided to declare himself so arrogantly. The next moment, they burst into loud laughter, unable to say a word because this guy had managed to make them laugh with such a statement. One of them asked that since he was the invincible god of gambling, that meant he could win at dice, just like he could win at the cup game. At this time, the woman was sitting in her office, carefree, sipping tea and checking documents. Suddenly, a guy burst into her office, urgently calling the head to go to the gambling house, because it seemed they were going to lose 000 nannies. The woman asked him what nonsense he was losing such a large amount of money for, to which the guy replied that they had bet 000 and then lost. They had already lost a lot of money due to the military operation, so they couldn't afford to lose another 000, so she headed to the gambling house. Meanwhile, Bruno won again, and a crowd of people had already gathered around them, asking which number it was. Suddenly, the doors opened with a bang and a woman entered, loudly asking to lock all the doors. Approaching the table where the eldest heir was sitting, she noticed a huge bag of money that he had already managed to win. The woman said that she was a one-eyed beauty and had no time to chat with him. She wouldn't even ask what tricks he had been using all this time. Out of respect, she will give him 000 coins, but he needs to leave here. In response, the guy asked why she is one-eyed if she has both eyes. The woman was surprised at first, then laughed, saying that she had completely forgotten, after which she pulled the bandage over her eye. Seeing this picture, the eldest heir also laughed, saying that it was very funny, but she did not like this comment. She said that he knew nothing at all about good manners, since he dared to speak to her without the respect befitting a diligent student. She then ordered one of her guards to teach the boy good manners, and he immediately obeyed, rushing at the heir. Sitting still and not opening his eyes, Bruno, with a light wave of his hand, deflected the man flying at him straight into the wall, not paying any attention to him. The stunned woman immediately realized that she had made a mistake, and that this guess was not as simple as he might seem at first glance. Having given the order to open the doors, she, after a while, sat in front of him on the floor, bringing another 000 coins, asking him to accept them. Looking at the one-eyed beauty who sat in front of him in a respectful bow, he decided to address her more politely. Bruno smiled and said that he was staying at the Royal Guest Pavilion, and then asked her to take the money there. After some time, the woman again sank to the floor. Hearing the question that she gave him another 000, she agreed, asking him to spare her. She still wanted to live, but the man said that it would be better for her to beg for his death. But even then, she would not have understood that it was not worth getting involved with such a person. One Eye immediately asked if the gentleman knew who the guest was, but he replied that he had no idea, which surprised the woman so much. Snow Leopard, the leader of the secret society How, remarked out loud that it seemed like this guest knew who he was, since he was also following him. They first met in Sichuan, when the head of the healer's fortress asked Harry what they would do with him, kill him, or spare him. The plump man said that he had not asked his opinion before, but now he decided to find out whether he should be left alive. He said that as soon as he became the head of the How Secret Society, he promised to build orphanages for abandoned children in every province. Harry liked this answer, so he decided to talk to the head of the secret society face to face to find out if he was telling the truth. And so he learned that this guy was not as bad as he thought. Snow Leopard, in the joy of receiving attention, told him many things. 10 years have passed, and now it seems as if they are talking to him just like then, as if the meeting was destined by fate. When Bruno invited Bars to visit and offered him tea with a wonderful aroma, The man immediately asked if there was poison in it. After all, the guy himself knows that he needs a phoenix. That's why he brought their gambling house to bankruptcy. He understood his resentment and desire for revenge. The heir replied that there was no talk of any offense or revenge. He had come to the gambling house in search of a meeting with him. He wanted to ask and stop trying to steal his bird, because if he gave up his plans, it would not be for him, but for them. First, the guy would pay them 000 from his own money as compensation. The man replied that they were theirs anyway. Secondly, he would give them the guest pavilion. Bars again replied that it belonged to them, and therefore did not understand what Bruno was getting at. Suddenly it dawned on him that he meant that they wouldn't have to burn down the guest pavilion in vain, as they had wanted to do before. The man laughed, saying that he knew how to persuade, but the eldest heir replied that it was too early to be surprised at anything. This was not the end, because thirdly, he offered the man to save his life once. The man did not understand whether someone was attempting to kill him. Bars wondered why he didn't know about this and who it could be, and smiling, the library heir said it was him. The guy explained that he doesn't like it when others touch his things because usually he kills for that, but this time he decided to offer a peaceful outcome. Smiling slyly, Bars asked if the guy was sure he could kill him, because he doubted the young man's fighting abilities. Bruno grinned, replying that he was as sure of it as he was of the fact that he could breathe, especially that he could do it very quickly. One look from the eldest heir was enough for the man to fall from his chair to the floor, almost losing consciousness. A few minutes later, the eldest heir called the head to stand up, and the man's eyes widened in surprise. He sat up and rubbed the back of his head, wondering what had just happened, as he had no idea how he had ended up on the floor. Smiling, Bruno replied that, as he had promised, it had all been a mere fainting spell, so he had just saved his life. Bars awkwardly agreed, thinking that he really was as sure of this as he was of his ability to breathe. The man stood up, staggering slightly, and said that he had actually scared him a little, but he would listen to him. He didn't drink the tea, so I wasn't in it, and he didn't do anything that could have poisoned it. The heir waved his hands and awkwardly declared that he didn't need to be so afraid of him. He just wanted to tell him what gifts he would give him. The heir decided to continue listing the gifts, and Bars noticed that just now he had nothing in his palm, but now he was holding something in it. Opening his palm, the heir to the library showed him a golden dice, which at first glance was unremarkable. However, this bone is the treasure of the secret society of Chow and Snow Leopard's favorite thing. He was very surprised to see it in Bruno's hands. It is not as expensive as a jade statue of Buddha from Shaolin or a fighting staff, but only a few people know about it. Of course, he could have found it during the search of his body while he was unconscious, but because he pulled it out of all the things, he knew its value. But in that case, he was curious as to where he learned this, and then asked if he knew how to use this dice. The guy remembered how Bars had told Harry earlier that this was certainly not a treasure, but a very interesting dice. After all, it can make a bell ring, and the man decided to clearly demonstrate the abilities of this unremarkable bone. Bruno stated that this bone was hiding something inside. Maybe if you pressed on a certain spot, it would turn into a dagger or a throwing star. With a trembling hand, Bars reached for the bone, answering that something like that, but he couldn't tell him about it. He wanted to take it, after all it belonged to him. The eldest heir did not argue, handing him the polyhedron. Suddenly the man understood what idea the library heir wanted to convey to him when he listed all the gifts he had offered. If he were to encroach on his things, he would deprive him of everything he had. That was what he meant by that. The Soman clan did not fall just like that. Apparently he also dealt a very accurate blow. Many did not know what they were getting into, just like him, and lost to him. Leaning back in his chair and looking at the ceiling, Bars asked himself why he hadn't realized this right away, even though it was all obvious now. The heir of the Namgung faction follows the heir of the great heavenly library like a servant, just like the two vagabonds, and he was blinded by the thought of the phoenix. Bars bowed, asking for forgiveness because he made a huge mistake, even though it was late, but he asks for forgiveness. Bruno reminded him that there was one more promise left. The man completely forgot about it, after which he began to listen attentively to the heir. He can't listen to him. His heart is so heavy, and therefore it is very difficult for him to listen to him. But Bruno asked him not to worry. His last gift was nothing special, as he wanted to give him a chance to become a friend of the great celestial library. Snow Leopard looked at his smiling interlocutor with surprise and delight, not believing that he could become a friend and not an enemy. The heir noticed that he seemed disappointed with his gift, but he decided to break it in this, saying that it was the best gift. Bruno accepted this answer, after which he said that it was already late. It was time for him to go back to his place, so they would talk tomorrow. When asked there that they would meet again tomorrow, The heir replied that now that he was taking him seriously, he still had something to show. The next day, the strip went to the guest pavilion, as the people who were watching it from the building's window had intended. When the carriage stopped and a man got out of it, everyone was surprised that it was far from the heir to the library who got out. First, Snow Leopard appeared outside, shouting that he and the library heir were now friends, so let them come out and say hello to him. And today he will give them a memorable gift in honor of this event. He will treat everyone at his own expense because yesterday he received 000 nannies. He also added so that they all knew that he was not crying now, it was just sweat, although tears were literally streaming from his eyes. His subordinates loudly asked him if he thought they would believe what he had just said, which only made the man feel upset. The guy also asked the heir if he had found out where he had gotten the information about his dice, but he replied that he had been afraid. Bars added that it was just that they had not been alone with him. The energy emanating from him was no joke, and he also looked at them with such a creepy smile. His look and behavior resemble those of an old man rather than a young man, which makes it uncomfortable to be around him. Then the question arose as to why the heir of the Namgung faction was following him everywhere, but the heir of the library did not say this either. The guy told the chief that if he thought he didn't need to know, it didn't mean they didn't want to know everything, and the enemy even found out about his bone. It was necessary to find out where he got this information from. At that moment, Bars tried to stop his subordinate, but to no avail. Without wasting any time, they headed to the roof where Gunther sat alone, calmly noticing the two approaching figures. One of them stepped forward a little, saying that if Master Namgung didn't mind, they would like to talk to him for a little while. When asked how they knew that they would be able to find people to contact them in the gambling house, he heard that they simply realized that it was Hao's house. He then asked if it was true that he was subordinate to the heir of the library, to which he received the answer that Gunther was studying under the heir. At first, the interlocutors did not believe that Bruno's martial art was so outstanding and much better than the guy's. Remembering everything he saw with his own eyes, the faction leader's son realized that he was much stronger than they could imagine. Then the guy became curious about what happened at the Sky Dragon competition. He asked Gunther to tell him about it. But he replied that if the leader had not told them anything, then he had nothing to say either. He could not tell what the leader himself had not mentioned. Without going into detail, if the leader suddenly has enemies, they will immediately become enemies of both the Namgung faction and the Muyan clan. The guy was surprised at the authority the library's heir had, since he was able to receive such serious support. Now the guy understood the leader's reaction, and Bars said with displeasure that he was lying to the leader's words. After the faction heir's story, he believed him. After some time, the squad of Heavens, together with the leader and Snow Leopard, were walking along a wide road in a forest area. Henry decided to dispel the silence by asking Bruno if it was normal for the bird to be silent, not having made a sound during all this time. The eldest heir turned his attention to the cage in which sat a bird with red plumage, closing his eyes sadly. Bruno just sighed, indifferently thinking that this bird was also playing out a drama, but it was unclear why exactly. After a little while, their carriage moved to Changbon. Bruno, sitting by the window, thought that today was a nice day, while Henry chatted with Bars. Suddenly, the heir of the library felt something and began to look around. He clearly felt someone's piercing gaze on him. Looking at Bars and Henry, he realized that they were busy talking to each other, which meant they had nothing to do with it, although he guessed who it might be. The guy turned back to the window, pretending to look at the landscape, which was changing quite quickly due to the speed of the carriage. At that moment, a phoenix was glaring at him, not taking its eyes off the library heir for a second. With an incredibly sharp movement, Bruno turned around, managing to notice the bird looking at him, which at the same moment became frightened by his menacing gaze. They looked at each other for a few seconds, after which the phoenix looked away, feeling fear pierce his body. When he went outside, Bruno thought he had caught him acting, but he still continued to behave like that. Bars asked if he knew that this was an unusual phoenix, to which he received the answer that he understood this from his blue eyes. At this time, Henry began to unlock the cage, releasing the bird to freedom, loudly asking Miasco to try to fly. Without wasting any time, the phoenix spread its wings and with quite a lot of force pushed off the ground, flying high into the air. A stunned Henry looked from the bird to the rope tied to its leg, loudly saying that it was dangerous to fly so high. Having made a turn, the phoenix broke the rope, loudly said that he was surprised, what fools they were, and he was not Miasco at all. Hearing this, Henry was shocked. Frozen in midair, the bird joyfully announced that it was a royal phoenix, while the younger tramp loudly shouted that he was a talking bird. Bruno decided that it was a talking blue-eyed phoenix, apparently a cross between a phoenix and a sacred myna, She behaved in such a way that this situation occurred. Mindy screamed at Henry that now was not the time to be excited because this bird was so strong and she would never come back to them now. The guy asked his little sister not to worry because he and Mayask had become as close as thieves, and she couldn't even imagine how much it loved him. The boy spread his arms and asked the bird to come back and rest a little so that he could fly again, but the phoenix told him to shut up. Dissatisfied, Henry decided to try again to call the bird so that it would return to its brothers and sisters, but it sent him to them itself. While Anthony and Mindy were laughing at the younger tramp, the phoenix that was soaring in the sky screamed loudly for everyone to hear. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a lonely bird that was flying past. The phoenix immediately began to catch up with it and immediately attracted its attention. Having hit the innocent bird quite hard on the back, the phoenix called it cheap. The bird did not expect a blow from its relative. As she flew away, the phoenix asked him if he was brave to fly into his area, since he had encountered the strongest. Bruno thought he could catch him, but he was too fast and flying too high for him to be able to stop him in any way. He told Bars that he must have enjoyed the spectacle, and he laughed, saying that he couldn't even find the right words. I wonder if the heir really decided to let the phoenix go like that, because he must be sorry to let such a bird go. But Bruno thought differently. He said that since everyone had admired this miracle, they could leave. The head of the secret society was surprised by such behavior of the heir. After a short while, they took their places in the carriage again and set off on their way, while a thin voice was heard from the carriage. The phoenix that Bruno eventually caught said that it was this scent that he smelled that night that made the decision, and now he is his new master. Henry asked angrily how he could break the rope and fly so far. This must be making his brother angry, but the bird replied that he didn't understand anything. While the phoenix was saying that it was attached to its owner, Bruno was surprised to think that this bird had smelled the scent of the 1,000-scent technique. Then he asked if he was his new owner, which meant he had an old one, and he became interested in what had happened to him. In a calm tone, the bird stated that its previous owner had died, but it understood that its new owner was interested in details. After his death, the phoenix flew for some time over the gorge where its owner died, but it was a waste of time. Then he met his first opponent, but that spider was no match for him. He made fun of him, after which the bird killed him. But luck turned away from him at this point. He got entangled in the web of this nasty spider, after which he called for help for a long time. Then he pretended that he couldn't speak, and that's how he ended up here. And he emphasized this whole story with his acting. At this time, sitting on the roof, Gunther uncertainly asked if they were really on their way to the great heavenly library. He then shouted that there was a cliff ahead, but Henry and Mindy calmly told him to simply accept their fate and pull themselves together. The heir of the faction could not believe that they would all die such a ridiculous death, after which he covered his head with his hands, screaming loudly. At that very moment, the ground beneath the horses and the cart's feet disappeared, and Gunther resigned himself to the fact that they would not be able to escape. He looked around in shock, seeing the ground beneath his feet and various buildings around him that shouldn't have been there. At that very moment, Bruno's relatives came out of the building, very happy about the return of their older brother and grandson. Eugene asked why there were faction heirs among his subordinates, and Ben was shocked to see a phoenix in front of him. The old man delightedly asked the child what adventures had happened to him. Bruno decided to tell all the details later. When they wanted to enter the house, the eldest heir called Mindy to him, whom the guy also invited to come in, but she said that she would like to leave the Heavenly Squad for a while to train separately, after which she thanked him for everything. Smiling, Bruno realized that after that night in the Namgung faction, she must have realized what skills she lacked. Henry sadly asked if his sister was leaving because she was already strong, but wanted to become even stronger. The girl was surprised by the boy's behavior. Anthony decided to joke that now her place in the squad could be given to someone else, while Gunther thanked her for her studies. Looking at how the friends were communicating with each other, the eldest heir decided to call the girl over to him to say a few words to her. However, he decided not to be verbose, smiling and saying that they would definitely see each other again in the near future. Mindy was very happy with these words, agreeing and waving back at the heir, being sure that this meeting would happen very soon. When night fell, Bruno and the phoenix decided to take a walk in the forest. The bird was glad that the owner decided to spend time with her. She asked why he decided to go out so late, to which he replied that it was time for them to get to know each other better. Phoenix also wanted to get to know his master better. He was ready to listen about everything, but the guy asked him to stop circling above him. The bird was not very pleased with this request, but obediently sat on the shoulder of the eldest heir, but he asked to sit in front of her. The guy asked if he knew where their connection was interrupted, The bird replied that when he leaves, it is interrupted. When he comes, it is resumed. Bruno decided to use this as a signal. If the phoenix broke the connection 7 times and re-established it an 8th time, it meant that it was calling him. Having checked the signal in action, the eldest heir decided to ask what else he could do, asking him to tell him if he didn't know something. Phoenix replied that he was a great fighter, but he knew this from the story about how he killed the mountain spider, and from the example of that hawk. Bending over the bird, the heir looked at it menacingly and said that if he ever lost in battle, he would not let it go so easily. Then he decided to find out if he was telling the truth, asking him to fly further away to check how well he could see him. Looking at the sky, Bruno thought that he must have already flown a kilometer because the connection with him was broken, reaching the limit. Then he noticed noticeable flashes in the sky, realizing that they were being left by a phoenix, noting that he remembered the signal correctly. Now he wanted to test how good his vision and hearing were, and whispered that if he could hear him, let him try to guess what he would do. Phoenix announced that he had just dug up the ground and pulled out an ant, which meant he could see the ant from a kilometer away. When the bird returned, Bruno asked if that was all he could do, then he would be more useful as a bird, and he replied that he could tell stories. But the next second he asked his owner to look more closely, after which he began to slowly become transparent. He also demonstrated his imitation of other people's voices. Bruno laughed, realizing that he had received a very valuable subordinate. The next morning, Henry burst into the heir's chambers, shouting loudly that Miasco had disappeared. He was with him when he fell asleep, and when he woke up, he had disappeared. Bruno replied that this could not happen, asking to look for him better. No one can get into the heavenly library unnoticed. It was also not possible to get out. Having received an unsatisfactory answer, the boy ran out of the office in tears. Later in the evening, Henry returned scratched and covered in leaves, claiming to have found Meaty, who had changed the color of his feathers. Having returned it to the heir, the boy said that next time he would look for it even more carefully, to which the phoenix replied that he was a fool. Bruno told him to fly even further, and if he could maintain his disguise for so long this time, he would last even longer next time. Hearing this statement, the phoenix asked his owner in surprise if he really wanted to become the next Harry. After all, his previous owner wanted to surpass Harry, but he found it funny because he was fat as a pig and looked down on everyone. Seeing the heir's reaction, the phoenix asked the owner what was the matter, to which he received the answer that during all this time, he still had not understood anything. Having heard rather detailed comments about himself, the heir of the library smiled maliciously, declaring that he was Harry. Upon hearing this news, the phoenix opened its beak in fear, staring at the heir, trying to comprehend the information it had heard. Taking this as a joke, the phoenix laughed, flew up and lightly hit its owner on the back, saying that sometimes he makes very funny jokes. Bruno replied that no matter what, in Muram you always need to improve your skills. A little later he will tell him how dangerous it is to live here. The boy said that now he would throw the dagger, let the phoenix fly to where it would be safe, but it should not fly away from that place. Having taken off, the bird declared that there was definitely no danger in the sky, and in response he heard the voice of the owner, who said that he was throwing a count of 3. While the countdown was going on, the phoenix thought that its owner was worried about it, since he asked it not to fly away from the place, and at that height the dagger would not reach it. The feathered one was sure that his master's strength would not be enough to throw the dagger to the height to which it was aimed. He was sure that even with his eyes closed, he could dodge it, but as soon as the start was heard, the dagger immediately flew a centimeter away from the bird. When the bird returned, the owner asked why he had suddenly lost his power of speech, and the night was warm, but he was shivering so much. Suddenly they heard 5 strikes on the gong. This signal indicates approaching and threatening. At the same second, Eugene ran towards him. He said that some bandits had come to them. They called themselves the Detachment of Heaven and asked to be let in to meet the heir. Bruno asked that they introduce themselves as the Heavenly Squad, and his brother immediately replied that they said they were the twins from Musan. They call themselves heroes, but they look like complete criminals. But they were smart enough to pretend to be warriors of the Heavenly Squad. The elder brother interrupted Eugene's speech, awkwardly stating that they were his subordinates. Hearing this, the younger brother calmed down a little. When the eldest heir returned to the library, he was immediately greeted by the twins, asking how he had been doing all this time. He replied that it was quite good, but judging by the fact that they were the only ones there, things did not go according to plan, and that was what they wanted to talk about. They hesitantly reported that young Master Chad had been taken hostage, and his assistant too, information that stunned Bruno. It seems that the lawless killers are fleeing from the death squad and have asked for support from the Suyo faction, deciding to do without killing this time. Chad answered in the negative because he wants his friend to be able to sleep peacefully, so they must exterminate the lawless killers. However, the Suyo faction came to their aid, and they probably paid him well, but his interlocutor did not understand what he was talking about. The assistant asked Chad what they should do with all their wealth. If the Suyo faction received payment from the mercenaries, maybe they should just pay them more. They decided to try to negotiate, but the first stage of negotiations was disrupted because the man said that they would not be able to buy it. The second time, even when the amount increased, it was again a failure, although the man had an incredible amount of gold in front of him. The man stated that Chad thinks that everything in this world can be solved with a sword and money, but in order to solve a problem, it is important to have a dialogue. Taking Chad hostage, he asked for the heir of the Great Celestial Library to be called here, and this is how the twins from Musan passed on the story. Raising his hand, Bruno decided to ask if they were talking about the same Suyo faction that was considered the most powerful in Shanxi province. They confirmed his suspicions, after which the guy concluded that they clearly had not called him because they had finally decided to come to an agreement. After thinking about it, the eldest heir said that the Suyo faction could not have suddenly turned to Buddhism. Apparently, the assassins had promised them more than just treasures. The twins immediately agreed with the leader's speculations, asking along the way what they would do to rescue Mr. Chad. Smiling slyly, the heir to the library declared that they would come, see, and win. Such a statement caused laughter among the brothers. But now Bruno needed to discuss this with the main librarian. We began preparing for departure, and the two of them could rest for now. A little while later, Sonia poured Bruno some hot tea, telling him to drink it with pleasure, giving her voice a caring tone. The eldest heir noticed that the girl was in a good mood today, and she replied that she felt good with him both within the walls of the library and beyond. She was happy simply because she had the opportunity to follow him. Sonia hoped that he would take her with him. However, the guy said that this time she would stay here. This phrase made the girl freeze, looking at the gentleman with empty eyes. He added that she was so tired of carts that even her butt had become square, but the girl said that it was not a problem and she would take a pillow with her. She tied a white bandage on her forehead, saying that she would run this time because running was good for her health, but Bruno said that she was slow. Then Sonia burst into tears and buried her face in the table, saying that she was his shadow, so she should always be there no matter what happened. Smiling and pointing his fingers at the girl, the older heir declared that she would now be his light, not his shadow, but she only burst into tears even more. Although he says so, in reality the new journey will be very dangerous, so he tells her to stay here. She knows that Mr. Day will not stop this, but she worries that she will not be with him at the important moment. She should wish him back safe and sound. Pursing her lips, she told the gentleman to be careful. Then she waved her hands and shouted that his return would be a gift for her, because he was the most precious thing they had. Seeing such a violent reaction, the eldest heir smiled and waved back, and the rest of the heavenly squad did the same. Running through the forest, Bruno reminded the phoenix of what he told him yesterday. From that moment on, it was as if he did not exist in this world. Agreeing with his instructions, the bird flew high into the air, camouflaging itself along the way so that none of the enemies could spot it. The Death Squad, since their goal is to eliminate lawless killers, was initially recruited to 150 people. This was done primarily to quickly achieve the goal without any hitches, and with the reduction in the number of killers, the number of Death Squad members was reduced. In the end, there were only 4 left in the Death Squad, who were now side by side with the Ravine Warriors and Jack. The singer, Warrior of Complaints, sang loudly about what a wonderful day it was, not bothered by the fact that everyone was already tired of his songs. The 8th warrior of the Nanim gang, the dissatisfied brave, whined discontentedly and said that if they were captured, the squad of heaven would not come. Soul Sword, sensitive ear, simply remained silent, looking at his allies who were clearly worried about their current situation. The king of free warriors sternly sent this detachment of heaven to hell, not understanding what would change if they did come. Suddenly the sound of a flute was heard. Turning his head, the man saw 4 people, one of whom said that he seemed to hear lies from here. In response, the man said that there was no room for the heavenly squad here. Not only did they have to wait for them, but their plan might not work. The warrior of the ravines replied that then they could not wait, when suddenly the sword of the soul felt that someone was approaching them very quickly. Everyone immediately turned around to see the Musan twins, 2 vagabonds, and the heir to the great heavenly library standing in front of them. Jack was the first to speak up, laughing and telling the leader that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and that they were glad he had arrived. The others also greeted Bruno with joy, who waved his hand in greeting, indicating that he was glad to see them all again. While he watched Gunther getting to know the rest of the squad, he also felt like someone was watching them. He noticed 4 of the death squad, but there were 3 more, but he couldn't determine where exactly they were. It was strange. 2 of them were ghost warriors of the Suyo faction, but he couldn't recognize the 3rd one. In any case, he needs to know their positions, but one thing is for sure, all 3 must be excellent warriors. One of the twins immediately decided to introduce the leader to the death squad. He didn't like the warrior of complaints right away, and the second poor guy simply told him his rank. The king of free warriors said he was glad to meet him, but he looked like a wild beast. The soul sword also greeted the heir. However, it didn't escape Bruno's notice that the person standing in front of him wasn't a guy at all, judging by his long eyelashes and plump lips. The twin leaned towards the leader and whispered that she was pretending to be a man, but everyone knew she was a girl, although they didn't tell her about it. Bruno replied that he was pleased to meet them, and that it was a great honor for him to finally meet members of the death squad, but decided not to linger. Everyone immediately agreed with him, deciding to move forward, and at that same moment the eldest heir felt that the surveillance had stopped. As he looked over the death squad, the boy thought that if they weren't interested in him, then this man was following one of them. The first to fall under suspicion was Soul Sword, who right now noticed a restaurant that had almost no customers. Smiling with relief, Bruno concluded that someone had been following her, although she certainly didn't look like the daughter of a noble family. When they arrived at the establishment, everyone wanted to hear the plan that the heir brought with him, but he replied that he had not thought about it yet. The king of the free warriors angrily asked what this meant, and why he had come here without a single thought in his head. He knew that they were trying to save Mr. Chad and his assistant from the hands of the lawless killers that the Suyo faction was now behind, and he hadn't even come up with a plan. Getting personal, he asked what kind of genius Bruno was after that, and Henry entered the argument, asking him not to shout like that, otherwise he would die. Bruno added that this faction is not part of the alliance of the most powerful families of Merim, but is strong enough to keep everyone in fear. They need to do what the faction wants them to do, but rescuing Chad and his assistant can be left to him, and they can deal with the faction themselves. In response to this, the king of free warriors laughed loudly, not believing that this was all that the heir to the library could come up with. He then asked if the heavenly squad would go with them, to which the entire squad responded, unanimously declaring their participation in this plan. The man laughed and said that they could have defeated the Suyo faction, and even the Limitless on their own. But then they came and talked nonsense. He slammed the table loudly and shouted that not everyone could go there, neither the leader of the heavenly squad nor the squad itself, who was only good at chatting. Putting the cup on the table, the eldest heir said that, apparently, the king of free warriors misunderstood him. After all, one word from him, and the man would immediately be cut into belts. This should be enough to instill fear in his heart. Bruno assumed that the man was too confident in himself, and if so, he was very much mistaken in making such hasty conclusions. The warrior of complaints is interested in saving his assistant because they are friends. The dissatisfied brave man is only looking forward to breeding cows, so he is here for the money. Sensitive Ear is actually a girl in disguise, so she won't fight like a man. At that time, she was dumbfounded and thought that he had figured her out. The heir also added that the entire death squad does not support them, and therefore they will not be able to cope without him. The king of free warriors thought that everyone around him was saying that this brat was a genius and the heir to the library, but it seemed that he had completely lost his fear. The man, dissatisfied with such speeches, grabbed the hilt of his sword, deciding to cut him down on the spot so as not to listen to any more reproaches addressed to him. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and swung it at the eldest heir, who continued to drink tea carefree. For a moment, the warrior was glad that he had turned out to be too easy a target, and before he brought his blade down on him, he noticed that Bruno was smirking. The next second, the man realized why this guy didn't even lift a finger to go back, because the entire squad of heaven came to his aid. After he was surrounded, one of the twins kicked him in the groin, ordered him to sit on his knees, asking how dare he behave like that. The impact made his legs buckle, and to top it all off, a heavy hand fell on his shoulder, forcing him to fall to his knees. Bruno, that he looks pathetic, assuring that he can cope with the outrageous, but at the same time he can't cope even with these guys. The king replied that he had been too presumptuous. The heir said that he was glad to hear it, so he would fill him up. The man agreed, asking what questions he would ask him, as he was ready to answer anything, but Bruno said that he did not understand again. Smiling amiably, the library heir said that he would literally bury him, but his interlocutor did not understand what he meant. After a short time, he was literally buried, and Anthony asked if they had leveled the ground enough so that no one would notice. The sensitive ear, looking at this, was shocked and thought, What does this even mean? Is it really possible to just bury people alive? After they decided on this matter, the eldest heir stated that he would be heading to the Suyo faction tomorrow, so he decided to ask the two of them to accompany him there. The next day, they reached the faction, and the older heir, smiling, thought that 20 years had already passed. He had been waiting for this meeting with two spirits. The last time he was here was at the funeral of the former faction leader. He was his senior, and back then he only called a few people that. When Bruno arrived to the faction leader, he said in an uncertain voice that his faction was one of the strongest in the province. He was glad to hear that they were able to capture the lawless killers. The moon spirit in response asked what this all meant. The eldest heir said that they definitely wouldn't be able to escape from the faction, and he thought that it was even better than just executing them. The man laughed, saying that he was still very young, but already understood a lot, and that Manu's assistant and Master Chad should follow his example. Therefore, the heir of the library would like to give him a gift and ask for a favor. The moon spirit became curious about what he had in mind. But first he asked to take off this mask so that he could talk normally, because he knew what the heir to the library should be like. In one moment, Bruno removed his uncertainty and stutter, deciding that it was time to stop acting, and said that the man was truly wise. Bowing, he added that he had underestimated him. It was just a stupid idea that came into his head to show the sincerity of his intentions in this way. Now the faction leader was ready to start the conversation. Bruno said that someday he would definitely give him a worthy gift, but he prepared this one quickly. This is the king of the free warriors. He tried to convince him to attack the Suyo faction, but since it would harm them, he decided to kill him. The man replied that the boy had misunderstood them initially, because he thought that the king of free warriors would bring the wrath of the faction upon them. But the faction doesn't care about people like him, so his side was in vain, however. He understands his desire and accepts this gift. Then Bruno moved on to the favor, saying that many thoughts had come to his mind when he learned that they had made an alliance with the Limitless. As soon as they secured their support, they immediately became stronger. The situation becomes unsafe. It seems to him that now they will behave differently. The faction's embrace is very wide. There will be room for the Heavenly Library, in which case both they and the faction will become bigger and stronger. That's why he wanted to offer them to bring the Suyo faction out of the shadows. His interlocutor laughed loudly, noticing how smoothly the guy spoke. After thinking for a long time, the man agreed, saying that now Suyo is a friend of the great Heavenly Library. The heir replied that it was a great honor for him. The leader pointed to a scroll lying on the table, asking Bruno to sign a treaty to cement their new alliance. The guy looked at the man in shock, wondering what he had just offered him, and then thought about simply tearing up the contract. Smiling, the leader said that as soon as the contract was signed, he would be able to meet with Master Chad and his assistant. The heir decided that saving these two was the most important thing. He would have to make concessions, and closer to the evening he brought two people to a restaurant. There, a squad of heaven and a squad of death were already waiting for them, loudly offering them a drink, rejoicing that they were completely fine. At this time, on the street, Chad told Bruno that they were taken hostage, which meant they needed to find allies and destroy Suyo's faction before it was too late. The guy said that he couldn't end it all like that, although he was very sorry that he couldn't sort it out personally. Bruno thought that he was speaking sincerely. This guy could also have committed suicide. There was a strange friendship between these guys. He decided to ask Chad who started all this. The guy answered unsure that it was him, but the eldest heir, on the contrary, pointed to himself. Looking at his best friend, the guy tried to answer something but could not find the words. Bruno said that he himself understood everything. After which the heir to the library turned around and smiled, saying that he had saved his life, so he wanted to cheer up his comrade. At first, Chad was surprised by this statement, but then he laughed awkwardly, agreeing with his friend's words, since it was stupid to argue with it. Even as children, they promised to fulfill one wish of each other, whatever it was, a memory they have kept to this day. Then Bruno clarified that the wish had to be special. They had to promise to fulfill it, even if they had to risk their lives. Inspired by this proposal, Chad immediately agreed, and Bruno suggested coming up with a password word, since they often correspond with each other. As soon as they decided this issue, the heir of the library declared that he already had a desire. The friend immediately began to listen attentively. Suddenly, a grown-up and emaciated Bruno appeared before Chad, begging his friend with his last breath to kill him. The eldest heir asked his comrade in surprise what he was thinking about because his face momentarily expressed fear. Chad winced and thought that if he had done what he asked, he would have died with him. And then tears involuntarily began to flow from his eyes. He covered his face with a fan, but the eldest heir still saw through him, suggesting that he return to the others. He called out to his best friend again, smiling and thanking him for everything, adding that he would not remain in debt. He can ask him for anything because that's what they agreed on with Bruno, and Harry will have to answer for it. At this time, the restaurant was really cheerful. Everyone was drinking, enjoying the food, and loudly sharing their stories. Only a sensitive ear sat on the sidelines. Suddenly, someone called out to her, but she couldn't find the voice with a quick glance. She slowly rose from her seat, deciding to walk a little and find the one who decided to call her in this way. After a short while, Henry noticed that his sister had returned, and she replied that she had just gone out to get some fresh air. Bruno thought with a smile that she had fled like a warrior of complaints and a brave, discontented woman, but the girl gave a negative answer. The guy decided that she would leave tomorrow, but she cleared her throat and said that she wanted to gain experience by traveling around Marine, and she also had a request. Since the Death Squad had been disbanded, she would like to join the Heaven Squad, a request that surprised the library heir. Laughing, the heir asked if she had a crush on someone in the squad, like him or Gunther, and he advised her to make the right choice. Taking everything at face value, the girl awkwardly thanked Bruno for allowing her to join them. The elder heir sensed that the Suyo faction had withdrawn their spies, which was not surprising considering they were now quite far away. He caught the attention of the Heavenly Squad. Thank you. Do they remember what he told them on the first day when they all gathered together? He decided to remind them about dispersion, manifestation, pretense, dispersion, and manifestation. Then he called for taking back what they left in the faction. A little later, the sensitive ear asked Gunther why they should return to the faction, but the guy replied that he himself did not know. The girl asked him in surprise why he didn't know this, since he should have asked, and he said that he couldn't ask him such questions. Soul Sword said that he is the famous heir of the Namgung faction throughout Murim, and this gives him the right to ask questions. Smiling, the guy replied that he was not such an outstanding person. He just went where the heir went and stopped at his command. At this time, the phoenix revealed its disguise, flying into the chamber of the eldest heir, who was sitting on the floor and meditating. The boy asked if he had conveyed his message, and the bird replied that he had conveyed to the library everything he had asked for, without missing anything. Bruno, that he had worked hard, then asked to listen to this aroma, this incense, and one of the members of the Suyo factions. He needs to eavesdrop on everything he says, without losing his vigilance and caution, and also periodically changing the color of his plumage. While the eldest heir was telling him to go to the faction tomorrow morning, a sleepy Henry entered the room, hearing Mayask's voice. Lying in bed in the next room, the sensitive ear listened to the beggar and the phoenix talking loudly behind the wall. While the boy was asking if he would fly away somewhere tomorrow and asking to sleep with him today, the girl slowly got out of bed. Bruno immediately felt it and smiled, thinking that she had gone to meet that person again. He immediately decided to follow her. Soul Sword still couldn't understand her admiration for this heir. The interlocutor was sad that she didn't feel anything like that. The sensitive ear replied that his actions were impossible to predict. He buries people alive and talks about everything without due seriousness. The girl agreed that he was a little strange. The Sword of the Soul hesitantly asked to let the mentor in on what she was missing. The priestess of Tian Shan looked at the girl with a caring gaze, saying that much was escaping Anya's gaze because he had already shown her enough. But she doesn't need to be sad if she can't see it yet. She needs to wait a little, and everything will appear to her eyes. The woman thought that she would not learn anything if she simply heard the answer to her question. But when the time came, she would know everything and would be very surprised. The heir to the Celestial Library is truly an amazing person, judging solely by who he interacts with. They are birds of a feather, strange and wonderful people who communicate quite freely with each other, but treat the heir with respect. And judging by the way he made concessions with the head of the Suyo faction, he is not a hostage to his pride, which means he is someone who is ready to bow his head. Moreover, he did not hesitate to bury alive the king of free warriors who openly expressed disdain for the heir. The priestess wondered if he asked her about anything. Anya immediately answered that she didn't understand that either. The thing is, he doesn't ask any questions and he's not curious about her. The woman said that's why he's so smart. Then she added that it was all because he was interested not in Anya, but in her. After which she turned her head and asked the heir if she had told the truth. The guy standing on the thick branch headed down, thinking that it was the priestess of the Tian Shan mountain, and that was why Anya looked so sick. Her skin is pale because she was trained in the mountain forests, but judging by the fact that she, her teacher, also came out of the mountains, it is time to learn about the world as a whole. He was very lucky because her first experience would be fighting against the Suyo factions. It would be easier for him if the priestess joined the battle. After greeting him, the woman happily stated that it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a very mysterious person. Stunned, Anya looked at these two and thought that not only had the heir appeared suddenly, but it also seemed to her that they knew each other. When asked if the heir would be able to defeat the faction, he replied that it was unlikely, because it would be like throwing eggs at a rock. But if the eggs are not really eggs, then the outcome of the battle will be different. If the eggs are made of steel, and friends have some, then victory is quite possible. The priestess immediately realized that these friends were probably her, which is why she asked what he would do if she didn't help him. The library heir smiled and spread his arms, answering that it didn't matter. Her help would just make the battle a little easier. She didn't expect such confidence from him, saying that if he wanted her to fight with him, then he must know about the spirit warriors. The guy knew about them, the mind spirit and the fire spirit. The woman thought he only knew about them from rumors, but it turns out he knows their names too. She said that he was not that simple, so he had a plan. Bruno replied that first he was going to shake them up, and after that he would make a plan. The priestess then asked what the real reason was for his desire to fight the faction, as well as what treasure the faction had received from the leader of the Limitless. Clenching his hand into a fist, the eldest heir confidently declared that it did not matter whether it was jewelry or something less material, but he would get it. I, the woman, thought that this treasure was not a precious thing. She decided that the reasons were only in the desire to take revenge on the infinite. But that is not the point. She smiled sweetly, saying that she would help him. Bruno immediately thanked her and also wanted to ask her for one favor. They can't continue if Anya keeps walking like this. She should give up her disguise. The priestess immediately asked to provide it to her. Sometime later, Henry laughed loudly, saying that Anya looked like a beggar, after which he noted that she was no longer pretending to be a man. The girl was ashamed, but she stoically endured all the taunts of the tramps, while Gunther, standing to the side, watched them. After that, he went to his chambers, looking at himself in the mirror, trying to see what was bothering him. Looking at his calm reflection, the heir of the Namgung faction thought that he too was attracting unnecessary attention to himself. Without thinking twice, he decided to cut his hair, the length of which, in his opinion, was too striking, after which he took up the sword. Looking at the Namgung clan mark, Gunther realized that it was also too noticeable, so it wouldn't hurt to get rid of it. With a wave of his hand, he began to tear off the mark that was visible on the scabbard, and it was a fairly obvious place to be recognized. The next day, they arrived at the Happy Road restaurant, where they were immediately greeted by the manager. He stated that they had enough food and wine for all 17 people. Bruno asked if they could pay first. The man immediately agreed. He placed 1 gold coin into the manager's hands, to which he replied that his dear guest seemed to have miscalculated. The boy smiled, asking to tell the owner that the heir to the Great Celestial Library wanted to feed 17 people with 1 coin. When the guy told the news, the restaurant owner immediately asked how they could feed 17 people on 1 coin, and then asked what they were planning. The manager replied that they said he was the heir to the Heavenly Library, and very young, and apparently determined. Hearing that it was about the heir of the library, the restaurant owner immediately decided to fulfill the wish of his dear client. Bruno asked the owner if there were any problems, and he replied that he looked better in real life than in the picture. But be that as it may, he is a friend of the leader of the secret society, Hao, so they will do anything for him. Bruno asked if he knew who the faction leader valued the most. The man replied that he was talking about his main disciple, Patrick. He likes to hang around in the company of women, but not with just one. He hasn't been with one for longer than 3 months, and he killed the especially persistent ones. Having learned the name of his current passion, the eldest heir said that this information was quite enough for him to find out whose importance would tip the scales. That same night, the girl stood alone on the street, smiling and waiting for the man, wondering when he would finally come to her. Suddenly, she saw 2 men who called out to her, and it did not escape her notice that they were dragging something resembling a human being behind them. One of them asked that she was not only beautiful but also fearless, but she did not take her eyes off what they were dragging. The twin approached her and asked if she was not afraid of running into some bad people at night, since she did not know who to be afraid of. Kicking the man he was dragging, he told her to look closely at this guy, because you need to avoid people like him. When the body turned over, the girl immediately recognized the one she had been waiting for so long. Patrick's face was disfigured and beaten. The next day, she screamed that she had seen with her own eyes at night how 2 robbers were dragging Patrick, beaten until he was bleeding. One of the warriors replied that he would immediately convey this to the master and send people to search for the criminals, so she did not need to worry. When the girl left, another warrior asked if he believed her. The guy answered that he did not, because she was not the first one who came here with such words. After all, no one would dare to do this to the student of the faction leaders. But the main thing is that the leader does not hear about all this. Watching from the side, Anya told Gunther that they really didn't believe her, to which the guy replied that that's why they were sent here. The girl said sadly that they didn't even care that they were staring at them so openly, although she expected it to be somehow more fun. The son of the faction leader Namgung replied that they looked like beggars, and therefore there was no need to pay attention to them. Hearing this, she asked why the leader of the heavenly squad was like this, although the teacher taught her to endure any inconvenience, but this was too much. But the guy thought that she now looked better than ever. Anya noticed that he increasingly began to speak like the heir to the library. She then asked him why he had cut his hair, to which he replied that he did not want to draw attention to himself while being around the leader. He thought that one day he would be kicked out of the squad because of this, but he decided to follow her example and change his appearance. After this conversation, he said that it was time to complete the task given by the leader. Anya asked what the message said. Having received a message that Patrick was being held hostage, the assembled men, including the faction leader, decided how they would save the boy. The man thought that Bruno came to them and bowed his head, signed the contract, pretended to leave, but then immediately returned, having committed such an act. In addition, the library dealt with the Soman clan, and as a result, the clan leader and his son died, and many members of his squad looked like crazy. Everyone was shouting that if he was worried about the treasures of the infinite, they could torture their leader to find out where their hiding place was. The faction leader heard all the opinions and said that they were overestimating their enemy because he couldn't just kill his student. There is no more stupid thing to do than to go against an entire faction. They must not fall for the library's provocation. Since he is an experienced warrior, well, he is not going to allow such a precedent. After which, he showed his hand so that everyone could see the Buddhist rosary. The faction leader thought that they could still do something, so he suggested waiting for the next letter. While the men discussed the details of their plan, a bird was watching them from outside, sitting quietly on a branch and eavesdropping on every word. After some time, the heavenly squad said that the faction leader had abandoned his disciple, who should be considered practically a son to him. Patrick, who was with them, screamed in panic that this shouldn't be happening and that he must have mixed up the time. Anthony confirmed that he had been screwed. Henry asked how much treasure the leader of the Limitless had that he even abandoned his student, but Anthony doubted his brother's words. When Gunther approached the hostage, he began to hysterically ask if they were really going to kill him, because then the war would start. However, the son of the Namgung faction leader only obeyed the orders of the heir without thinking about what the consequences would be. Once they had dealt with the guy, Bruno ordered Gunther to go to the cargo protection company and then come to the designated place. The eldest heir thought that the moon spirit had abandoned the leader of the Limitless and abandoned his own disciple, not understanding what the mercenary had promised him. Suddenly, a priestess approached Bruno, asking if he was prepared for the fact that the great celestial library might now be in danger. The guy replied that for security reasons, the library was already closed. Strangers would not be able to enter without permission, and the library warriors were ready to defend themselves. She didn't expect anything else, but she asked what he was going to do now, because he had shaken up the faction, but they began to sing a strange song. Meanwhile, the owner of the restaurant, who had friendly relations with the How Secret Society, was sleeping peacefully. Master Jack crept up quietly and brought the golden flute close to his ear, blowing a little air into the instrument so that the high-pitched sound would awaken the man. Jumping up and screaming, the owner of the establishment grabbed the troublemaker by the lapels, asking what kind of madman dared to joke like that. When he saw the face of the offender, he immediately recognized his teacher, who, looking at the man's fist, said that he had a message. Closing his eyes, the old man conveyed that Patrick was dead and they were leaving soon. But the man did not expect that they had actually killed him. He asked if it was that serious, to which the master replied that he wanted him to help him with a few things. After a little while, the leader of the Suyo faction came out into the courtyard, where a crowd of people had gathered, asking what it was and who it was from. There was a box in front of him, and he was informed that the sender was the heir to the library. He said that he was returning what was rightfully his. The message also said that there was nothing really valuable in the package, but that the item was still important to him. Bending over, the guy felt a pleasant aroma from the load, which he heard for the first time, but even just one sigh was pleasant. The moon spirit immediately ordered the box to be opened. When the subordinates lifted the lid, a terrible picture appeared before them. Some even screamed as the faction leader looked at the lifeless body of his top disciple in shock. An hour later, the man called upon the 4 great guardians to send a message to all of their allies and also to find the heir to the library. He acted thoughtlessly and brazenly, so he is clearly nearby. We need to search everything and find him, because now he definitely won't get away with it. Since they can't rule out the possibility that he might have escaped, they need to look for him outside the faction and also capture the library itself. The Moon Spirit demanded to request the support of the strongest families, namely the Highway clan and the Chenchu clan. Their powers can help them greatly, and they should be enough to make the eldest heir bow before them. After all, the consequences of his actions will be severe, and what he did should not go unpunished and forgotten. After some time, the faction leader's assistant also stated that they had received responses from the families, but something had confused him. Almost all families had taken the Heavenly Dragon Oath, and so such strong families had sworn allegiance to the Great Heavenly Library. The servant also told the master that news had come from those who had gone to the Heavenly Library, saying that a magical trap had been set at the entrance. Because of her, half of the warriors were injured when they tried to get inside. They were unable to capture anyone, since no one left the library territory. Almost all the clans in Anhui province, and even the Salmon clan, unquestioningly sided with the library. Moreover, rumors about their faction have spread throughout Murim. They are talked about on the street, in restaurants, and in gambling houses. This was probably a deliberate setup by the library's heir to turn everyone against Suyo's faction. They need to do something about this immediately, because this way everything could go far from according to plan, and the heir will get away with it. Many people even said that the leader of the Suyo faction was covering up a criminal mercenary organization, although this is not entirely true. The subordinates asked the faction leader how this had happened. They had only made the heir an enemy, but in the end they had become enemies of all of Murim. Realizing this fact, the Moon Spirit tried to calm the trembling in his hands, thinking only about how this was even possible. That same night, a small area of land began to move, and the loose soil began to give way under the force. Having burst out, the King of Free Warriors began to gasp for air, loudly declaring that he had survived. He didn't know how he still had any internal energy left, because the leader of the Heavenly Squad was to blame for everything. At that moment, someone approached him. The man who owned the restaurant, holding a flashlight and a jug in his hands, noticed him getting out and offered him a drink to start with. He was supposed to come out around this time, so he waited for him, but he didn't think that he would actually be able to get out. The man thought that by chance his energy remained in him, but it turned out that it was all set up by the leader of the squad. He asked the Free Warriors if he was also from the Heavenly Squad, but the man replied that he had only come to convey a message from the leader. Bruno thanked him, because he had done a great job as bait, because if you want to catch a big fish, then the bait must be big. The owner of the establishment relayed everything word for word, and the guy asked who he was going to catch, to which he heard the answer that it was the Suyo faction. The King of the Free Warriors loudly asked why all the most interesting things happened without him. He became interested in the outcome, and whether the battle had already begun. He also asked where the rest of the Heavenly Squad were, to which the man replied that they had all escaped, although this was hard to believe. At the same time, the Squad of Heavens was sailing the sea on a ship. 3 people from the crew were still awake, sitting on board. Trying to catch a fish, Anthony said that as soon as it bites, he will eat it raw, because he will soon die of hunger. Anya said that the meaning of fishing is patience. Henry remembered that his sister had said that she was going to sea for the first time, because before that she had lived in the mountains, and the girl confirmed this. Then the boy rudely asked her to shut up because he too was hoping to have something to eat, and her speech was ruining his mood and hope. Sitting in the cabin, the leader of the Shadow Clan asked Bruno if he would stay here for a month, since by that time the Suyo faction would fall on its own. It was a good idea, but the guy didn't know if the faction would dare to go to these islands. The leader was an experienced person. It was not a fact that he would fall into a trap. He expects that in 5 or 6 days a message will come from him. His interlocutor smiled and said that he would like him to stay with them longer. The eldest heir replied that he liked it here very much and would definitely visit them again someday. The man took him at his word. However, he wanted to ask the heir something regarding the Suyo faction to see if he understood the current situation correctly. The Suyo faction leader ordered someone's murder from the outlaw assassins, and now the mercenary leader is manipulating the faction leader. Perhaps the treasure is a contract or evidence that proves a murder ordered in the past, since the question of the life and death of the leader depends on it. Bruno smiled and nodded, confirming his interlocutor's thoughts. I think that as he thought, being the leader of the clan, he immediately understood everything. Suddenly, the priestess spoke up, declaring that she also had her own guesses, and the 2 men immediately turned their attention to her. She said that the leader of the lawless killers must have prepared for his own death, especially if he died within a short time. His outside assistants, or his subordinates, will send out letters containing evidence of the ordered murder. This was well noted, for if letters containing such content had been sent throughout Murim, the faction would have been destroyed. Now it was interesting to see what exactly was in their agreement that made the faction leader so hesitant, and the clan leader thought that Bruno knew the answer. The eldest heir replied that they were overestimating him too much, especially since he was so afraid of the faction leader that he unconditionally submitted to him. Before telling them anything, he first wanted to check everything himself, because the former head of the faction had 3 students. The Moon Spirit was different, although he was very sociable. He knew how to find a common language with everyone, and he had many loyal friends. Peaceful Spirit was superior to Moon Spirit in martial arts, so everyone thought that he would be the next faction leader, but a problem arose. In one day, 3 families were killed within the walls of the faction. Among them was the family of the Peaceful Spirit, who took this loss hard. Shocked by grief, he succumbed to sadness, fell into the trap of despair. He tried in vain to find the criminals. The Fire Spirit decided to share this burden with the Peace Spirit. While they were on their travels, the title of heir passed to the Moon Spirit. No one suspected him, no one even thought of it, because these 3 grew up and studied together. Since childhood, everyone thought it was an accident. But now, everything was different. When the leader of the lawless killers found himself under the protection of the Moon Spirit, he realized what exactly had happened then. It was pretty clear how carefully and strictly this plan was thought out to seize the place of the head of the faction. Perhaps 3 families were killed then precisely to divert suspicion from themselves. It was a very calculated and bloody plan. Thinking about the peaceful and fire spirits, the heir to the library decided that it was time to put everything back in its place. At this time, the faction leader was told that everyone around was saying that there was a long-standing connection between the faction and the lawless and murderers. They decided that they didn't have to voice all the details because he himself understood everything as the head, but it was simply impossible to convince them otherwise. They are the only ones who know everything, but the main thing is that the faction trusts them and unites under a common goal, but they needed an answer from the leader. The Moon Spirit replied that it was now impossible to hide it, even if it was too late, but he would tell them the reason why he was protecting the leader of the Limitless. The real reason is the treasure he lost. Everyone immediately became alarmed, guessing what kind of treasure it was. The leader continued, saying that the mercenary leader had come into possession of a lost secret text that his life depended on. If he can't return this text, he won't be able to meet his ancestors even after death. Everyone was immediately touched by this story. The men rose unanimously, shouting that the library's heir had shown disrespect to the head and drawn them into his games, for which he must pay. After a while, someone said that it was good that the leader told them everything, because all this time he had suffered so much. After all, there is nothing wrong with the fact that they misunderstood him, but he cannot help but think that his place is not as the head of the faction. The Moon Spirit turned to the Peaceful Spirit, saying that he would like him to be the heir, because he would do an excellent job of it. After all, he himself is not good enough since he was fooled by the 20-year-old heir of the library, and on top of that, he lost his student. Because this heir was truly an unusual person, the faction leader felt that the 2 of them would have to engage in battle. He still kept them under control because he was afraid that they would forever wander around Merim looking for criminals. He understood that such pain was impossible to forget, but now they would be able to control their feelings. They confirmed his words. But now the man decided to free them because the time had come for them to move on for the prosperity of their great faction. A little later, the phoenix watched from a tree branch as the Moon Spirit silently looked at the man sitting on the floor for a long time. Clutching his head with his wings, the bird asked himself why they were speaking out loud, since it was clear from their faces that they were communicating. He asked them to speak with their mouths, but it had no effect, since neither of the 2 men heard him. The bird also wanted to rest a little. Its owner was already tired of waiting, and he also missed that beggar a little. At that very moment, the phoenix froze in shock. Hearing the question of whether he was trying to scare him now, the feathered one immediately pricked up its ears. The old man told the Moon Spirit that he was funny, because he came up with such a cute story, but he forgot who really had power here. He asked what would happen if the peaceful and fire spirits found out that it was he who ordered the murder then no one would listen to him. The agreed date will come very soon, and this cannot be changed. Until then, he must deal with the Heavenly Library and its heir. Phoenix immediately took off, landing on Bruno's hand sometime later, relaying verbatim all the information it had heard. Smiling and stroking the bird, he thought that now all the facts were confirmed. One could say that everything was over, because the faction had dug its own hole. The next day, someone in the Chensho clan laughed and said that the Heavenly Library and its heir were under their protection. The Highway clan said that if the heir were to stand up to the Suyo faction, it would mean that she truly deserved it. At this time, the fire spirit did not understand why all the clans, as one, so blindly trusted the heir of the heavenly library. The peaceful spirit replied that only the Shan clan remained, who had not yet responded to their message, but most likely the response would be the same. When they returned, an important message arrived from the heir of the great celestial library. Bruno knew that they were busy searching for it. However, all this turns into a serious situation, but he's not going to waste his time any longer. He decided to turn to the peaceful spirit. The heir asked the peaceful spirit to fight him, and if he could win, the issue with the faction would be resolved unconditionally. The moon spirit decided that he was crazy, and then asked his brother if he could accept his challenge, and he answered in the affirmative. The man knows that he is stronger than him, but he certainly knows how to play with words. The peaceful spirit realized that Bruno is a trickster who has enlisted support. The faction leader asked him to be careful when he met him, and no matter what the heir said, he should not be listened to. The fire spirit wanted to go with him, but the guy stopped him, saying that he had promised to fight in an equal duel. By agreeing, he made a promise, and this was already a matter of honor for the Suyo faction, so the peaceful spirit decided to go there alone to finish everything. When the time came for the duel, the peaceful spirit rushed with high leaps to the top of the mountain to meet the heir. He decided to use the wave of mountain energy to locate his opponent in case he decided to attack from behind. However, Bruno didn't hide, looking smugly at Suyo's new technique, which managed to impress him a little. He was glad to see the peaceful spirit. He looked better than in the past. Now he seemed truly happy. They once came to Harry, saying that they came to say goodbye, because they decided to stop wandering and become spirits of the Suyo faction. Today he will die at the hands of the heir of the library. Seeing his opponent, Bruno said that he still came. The spirit thought that he was speaking to him informally, and really, why observe etiquette when their battle would decide the question of life and death? However, even now, when they stand before each other, and when she attacked him with a wave of mountain energy, he is unwavering. The eldest heir asked why the peaceful spirit had come here alone, and he answered with surprise that he too had come alone. Bruno said that he saw someone growing up in this faction, free from the shackles. He always went his own way, without looking back at anything. The guy didn't understand how he could see him growing up. All this time he was trying to understand the train of thought of this mysterious man. At that very moment, the puzzled guy heard a ringing female laugh, after which the woman said that she was very glad to meet the peaceful spirit. He asked the mountain priestess what she was doing there, and she laughed, replying that his memory was not failing him, since he recognized her. However, it didn't end there. Starting to panic, the guy heard the laughter of various people from all sides. As soon as he saw the entire heavenly squad that stood before him, peaceful spirit realized that he had fallen into a trap, but it was too late. He shouted at Bruno that he had acted meanly. Even in Murim there were laws, and he promised to settle the differences in a one-on-one duel. The heavenly squad immediately laughed, and one of the twins said that Murim had been a treacherous and vile place since ancient times, and it was strange that he didn't know about it. The other twin said that there's no need to take the hard way and worry about what others think of you when you can take the easy way. The peaceful spirit wondered why the mountain priestess, the heir of the Namgung faction, and the leader of the Shan clan were not at all embarrassed by such a vile act. Meanwhile, Gunther said that he couldn't believe that he himself wrote the oath and then broke it himself, and now accuses them of dishonesty. The Sky Squad continued to tease the peaceful spirit by saying that he looked like a heron, thus destroying his morale. Anthony even resorted to swearing, deciding not to hold back in his comments in order to offend the peaceful spirit as much as possible. They also said that before leaving, the guy told the one who killed his entire family that the faction leader should not blame himself because he was doing everything right. It was no wonder that the moon spirit took away his faction leader title because the guy trusted people too blindly. After listening to God knows how many more comments, the leader of the heavenly squad decided to interrupt the banter, asking them to shut up. When silence fell, the eldest heir declared that this was the end of their training and it was time to end it. Having heard the terrible speeches addressed to him, the peaceful spirit became heated, thinking that he could not die like this. Now it would be decided who would die and who would live. He concentrated his energy, deciding to direct it directly at the heir, wanting to take him with him. Seeing his determination, Bruno smiled, thinking that he himself had decided to go to the end, after which he himself began to concentrate his energy. Holding his shield out in front of him, the heir mentally asked himself if he only became dangerous when he was provoked. Trying to strike, the spirit's palm hit the library heir's shield, which was able to immobilize him thanks to its viscosity. He didn't understand what kind of technique it was that looked too dangerous, but he couldn't pull his hand away and step back. The next second he felt something hit him in the back. Pain ran through his whole body, but the guy remained standing on his feet. He didn't have time to come to his senses before the next moment he felt a sword blade pass along his rib, cutting through the flesh. One of the twins approached the trembling spirit, asking with a sly smile where his fighting spirit had gone. However, the guy was not going to give up. He got into a fighting stance and bared his teeth, stuttering in order to attack him. There was no need to repeat it twice, because the next moment the twin rushed into battle, dodging the attacks of the peaceful spirit. The man inflicted numerous stab wounds on his opponent, which he tried to stoically endure, showing no signs of pain. However, such wounds made themselves felt, causing the boy to fall flat on the ground while the twin called for the eldest heir to come to him. Bruno slowly approached his opponent, grabbed him firmly by the throat and lifted him above himself. He walked with him some distance. A minute later, the heir to the library stood on the edge of the cliff, holding before him the trembling body of the spirit, which was unable to resist. Looking his opponent in the eye, the library heir said goodbye to him, showing with his calm that he would do what he had planned. Trying to take a deep breath, the spirit asked how he would kill him, to which he received a brief agreement in which there was not a hint of doubt. Before his death, the boy asked the heir to answer one question. Is it true that the moon spirit ordered his family to be killed? In response, Bruno only smiled, after which he unclenched his hand, letting the peaceful spirit fly freely from the high cliff. The guy didn't expect that he would die like this, but even more important to him was the answer to the question that had been bothering him for many years. While in flight, he was able to hear the calm voice of the heir, who said that it was he, the peaceful spirit, who did it. He didn't believe that it was his doing. The library's heir had said complete nonsense before killing him, because such a thing was simply impossible. It all seems like a dream, but he's not sleeping. The mountain priestess, the leader of the Shan clan, the heavenly squad, the Chencho and highway clans, all sided with the heir. Before the spirit landed on the ground, there was only one question running through his head. How did he manage to convince them all? In his sleep, he heard someone say that he was in critical condition, but alive. Someone ordered to give him an elixir and take it to the heir. He heard a voice that belonged to someone from the heavenly squad, but it was even more important to understand why he was alive at all. Suddenly, he found himself in an endless clearing, on which all the members of the heavenly squad were sitting in a semicircle in front of him. The peaceful spirit immediately realized that this was a dream. He heard the phrases that the squad told him during the battle, trying to anger. However, now their faces did not express malice or anger. On the contrary, they were calm, even though they said unpleasant things. Everyone was obliged to put in their word, trying to make the spirit go through what had happened so recently again. Their voices sounded very excited. Their tempo increased more and more, because of which they began to get confused among themselves. Then the boy realized what they wanted to convey to him. Then he noticed the blurry figure of the eldest heir, who was the only one silent. Sitting next to the peaceful spirit, Henry asked the phoenix what he was muttering, and he replied that his master told him to repeat it so that he would not forget anything. At this time, the spirit in a dream saw a dialogue that the phoenix was overhearing between the old man and the moon spirit, who forgot who had power here. Then the old man asked what would happen if the spirits found out that it was he who ordered the murder, but the man asked not to talk about it anymore. The peaceful spirit heard verbatim everything that the phoenix overheard, while Henry said with delight that he had heard the voice of the moon spirit himself. Then the guy watched from the side in his dream as the heir to the library threw him off a cliff, and then it dawned on him. It wasn't the moon spirit who did all this, it was him, who simply didn't want to admit it, after which he voluntarily jumped off the cliff. Feeling this, Bruno, sitting next to the body, smiled, happy that the guy had a true epiphany. But with this, he met his death. For just a second, his body convulsed in pain, but then everything quickly calmed down. Having finished this, the eldest heir left the body lying by the fire, ordering the heavenly squad to move out, because the Suyo faction has a new leader. The guy opened his eyes because someone asked him if he was awake. Turning his head, the peaceful spirit saw a familiar person. It was the fire spirit who asked him to forgive him. But there was no news from his brother, so he went in search of him. He immediately decided to ask what happened to him. The guy did not answer right away, listening to the crackling of the fire, which was still burning. Why did he say that the library heir's goal was not to capture the leader of the outlaws and not to solve the crimes of the moon spirit, but the fire spirit? The brother immediately asked who he was and whether they knew him, but the guy didn't know why he did it, but he was sure of one thing. He shouted that this young man was too arrogant. His insolence knew no bounds. He thought he had the right to decide who would live and who would die. He didn't think that he would meet such a crazy bastard. The fire spirit was surprised by such an outburst of emotions in his brother. The interlocutor immediately laughed that he was right. He was undoubtedly a scoundrel, But the peaceful spirit had something else to add. He also smiled and said that the heir to the library was a grateful man, and his brother confirmed that he was right about that too. When asked where this grateful man had gone, the peaceful spirit replied that he had said that he was going to the Chenchu clan. The fire spirit said that they underestimated him, because while he was in ambush and watching what was happening from afar, he heard his brother's voice. Among all the voices of the members of the heavenly squad, he heard the muttering of the peaceful spirit who was delirious in a fever. Even though he was quite far away, the heir of the great heavenly library still noticed him and looked at him clearly. Then he stood up and walked towards him while the Phoenix and Henry asked where he had suddenly rushed off to. Remaining in place, the spirit heard that Bruno had decided to head to Chen Chao, but he was immediately asked about this man. The eldest heir answered ambiguously that he would soon find out about everything. At the same time, he looked at the place where the spirit stood. The guy was sure that he saw him, so first they needed to quickly return to the faction so as not to waste time. When they arrived, the moon spirit shouted to his brother how much effort it had taken him. After all, several days had passed. He already looked so exhausted. The peaceful spirit asked the faction leaders why he was crying, since it was all over now, since their blood had not been shed in vain. Wiping away a tear, the man said he was just glad he was here. Every time he saw him, tears came to his eyes. The peaceful spirit thanked his brother in return, while he thought that he really was no different from the faithful guard dogs. The next day, the peaceful spirit told everything at a meeting where everyone was present except the faction leader himself. And tonight, he wants to reveal the sins of the moon spirit and execute him. If among them there are those who lie against their will, they will perish with him. And not only them, they and their brother will destroy the entire faction if necessary. They will destroy anyone who is not worthy of life. The fire spirit asked why he spoke with such bitterness, since everyone here remembered who the previous faction leader had appointed as his successor. Now everyone understands that no one else but the moon spirit could have committed such a crime. The peaceful spirit replied that he was counting on them. A question was heard from behind the door, that they had decided to rebel against the faction leaders, and that the truth believed the words of the spirits. A little later, the two brothers came to the old man with whom the early dialogue with the moon spirit had taken place, and he asked what had happened this time. He thought that the faction leader had come to him again, but when he looked up, he was surprised by the guests he had not expected to see. The peaceful spirit standing in front of everyone said that he did not think that he would be so close, and yet he had been looking for him for so long. Then he ordered that this criminal be seized, and the warrior's close associates immediately agreed with a shout and attacked the old man. The faction leader was informed that everything was not going according to plan, and that the spirits were said to want to slander him and overthrow him tonight. They took into custody the elders who didn't believe them, as well as the leader of the lawless killers. They are truly out of their minds. The man grinned, thinking that this was unexpected, which meant that they had been putting on an act earlier, but the lies had come to an end. The word of a faction leader is law, and this time these two need to be given the harsher restrictions they deserve. That same night, huge bells rang out, calling people to a general meeting organized by the faction leader. The moon spirit standing in front of the people loudly asked where the peaceful and fire spirits were, after which there was a short pause. Then two brothers, surrounded by the warriors who accompanied them, began to head towards the head of the faction. The moon spirit stated that the two of them had said outrageous things, forgetting what punishment awaited them for betrayal. Suddenly, someone loudly asked Suyo's students to recite the faction laws that everyone was required to know by heart. Everyone in unison said that one must not stray from the path of Suyo, and this path is this evening. It lies on 1,000 roads, but the path of the heart is only one, and the word of the faction leader is law. After these words, the moon spirit asked the faction disciples to bow before their leader. Everyone immediately began to kneel, and no one present began to dispute the place of the current leader of the faction. The fire spirit also bowed his knee, obeying the laws from which he had never turned away in his entire life. The moon spirit smiled broadly and was pleased that everyone was impeccably obeying only him, when suddenly he froze. Shaking his head and lowering his hand, he noticed that the faces of those who had dropped to one knee were not turned in his direction. The man noticed that only the peaceful spirit was standing on his feet, while all the others bowed their heads in front of him. The guy, who was an order of magnitude taller than the others, kept his gaze on the moon spirit, watching his reaction. The man turned his head towards the spirit of time, asking in panic how this was possible, but he didn't even turn his head in his direction. He simply addressed the warriors loudly, declaring that it was time to correct the mistakes of the past, and everyone unanimously agreed with him. Then the peaceful spirit spoke up, saying that it was time for them to leave the wrong path they had been on for 20 long years. The fire spirit rose from his knees and pointed at the moon spirit, declaring that whoever had shamed Suyo would not be able to escape death. The man asked if they couldn't see who the faction leader was, but the peaceful spirit said that today everyone would see who was supposed to hold that position. The boy pointed his finger at the moon spirit, giving the order to execute him, but the man insisted to the very end that only he had the power. The last words he spoke were that his word was the law, after which several swords were pierced into him. Bruno read a letter that said that as soon as he returned to the Suyo faction, he thought about what would happen if he killed the moon spirit with a sword. He thought he could show the faction's strength and courage in a month, and thus give the faction a new leader. Anthony noticed that everything in Suyo's faction had returned to normal. It was a great ending, and the twin was upset that they had missed everything. The priestess found this funny, because with this long letter, the peaceful spirit seemed to be asking if he had done well, counting on Bruno's praise. The woman said that in that case they should go to Suyo's faction, at least to take away the leader of the lawless killers. They expected consent from the heir, but then he just waved his hand, saying that he would stay here and they could all go. Everyone immediately froze in shock, while the priestess awkwardly asked what the heir was saying, since they were counting on his company. Bruno thought that the spirits had done a wonderful job, and that all the events had been written in the letter, so there was no point in going there. The twin tried to convince him, saying that otherwise the peaceful spirit would be very upset, and Henry looked at him with puppy eyes. Bruno replied that he couldn't go there because he himself had almost killed him, so he thought he wouldn't be happy. Meanwhile, in the forest, a man asked if everything would really end like this, to which the king of free warriors replied that it was necessary not to destroy the faction. It was enough to simply get rid of its leader. The warriors of the gorges immediately began to ask that he quickly rose from the dead and recovered. Calling them idiots, the king declared that he did not have a single normal warrior in his heir's ranks, which meant he needed someone new. Showing embarrassment, he painfully added that he had just been thinking of leaving the Death Squad and joining the Heavenly Squad. After that, they got into an argument while Anya told Gunnar that he was not very happy with the outcome of what happened. The guy replied that he had too many thoughts about this, but looking at the heir, he began to come to terms with how everything turned out. Smiling, the boy walked on while the girl ran up to the priestess, asking her if she could join the Heavenly Squad. When night fell, the eldest heir was in his chambers meditating, trying not to miss a single night. These trainings were a mandatory part of his life, and at that moment, as if showing the fruits of his labor, his sword began to emerge from its sheath. The bright light of the blade, which reflected the moonlight, attracted the attention of the heir, who felt the energy next to him. A second later, the sword flew into his hand on its own. Grabbing it, Bruno praised Ryan for coming to him on his own. Rejoicing at such progress, the boy announced to himself that he could now begin his long-awaited training with a sword. Arriving at the Chenshu clan, the eldest heir was met by the young master William, whom they had met not long ago. He was worried that the library heir was feeling lonely, so he spent his free time with him, but he had a different goal. He wanted to join the Heavenly Squad. He realized this back in the Heavenly Dragon competition, but after the rebellion in the Suyo faction, his desire became even stronger. Bruno's power extends to the Healer's Fortress, the families participating in the competitions, and the main forces of Northern Anhui. At all costs, he must learn everything possible to be an heir, and therefore he announced to his father that he wanted to join the Squad of Heaven. The man immediately responded that it was a great idea, but he noticed that the heir was focused on his own development. So he asked his son when he was going to tell him about it, and there was an awkward pause because William hadn't expected such a question. Meanwhile, the phoenix, who was watching the sword fly into its owner's hand, looked very frightened. He agreed, "I think that robbers got to them." The guy praised him for having come a long way to the library. Feathered relayed his message, adding that his grandfather had been very worried, but he had convinced him that they had dealt with the faction, and he had immediately cheered up. Bruno said that he was becoming more and more wonderful every day when suddenly the bird shuddered, saying that the sword made a sound. Today, finally, a connection was established between him and the sword he received as a gift from the squad captain after the ritual was performed. When he was the head of the Muram Alliance, the spirits of his beloved swords also came themselves, declaring that they would now serve him. It's not time to be surprised yet. This is just the beginning. You could say that these are his first baby steps, but now he can come to him on command. Phoenix thought that the owner had such incredible power. Even the spirit of the sword appeared to him on its own. He couldn't wait to see it. Throwing the sword away from himself, the eldest heir decided to demonstrate his new ability by asking Ryan to return to him. While the sword was in the air, they both eagerly awaited the result. But the weapon fell lifelessly to the floor, rattling. The stunned phoenix could not believe his eyes that his master's order had not worked, although the sword had just been flying with him. Turning his head toward the library's heir, the feathered one was even more horrified, because the guy was no less stunned than he was. He couldn't get back to it, but none of his swords had ever done that before, when suddenly Ryan moved slightly. Unable to bear such disobedience, the eldest heir stood menacingly over the weapon, asking him what he was doing and what he had planned. After all, first he flies to him faster than light, then crawls away, but it was clear that he was not going to answer either. Realizing that the sword would not answer him, the guy hopelessly grabbed his chest and trembled, trying to contain the surge of emotions within himself. Leaving the weapon on the floor, Bruno decided to go for a walk, called the phoenix with him. It flew after him, agreeing with its owner. The sword, which had been lying motionless on the floor at first, began to tremble and vibrate again, after which it began to spin, rising into the air. After 3 days, Ryan still hadn't reacted, but there was no rush, so Bruno decided to wait for everything to happen on its own. Through continuous training in the 1,000 fragrance summoning technique, he mastered the intermediate level and advanced to the highest level. There were more methods of using this technique, and Magnus should have already found information on how to grow a poisonous plant and what to feed a snake. While in his chambers, the eldest heir once again indulged in meditation, training the summoning of 1,000 scents. Suddenly he heard a voice in the distance asking if he should ask the owner to meet him. William told the phoenix that he had to ask for it himself, but from what he heard, the bird understood it that way. But the owner was a little upset because of his friend. The surprised guy asked if the phoenix had a friend. He answered in the affirmative, adding that it was a secret, which made the clan master even more curious. Meanwhile, the mountain priestess noticed that the faction leader was nervous. The guy replied with a smile that she was very observant. He feels a little uneasy about the fact that he will soon meet the man who threw him off the cliff, even if it was for the best. The woman replied that the heir would also be surprised to see him. He clearly did not expect that he would come to see him in person. Anthony, who was walking behind them, commented that their leader was not easy to surprise, but only the members of the heavenly squad heard him. The warrior king said he didn't think he would be surprised by the man he had thrown off the cliff, and he wouldn't like the idea. When they reached the Chenchu clan, the entire heavenly squad froze in shock as they saw the unimaginable sight before them. The peaceful spirit who had become the head of the Suyo faction, together with his brother, bowed their heads and expressed their gratitude to the heir of the heavenly library. The eldest heir smiled, thinking that he had finally seen it, because he had wanted to see this moment for 20 years. Seeing the smiling, peaceful spirit in front of him, Bruno was glad that the Suyo faction finally had a leader like him. The heir of the library decided to remember his past life and briefly returned to 20 years ago, when he was the head of the Alliance. He extended his hand just as Harry would have done if he were alive, but before he would have seen the sad faces of his brothers, but now they were smiling. Walking up to the smiling boy, Harry stated that it was a great honor for him to shake hands with the new leader of the Suyo faction. As soon as evening came, they had a celebration, and Anthony decided to raise a toast to the fact that such wonderful people had all gathered together. He appreciated the wine, saying that drinking and fighting were Muram's heart, and he also never thought that they would have such a drinking party. Henry supported his brother, saying that he loved the Suyo faction, because there you can go to the sea and catch fish. While drinking, the peaceful spirit thought that when he met the heir, he wanted to ask why he went to such lengths for him. However, it seemed that no one was interested, and no one attached much importance to how hard he tried and what motivated him. It seems to them that what matters is that they see laughter and drinking, and that is the only reason they follow the heir. This time he wouldn't be the only one to abstain from the celebration, so the guy smiled and took another sip. And then he approached the heir, saying that his glass was empty and asking her to allow him to fill it. Flying up to the faction leader, the phoenix declared that it also wanted to have a drink. Bruno noticed that the bird used his voice. The peaceful spirit placed him on his hand and agreed. He spoke in the voice of the phoenix, the heir, that it was a great honor for him. When the party was over and night had fallen, William, shocked by the failure, sat on his knees, almost sobbing. He wanted to tell the heir that he wanted to join the heavenly squad, but all these martial artists surrounded him and he couldn't even say a word to him. Besides, he will leave tomorrow morning, so he will be busy. At this rate, one can consider that he is really cursed. Suddenly, someone called out to him. William noticed Gunther and asked him why he was not sleeping, to which he received the answer that he was hot and decided to get some fresh air. After a short conversation, the faction leader's son apologized for not being able to help in any way, since he himself was a newbie. The young master understood this. Gunther said that William doesn't understand much about the Sky Squad, but it's not all smiles and talk. There are some not-so-nice things going on, and it's not easy to get used to it. If a leader tells someone to cut off their head, they must carry out the order, even if they are seeing the person for the first time. For him, it's just a way to kill time, but it could also be part of a plan that only he knows. He can also give unclear orders, but William confidently stated that he would be able to carry out any order of the heir. Gunther asked why, to which he heard the answer that because he had to follow orders. Such an answer was unexpected for the guy. He wished the master to try to achieve his goal, and he himself went to bed, but the master asked after him if he could give him any advice. Turning around, the faction leader's son remembered what he wanted to tell William. The leader told him to prepare for tomorrow's departure. After congratulating the boy, Gunther went to his chambers, leaving the young master in a stupor as he tried to comprehend what he had just heard. After a few seconds, William blushed and smiled, trying to check that his wish had come true. Meanwhile, Bruno slowly lifted a glass of tea from the table, showing his calm and composure with his whole appearance. Sitting down on a chair, he took a small sip with a menacing look, looking at the man who was now kneeling in front of him. This man was the leader of the lawless killers whom he left alive. I want to deal with him personally. The lawless killers believe that the contract remains unbreakable until the very end. The heir was interested in what kind of person their leader was. But it wasn't that impressive, since the peaceful spirit had given it to him. He would have to do something with it. Suddenly, the old man began to loudly address the heir of the library, asking him to spare him. The boy was surprised by such a request. Over the years, he has accumulated a huge amount of treasure. He has mountains of chests of gold, and he is ready to give it all to him. He began to beat his head on the floor, shouting that he was speaking sincerely. He hid part of the treasure under the floor where he stopped. But only he can open the hiding place. He will show where the treasures are kept. What belonged to him will now belong to the heir. While the heavenly squad tried to convey that there was no point in listening to him, Bruno delightedly asked if he was lying. The old man thought that he was saved, saying that if he lied to him, they would not kill him on the spot, and he did not need that. The heir agreed, and if there were treasures there, he would spare him, after which he said he had finished, asking him to take him away. Suddenly, the king of the free warriors approached him, telling the leader that he needed to talk to him urgently, but he would like to know if he can join the heavenly troop by placing his hand on his heart and asking for permission to join. The eldest heir looked at the boy with distrust, sternly asking if he had good reasons for this. He replied that what happened in the Suyo faction impressed him greatly, so he was very inspired. But the heir replied that those events were his merit, and he asked what his personal reason was. Looking at the guy guiltily, Bruno said that he felt a little awkward about the fact that he suddenly considered them friends, but that was not the case at all between them. The king asked why he didn't just take him into the squad, since he was ready to do whatever he asked. He will even consider him an older brother because he is ready for everything. Bruno asked again if it was true that he would do everything he was ordered to do. The boy confidently agreed, after which the eldest heir ordered him to bark. At first, he did not understand the order. Bruno crossed his legs and ordered the king of the free to bark like a dog in a sarcastic tone, something he clearly hadn't expected to hear. Suddenly, the king of the free laughed. Such a reaction slightly surprised the heir, but he did not show it. This continued for a few more seconds, until the guy's face changed and he began to bark furiously, like a wild dog. This seemed not enough for him, after which he got up on all fours, continuing to bark, and then began to roll on his back. Bruno expected the boy to resist, but instead saw complete obedience, after which he declared that he was accepted. The next day, they headed to the base of the Limitless, Bruno telling William that he would cope with the task. At this time, the young master was carrying the leader of the Limitless on his back, unable to believe that he was given such an assignment simply because he was a newbie. Perhaps it would have been better if they had carried him in turns, because when he joined the heavenly detachment, he did not sign up for this. The old man asked if they could rest a little, as he thought it would be better to recover in order to run with renewed strength. The guy was surprised that he was worried about him now. He couldn't believe that he really cared about him. At that very second, he tripped over a stone. Due to the high speed of running, they bounced off the ground several times, landing painfully on different parts of their bodies. Lying on the ground, William said that he couldn't do this anymore. The old man asked again, didn't tell him to take a break. The guy said that he was lucky, and he survived in the Suyo faction, and this librarian did not kill him. The old man mentally focused his attention on the librarian. And then he replied that, as he had said, he was indeed lucky, and that he was even riding comfortably on his back. Then he asked the young master what was the point of torturing himself like this, the melancholy on his back, if the heir to the library had already spared him. He doesn't want him to bother carrying it either, so why not unblock his internal energy points? William turned away nervously, saying that he was talking nonsense, asking in passing if he took him for a naive fool. Looking up at the sky, the leader of the Limitless replied that since he didn't believe him, there was nothing he could do, and in the end, his plan failed. But he himself thought that he had already been through all this, and people like him are snapped like seeds. They think that they have willpower, but then they break down. Besides, he has already expressed his dissatisfaction with the heavenly detachment. His weakness is immediately noticeable, if only because of how respectfully he speaks to the enemy. After thinking for a moment, the young master hesitantly asked if he could trust him, deciding to take the old man at his word. The leader of the Limitless immediately smiled, because this was exactly what he was trying to achieve, knowing full well that the guy would show leniency. The old man replied that the ears had completely resigned themselves. He just wanted to go deep into the forest on the mountain and spend the rest of his life there. William decided to unblock his internal energy points, and the man thought that once he did this, he would be finished. A second later, the guy was surprised because he couldn't unlock them. The old man asked him not to joke like that, after which he said that he didn't expect this, but it was too much. After which he asked if it was really so much fun for him to make fun of him, but the guy wasn't to blame. He didn't know what to do, because the librarian's point-blocking technique was so strange that his family's technique didn't work. The man realized it was time to slow down and calm down, after which he apologized for misunderstanding him. But William swore loudly and asked him if he had slandered him due to a misunderstanding, after which he asked him to apologize immediately. The old man said that it was a misunderstanding. He didn't know that his talents and skills were so weak, because he thought that all the warriors in the squad were good. This made the young master even more angry, and he hit the old man, who said that he would kill him. The man began to provoke him to lay hands on him, but added that the heir would not leave him unpunished. Pushing the man away and trembling, the boy said that he had acted too harshly, and the old man also decided to apologize for his too harsh expression. Having put the old man on his back, he asked him not to tell the leader of the squad about this conversation, to which he replied that it did not adorn him as a person. William turned his head, looking at the man with a menacing gaze, asking if he found it funny, but he decided to remain tactically silent. Then the leader of the Limitless asked why they were standing there, since they needed to hurry, and the young master replied that he would not go. He threw the old man off his back. The guy loudly declared again that he would not go, while the man tried to even out his breathing after hitting the ground. Drawing his sword, William asked how his weak skills made him feel safe, adding how dare he say such a thing to him. The man stuttered and apologized, saying that he hadn't meant it that way at all, and then suggested that they calm down and continue on their way. Clutching his head, the guy said he was confused and didn't want to do it at all, adding that he was hot-tempered because of the whole situation. In the heavenly detachment, they don't take him into account. No one is interested in him. No one pays attention to him, and all this puts a lot of pressure on him. The old man replied that it was wrong, but there was nothing strange about it. Anyone looking at the situation would have answered the same thing. But William again glared at the leader of the Limitless, because he again did not like the answer that hurt his self-esteem. The boy swung his sword and asked how he dared pretend to know better than him how to feel, before plunging the sword into the old man's chest. The stunned man trembled and looked at the blade, the edge of which was stained with his blood and protruding from his chest. He said in shock that when the leader of the heavenly squad found out what he had done, he would definitely punish him, but the guy said that he would praise him. Pulling out his sword, William smiled, asking who he thought had dug the hole, and it then dawned on the man that it had all been set up by the air. Suddenly, a phoenix appeared from the sky and addressed William, saying that the master and everyone else had already descended into the valley, so they needed to go faster. The guy agreed, after which he asked the head of the outlaws what was wrong with his face. It was hard for him to believe in such a shameful death. However, this is how a mercenary must die. After these words, the young master raised his sword again, pointing it at the man's body. When William reached the hiding place, the king of the free declared that he was here again, because he thought that he would never return here at all. Looking at him, the warrior of the gorges said that if it weren't for all this mess with the head of the boundless, he wouldn't even think of joining the squad of heaven. Then the king of the free approached the leader, showing him a part of the floor under which the treasures were supposed to be hidden. One of the twins remembered that the old man said that only he could open his hiding place. Could they do it themselves? The eldest heir, no longer maintaining a serious expression, smiled, confidently declaring that there was another reliable way. The leader of the lawless killers said that only he could open the hiding place, but it was all a lie for the sake of his own salvation. The mechanism of the cache obviously has to make a sound. It's just a great way to let everyone in the world know that there's something special here. He ordered the squad of heaven to start tapping the floor to look for a place where a dull sound would come from, Everyone immediately got to work. After a little while, one of the twins found this place and announced it to the heir, who only nodded in response. The eldest heir approached the stove and sat down, stretching out his hand in front of him to check the veracity of the man's words. He began to concentrate energy to destroy the floor. The wind for this cache does not need any mechanism. When Bruno finished, there was a staircase in front of them that led deep underground, hidden in darkness. When they started to descend, they noticed that it was quite dark underground, but they could see everything in front of them clearly. The King of the Free told Roger that if he let go of his hand, it would be the end, perhaps even his death. The man responded by shouting that he was squeezing his hand so hard that he would rather die because of it, and someone noticed that they had become friends. The warrior of the gorges asked everyone to look at the huge door, that behind this wall there was a treasury. Everyone unanimously announced to the leader that they would open the door, but the guy asked everyone to lower their blades since they would not be needed. The priestess who was with them noted that if he did not want to open it, there was a special mechanism. There were two huge bricks sticking out of the wall, one of the two opening the treasury. The top one looked like it had been scratched by someone's hands. The peaceful spirit asked the library heir what he thought about this, and he in turn activated his enhanced vision. He noticed that the marks on the top brick were artificial, while the prints on the bottom one were probably left by the leader of the lawless. The guy confidently pressed the bottom brick despite everyone else advising him to press the top one, after which everyone turned their heads in surprise. Watching as the massive door opened, Bruno only smiled. Upon entering the rather large room, everyone let out a sound of delight, as there really were treasures inside. As the library's heir had said, they would divide the gold equally, because there was so much of it here that it would be enough for everyone. The eldest heir announced that this box of gold would go to the Shan clan. The clan leader looked at the gift in shock. Then he said that he couldn't accept it, because he hadn't done anything. For him, it was just a walk with good friends. Bruno replied that he would ask him for help again in the future, so he should consider it in advance, so he should accept them. He then asked the Suyo faction and the priestess to also accept their share, since the treasure was not the jewels, but these people. He pointed to two boxes and said that these were for the secret society of Hao. A shocked Roger couldn't believe his eyes. He asked if he was afraid that he would simply run away with this gold, but the guy just laughed, saying that he could do with it whatever he wanted. Then he added that neither he nor the heavenly troop would persecute him, but he was worried that the secret society would persecute him. The man agreed with him, and the heir asked the King of the Free to accompany Roger so that he would not get lost on the way. From the remaining chests, several need to be sent to Chad, asked 3 warriors of the gorges to complete this task. He also said that it might happen that his best friend would refuse to accept this gift because of pride. Well, then they would just have to leave the chests and leave. Even despite Chad's refusals and persuasions, they immediately agreed. Jack asked what they would do with the remaining chests, but Bruno already had thoughts on that matter. They will spend this money on creating the headquarters of the Heavenly Squad. Anthony clarified that there will be a home for beggars like them. Bruno asked Jack to look for a good house in the south of Shen province, and they would send the remaining money to the Heaven Squad Fund for equipment. He ordered that after completing the assignments, they should go to the new headquarters, and he would return to the Heavenly Library. After returning to the library, Bruno thanked the Northern Anhui clan for their support in the conflict with the Suyo faction. He then met with the leaders of different clans, discussing various issues. One of them even wanted to introduce him to a beautiful woman. A few days later, he and Sonia were returning from another meeting, and the girl stopped for a second to stretch her arms. Then she said that expressing her gratitude was not so easy. The guy noticed that she was very tired. 2 people who were sitting on the second floor of the restaurant noticed the heir of the library, trying to get a closer look at him. Mick from the Ogu Society suggested that he had dealt with him before. Now he would hardly forget what he looked like. The guy was curious about why Derek was looking for him, but the man was in no hurry to answer, taking a sip of tea. He then replied briefly that it was none of his business, while watching Bruno smile at his subordinate. When they reached the forest area, the heir asked Sonia to go without him. Suddenly, one person wanted to meet him and talk. Without asking any unnecessary questions, the girl understood everything, so she headed towards the library alone. After some time, Bruno entered the restaurant asking for wine and light snacks, and he would also need 2 glasses. When everything was prepared, the eldest heir sat at the table, slowly sipping wine, waiting for the man who had just arrived. Without saying hello, Derek sat down opposite the guy, not rushing to show polite manners. But Bruno didn't mind. He thought that men were not so simple, and besides, he already knew him. And so he calmly asked how he could help him. Laughing, Derek said he didn't think he'd be able to converse so freely with the genius in private, and then asked him to decipher one text. In return, he will get whatever he wants, money, fame, or martial arts, which they could easily teach him. Let's say that with a cup of wine in his head, the heir thought that this offer would be tempting for any person. However, if they offer that in Murim, it means that after you do your job, you will be killed, and so he wanted to know something. Bruno asked who this text would go to after it was deciphered, and where this text was originally obtained from, and also who they meant by we. When Derek began to answer questions, the eldest heir immediately realized that this was all a lie, and that he could not be listened to. The most important thing in this whole story was that this man was just a guide, which meant there was someone above him. Bruno asked for a day to think about it. No matter what conclusion he came to, they would meet tomorrow at noon on Hwaseong Street. Derek immediately agreed, and when the heir to the library wanted to head for the exit, he placed a golden cup on the table. He asked the heir of the library to accept this gift from him. The guy looked at the cup with an indifferent look. He then walked outside, looking at the gift with disbelief as the man waved goodbye and watched him go. Turning around and heading back, Derek thought that tomorrow at noon the library heir would have to go with him. That same night, the Phoenix flew incredibly fast towards the library to convey the information it had heard to the heir. He noticed Sonia sitting by the window, who was happily asking the gentleman who he was going to see in such an outfit. Having landed on the windowsill, the bird decided that he was completely drunk, but the guy confidently put on black clothes and called the bird with him. Phoenix let out a melodious cry, looking at his master with delight, and saying that black looked good on him. The eldest heir smiled, replying that he would show him something better, since these were not the final changes yet. After stroking the Phoenix, he said that he would now change his appearance, so perhaps he would be scared. In response to this, the bird proudly declared that he was a brave bird and was not afraid of anything. Bruno laughed, asking to watch. Taking a couple of steps back, the heir to the library began to hit the points on his body with his thumb. The boy trembled and bent over, while the Phoenix, with horror in its eyes and anxiety, began to call out to its owner. However, Bruno paid no attention to him because his body began to completely deform, twisting bones and tendons. This picture stunned the bird, who, despite his courage, watched the owner's metamorphosis with horror. The feathered one tried to call out to the heir, who was sitting hunched over on the floor, showing no signs of life. Suddenly, Bruno raised his head and said in a nasty voice that this was a special bone transformation technique. Seeing the terrible face of its owner in front of it, the Phoenix covered its head with its wings as he came closer and closer to it. A couple of seconds later, the bird heard a crunch, after which it raised its head and saw that its owner had returned to his previous appearance. He was surprised at how cool the air was, but asked not to do it again because it looked very scary. The guy changed his appearance a few more times, after which he decided to set off on a journey, calling the Phoenix with him. At this time, Derek slept peacefully in his chambers, confident that tomorrow at noon he would meet the heir again. However, in his dream, he did not notice that a man had crept into his room and was slowly extending his hand towards him. Then the stranger asked how much longer he was going to sleep. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, the man immediately opened his eyes. Throwing off the blanket, Derek jumped out of bed, asking who he was. First, that he didn't recognize the heir to the library. The hunchback replied that he was a good man, so he would say the guy called himself the shoemaker Stephen, biting his thumb. The man had never heard of such a person, and so he asked what he wanted from him, because no one breaks into someone else's house without a reason. He replied that he had heard that he had met with the heir to the library and that they had had a very interesting conversation. Enraged by this answer, Derek said that the vile monster decided to satisfy his worthless curiosity. The man stated that if he had decided to kill him, he would not have a chance to do so, and therefore he should not have woken him up. But the hunchback just smiled without making any unnecessary movements, and they say that he still didn't understand anything. And then he ordered the man to stop. At that very second, Derek froze in the pose in which he was going to attack the hunchback. He could only move his eyes and mouth. He thinks his body stopped moving when he told it to stop. Looking at the man with satisfaction, the heir ordered him to kneel down, and he immediately obeyed. Derek looked displeased and asked again who he was, to which the hunchback replied that the man was an arrogant idiot. "Get out of your place," the hunchback walked towards the man, quoting what he had said to the iron bloody sword, namely, to rip out his heart and eat it. Hearing this, Derek was horrified because he did not think that they were being followed. Then he tore out his heart, ate it, and died. Everything that this monster said really happened recently. Standing over the man, the hunchback asked not to force him to tell him the same thing. Shivering, he agreed. Bruno asked his name, then said that he was smart because he was going to rip off his right arm if he answered yes. Then he asked who sent him. The man had no choice but to give out all the information. He replied that it was the Sunsug Union. This answer stunned the heir because he did not expect that it could be sent by old man Sonsug, whom he would never have thought of. He was one of the three old men of Jongwon, and it turns out he was a more influential person than he thought. The hunchback said that the old man was clearly not interested in the encrypted document, and then asked what he really wanted. Derek replied that the encrypted document indicated the location of the mountain, and it was all about some plant or mythical creature. The text had already been deciphered by Jin from the Heavenly Golden Library. He wanted to give the document to Bruno for redeciphering. The Heavenly Golden Library is one of the top 3 libraries, and since he was participating in the competition, they decided to approach Jin. This guy is also a very talented person. He also thought that if he deciphered the entire document, he would be killed. In that case, he probably figured out the boss, but he made a mistake on purpose. Bruno asked what happened to him. There was silence. The eldest heir did not take his eyes off Derek, watching his reaction and his trembling hands. Instead of the man, the heir answered his own question that he had been killed, realizing that there was no point in asking it. The man bowed his head and agreed, thus confirming his suspicions about the murder of those who decipher the text. He then grabbed Derek by the neck and asked if someone had gone to the academy, but he began to deny everything, asking to spare him. Having let the man go, the hunchback said that he would spare him, but in return he had to fulfill one request for him. He needs to leave the heir of the Heavenly Library alone, and for now he needs to write something, but that's not all. He also asked to convey something to old man Songsug, namely that the shoemaker Stephen would soon come to him. The eldest heir decided to change his clothes to light ones when he is in his normal form, and dark ones when he is a hunchback. The next day, a joyful Sonia announced to the master that a letter had arrived from the young master Magnus. Bruno immediately shared the joy with the girl, holding out his hand to quickly read the letter from the academy. Magnus asked how he was doing, writing that he had asked him about what to feed the snake and how to grow poisonous plants. And he finally found the answer to one of the questions, namely, what does the hexagonal snake eat? This information was difficult to find. However, while he was writing this letter, many thoughts overwhelmed him. He did not know whether he should write that he had found the answer or not. The hexagonal serpent feeds on the elixir of stone milk, and newborn snakes can only reach maturity by feeding on it. Bruno clutched his head and asked out loud what this nonsense about the elixir from the milk of stone was. Sonia did not understand what they were talking about. The heir shouted that the elixir made from the milk of stone could not be simply bought on the market, and not even a single province specialized in its extraction. Magnus wondered how much this news would break his heart because he was so sorry to break it to him. Sonia, looking awkwardly at the heir, thought that whatever it was, she would not be able to help with this. There, a phoenix suddenly flew up to him, asking if he was interested in the elixir made from the milk of stone, and he sadly agreed. The feathered one made a serious face and raised a large feather like an index finger, declaring that he knew something about him. Bruno's expression immediately changed, happily asking if what the phoenix said was true, but he only beamed proudly. Then he said that he was sure he heard someone fighting for possession of the elixir made from the milk of stone. The eldest heir asked where this place was, to which the bird answered with a serious look that it did not know the name of the mountain. Meanwhile, the cleaner decided to clean the guest room. A new case inside noticed a man lying on the floor. He shouted that a man had died there, but Derek, drooling, replied that he had not died, which frightened the cleaner even more. A couple of hours later, the phoenix said that he didn't know the name of the game, but he knew where it was, because he was a very smart bird. Being in that very place, Bruno looked at the cliff and thought that in that cave, there was an elixir made from the milk of stone. The feathered one said that he should have taken a rope with him so that the owner could climb down, but he replied that he did not need a rope. After these words, he jumped down under the stunned gaze of the bird, who did not expect something like this. Having flown up to the owner, the phoenix asked what he would do, since he had no wings, but the guy asked him not to worry. Thinking that the eldest heir would not be able to survive this fall, the bird shed a tear for his master. Still in the air, Bruno noticed a cave that must be the one where the milk from the stone might be located. He stretched out his hand in front of him and began to concentrate energy to prevent his fall. The guy used the viscous shield as a platform, thanks to which he was able to descend without any damage. Phoenix was surprised that the owner was floating in the air. Bruno replied that it was just a floating platform. He then invited his companion to enter the cave, before which they tried to peer into the darkness for a few seconds. They wandered around the cave for a while, the phoenix flying ahead, scouting out the situation, when suddenly it screamed loudly. He noticed 2 skeletons lying nearby, one of which had a rather unusual dagger driven into its neck. Judging by their posture, they died fighting each other. Bruno told the phoenix that he heard the 2 fighting back then, Then he asked if he could remember anything else about this situation, and the bird showed with all its appearance that it was remembering. Then the man asked how he could do this to him, to which the second replied that if he wanted to blame someone, let him blame his own stupidity. Well, that man really needed the elixir of the milk of the stone in his life, so he decided to reach his peak. The interlocutor decided to simply offer him an elixir to avoid unnecessary bloodshed and part in peace. However, the man with the sword in his hands was not satisfied with this turn of events, because it would not change anything. He needed to take his life. Bruno concluded that Master Yin Yang refused to retreat, but in the end, none of them were able to obtain the elixir. Approaching the skeleton, the guy said that he clearly regretted everything when the blade ended up in his throat. He immediately recognized this knife with an unusual guard. It was the silent flow of the dragon, a ghostly weapon that the guy decided to take with him. Having hidden the blade in his sleeve, he thought that he would have to pass it on to the deceased's loved one, because he knew where to look for it. Noticing the expression on his owner's face, the phoenix apologized, thinking that he was disappointed, but he only looked questioningly at the bird. Then the heir of the library realized that the elixir was not here, but judging by what they said, they both knew where it was. One lured the other here with an elixir to betray him, but that doesn't mean they didn't stumble upon a clue in their search. Bruno turned to the phoenix, who was frightened and thought that now the owner would do something to him for false information. But contrary to his expectations, the guy smiled, saying that he was the best, something the bird could not have expected and therefore was happy. It was obvious that the elixir was somewhere nearby. The eldest heir was firmly convinced that he could find it. They headed further into the cave, emerging outside when suddenly the heir discovered streams of energy. He reached out and touched some barrier, which immediately responded to his touch. Images of the path he needed to take to reach the treasured source immediately appeared in his head. His eyes widened. He thought he had found it, and then he suddenly rushed forward, the phoenix trying to keep up with him. When he was Harry, he once saw this elixir, so he knows its scent very well. When they entered this cave, this aroma was incredibly strong, and then he was sure that they were close to their goal. Suddenly, the guy felt someone alive in the depths of the cave, which made him stop for a moment. When they entered, he had to be prepared to face any enemy, but he continued to feel something strange. After all, he didn't feel the presence of people, which is why his mind could only come up with two possible options. Either this someone is much more experienced than him, cannot hide his energy, or this is not a person at all. He decided to check it carefully, let their energy threads run throughout the cave, trying to completely cover the space inside. Then one of the threads noticed life. Looking behind the stone, the guy noticed a golden toad, which made him very surprised. He asked the phoenix if he happened to know this toad, but he replied that he was seeing it for the first time and was no less surprised. At that very second, the golden animal began to concentrate an incredible amount of energy around its mouth. The entire cave immediately became covered in a purple fog, which was obviously poisonous, forcing the company to retreat for a short time. Hugging his owner, the phoenix asked if he wanted to go further, but he, stunned, replied that he had not said so. But then the guy realized what he had to do, and as he began to create the sphere, he said that this toad was quite funny. The sphere immediately absorbed all the fog, and the air said that now the air in the cave was completely clear. The toad tried to poison Bruno again, but he waved her off, saying that if she did it again, he would kill her. Flying up to the toad, the phoenix began to loudly ask how she dared to poison them, in response to which he received only a croak. Then the bird thoughtfully replied that everything was true. You can't trust every person, but this time he was wrong. The eldest heir was surprised that they were talking to each other, after which he asked the feathered one what the toad was saying. Phoenix replied that she could not give them the elixir because of the hexagonal serpent, which she, judging by the appearance, did not like. Perhaps it is because the elixir attracts hexagonal snakes, because it is not just an animal, it is a special mythical creature. Bruno turned to the golden toad and asked that since she understood what the phoenix was saying, she would be able to understand his speech, and so she croaked. With a sad look, the guy said that there was no need to worry about the stone milk elixir anymore. The phoenix did not understand why he said that. Instead of a verbal response, the heir reached out and grabbed the toad tightly, not giving it a chance to escape. He then told her to worry about herself, because now she was in his hands. The phoenix was delighted with the owner's idea. At this time, the toad croaked in fear, realizing that her life was now in serious danger, but she did not want to die. The animal began to croak desperately, and when Bruno asked what she was saying, the phoenix replied that she was asking to be spared because she was not tasty at all. But the guy only licked the toad, declaring that he would eat it not for the taste but because it was useful, and it croaked even louder. The feathered one added that she says that if she takes one drop of the elixir into her mouth and bites it, it will be even more useful. The guy thought that just one drop would be too little, so he just ate it. The toad turned pale from fear. The phoenix told her that if she didn't want to die, she should think carefully, and the toad began to think and croak. Then the phoenix said that from her bite, the wounds would heal faster. Bruno appreciated this amazing effect. But out loud, he said that it was a so-so effect for a mythical creature. Surprisingly, she considered it a real talent. The stunned animal looked at the guy while the feathered one told her to be glad that at least she was still alive. Meanwhile, the eldest heir approached the stone, in the hollow of which was the very same elixir from the milk of the stone. This is a condensate of the energy of heaven and earth, which has been concentrated in one place for hundreds and even thousands of years. However, this amount was enough to cover the bottom of the glass, but instead he decided to ask the toad to drink some of the elixir. Phoenix conveyed that as soon as she bit him, a strong discharge would pass through his body, as if he were struck by lightning, but there was no other way. She asked him not to get angry and not to kill her for this, but the guy hastened to calm her down, after which the toad jumped onto the stone. In an instant, she pulled out her long tongue, scooping up a single drop and collecting it back. Then with a deft movement, she jumped onto the shoulder of the library heir, who was watching her actions closely. Without wasting any time, she bit Bruno on the neck, expecting the boy to feel unbearable pain. The toad felt the power of 3 energy sources, which instantly responded to the bite of a seasoned drop of elixir. Jumping off his shoulder, the animal fell to the ground, looking at her. The phoenix asked if she was okay or dead. She, lying on her back, only croaked blissfully. The birds noticed that she was alive and that a pleasant aroma was emanating from her owner. The guy said he needed to go to the heavenly squad but didn't give a reason, just said they needed to come here. You also need to ask Master Jack to take a few small jade bottles with you. The phoenix obediently flew away. Then he turned to the golden toad, who had already assumed a sitting position and was listening attentively to the eldest heir. Sitting in a meditative pose, Bruno asked her to just stay there and not disturb him. She croaked in surprise. She watched as the boy began to concentrate energy around himself, trying to test the new effects. The first thing he noticed was that this time the effect was even greater than that of the poisonous beetle, which was very impressive. At this time, the stunned toad turned his head, watching as the small stones that had previously been lying on the ground began to rise into the air. At this time, the squad of heaven was roasting meat, and Henry asked if everyone had heard the news, and if anyone had seen it with their own eyes. However, everyone else bowed their heads because no one had anything to say in response, which made the boy a little upset. Anthony said he had heard that it was the color of milk, but he would probably mistake it for rice water. However, the leader seemed to know what he looked like, because he knows everything in the world. Even the most inexperienced warrior cannot help but know about the elixir from the milk of stone. The warriors of the gorges said that this rumor was apparently spread by Old Man Sonsug, which spread in one day, and they also mentioned 2 dead warriors. Anya said that the rumors about the elixir say that it is located in the south of Shen, on Mount Bucky, so the exact location is known. Anthony cried out that this is where the strongest warriors gather, so why shouldn't they go there? Jack said that this rumor was a trap, and besides, as members of the Heavenly Squad, they had to wait for the order of their leader. William, I suggested going to the Heavenly Library and telling the leader everything. He still wanted to see the library with his own eyes. Suddenly, from somewhere above, a loud, high-pitched voice asked why they needed to go to the Heavenly Library, since he had flown in. Everyone looked up to see the phoenix descending on Henry's head, declaring that the master was calling the heavenly troop. Meanwhile, Bruno continued to meditate, causing the stones around him to levitate and fall to the ground. Holding his hand out in front of him, he began to create 6 illusions, which were not much of a problem for him. Then he created the 7th one above himself, smiling and thinking that all it took for it to manifest was his consciousness. Suddenly a toad called out to him, sitting in front of a leaf on which various fruits were laid out. Bruno realized that she wanted him to eat it, and then asked her if she was taking care of him because she wanted to join him. The toad immediately nodded without taking her eyes off the guy, who sighed and smiled in response, understanding the answer without words. He reached out and took one of the fruits, while the animal watched his actions closely. After biting into the fruit, the boy appreciated the freshness of the nectars that the toad brought him, noting that they tasted wonderful. He then offered the remaining piece to the animal, inviting it to eat as well, since it had also done the hard work. Delighted at being shared, the toad began to jump around Bruno, who thought that she liked the stench of the hexagonal snake. At that very moment, he heard the familiar voice of the phoenix, which announced that it had returned and that the heavenly detachment had come with it. They immediately started asking a bunch of questions about whether he had heard the rumors, what this golden toad was, and what this place was. Smiling, the eldest heir replied that the elixir of stone milk was here, and he called them to share it with them. Everyone immediately started shouting in shock that the rumors said that he was in another place, which meant that the rumors were false. After which everyone immediately began to thank the heir of the library for deciding to give them such a gift. Thank and praise him, but Bruno immediately suggested that they first calm down a little and talk calmly. Before he divided the elixir between them, they should get to know the golden toad that was sitting on Henry's head. After some time, Bruno asked about the rumors about this elixir in Morum. Jack replied that this was why they were so surprised. Rumors said that Sonsug knew the exact location of the elixir, and it was Mount Buka, but not this one. The heir said that it was strange that Sonsug had spread this rumor, and the old man asked if he knew this man. Bruno replied that he had looked for it, not personally with the help of his subordinate, but that was not why he had looked for this place. He doesn't have any precise information about Sonsug, but when he came here, he realized that he had the same goal. The heir then asked Jack if he knew the warrior hermit, and he replied that he seemed to be Sonsug's younger brother. The boy confirmed his words, thinking that Sonsug was his older brother and the encrypted text as it pertained to his younger brother. Apparently Sonsug wanted to know where his younger brother was, not the elixir, so he called several people from the libraries. Everything changed. A rumor began to circulate in Morum about an elixir that someone had spread on behalf of an old warrior. It was unknown who knew about this and what even Sonsug's right hand, Derek, who only blindly followed orders, did not know about. However, only one person had access to the encrypted text, and that was Jin from the Heavenly Golden Library. And the chance that he survived is very high, and therefore it is worth directing all efforts to his search and possible support. Bruno announced to everyone that Sonsug did it to find his younger brother. Anthony replied that as the leader said, it was just manipulation. The target was not only Sonsug, all of Morum was taken in by this rumor. The question remained open as to what the one who arranged all this had in mind. The heir agreed, but he didn't think that Jin could do it alone. He had to have accomplices. Jack asked how he was going to find out who it was, to which he replied that they would first get information about Songsuga, Mount Jonu, and Mount Buka. He will try to find out something about Songsug and Master Jack, the three Gorge warriors, and William will go to Mount Buck and keep a close eye on everything. The remaining ones, under the leadership of the twins from Musan, will monitor the situation around Mount Chanwu, doing everything the same as the first group. Once a day, they will exchange information. If suddenly the situation changes somehow, they will be able to quickly react to it. When everyone was heading out, the leader asked everyone not to overdo it. They looked at him in surprise, trying to get an explanation. The eldest heir smiled, saying that the elixir was already in their hands, in response to which everyone laughed, saying that the leader had already dealt with everything. The boy then looked at the golden toad, who was listening attentively to their conversation, saying that it was time for them to finish their work too. The phoenix was simply incredibly delighted with its owner, as he took out the vials, and the toad saturated the elixir with its poison. Meanwhile, Derek was tied up near the forest. With a weak smile, he looked at the many people who were in front of him. He didn't think that one day he would be so famous, but now he was clearly in captivity of people unknown to him. He thought that he would finally be able to breathe a sigh of relief, but he didn't expect such a turn of events, and he didn't understand why everyone wanted to know from him where the elixir was. People who usually don't even pay attention to him have become goddamn mad because of this elixir. At least they don't attack him in crowds. However, there are exceptions like this one, when suddenly one of those present said some strange word, the meaning of which the man did not understand. Max asked if they really had to have a massacre here. Why don't they first unite to search for the elixir and have a battle for it later? Simon laughed loudly in response, saying that he had thought of this from the very beginning, but the bald man beat him to it. One of the four sinners, I said that they agreed with Max's words. They should capture Sonsug and then deal with the rivals on Mount Buki. Everyone was immediately happy that they had now formed an alliance, while Derek was thinking that while Harry was alive, they would not have shown their noses. Simon gave a subtle signal to Max, who immediately understood everything, because now was the perfect moment to begin their plan. Without removing the smile from his face, the bald man released several balloons from his hands, breaking the agreement in the first few seconds. The four sinners did not expect such a frontal attack, so they did not have time to do anything to dodge. Those who were still standing tried to prepare for a counterattack, but noticed that a huge energy fist was flying towards them. They tried to escape, but didn't make it, causing a fist to blow off their heads while Max wished them a good rebirth. Simon smiled, turning to the others, asking if they would leave these alive, to which the bald one replied that he was seriously considering it now. Smiling, Max looked at his rosary beads, soaked in blood, and said that his soul began to rage with blood and would not calm down. While he and Simon were deciding that each of them would take half, the rest of the people present were shocked to think that they had decided to kill them all here. Suddenly, a stunned Derek spoke up, saying that they had already captured him. Ask him why kill the others. They could just let them go. At that very moment, Simon approached the man, asking him not to be mistaken, because they only needed his mouth and ears, and they didn't need anything else. Even if they gouged out his eyes, cut off his legs and arms, he would still be able to talk to them. Not only did he need to find out where the old man was now. Derek couldn't find anything to say in response to this, only turning his head away in resignation, trying to come to terms with his fate, which had already been decided. Simon added that he should bite his tongue and not distract them from the matter, while Max reminded his comrade that it was time to shed blood. Suddenly they heard a nasty and unfamiliar voice telling them to wait. The two men immediately flinched. They began to shake their heads, trying to find the source of the voice, but they could not understand where it came from or who its owner was. The voice that flew around them like the wind answered that he was their terrible dream, because of which they would want to wake up as soon as possible. He is their death, waiting to overtake them just when they least expect it. He is the one they fear most, the one who makes their blood run cold, their hearts sink into their heels, and their body become paralyzed. As he jumped out of the shadows and began to land, he added that he was the one they could never forget again. Seeing the ugly man, almost all the men cried out in fear, calling him a monster when they saw his face. Derek was the most surprised by the appearance of this man, who called him the shoemaker Stephen. Simon was surprised that he knew him. Sitting on top of a rock, Bruno gave the man a thumbs up and then told him that they met again. He heard that Max and Simon had offered to form an alliance with them, but the men weren't particularly willing to talk to the monster. Trying to put on a friendly face, the hunchback said that he also wanted to join it, and therefore asked their permission. The men looked at each other without answering, while Bruno asked why they were not saying anything and why they did not want to take him in. Simon stated that he had never heard of him before and had no idea who he was, so they couldn't trust him like that and take him into their alliance. Enraged, the hunchback loudly asked if they thought he trusted them, then lifted his foot and stamped hard on the ground. The tramp was so loud that the ground shook under their feet, and Bruno said that he did not believe them, and therefore they should accept him. Then the guy touched his face and asked if maybe it was because of his appearance that they were ashamed to take him in. Simon was surprised by such thoughts, answering that appearance had nothing to do with it, but the disguised heir said that appearance was very important, after which he added that all the girls are crazy about him, and at the mere sight of him, girls line up for him. Simon decided that he really was crazy, while Max kindly asked if the shoemaker had a mirror. He received a negative answer, but the hunchback added that he saw his reflection in the lake, and this reflection was divine. Everyone present looked at the monster in shock, while Max laughed when he heard such a story. Looking at Simon, Bruno asked menacingly why he wasn't laughing, and a moment later, the man burst out laughing. The heir watched the two laughing men, who were trying to concentrate their energy without anyone noticing except him. Bruno thought that he, just like now, laughed in front of the four sinners, and then killed them, but it seemed to be too late. Looking at Max, he remembered how in his past life he told him that if he heard anything about him again, or if he ever saw him again, he would kill him. In particular, since he was hairy, he spared Max and did not kill him. But now it was a completely different situation, and the man himself decided to attack him. When the rosary was already flying towards the hunchback, the guy thought that he couldn't break his promise, but he had to do it properly. Then he loudly ordered not to move, which surprised Max, who saw that his rosary obeyed the hunchback's order. The next second, some shadow rushed at the bald man, but he did not have enough time to somehow defend himself. This shadow turned out to be Bruno himself, who told the man that he had told him never to be seen again. Max bared his teeth and asked what he was talking about, since he was seeing him for the first time today and had never even heard of him before. In response to this, the hunchback ordered him to shut up, because now he would die. The bald man trembled and laughed nervously. Simon, who flew up to the air from behind and swung his fist, thought that Stephen would be the one who died today. Derek called out to the air so that he could react to the attack from behind, but as it turned out, this was not necessary. Bruno chose not to react at all, allowing Simon to strike him in the back without even flinching from the force of it. Delighted by the easy result, the white-haired man thought that he had hit the bullseye, and he didn't even deign to dodge. However, in reality, what happened was that the blow that Simon delivered passed through Bruno's body, and all the momentum reached the ground and Max. The heir, who held the bald man by the throat, felt his head explode as soon as the impulse reached her. Simon, who had no way to see what was happening ahead, asked himself why he had grabbed Max by the throat. Turning around, the hunchback said that he looked very confused because he could feel how fast his heart was beating, and then pierced his chest with his hand. Simon, stunned, couldn't believe how fast the blow came, because he hadn't expected it at all. Crushing his heart with his hand, Bruno calmly walked away from Simon, who sank lifelessly to his knees. All the people present watched this scene in shock, and because of fear, no one dared to even move. Everyone was thinking only that he would kill them all too, but they didn't want to die, belatedly realizing that they shouldn't have come here. Looking at the frightened faces of the people, Bruno thought that these were exactly the faces he wanted to see, awakened and regretful. Now their silence signifies disappointment in themselves, enchanted by the elixir, who flocked here like moths to a flame. And the time of realization that the more valuable the prize, the closer death, however, if they survive now, their desire to get the elixir will revive again. And if they give in to this desire, there is a high probability that they will come face to face with death again. So he decided to make sure that fear would be imprinted on them, and that they would remember it for the rest of their lives. They must feel the blood run cold in their veins, so that they will no longer throw away their lives for something that is not worth exchanging. The heir wondered if this fear would be enough for them, because if they overdid it, they could even go crazy. Then he asked everyone to listen, because he had been worried lately. They had personally seen how strong he was, because they had seen everything with their own eyes. One of the men, who was scared to death, tried to ingratiate himself with him by agreeing that he was very strong. Bruno continued, saying that, unfortunately, people just see him as a hunchback, and that was what everyone present thought. But as he already said, his reflection in the lake was beautiful. He doesn't force them to do it, they just line up themselves. It's because he's a good, strong, confident man, and that's what he really wants to be for other people. Because he is strong and influential, but he is not a murderer, so he does not kill everyone for glory. Listening to his speeches, no one could understand what he was talking about. The hunchback also noticed that they had uncomprehending faces, which caused those present to involuntarily shudder, not knowing what would follow these words. But Bruno said that he loved to be praised because he was the best, and then he asked why people did not worship him. When asked what the problem was, the young man hesitantly raised his hand and stuttered, saying that people didn't know about him. The hunchback said that this was the correct answer, then asked what sect the guy was from. He replied that he used to follow the King of Free Warriors. The heir was surprised by this, then said that he wants to receive praise from people, but they do not know about him, and that is why he is going crazy. That's why he wants them to help him. The men immediately asked him to tell them what he needs, because they are ready to do anything. Satisfied with this answer, the hunchback asked to tell the people how powerful the shoemaker Stephen was, and that he killed 2 with 1 blow. Everyone immediately thought that in order to survive, this was all that was needed, after which they confidently exclaimed that they could easily do it. He hugged the 2 guys. Bruno said that he liked them all very much, and they seemed to be good guys too. They immediately began to say in response that he was a confident person and the best, while the hunchback enjoyed the comments. Then the heir pointed to one of the guys, asked what his name was. The guy unconsciously flinched, but quickly said his name. Bruno asked him why he had come here today, bowing. He replied to find out what was going on here. Then the hunchback asked whether he would tell his sect about him, after which he directly ordered him to return to the sect and tell everything. It must be said that the shoemaker Stephen is already on a journey, and that the elixir from the milk of the stone already belongs to him, and whoever dares to climb Mount Buck will die. The guy replied that he would say everything without missing a word, and then Carbon asked who the elixir belonged to. Everyone unanimously answered that it belonged to Stephen. Satisfied with this answer, Bruno grabbed Derek by the scruff of the neck and ordered those present to praise him. He also made it clear that they should not fight each other, because they already understood who was stronger than them all, and they unanimously agreed. Finally, Stephen announced that he was leaving, after which he left the clearing in long leaps, leaving the men to digest the information. While the hunchback was in their field of vision, shouts were heard from the clearing, all in unison praising the shoemaker Stephen. Having moved away to a decent distance, Bruno untied Derek, who immediately began to ask who he was. The man decided for himself that now he would be able to find out, because he had accumulated too many questions that needed answers. Looking at the ugly man, Derek thought that he was not as evil as he wanted to appear. Anyone in his place would have noticed this. In fact, the shoemaker was driven by concern from others. All this was for the sake of preventing unnecessary sacrifices. But in Murim, this is not something that is familiar to many people. In response to the question, the hunchback asked him to shut up, asking how he killed the jinn from the heavenly golden library. Not expecting such pressure, Derek began to hesitantly answer that he had thrown himself off a cliff, but Stephen was interested in the details. He replied that Jin was on the verge of a breakdown the whole time, and he repeated to him several times that he would be fine as soon as he deciphered the document. But it seems he didn't believe it. Then he said that he had deciphered the document and said that we needed to go to the peak of Mount Neven. He jumped off of it. Stephen immediately asked if he had checked his body. Derek replied that his face was smashed to smithereens, but the clothes and figure were his. So he didn't even check his face. It's clear that the body won't remain intact if it hits the rock several times. However, why did he commit suicide? Because Jin was the only one who knew that this document spoke about the elixir from the milk of stone. As luck would have it, after Jin fell off the cliff, word of the elixir quickly spread throughout Murim. The elixir of stone milk, the old man's document about his location and Mount Bucca. This whole chain came together to form one picture. If he had an accomplice who could help him fake the suicide, it wouldn't have been that difficult. Then the hunchback asked where Sansug was now, warning that if he turned away from him, he would die, and if he spoke unintelligibly, he would also die. Then Derek began to tell in detail everything he knew, and at that very second, Harry's soul woke up inside the hunchback. At the same time, old man Sansug asked his interlocutor if he could decipher this document. The girl sitting in front of him replied that she would need time, but she had one question, and the man was ready to answer it. Smiling sweetly, Helen asked him if he thought that Jean might still be alive, in which case there would be no need to decipher anything. The old man asked with surprise that Jin had survived and that he had faked his death because he could not have imagined such a thing. The girl replied that Derek didn't even know what he was really looking for, and that he had gone to Manhwa to seek help from the heir to the heavenly library. Thus, the only one who knew the contents of the encrypted document and that it indicated the location of the elixir was Jin. The guy fooled him, but he only recently learned about the existence of the document. 3 years ago, a gift came from his younger brother. It was a ceramic vase, but he thought it was a gift as a sign of reconciliation, so he kept it carefully. Think about it now. His brother probably thought that in his passion, he would break the vase, and then he would have received this document much faster. Sansug said that if the vase hadn't broken, he would never have asked Jin to decipher it, then asked what she thought about it. Helen frowned and replied that in that case, Jean would have decided to steal the vase first. But that didn't happen. Such assumptions stunned the man, because he would never have thought that this guy could do such a thing. Everything that has happened so far, he could not have done alone, which means that there is definitely an entire organization behind him, and his brother may be in cahoots with him. And there is a high probability that the message was hidden in the vase as a deliberate, pre-planned provocation. When the old man realized this, he involuntarily clenched his trembling hand into a fist. Then he decided that he would kill him no matter what. Sometime later, Helen was sitting by the window, looking at a document that she had been poring over for quite a long time and which she did not want to decipher. Suddenly, a man entered her chambers, immediately apologizing for distracting her, and the girl asked her uncle what was the matter. The head of their clan chamber smilingly announced that they had special guests, but he decided that he was forced to tell her about it. As soon as the man said that the heir to the heavenly library had come to visit them, Helen immediately jumped up from the table, scattering sheets of paper around the room. But he said that they just had an old man, but it is unlikely that the heir knows about it. Besides, he became the savior in the competition of the heavenly dragon. Therefore, he is obliged to accept it. The girl replied that the elders said that something serious happened during the competition. She added that her uncle was right. He really was a special guest, and therefore she must definitely meet him in person. Sometime later, Bruno was sitting at a round table with Helen and Chamber, but no one said a word. Without understanding anything, the head of the clan looked questioningly from the heir to his niece, asking himself only one question. The girl only smiled politely and occasionally looked away, trying to maintain her manners, while asking herself why he was looking at her like that. Bruno couldn't take his eyes off Helen, realizing how long it had been since he had seen her, but the girl had no idea that Harry was in the heir's body. Unable to hold his gaze for long, she asked the eldest heir if there was something on her face that made him stare at her so. The guy replied that he thought he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where exactly, then asked if they had met. Helen replied that it was unlikely. Bruno said that he was mistaken. He behaved rudely to himself at their first meeting, so he asked for forgiveness. Chamber replied that it was nothing to worry about, that it happened to everyone, then asked why the heir had decided to honor them with his visit. He saw that he wanted to meet old man Sun Sug, and the dumbfounded interlocutors simultaneously thought about how he knew that he was here. They had a lot of questions about who besides the heir knew about this, what he wanted from them, and whether he wanted to get the elixir from the milk of the stone. If the heir gets the answer he expects, they will fail Sonsug, and it will tarnish his family's reputation. But this is not a question that can be decided by counting the pros and cons. According to the covenant of the heavenly dragon, only the path of wisdom has value. After all, you can walk along it without regrets. Chamber replied that Sonsug was currently visiting them, and he would organize a meeting for them. Bruno thought they were great. They could have asked him a lot of questions, but he couldn't believe that he didn't even hesitate. The guy looked sad and said that he was disappointed. It wasn't really that interesting since it looked like they trusted him. Chamber immediately laughed. The man sighed sadly that now it would definitely be fun, but most likely he thought that he would have problems. The heir asked him not to worry, because what he was worried about would not happen, and from now on it would be better for them to talk together. When they brought the old man and he saw the heir of the library, he immediately asked Chamber how this was possible. The head of the clan began to answer something hesitantly, but Bruno asked to accept this first, after which he reached into his bosom. He took out a bundle and put it on the table, saying that he found it in a cave not far from the place where the elixir of milk of stone was rumored to be. Later, he could take it there, but for now, the old man unwrapped the package and discovered a dagger, which he immediately recognized. This weapon belonged to his brother. Sonsuga shook and pressed it to himself, thanking the eldest heir. The guy asked me to thank him because it wasn't his merit. One of his friends told him about it, and he only checked whether it was there. Even in this case, he was obliged to express his gratitude, so he asked her to convey these words to his friend. Bruno also reported that they had found the elixir in that very cave by perception. The old man was no less surprised by this information. The guy said that they came too late, and there was no elixir left there. There was only poison, very similar to the elixir. Sonsug crossed his arms over his chest and assumed that it was Jin's doing, and the boy asked if he had guessed that he had survived. The old man replied that Helen had guessed this. Bruno said that Jin had indeed survived, but it was not he who had taken all the elixir. The heir thought that Jin really didn't do it because he made it all up, and he would make up the rest as he went along. He got to that place before Derek contacted him, so Jin was on their side at that time, without deciphering the texts. The old man began to realize how confusing everything had become, and Chamber asked the heir what he would do now in such a case. Bruno replied that he would like to take a look at what was hidden in the vase, to make sure of everything, and then lure Jin and his accomplices into the library. As sunset approached, Helen went out onto the balcony where she found Sonsug, telling him that he looked very worried. Then she asked him not to hurry, because the heir had already saved them a lot of time, but the old man was still worried about something. He thought that this kid had taken all the elixir from the stone's milk, but he was curious what the girl thought about it. She asked the man how he couldn't be ashamed. He winced and asked again what was wrong with that, since he had already thanked him. Helen replied that perhaps there was an heir, the elixir, but perhaps there wasn't. He had given them so much he still doubted it. Their clan initially agreed to help him because of their friendship with their younger brother and because Harry was close to him. Besides, he has already shown his heroism in front of everyone during the dragon competition. Everything he has done will speak for himself, that he is worthy of trust. Bruno, who was sitting in the room with the windows open, heard their entire dialogue, thinking that it was too late for the old man to grow up. Well, as he thought, the document only encrypted the location of the elixir. There is nothing else to do here. He will leave here tomorrow. He also didn't know when he and Helen would be able to see each other again, but he wanted to take a walk with her that night. When night fell, the guy invited the girl for a walk. She decided to ask if it was his first time visiting their clan. He answered in the affirmative, because this is a wonderful place. And he himself thought that, being the heir to the library, he really was here for the first time. None of this mattered, because he just wanted to see her again. As a friend, they heard laughter sounding nearby. There were several children who put on animal masks and were playing carefree, next to each other. One of them asked who he was. The boy in the fox mask tried to make a mysterious voice and asked if he knew him because he was very inconspicuous, because he was a fox. After which the child ran back to his friends, shouting that he was not there. The other children were silent while this one spoke. Then the boy jumped into the bushes, hiding, and from the foliage came the question of where he ran and where he was hiding. Bruno went there. With a smile, the eldest heir peered between the branches, listening to the boy who said that no one would be able to find him. He was immediately taken back to his memories when he saw little Helen in front of him, wearing a similar fox mask. Sitting down in the corner next to the wall in the nightstand, the girl asked her uncle if he could see her, to which Harry thought that she hadn't hidden very well. The man began to turn his head theatrically, asking where his dear Helen had gone, since he didn't see anyone here except the fox. After watching him search, the girl took off her mask. and with a wide smile loudly declared that she had been here all this time. However, Harry continued searching, asking where she had gone, since she had just been here. For some reason, she was not visible. While the girl screamed in fear that she was here, Harry concluded that she was not here, and therefore he would have to look outside. Finally frightened, Helen fell on her back and began to sob, waving her arms and legs, asking why he couldn't hear her. When she called her uncle a fat fool, he squatted down in front of her and asked if she was there, because he thought she was a fox. Enraged, Helen loudly replied that it had been there all along, and then hit the man in the face with her small fist. Remembering this moment in life, a smile appeared on the eldest heir's face, which Helen noticed. She noticed that he seemed to like children, so she decided to ask him about it, and he answered affirmatively, saying that he remembered his niece. The girl asked if his niece was cute. The guy replied that sometimes she was cute and sometimes she was very annoying. Especially when he eats, she chatters endlessly. There is a rule: when I eat, I'm deaf and dumb, but she just can't understand it. Helen laughed and said she was really nice and wouldn't mind meeting her someday, and she had no idea he was talking about her. Smiling, the heir to the library replied that it would not be so difficult to arrange. Helen said that she would wait for it. When the girl stepped forward a little, the heir of the library for a second felt like Harry, who looked sadly at his niece. He mentally told himself to look in the mirror, and there he would see his niece Helen, who was so close but could not recognize him. The girl asked him if he minded if she asked him something she was very curious to know. He replied that she could ask any questions. Helen asked if he had any special purpose for creating the Sky Squad, since each warrior in the squad was unique in their own way. The guy replied that he did not create this squad, but that they did not call themselves the Squad of Heaven and chose him as their leader. Although this is not bad, there are times when they irritate him. Upon hearing the answer, the girl laughed loudly. Bruno added that most of them were idiots, and he himself would never take such people into the squad, but the girl heard that he personally took Gunther into the squad. He replied that in a squad with such slackers there should be at least one adequate person, so he took him. However, lately even he has become increasingly strange. He has started sleeping curled up in a ball on the street, and also swearing in the street, spitting saliva. Helen laughed again, saying that now she was even more curious. The heir was surprised that she was so interested in the detachment of heaven. But the girl replied that the thing was that he was deliberately trying to cheer her up, and that's why she was wondering why. The eldest heir awkwardly cleared his throat and said that he was not trying to do this on purpose, and Helen decided that she had been mistaken. Although there was nothing to be ashamed of here, for some reason it seemed to her that she should still be ashamed, but she smiled anyway. The guy replied that it was all because she was wrong, that he could, without much effort, amuse her 1,000 or even 10,000 times. Helen said that she felt very comfortable around him. She even remembered one person that Bruno was very similar to. And closing his eyes and putting his hand on his chest, the heir said that it seemed like this man was very cool. These words made the girl frown for a second. Then she laughed loudly again, agreeing with the guy's words, adding that he too could have said something similar to what he was doing now. Helen also sank into her memories, not saying a word for a few seconds because she missed her uncle very much. And after a pause, she said that in fact, up until that moment she had been thinking of going to the Northern Sea. Bruno asked why exactly there. The girl replied that it might seem funny, but it also seemed as if she could meet him there. Her uncle said that the fish from the Northern Sea had an excellent taste. She thought that when she went there, they would eat smelt together in peace. The eldest heir unconsciously pressed his lips together, thinking with annoyance that he couldn't tell her the truth yet because the time had not yet come. Bruno said that it had been a lot of fun, and now he wanted to eat some smelt from the Northern Sea, and suggested that they go there together sometime. Of course, he was leaving soon, and didn't know when they would be able to see each other again. Helen replied that he spoke as if he were leaving tomorrow. The guy smiled and said that he would leave tomorrow morning, since he had already finished deciphering the text. The girl was surprised, since not even a day had passed. The next day, Sonsug called the heir to go together. It was also important for him to deal with Jin and his company. Seeing the old man and his new guise, the eldest heir asked if he was now disguised, and he proudly and confidently confirmed this. The guy thought he was crazy, but said out loud that it was so unusual that he barely recognized him, but asked him to put on a mask. The old man asked if he had done anything bad, to which the heir suggested going separately, so he wouldn't care whether he killed someone or they killed him. Then the man said that he simply did not have a mask, and after some time, Helen entered the room, bringing the masks that Bruno had asked for. Not recognizing Sonsug, the girl asked who this man was. The heir replied that because of such a good disguise, he himself barely recognized him. The guy offered the man to choose a mask, He would also take one for himself, because otherwise passers-by would think strangely about them. But if they all wear masks, passers-by will think that this is how it should be, because it seems to him that it will be better this way. Having chosen a certain mask, Helen, noticing this, asked the eldest heir if he would rather choose some other one. Putting on a fox mask, Bruno replied that he liked this one, but the girl said that it was just of poor quality and asked him to choose another one. The guy replied that she simply didn't understand anything about art. He felt that the master had put his soul into this mask. He then began running around Helen asking her if she could find him, not thinking that she would be able to do so if she couldn't see him. Hearing the girl's ringing laughter, the eldest heir took off his mask with satisfaction, proving to her the correctness of his choice. Then Bruno turned to the old man and said that one mask would not be enough for him and that he would need to change what was under the mask. The man did not know how to do this, but the heir decided to help him, after which he touched his energy points with an imperceptible movement. The old man's bones and tendons immediately began to deform and his skin to stretch, causing Helen to go into shock and stupor. A few seconds later, Sansug was touching his renewed face, which looked several times worse than the previous one. Bruno brought the old man a mirror while the girl asked how he could do it, but persistent to the poison, he was able to decipher the complex code in an instant. And now it turns out that he can also change someone else's face, which was too much for one person. As evening came, Chamber and Helen said goodbye to their guests, asking them to be careful on the journey ahead. Bruno asked not to worry about him. He is good at many things, but he is especially good at escaping from danger. Finally, he looked at the girl again with warmth in his eyes, thinking that they would definitely see each other again soon. As the silhouettes of the men began to move away, Helen thought with both longing and joy that he reminded her of her uncle. When they got to the inn, the owner immediately asked how he could help the other guests, and they asked for a room. The heir also asked to call the manager of the guest house and tell him that the heir to the heavenly library wanted to meet with him. Sitting at the table, the owner said that there were legends about the heir in the secret society of Hao, and he hoped that he could meet him. He then noticed the old man, saying that he must be feeling stuffy in the mask, after which he offered to take it off, but the man replied that he was ugly. The owner kindly said that it was enough for a man to just be a man. The rest was unimportant, so he could take her off. Sansug did so, but as soon as the owner saw his face, you got scared and fell off your chair. Asked, "Can people even look like that?" Having recovered from his fright, the man stood up and asked the heir how he could help him, since he was doing everything except searching for the elixir. Bruno said that the rumor about the elixir was spread on purpose, and when thinking about who could have done it, the only thing that comes to mind is the secret society of Hao. But they themselves are curious to know who disbanded them. They think that it could have been the Soundwave School, but the heir has never heard of it. The owner said that Marim is full of such dubious organizations. They appear and die like flies. There are so many of them. Soundwave School specializes in spreading rumors, and they will do anything for money. Bruno asked if he could find a Soundwave School, to which the man replied that any such gang would end up in the hands of the Hao community. The heir said that if suddenly a detachment of heaven came instead of him, I should be afraid and tell them everything that they learned, but he knew about the detachment of heaven. The man asked if he needed anything else, to which the library heir asked to give him a wooden chest of the best quality. That same night, Bruno and Sansug went to the cave, where the former found the elixir of stone milk, as well as the old man's younger brother. Seeing two skeletons near the entrance, the man immediately fell to his knees, recognizing his relative, and then asked why he was there. He began to cry, saying how bad he felt here, and that he had made a mistake and was very late, and therefore tearfully asked him for forgiveness. A short time later, he placed the remains in a wooden box and then set them on fire as he carried them outside. As the ashes scattered in the wind, the old man cried and said that his brother should rest in peace, and that the sky should be like the earth to him. There they would see each other again, but for now he asked his younger brother to rest, continuing to scatter the ashes, looking at the starry sky. At the same time, the man was sitting on his knees in the rain when a girl with an umbrella walked towards him and noticed the wet man. Frightened and throwing away her umbrella, she ran up to him, asking if he was okay, but he didn't answer, only lowering his head. Grabbing him by the shoulders, she began to ask if something hurt or if something else was bothering him, but he only silently looked at the girl. He loves the rain, he had a fever and a headache, but he thought that nothing would happen if he went out into the rain, but the fever never went away. Rising to his feet, the man turned around and walked away, asking her to go on her way because he was a bad person. But the stranger did not want to let him go. Grabbing his hand, she said that this meant that he considered her beautiful. Blushing and smiling, she said that she liked him, and she would make sure that tonight he would think about nothing and forget who he was. Having reached a small house, after some time, the guy apologized to himself for the fact that everything ended so quickly. Looking at the girl lying in bed, he asked if he was not quite in his right mind, to which he answered affirmatively. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the man told the girl that she needed to tidy herself up, so he brought her a mirror. Taking it in his hands and holding it towards her, he asked what it would say. Well, in the reflection, all that was visible was a withered body, which was only breathing heavily. Smiling, the man noted that he had said that she would not think about anything, but it turned out that this was not entirely true. After all, her worries would not go away, so he asked if she knew who he was, but she could not answer anything. The guy started heading towards the exit as soon as he noticed that the body was starting to disintegrate, after which he declared that he was Jin. Standing in the rain, the boy mentally addressed Song Sug, saying that it looked like he would have to solve that code. But while the old man is alive, he cannot move freely, which is why one will have to be extremely careful. He would like to kill him, or else get his hands on that elixir about which too many rumors have been circulating lately. From every letter, from every mouth, literally everywhere one could hear about the elixir from the milk of stone. That same night, a man was quickly heading to the top of the cliff, who decided to speed up the climb by jumping high. Upon reaching his destination, Sunsug noticed the library heir talking to the twin from Musan. Turning his head and noticing the old man, Bruno said that he had already arrived, while the twin only nodded silently. Then he quickly disappeared, and the old man asked if it was the Heavenly Squad and why he did not introduce them. Bruno replied that they would still have the opportunity. The guy smiled, offering the man to take the decanter, adding that unfortunately he didn't have any glasses, so he would have to drink it like that. Taking the container in his hands, the man thanked the heir, said that he would not forget about this service. The guy confirmed this. Sitting on the edge of the cliff, the old man told the heir that if he wanted to say something, let him say it, he would answer all the questions. Bruno remarked that he liked to bluff like that. The old man laughed and replied that he probably thought he could get the stars from the sky. Looking slyly at the man, the eldest heir replied that maybe not a star, but something else. Sunsug immediately asked him to speak. Bruno declared that he wanted the old man to die by his hand, a statement that surprised the man, who at first did not know what to answer. Taking a sip, Sunsug replied that it was his life and he would be in charge of it, but the guy still asked if he minded. The heir said that he would die tomorrow. He would still have time to be a raccoon before that. The old man asked why he needed it. The library heir replied that he was going to meet with Jin, an answer that immediately interested the man. Bruno added that the Heavenly Library was not far from here, but since Jin was not here, it meant that he had not yet deciphered the text. In such a situation, if he is already dead, Jin will have no reason to hide any longer, and so he will decide to show up himself. If he finds out that the heir is nearby, he will ask him for help. Just as he came to him for help, Jin will come to the heir for help. The guy also added that this is where the elixir is, after which he asked if he would like to check it out. The old man replied that he trusted him. Bruno was satisfied with this answer, and therefore reached into his bosom, which could not escape Sunsug's gaze. The eldest heir took out a small bottle and showed it to the old man, saying that it was an elixir. But the man remembered that it had been replaced with poison. Smiling, the guy confirmed this, adding that he was the person who committed this crime. These words stunned the man. The heir said that his brother was looking for the elixir. Thank him. He found it, and now he gives it to the old man as a memory of his brother. He also added that he would die tomorrow anyway, and for now they would say goodbye to this. When the guy started to leave, Sunsug asked him to wait. Catching up with the heir, the man decided to talk, because he was curious about too many things, for example, whether the squad of heaven knew about this elixir. He also asked if he noticed that strange birds were flying above them all the time, as if they were watching them. At that moment, Bruno ordered them to descend. A moment later, a phoenix landed on the heir's hand with a golden toad sitting on it. This picture stunned the old man. The next morning on Mount Bucca, a tired moneylender leading a cow behind him demanded money for his work. His customer immediately placed a tied thread into his hand, on which several dozen coins were strung. The man said with displeasure that there was not enough, but William asked to reduce the price. The moneylender said that he personally brought him a cow. The guy replied that the cow did not become bigger because he personally brought her here, and he asked to register the lack of payment in his family's name. The man continued to express his dissatisfaction, but William invited him to join their meal, and the moneylender's face immediately changed. After some time, the men enjoyed roast meat, which they cooked on stones in the open sun. Jack looked at the head of the Muram Alliance branch, Gregory, in surprise, and asked what he was thinking about so hard. After all, it seemed like he had learned something else. And, putting on a serious expression, the man calmly replied that there was something more important than that. One of the gorge warriors loudly asked if he knew where the stone milk elixir was, but that was not what the man meant. He said that twins were born, one boy and one girl. Everyone froze at first, trying to understand what he was talking about. After a couple of seconds, everyone started laughing and rejoicing, congratulating him on the addition, because twins are always good, and he smiled in response. One of the twins asked if he could be there because anything could happen. Gregory replied that the main thing for him was not to meet the shoemaker. Chandler added that at first he didn't believe that this shoemaker could have killed Max and Simon, then asked if he was sure that he existed. Jack cleared his throat. I think it's all a fabrication because he knows what kind of people there are in Marim. Chandler was glad he was right. At that very moment, the ground beneath them began to shake, and everyone present began to ask what was collapsing there, thinking it was a landslide. Suddenly, a guy came running to them from the forest, loudly declaring that something bad had happened because the shoemaker Stephen had arrived. Meanwhile, Bruno, who had taken the form of a hunchback, forcefully sent Sonsug into a rock, smashing it into pieces and crippling the man. Having fallen to the ground, he trembled and tried to raise his head and even out his breathing, tearfully asking him to stop. The eldest heir began to approach him closer and closer, asking why he should stop and who needed it. Heading to the place where the guy pointed, one of the gorge warriors ordered everyone to stop. The rest immediately obeyed. The man looked at the unfolding picture in surprise, thinking that although he knew that the shoemaker was the leader, he was really the one. After all, right now the hunchback in front of him was holding Sonsug tightly by the throat, who was already shaking in convulsions, and Bruno was going to finish him off. The heir then said that if he wanted him to stop, he shouldn't have done it, asking why he had made promises before. After asking why he ate it and why he made him angry, the hunchback began to beat the old man with his fists, knocking out answers. The moneylender asked in horror what the old man had eaten that had caused him to do this to him, and asked to stop him, but he was told to forget about it and run away. After all, if he did something wrong, everyone would die, to which the man replied that it was too cruel because the old man was already on the verge of death. The hunchback paused for a second, looking at Sonsug. His hands were red with blood, but he did not want to let go of the man. Seeing that he had gone limp and lifeless, the heir asked what was wrong with him, realizing that there was no point in beating him anymore. The stunned moneylender looked at the hunchback with fear, realizing that he had just killed a man in front of him. As if to confirm his words, Bruno stated that he died, all because he ate the elixir from the milk of the stone. Then the angry hunchback loudly asked why he died and what he should do now, after which he loudly stamped on the ground. Everyone present felt the earthquake again and tried to maintain their balance while the heir asked what he should do. Then he looked around at everyone present, asking them if there was anyone among them who knew how to rip open a stomach. Everyone immediately thought with horror that he really had decided to take the elixir he had drunk from the inside, because it sounded barbaric. The hunchback turned to the king of free warriors, noticing that he had a knife with him, and asked if he could open the stomach. The man replied that it was for decoration. Then Bruno said that he would have to take it to the water and open it himself. Then he turned around sadly, saying that he was giving them half a day to leave here, and when the time was up, he would kill everyone who caught his eye. Most of the men immediately began to run away wherever their eyes looked, not forgetting to scream in fear, wanting to save their lives. Only the heavenly detachment remained in the clearing, which was actually also a little scared, but everyone decided to breathe a sigh of relief. After which Bruno turned to the man, stating that he had also tried hard and that everything looked as believable as possible. Sonsug looked at him menacingly because he had not yet fully recovered from the blows that the heir had given him. Bruno, who still hadn't regained his former appearance, looked guiltily at the old man, trying to look as pitiful as possible. At the inn, Chandler told the heir that he should also see this shoemaker, and he replied that he had heard of him. The man shuddered and said that he really was crazy, and that it was better to be careful not to run into him. He then asked what kind of raccoon it was, pointing to Sonsug sitting on the bed. Bruno replied that it was his new friend. He was ugly, that's why he wore a mask. As soon as Chandelier saw his face, he asked if the shoemaker had done this to him, noting that he looked quite handsome. Then he asked the heir what he was interested in knowing, and he replied that he would like to know the name of Old Man. He said that was the old man's name. I don't know if he should have another name, but Bruno knew that there was nothing in Murim that he didn't know. Lost in his thoughts, Chandler couldn't remember anything like that, but if he said why he was interested in it, he would remember something. The library's heir concluded that he did remember his name, and so again politely asked him to state it. But the man was not going to back down and ask to name the reason, But Bruno was not going to give in either, demanding a name. They had a squabble over 2 words, a reason and a name, which the old man in the raccoon mask silently watched. Unable to bear it, Sansug suggested that they simply play rock, paper, scissors, and Bruno immediately asked if it would be up to 3 or up to 2 wins. They agreed that the one who won 3 victories would give out the information. Chandler was serious, so he was not going to give in. At that very moment, the heir decided to cheat, using his enhanced vision to gain a slight advantage in speed. When they put their hands in front of them, it turned out that Chandler chose scissors, while Bruno chose rock, thus winning. However, this was only the first round. In the second, the man decided to use paper, but lost again, losing to scissors. The third time he decided to try his luck with a stone, but it was immediately blocked by paper. It was a clear victory for the heir. Bruno demanded to know his name again. Sitting down on the floor, Chandler decided to keep his promise since he had already lost. Sansug, who was watching them, listened attentively because it was also important for him to know man's real name. 200 years earlier, when the Golden Library was on the verge of destruction, she realized that knowledge was no match for the sword and decided to change. Those who lived in the light of day took up brush and book in order to be known as the geniuses of their family without arousing suspicion. And those who belonged to the night survived in the darkness with the help of demonic energy, which they fed on other people. The Golden Library, which had no martial arts skills at all, realized this and began to accumulate dark energy and become stronger. It was easy to accumulate dark energy because all women carried dark yin energy within them. But demonic energy always has side effects. In the case of absorbing dark energy, it was femininity and disharmony, which were an integral part of yin. And while feminine energy could be stopped through rituals, stopping the pollution of dark energy due to disharmony was more difficult. Old Man said that he decided to master demonic energy in order to master martial arts faster. But to avoid side effects, it was enough to drink the elixir of milk of the stone, which had been accumulating for thousands of years. Uncle said that he was able to find the elixir 3 years ago, but then contact with it was lost. It was clear that something went wrong. And then he began to think about his younger brother Sonsuga, being a warrior hermit. He had to be prepared for any situation. As Jin thought, he left a letter for Sansug's older brother, but he was unable to decipher it no matter how hard he tried. Day by day, he felt that he was getting closer, but luck smiled on him. These said that the heir of the heavenly library was nearby. The boy told the gentleman that this did not seem like a coincidence, because as soon as the news of Sansug's death spread, an heir appeared. Jin asked why he was so close to him on purpose, to which the guy replied that he was, after all, the heir to the great heavenly library. He confirmed that he was very talented and had surprised many people lately, but how could anyone know that he knew where the elixir was? Who didn't want to say anything else, but Jin stopped him. He didn't have time for caution, and there was no reason for it. And the heir was a loser. By the time he finishes deciphering the message, he will be able to defeat him with a dark arrow. He will die just as Jin planned. His subordinate immediately turned pale as soon as he heard about the dark arrow, after which he hurried to leave the room. Suddenly another man approached Jin, asking how many days it would take the heir to decipher it. He replied 3 or 4. The man then said that the celebration could be postponed, while Jean asked if Stephen the shoemaker would disturb them. Clutching his fan tightly, the interlocutor replied that this would never happen because they would be ready for his appearance. And this event is much more important than the elixir. So Ghost Song, Sunny was confident that they would succeed. Continuing to look out the window, crossing his arms over his chest, Jin also thought about the celebration he couldn't wait for. Slamming his cup loudly on the table, Derek insulted the shoemaker because he didn't know that everything would be like this and asked how this was possible. The man did not understand how he could be so cruel to his master, who had done nothing wrong, but still died. While Derek was ordering more wine, Sansug and Bruno were sitting at the next table. They were wearing masks, so no one recognized them. The old man said that only Derek mourns him, and then he asked how the heir knew that he would be here. He answered that he had keen hearing, but in fact he tracked it down thanks to the call of 1,000 cents. At that very second, Derek asked if they wanted to leave here. In a tearful voice, he addressed the men in animal masks, asking them to stop staring at people and look at their plates. He is in a bad mood today. He thinks he will really kill someone today. The old man asked him to change his face and leave. At that very moment, Derek jumped up, turning to the wheel and the raccoon, that they had decided not to listen at all to what people were telling them. He noticed that only a man in a raccoon mask remained sitting at the table. The man could not understand where the fox had gone. Once behind him, Bruno hit him in the spot and said that they would take him with them. He would be safer with them. When they returned, the King of the Free reported that he tried to immediately know something about the school of sound wave, but everything was somehow strange. He was told that she had ceased to exist. The eldest heir was surprised by this information, but did not answer. He just thought that if the school disappeared, it meant that there was no longer a need for it. It only spread rumors about the elixir and disappeared. You who heard these rumors came to the mountain or tried to contact Derek and the old man. But if you exclude the two of them, only the mountain remains. The question then remained open as to what purpose they were pursuing on Mount Bucca, other than extracting the elixir from the milk of the stone. The King of the Free asked what he was going to do next, but the heir himself did not know what to answer to this question. Suddenly, girls entered the room, who had prepared a lot of tasty things for the gentleman, offering him some entertainment. The next day, Jin stood in the middle of a crowded street, thinking that it had been a long time since he had walked like this without having to worry about the old man. A man noticed that the same student had come again, specifying that he was from the Great Heavenly Library, after which the men concluded that they would have to go somewhere else today, then said that this time he had come to Quantum Street. Having overheard them, Jin smiled because now he had to deal with some rather important information that would be useful to him. After some time, Bruno told Jean that he was very pleased to see the young master from the Golden Library within these walls. He wondered how he knew he was there. The guest replied that everyone was talking about the one who had taken over all the brothels in the area. The eldest heir noticed that he was not the only one in the center of conversations now. There were rumors about the shoemaker Stephen, and about Song Sug, and about the elixir. The old man in the raccoon mask looked at the guy in shock, realizing that this was definitely Jin, and he looked completely different than during their last meeting. Bruno said that it seemed he had not studied any martial arts, to which the guest replied that he only wanted to learn science. It would also be hard for him to notice if it weren't for the three sources that responded to the dark energy inside him. However, such a level of yin cannot be achieved through poisonous plants or poisonous insects. He became curious about how many women he had killed. The guy said that he felt awkward coming to him like this today, but he would like to test himself and his abilities with his help. After all, if he turns out to be worse than him, the one who comprehends both science and martial arts, today's meeting will serve as a lesson to him. He got straight to the point, and now the heir guessed why he needed the elixir. He decided to get it at any cost. In this case, Bruno would be able to identify his shortcomings, and then asked how he wanted to test himself. Standing over a sheet of parchment, Jin drew on it with his brush, while the heir thought he was still trying to pull off his tricks. He did not write down the entire contents of the encrypted message, but he did set a task for it, which was the second half of the cipher. It is this part that contains information about the location of the elixir. Apparently, he was unable to decipher this part. Taking a piece of paper, the eldest heir asked to give him some time so that he could try to solve this problem. As soon as Bruno picked up the brush, Jean's eyes immediately fixed on him, and he began to carefully watch the guy's manipulations. He wrote out various symbols in large and small handwriting, and Jin was able to make out that he needed to go north, where the Green Mountains were. He immediately realized that they were talking about Mount Chanwu, but that wasn't all the information, and he waited for Bruno to write it down. He then indicated the number 12.7, which signified the order of the mountain peaks, namely the cave that was supposed to be the entrance. Jin concluded that this was the 12th peak of Mount Chanwu in the north, the 7th cave, which meant that he had found the elixir of stone milk. Bruno handed him the answer, the correct solution. He even felt embarrassed that he had given him such a simple problem, deciding that it was a warm-up. Pretending to be awkward, Jin replied that everything was correct, and it surprised him so much that it even took his breath away. He wanted to ask how he came to his decision. While the eldest heir was giving his answer, the guest mentally told him that he himself was bringing his own death closer. As soon as he received the answer to his question, he extended his hand, saying that it was a great honor for him to meet him. Having shaken the guest's hand, Bruno smiled and said that he flattered him because, in his opinion, he had not done anything special. During the handshake, the library heir openly sensed the dark energy that lurked within Jin. The smiling boy walked out of the room, listening as someone asked the heir if he would return to the courtesans, but Jin was not interested. He only thought about the fact that Bruno, without thinking, immediately deciphered this text. He is not a man. He is a genius, with whom no one in the world can compare. However, he did not understand the meaning of all this. Having come to the establishment, he mentally turned to the head of the Dark Doom. He asked to check in half an hour whether he was dead. The guy immediately realized that the eldest heir had deciphered the document. However, he cannot be sure that he may have used some hidden trick and deceived him, so he needs to make sure that he is dead. Because of the handshake, after half an hour, The yin energy will penetrate into his energy points and his body will be torn apart, and then the energy will disappear. Now that Harry, who possessed the delayed attack technique, is dead, only those who possess yin energy can dispose of people like this. He would like to get rid of Sunsug like that, but he is too smart and would immediately recognize what he's trying to do, but he will still die soon. And he was lucky enough to decipher the text thanks to the heir to the library. But the question remained, who is the shoemaker Stephen? However, he also appeared suddenly, and therefore he was worried about whether this code, which he received so easily, was true. When night came, Sunny said that he was right. It would be a shame if his talents were not put to use. Jin replied that the elixir would be a starting point for him as the heir to his uncle, who goes by the nickname Old Man Man. And it will also be a reason for a strong union between the Heavenly Golden Library and the Ghost Song, which made a wonderful duet. Looking at his interlocutor, Sunny only grinned slightly, glancing at the 2 written sheets of paper that lay on the table. At the same time, 2 birds flew out from the roof and flew in different directions, while a golden toad sitting on a lotus watched them. Meanwhile, the guy from the Dark Doom watched the heir of the library for several hours. His expression was one of worry and shock. He didn't understand anything, because more than half an hour had already passed, and he was still alive. Bruno himself smiled sweetly, sipping tea surrounded by courtesans who were trying their best to make the guy pay attention to them.